Stick with me here, because we are about to watch a jealous older brother make the worst mistake of his life and get kicked out of his family. 10 years later, he tries to fix his massive screw-up, but it is way too late. His genius little brother is executed by the Empire, and his entire clan is wiped out. With nothing left, Logan detonates a bomb, blowing himself up with the Imperial troops for revenge. But instead of dying, he actually regresses right back to the past. Waking up in bed, Logan hears a super familiar voice. A voice he has not heard in over a decade. It is his little brother, Ronin. Logan instantly realizes exactly when this is. He just got totally crushed by his brother in combat. In his past life, Logan threw a pillow at Ronin's face and screamed, "Get lost. You are just a concubine's son." His heart literally aches remembering that. Such a sweet kid did not deserve that brutal ending. This time, Logan gives a completely genuine apology from the bottom of his heart. He hugs Ronin tight, leaving the kid crying. This is the hug Logan waited decades for. The two brothers cry together until their eyes are completely swollen, finally saying goodbye and promising to hang out tomorrow. Logan knows if this is not a dream, if he really came back to the past, he has to change absolutely everything to save his family from destruction. Logan then asks his servant Rick to grab him a pen and paper, actually thanking him. But hearing the young master say thanks freaks Rick out. The servant panics, asking if Logan's head injury is making him crazy, which makes Logan snap and angrily kick him out. Rick finally sighs in massive relief. His hot-tempered master is back to normal. Some servants just cannot handle nice words. They actually prefer getting yelled at. To be fair, Logan used to be a complete menace who cursed out the staff daily. Anyway, right now, he needs to write down every future event. Now pay close attention here. In 10 years, the Empire's war begins. A disaster that destroys both his family and the entire country. His main goal? Stop that from happening. But before that, a massive territory war hits in just 1 year. It causes a dark age that ruins a huge chunk of his clan. So preventing this immediate tragedy is step number 1. Meanwhile, inside another quiet room, a tall, intimidating man stares out the window. Suddenly, a servant's voice calls out from the hallway, saying the young master wants an audience. This imposing guy is Logan's dad, the leader of the Marlen family. Outside, servants are avoiding Logan like the plague. Everywhere he walks, people panic and run away. To them, he is basically a terrifying monster. One maid moves too fast, slips, and drops everything on the floor. While she is shaking in total fear, someone reaches out a hand, asking if she is all right. She grabs the hand, looks up to say thanks, and her eyes go wide. It is young Master Logan. He is trying his absolute best to smile nicely, but to her, it looks incredibly creepy. Seeing that smile, she instantly drops to her knees, begging the young master to spare her life. Logan realizes changing his entire personality overnight is pretty awkward. They definitely need time to adjust. He just has to slowly prove that he is actually a different person now. He thinks to himself, I am this handsome, my smile cannot be that bad, right? I mean, look at this face. Moments later, a servant leads Logan straight to the family head's room. My lord, the eldest son is here. In his past life, Logan hated him. After getting kicked out, Logan resented this cold man who dropped all expectations and never even checked on him when he collapsed after that brutal fight. I know what you were thinking, a classic cold father trope. Logan used to think he was just heartless too, but looking back, how much pain does a parent feel having to banish their own flesh and blood? The heavy door opens up. Logan finally sees his dad again after more than 10 long years. Father, it is me, Logan. The man hears him and slowly turns around. Logan's eyes fill up with tears immediately. I am so sorry for what happened, he says. This is Patrick McLean, the family head. He asks Logan what he wants. To Patrick, this is just a normal day. Logan asks for permission to train completely alone in the family's private training grounds. How else will he win the war? The answer is super simple. He needs to boost their combat power and totally upgrade the entire territory's military gear. But to make all that happen, Logan is going to need a massive mountain of cash to fund a proper, powerful army. The problem? The Marlen clan is known across the whole kingdom as the beggar family. He has to find funding from the outside. There is one fast way to make bank. An event happening in exactly 3 months. He can grab a whole year's budget in one shot. To prepare for that, Logan has to drastically level up his martial arts. His father asks if he is just running away. Logan denies it. He says he finally sees his own flaws and wants to improve. Patrick sighs, saying that sounds like a cheap excuse for zero effort. I am guessing you are still not thinking straight, his dad says. I am just so tired of this. I have heard those exact words way too many times. Instead of fixing your weaknesses, you always just take your anger out on others. I was reckless and foolish, Logan admits. Through this training, I want to learn control. So please, father, grant my request. Patrick realizes this is not just an empty excuse this time. He asks how long. Logan says 3 months. Patrick asks if that is enough time to catch up to Ronian. Logan says it is not about beating him, just doing his absolute best. You really have changed a bit, his dad says, allowing it. He warns Logan that sleeping at the family cemetery training ground is freezing cold. So what do you and I take away from this? Beneath that cold exterior, his dad really does care. This legendary comeback arc is officially on. Alright, stick with me, we're diving into a serious training arc. A few days later, Logan heads to the family's private grounds. Only direct members of the MacLane bloodline can enter, making it completely deserted. The important thing? This place is massive, perfect for solo training. Logan starts digging through his bag, looking for something specific. He definitely can't let anyone catch him practicing the secret method just yet. He pulls out a battered, ancient-looking book. The cover is totally torn up. But make no mistake, this right here is the ultimate sword manual. In his past life, he memorized and burned this exact book, ensuring the Empire never got their dirty hands on it. Originally, the cover featured a magnificent golden eagle. Inside, the legendary secrets of an ancient hero. The exact same warrior who slaughtered the dragon that once ruled over the entire world. Logan copied every single page using the Independence Army's secret cipher, making it unreadable to anyone else. If this ancient manual is truly legit, once he masters it, those terrifying Imperial Aura Masters and mages won't stand a chance. Before he regressed in time, he was too old, zero talent. But now, he's got a second chance to do this right. The manual's absolute basics, using internal energy to completely tune the physical body. After that, you gather all that energy right at the heart to form a solid mana core. For anyone with just average talent, this is insanely difficult. In his previous life, Logan failed at this exact stage. But now, after regressing, his internal energy has already reached a completely new level. At first, Logan figured forming a core would take 3 days minimum. But get this, he manages to condense his core in just 3 minutes. That speed is completely beyond his wildest imagination. As the core fully forms, a massive wave of dense energy bursts out, washing over his body like cool rain after a drought. Now watch closely, this is where the real fun begins. If this manual is right, the Empire won't even stand a chance. Logan grabs his sword, ready to test just how much he's leveled up. Suddenly, he stomps down hard, cracking the solid earth beneath his feet. His eyes turn dangerously sharp, literally looking like a freshly drawn blade. Logan instantly unleashes a devastating strike. A massive wave of sword aura erupts, completely obliterating absolutely everything in its destructive path. His physical body and his senses have changed drastically. Right now, he is absolutely perfectly conditioned for high-level sword training. He never expected the core to form so incredibly fast, but at this insane rate, in 3 months, he'll be on a whole different tier. The thought pumps him up so much, Logan grinds his sword practice without feeling any fatigue. He trains from high noon until the sky goes pitch black before finally resting. Time flies by in a flash, and suddenly, it's the final day of his 3-month deadline. This time, Logan wants to test a brand new skill. One of the 10 secret sword techniques in the manual is actually capable of cutting straight through space and time. They call it the space-time slash. Logan grips his sword with both hands, channeling everything from his brand new 1-star core. This is the absolute only ultimate move he can use right now. First stance, riding the wind and waves. He swings, unleashing a razor-sharp wave of sword aura directly at a massive ancient tree. Boom. A deafening explosion violently shakes the entire forest, sending debris and rocks flying into a thick cloud of dust. Logan collapses straight to the dirt, completely out of breath, but he is smiling wide. His very first legendary sword stance is a total success. Right in front of him, that massive 100-year-old ancient tree has been sliced perfectly in half with just a single strike. Logan looks up at the sky and just laughs out loud. The sheer destructive power is way beyond his wildest expectations. This is definitely not a technique any beginner using internal energy should be able to pull off. Unleashing that single attack completely drained him, but keeping it hidden as an ultimate trump card? Oh, it's going to be perfect. At this point, Logan has completely smashed his training goals. Next up, flexing on his dad and leaving the old man absolutely speechless. But first things first, our guy really needs to take a shower. His sweaty clothes smell absolutely terrible right now. But you and I both know peace never lasts long in these stories. The second Logan returns to the estate, a guard blocks him. I'm sorry, but you cannot see the Lord. Please leave, young master. Logan tries to swallow his anger and asks calmly, why can't I go in? Is my father sick? But the green-haired guard just keeps giving him this incredibly arrogant, smug look. The family rules are clear. Even blood relatives cannot demand an audience without prior notice. Rick, his servant, whispers that this old rule has technically existed for hundreds of years. Logan is confused. 3 months ago, I saw him just fine. The guard smirks back. If that's true, then the guard on duty simply failed his assigned task, young master. Right then, Logan's newly awakened senses pick up faint whispers in his ear. The voices are coming from inside the mansion. The soldiers are definitely spreading nasty rumors about him. They're all gathering and gossiping, calling Logan a pathetic coward who ran away after losing a fight to his own younger brother. It seems his reputation completely hit rock bottom while he was away training alone. Now, even a basic family swordsman dares to openly look down on him. Logan slowly reaches a hand into his pocket. He casually looks up and asks the green-haired punk for his name. Completely oblivious to what Logan is about to do, the guard replies, "My name is Doman, young master." "Doman, you deliberately blocked me from seeing my own father by using a dead, completely forgotten law. You have continuously insulted me today with that utterly disrespectful attitude of yours. So, to properly repay the sheer humiliation you just caused me, I, Logan McLean, officially challenge you to a one-on-one duel." Right after, he violently slaps his glove directly across the guard's face. "Why aren't you answering me, Doman? Are you suddenly scared? I can't believe you're tucking your tail in fear against a guy rumored to be a coward. I guess you're already way past your prime, huh?" Completely provoked, Doman furiously accepts Logan's challenge. The two of them head straight out to a spacious courtyard to exchange a few basic martial arts moves. Instantly, the soldiers start gossiping. Is he seriously going to fight a real knight? The young master is going to lose again. Did you see how badly Ronian beat him to a pulp last time? I heard he hid in seclusion for 3 months just to avoid Ronian. I wonder how long that coward will even last. I bet 50 gold coins he won't survive 10 minutes out there. I bet 100 coins he doesn't last 5. Meanwhile, Doman grits his teeth and tells Logan, "Please be careful not to get hurt." Logan just smirks with absolute contempt, because right now, he is absolutely no longer the weak Logan of the past. After 3 brutal months of hellish training, he has grown terrifyingly strong. Rick and the other servants stand on the sidelines, completely anxious for Logan. They cannot understand why their young master would boldly challenge an official family knight like this. Another official knight steps up as the referee, loudly declaring that the duel between the two will begin right now. For safety reasons, both fighters are restricted to using only wooden practice weapons. The referee thinks to himself, "The young master is simply way too stubborn, but my hands are completely tied here. I limited the weapons, but knights heavily rely on raw physical strength. Even wooden swords can be extremely lethal." The referee sighs, "Whatever happens, it's not my responsibility. Doman, please go easy on him, but mark my words, we are about to witness an absolute one-sided beatdown. Stick with me, we're about to watch an epic beatdown." The battle begins, combat stance is taken. Doman explodes with an insanely powerful aura. Is he using real force? Using raw aura against a normal guy? Is he seriously going all out? Isn't that straight up cheating? If the young master takes a direct hit, it's totally game over. But check out our main character's face. He's completely chilled out. That overwhelming pressure looks terrifying, but it actually proves Domian's control over his aura is super clumsy. His energy is leaking everywhere because he just can't control it. Seeing this, Logan throws out a few sharp taunts to completely piss him off. "You seem a little tense. Did someone make you mad? Or are you just past your prime?" Hearing that mockery, Domian gets absolutely furious, grinding his teeth together. Domian charges forward at max speed, deciding to teach Logan a brutal lesson. Rick and the referee turn completely pale. They want to step in and stop it, but since the young master personally demanded this fight, their hands are tied. Domian smirks, planning to use his secret ultimate move. He unleashes his attack, but Logan simply flicks his wooden sword and shatters the technique. It looks like a gentle tap, but Domian's face twists in agonizing pain, sweating crazily. Logan stares at him with cold eyes. "You call yourself a knight? Please don't tell me that was your absolute best." This outcome leaves absolutely everyone in total shock. The guards and servants cannot believe their young master suddenly got this overpowered. But Logan isn't satisfied, wanting to give him another chance. The referee quickly asks Domian how he feels about this. If he just agrees, they can restart the match immediately. Domian stares at his own trembling hands, completely unable to accept losing to a kid. Screaming that it's impossible, he furiously agrees to the rematch to teach Logan a lesson. But guess what? In round 2, Domian still gets absolutely trashed by our guy. He suffers the most humiliating defeat ever. This time, Domian doesn't dare act arrogant. He bows his head accepting defeat, but Logan isn't letting him off, instantly smacking him across the face with his sword. Watch closely, because this is where the real payback starts. He was way too soft on a traitorous subordinate. Now, Logan brutally beats Domian like a punching bag while he begs. The servants watching from the sidelines physically cringe at the brutal beating. Is this really their useless young master? How on earth did he change this much in just 3 months? His inner force awakened, and his sword skills completely transformed, moving like a master who's trained for decades. The beatdown finally ends, and the referee declares Logan the winner. Up in Patriarch Patrick's room, the father praises his son's insanely impressive fight. Looks like your power finally awakened. What happened during your training? Oh, so his old man was watching everything. I just decided to throw away all my greed and attachments. Training with that clear mindset, I suddenly felt this unbelievable, overflowing inner energy. It sounds like a total lie, but this is the ultimate truth he learned from his past life. Only by sacrificing everything for revenge could he finally become truly powerful. He only realized that hard truth after living a miserable, wandering life until the age of 40. The patriarch sighs, "You've completely changed, but was your first move really to go insult a sworn knight?" Logan fires back that the guy deserved it, since the guards reported everything. "That might be true," his father replies, "but did you really have to push things that far?" Facing his father's strict gaze, Logan firmly stands his ground. A knight who dares to mock his master's heir has to be punished, or he becomes a terrible example. Hierarchy is the core pillar keeping any organization alive. If that foundation starts shaking, the whole group falls apart. Eventually, everything just collapses. Knights absolutely must respect their masters, and today's brutal event will serve as a permanent warning. Patriarch Patrick finally admits Damian made a massive mistake by forgetting his knightly duties and trying to deceive him. But still, it was a wildly reckless gamble. Show some restraint next time. Logan smirks, surprised the old man is letting him off. "I never said you were right. Don't slip up. Don't ever pull a stunt like that again without my permission. You haven't officially received a noble rank yet. And there's one more thing. Your fiancée, Rena, is coming over." Hearing that name, Logan is totally speechless. She's finally here. His golden ticket to ultimate wealth has finally arrived. Later that day, Lady Rena's luxurious carriage pulls into the Marlen estate. Her stunning beauty leaves the maids gasping and literally makes the guards blush. The young master really hit the jackpot. This gorgeous girl with perfect platinum blonde hair is Rena Wolf. She gracefully bows to the patriarch and asks about everyone's health. The patriarch is absolutely thrilled to see his future daughter-in-law acting so incredibly polite and sensible. Rick remembers Rena from childhood, amazed at how gorgeous she's become in just a few short years. But strangely, ever since she arrived, Logan's face has been completely deadpan. I will now read the letter Count Wolf entrusted to me. To my dear friend, Baron Patrick Marlen. I formally propose we cancel this arranged marriage. So it turns out Rena only visited the Marlen family today to completely break off her engagement with Logan. I know what you're thinking. The classic broken engagement trope, right? The letter is wordy, but the meaning is obvious. He thought Patrick would master Aura, but he's been stuck for 20 years. And honestly speaking, your son is just way too much of a pathetic loser. Why should they lower their standards for a son-in-law? So let's just go our separate ways. Bye. The patriarch is absolutely furious at them breaking the marriage for no reason. Is the Wolf family deliberately trying to humiliate the Marlens right now? We wouldn't dare, Baron. She claims she volunteered as the messenger to personally clear up any misunderstandings before they got worse. She sweetly brings up her precious childhood memories of spending a year here. She talks about all the lovely moments she shared with Logan in this beautiful, peaceful place. But sadly, she says she's completely bound by her family's strict rules. She has absolutely no choice but to follow their orders. So she felt she had to come apologize to the patriarch and Logan face to face. The maids tear up, thinking her heart matches her pretty face. But you and I aren't falling for that act, are we? Let's dive in. Our main character isn't buying this nonsense for a second. That girl is clearly faking it. Then, the woman standing right next to Logan finally speaks up. What exactly is the reason for all this? Lady Rena, I would love to hear about this unavoidable situation. That is Marion Kaios, Ronian's biological mother and Logan's stepmother. Logan thought she was his enemy over inheritance rights. Surprisingly, she's defending him right now for the family's honor. I am incredibly sorry. I do not even know the reason myself, so my hands are tied. I am just someone getting married and joining another family soon. My father doesn't discuss important matters with me. So, you came here to break off the engagement for absolutely no reason at all? I guess we could look at it that way. Rena never expected Lady Marion to be this tough. To break the engagement, she announces the Wolf family will pay 3 million gold coins. Hearing that number, the Marlen family's financial officer is completely shocked. That is a massive amount of money. Logan smiles happily. With military funds secured, he will accept any broken engagement. But out of nowhere, Baron Patrick reacts with absolute fury. He angrily roars at the Wolf family's audacity. Killing intent floods the room, making guards stumble. Lady Rena's bodyguard instantly steps in front. He introduces himself as Ren, a knight from the Wolf family. He begs Baron Patrick to calm down so they can continue talking. You are a high-ranking knight like me? Pretty impressive at your age. Hurting the Wolf family's rising star should make up for this insult to the Marlen family's honor. My patriarch always said you are a man who deeply values his honor, Baron Marlen. He also said you would never harm the lady or a young talent. We have absolutely no intention of buying your honor with money. Please accept this as a sincere gesture to maintain our family's relationship. If I push things any further, I'll be seen as completely dishonorable. Is this your goal by sending the youth here? Kieran Wolf. Baron Patrick tells Rena he only demands one thing. She must personally apologize to his son, refusing all other compensation. Now pay attention here. Logan suddenly steps up, asking his father for permission to speak as the person directly involved in this engagement. Is the old man seriously settling for an apology instead of cash? Are you crazy? 3 million gold equals our entire yearly budget. Faced with the family's potential ruin, honor means absolutely nothing right now. Logan needs to secure that bag at all costs. He tells his father he wants to accept the Wolf family's offer. This makes the Baron absolutely furious. Are you telling me to go back on my word? Logan. The Marlen family isn't poor enough to abandon honor for money. Facing his father, Logan takes a deep breath. No, father, our family is actually dirt poor. We owe the bank 3 million gold with annual interest at 150,000. Without stepmother's family helping out, we'd be totally bankrupt. We are the biggest beggar family in the kingdom. We are broke without a single penny to our name. Honestly, our main character is just imagining saying that, or his old man would smack him instantly. The real reason we must accept this money is entirely tied to our honor. So you were saying I must go back on my exact words for honor's sake? Forgive me, but the Wolf family holds higher status, and the Count is an Eastern Border official. I fear taking just an apology will spark rumors that we bowed down to them. Rena quickly explains, the Wolf family would never do something so unreasonable. We have the utmost respect for the Marlen family's honor. You came here to break off an engagement, yet you dare talk about being unreasonable? Do you not realize how ridiculous you sound? You saw that coming, right? In his past life, this girl completely ruined him. It still burns. You think someone like you deserves to be with me? Know your place and get lost. You lost to a kid, so why even hold a sword? Back then, Rena tore her clothes, framing Logan for trying to assault her. Since his reputation was already terrible, nobody believed he was innocent. As a result, the Marlen family was forced to apologize and paid an incredibly massive price. Because of Rena's vicious lesson, Logan never trusts women anymore, especially the beautiful ones, since they are the best at deceiving people. She probably planned to come here, break the engagement for free, and just run away like last time. But you aren't escaping so easily today. Civil war is just 9 months away. Personal reputation means nothing to Logan now. Lady Rena, regardless of my family's wishes, I fully accept the compensation. Hearing his son, Baron Patrick is absolutely livid. How dare you go against my will? But Logan stands his ground, firmly asking what an apology achieves. If honor can be fixed with empty words, then our family's honor is truly worthless. The Wolf family will follow the Baron's words. What is your decision? Even saying that, she just wants to save face for her father. The moment she offered 3 million, she brought trouble upon herself. Baron Patrick declares, as the Marlen representative, a sincere apology is enough for me. However, I will let Logan decide if it is truly sincere. Think carefully. If you accept the money, your future honor can also be bought and sold. Logan thinks to himself, I am sorry, father, but I cannot yield right now. As the person involved in this annulment, I accept the Wolf family's compensation. This decision makes his stepmother extremely pleased. Acting this foolishly, Logan lost all right to fight her son for the inheritance. Meanwhile, Rena is red with anger, never expecting him to stubbornly demand the money anyway. A disappointed Baron Patrick turns his back. I thought you had changed, but you're only getting worse. It is my fault for never teaching you the true value of honor. Despite his father's misunderstanding, Logan stays silent. He's doing this to save them all. Just like that, 3 million gold finally lands in Logan's hands. Gotta stay calm. I need to deposit this cash first. So where does that leave us? Suddenly, the family's financial officer approaches him, acting incredibly polite. Logan instantly panics. Is this overly friendly old man trying to borrow my money? Stick with me here, you're about to see some wild family drama. Meet Fur, managing the Marlen family's ever-shrinking budget. He constantly begged the patriarch's relatives to cover the missing funds. Honestly, the poor guy didn't know if he was a butler or a beggar. If this wasn't his hometown, he would have retired ages ago. But right now, Fur finally saw a golden opportunity to live out his last few years in total comfort. In his eyes, Logan was just a clueless kid with no real-world experience. Sorry, young master, but you are definitely splitting that 3 million gold with me. So Funer just wouldn't stop praising Logan, calling him incredibly handsome, super talented, the absolute perfect heir for the family, just non-stop flattery. After rambling on with this blatant kissing up, Funer finally got to the real point. During these incredibly tough times, 3 million gold is like rain in the desert. Your brilliant wisdom has truly allowed our entire family to breathe a massive sigh of relief. Relief? What are you talking about? This is my personal money. Our main character's blunt reply left Funer completely speechless. But the old man wasn't about to just give up that easily. Funer revealed that the Marlen family owed the bank 3 million gold, with yearly interest hitting 150,000. But guess what? Logan already knew all about that massive debt. It is harvest season, so we can definitely pay off the interest. But running the Baron's territory costs a fortune, young master. Plus, our budget is literally always running completely on empty. But before he could even finish, Logan shot him down. Sorry, but I can't help you out. I plan to use this money for the family's future, not just to cover basic running costs. A real leader has to look at the big picture. We can't lose the entire war just to win a tiny battle. Funer secretly thought this kid was just all talk. Now, pay close attention here, because the dynamic is shifting. Funer had worked for decades and never once saw this kid care about the family. Logan stared him down and asked, even if I use this cash to pay the debt, what benefit does it actually bring us? Funer replied that they would have a much bigger budget. Running the territory would be way easier for the next few years. But Logan simply pushed back, asking, and what happens after that? The old man had absolutely zero answers. Let me tell you exactly what happens. Our family will just fall right back into massive debt. It is nothing but an endless, vicious cycle. I am trying to break that cycle for good. So I will be using this cash for my own master plan. Right then and there, Fur's image of the foolish young master completely shattered into a million pieces. From a heartless kid to someone genuinely fighting for the family's survival, Logan had finally grown up. By the way, there is actually one massive favor I need to ask of you right now. If you help me out, I can chip in and cover some of the family's expenses. But in exchange, I need you to find me a very specific group of skilled mercenaries. The very next day, Rick saw Logan getting geared up and couldn't hold back. Where are you heading, young master? To make more money, obviously. But don't you already have a massive pile of gold right now? I need way more than that. I bet the Lord won't agree at all. The atmosphere in the mansion is super tense right now. Obviously, which is exactly why I'm planning to sneak out. If my terrible reputation can't be fixed right away, staying here is completely useless. I have to go out and build my own independent power base from scratch. Luckily, I am already used to how things work out there. Back when I was exiled, I traveled across the entire kingdom. But first, I desperately need to recruit that one specific guy. Hearing that, Rick panicked, thinking his young master was literally running away from his dad. If you leave, what am I supposed to do? If you really want to go, you will have to step right over my dead body. Don't worry, I will leave a letter for my father. Nobody is going to punish you. Shortly after, Patriarch Patrick read the farewell note from his chaotic son, and his eyes were practically overflowing with pure, murderous intent. You and I both know that's an excuse, right? The letter read, Dear Father, heartbroken over my cancelled engagement, I am taking a trip to clear my head. I will return soon. Oh, and 200 years ago, the Marlen family was not this pathetic. Owning an incredibly massive territory, the Marlen family was once deeply respected as the absolute rulers and powerful lords of the southwestern region of the Randia Kingdom. But by the time of the current Lord Patrick, 3 generations of totally useless ancestors had ruined everything. Their epic failures completely downgraded the family's once glorious and legendary title. Their territory shrank massively. The rich, fertile lands were handed over to other vassals. In the end, the Marlen family was forced to survive in the harsh, dry, and unforgiving mountains all the way down in the far south. This land literally had nothing. No special local goods, no decent crops, and definitely no valuable ore mines that you would usually find in a mountainous region. Just pure, barren rock. At this rate, even if the Marlen family somehow won the Civil War, they would still need endless financial handouts from his stepmother's side of the family. To finally end this vicious cycle, Logan needed serious cash. A number way bigger than the 3 million gold he currently held, and he knew exactly one person in this place who could hand him that kind of fortune. The biggest trading hub in the Randia Kingdom, Q. Based on his past memories, this guy spent his entire youth right here in Q. The locals said he was currently living somewhere around these very streets. The Golden Bug, Philip Cloud. He was once one of the wealthiest merchants before moving to the Empire. People branded him a massive traitor because he was from the Randia Kingdom, but chose to work for the mighty Ares Empire instead. The Ares Empire was the absolute strongest nation on the continent. As long as you had real talent, regardless of age or gender, they would highly value and heavily reward you. It was a wild nation where anyone could enjoy insane power and endless wealth. And the best part? Those massive privileges even applied to foreigners who weren't official citizens of the Empire. A flawless example of that was Randia Kingdom's own Philip Cloud. Even though he was heavily cursed as a traitor, Philip actually went out of his way to constantly support his fellow struggling countrymen. Logan heard the guy's business completely tanked because of a brutal scam, but seeing him in person right now, it was honestly way more pathetic than he ever could have imagined. Logan casually walked right up to the broken man slumped on the dirty ground and simply asked, "Are you Philip?" Hearing someone looking for him, Philip instantly jumped up and carefully sized up the young man standing there. In that split second, Philip felt an incredibly intense emotion burning deep inside Logan's eyes. An emotion the veteran merchant Philip had seen countless times before: pure, raw ambition. Before Logan could even say a single word, Philip desperately screamed, "My debt isn't due yet. Come back in 3 days." Turns out, Philip completely misunderstood, thinking Logan was just another angry creditor hunting him down for cash. Seeing Philip bristling like a furious little dog, Logan honestly didn't even know how to calm the poor guy down. "I didn't come here to shake you down, so why so tense? Please calm down, Philip. I am definitely not the guy here to aggressively collect your debts. I am actually here to invest." Hearing that magic word, Philip finally stopped screaming his lungs out, but instead of being relieved, he just assumed Logan had completely lost his mind. Because honestly, only an absolute lunatic would want to invest in a guy who was already completely bankrupt. Still, against all odds, a desperate Philip couldn't help but ask, "Exactly how much are you investing?" Logan promised enough cash to totally wipe out the debt and restart his business. Philip was absolutely thrilled, thinking he just hit the jackpot with a VIP. But right at that exact moment, he accidentally spotted the family crest shining on Logan's armor. "So what do you and I make of this?" His bright face instantly dropped into pure, total despair. "You little brat, how dare you try to scam me? All right, stick with me here." Philip snaps, telling Logan that if he wants to scam him, he needs a better plan. He shouts that Logan isn't an investor, recognizing his crest as the Southern Baron Marlen family. He calls them a beggar family barely surviving on handouts from their maternal relatives. How could a family drowning in debt possibly invest in anything? The guy just starts bawling. Talk about terrible luck. He had just lost his entire fortune to a massive scam, and now he thinks he's dealing with another con artist. Logan has absolutely no idea how to explain himself to the crying Philip until an idea hits him. He instantly flares up his internal aura. Seeing a kid as young as Logan awaken such powerful internal energy proves he is anything but ordinary. A sheer genius like this definitely wouldn't be running cheap scams. Philip immediately brightens up, asking what Logan wants. Logan says he wants to hire him permanently, and paying off his debt is just a bonus. Philip still doubts the Marlen family has that kind of money. Logan responds by slamming his heavy bag of gold onto the ground. The blinding golden glow leaves Philip speechless. Logan offers to clear the debt and throw in an extra 300,000 gold. Philip is so incredibly moved he can barely speak. In his teary eyes, Logan has literally transformed into a holy angel sent to save his ruined life. To lock things down, the two forge a binding magic labor contract. A single drop of Philip's blood hits the parchment, and the magical agreement officially takes full effect. If the subordinate ever dares to intentionally harm his boss, he will suffer agonizing, soul-tearing pain for the rest of his life. The only way out is to awaken internal aura and become a high-tier knight, or pay a massive fortune to a four-circle mage to forcibly remove the deadly curse. As the magic shop owner waves them goodbye, Philip reevaluates everything. He curses his own blind eyes for actually thinking this ruthless guy was an angel just a minute ago. Angel my foot. Logan used a brutal magic contract to basically turn him into a slave, completely buying his freedom. But honestly, neither can fully trust the other after just one meeting. Since Logan just invested his entire life savings, demanding some solid insurance makes total sense. Once they actually build real trust, that strict contract will not even be necessary anymore. Philip asks his boss what his first task is. Logan commands him to buy monster meat. Now pay attention here. This is where everything changes. Philip is completely confused because monster meat is toxic. But as someone from 20 years in the future, Logan knows its true, hidden value. In just a few years, researchers will discover that monster blood can be neutralized using cheap, everyday ingredients. Not only that, properly treated monster meat cures diseases and even fixes infertility. This insane information gets officially verified by the Royal Magic Tower, making it an absolute undeniable fact. Because of that, monster meat becomes the most hunted product ever. Entire species will literally go extinct just because studies show they boost male vitality and strength. By hoarding it right now, Logan is absolutely confident he will make massive amounts of money. Philip secretly wonders if his new boss is losing his mind, making bank off toxic monster meat. Does he seriously plan to sell salted monster thighs like some crazy butcher? Hearing Logan wants to drop 1,000,000 gold on this trash meat, Philip frantically intervenes. He thinks it is literally throwing money out the window. To Philip, monster meat is completely worthless, and this order makes zero sense. But Logan is the boss, so even without understanding the true goal, Philip decides to help him out. Logan keeps a calm expression, firmly promising that despite the heavy upfront costs, the profits from this wild investment will be gigantic. With Philip still looking highly skeptical, Logan breaks down the exact value of Karak meat. Since no one lives in that hunting zone right now, people usually just burn the monster corpses. Offering 200 gold per trip to transport it back is totally reasonable. Seeing Logan calculate even the tiny shipping costs to maximize profit leaves Philip completely amazed, making Logan snap back defensively. Is my math wrong? He barks. Philip denies it, but still insists that dropping 1,000,000 gold is way too extreme. He points out that Logan is doing this all wrong. Since monster meat is literal garbage right now, instead of buying directly, they should just negotiate with the Hunter Guild. Since those greedy merchants will sell literally anything for coin, they could probably secure all the Karak meat in the entire kingdom for dirt cheap, since it's currently considered worthless. Talk about a smart detour. It saves a fortune and honestly sounds way better than Logan's original plan. Logan is stunned by this sharp business sense. He realizes his investment in Philip is already paying off. He excitedly praises the brilliant idea and then immediately drops a brand new request. He orders Philip to stay and bulk buy bullet casings, heavy springs, and wood glue. Philip looks totally bewildered, asking if his boss is planning to open a toy factory. I know what you're thinking, toys. Logan flashes a confident smile, claiming it is something way better. Deep down, he knows he can't reveal it's actually a weapon. It's a future tech from his past life that lets an ordinary foot soldier overpower a fully trained knight. Logan mentally calculates his next moves. After Wei hires the mercenaries, he still needs a master blacksmith to forge these weapons, plus a top-tier combat instructor to train his new army. The workload is honestly massive. 2 days later, Logan arrives in Harran, the famous city of mercenaries. His target? Kai Solen, an elite A-rank mercenary with striking silver hair and a nasty scar across his left eye. Right off the bat, Kai Solen looks super suspicious. You want to hire me as an instructor? He bluntly refuses, stating he has zero experience seriously training anyone. Logan stays persistent, arguing the job won't be hard at all. The people he needs trained are just some basic C-rank mercenaries he's planning to hire soon. But Kai awkwardly scratches his head. He claims he only knows a few cheap tricks for rookies and tells Logan to go find a real, professional expert instead. Looking at that hesitant face, Logan smirks. He knows this guy perfectly because they worked together in his past life. Kai Solen is an absolute master of all weapons and an incredible horseback rider. His true value is going to skyrocket the second he becomes a dedicated combat instructor. Logan remembers how Kai's old mercenary squad failed miserably after Kai retired from a severe injury. And it was all because they got way too arrogant about their own skills. Seeing the veteran still isn't budging, Logan decides to just let his wallet do the talking. Flashing a confident grin, he drops his offer 4,000 gold per month. Hearing that kind of cash makes his professional morals shake. Kai Solen freezes, sweat literally dripping down his face. Normally, an elite A-rank merc maxes out at 2,000 gold. That's where we leave it. Despite double pay, Kai stubbornly holds his ground. Let's dive right back into the madness. Colin insists he is not a trainer, but Logan does not even blink. He just raises the bid. 6,000. Colin visibly shakes. He stammers out that he really prefers actual combat missions. Hearing this, Logan sighs, acting completely disappointed. He claims his hands are tied, but immediately follows up with a finishing blow. 7,000. Kai Solen absolutely loses his mind. He punches the stone wall so hard it cracks, roaring out, "Are you entirely deaf? Do you really think money is everything?" Logan just smirks. "How about 8,000? Instantly, Colin does a complete 180. He smiles brightly, declaring that only idiots hate money. Looking forward to working together. After successfully recruiting the fierce Kai Solen, Logan finally reveals the true identity of his boss. His boss is Baron Marlen. The guy switched sides so fast the cracked wall was still crumbling. Walking together, Logan asks his new bodyguard why he isn't curious about their actual destination. Even if it is completely isolated, Colin keeps his careless vibe, bluntly stating that as long as the gold flows, he will not ask questions. This incredibly pragmatic answer leaves Logan completely satisfied. He absolutely loves this mindset. Cash equals motivation, no extra brain power required. Simple and highly effective. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns incredibly tense. A slave driver barks out a vicious order. "Move faster, you idiots. If we are late, you are all getting beaten." The sharp crack of a leather whip echoes out, followed by agonizing screams. Before them is a line of starving slaves, heavy iron shackles dragging on their feet. Colin mutters that Harran is famously known as the mercenary slave city. He throws out a warning. If they keep heading down this specific path, now watch this. They enter the brutal slave market, but Logan stays completely calm. He just casually admits that he actually plans to buy someone today. His gaze sweeps over the skinny, ragged bodies locked inside cages, treated like nothing more than cheap goods on display. Spotting Logan's wealthy noble aura, a slick blonde slave trader immediately slides over. Figuring this is just some naive city kid, he flashes a greasy smile. "Hey young man, come check out my stock. These slaves are incredibly cheap." But that gross smile instantly vanishes the second he notices the massive Kai Solon standing menacingly right behind the kid. The trader goes completely pale. Sweating buckets, he stutters in terror. Damn it, why is Kai Solon here? Seeing his new bodyguard's sheer intimidation factor, Logan smirks proudly. Hiring Kai Solon was an absolute masterclass move. The scammer wanted an easy target, but immediately backed down after seeing the final boss. They stop in front of a massive tent, heavily guarded by armed sentries, much stricter than anywhere else. A sly, silver-haired old man steps out to welcome them inside. "What brings you here, young man?" Logan skips the small talk entirely. "I am here to buy a dwarf." The old man smiles mysteriously. "You guessed correctly. Slaves of that race are incredibly rare and get special treatment. Right this way." Logan quietly follows him deeper inside. He walks past cages holding gorgeous elves, but his expression remains completely indifferent. Zero interest. The slaver chuckles proudly, bragging about how difficult it is to capture these elves. He asks if Logan has ever seen anything this exquisite before. Suddenly, the old man stops and cheers. "Found him." Logan immediately demands they bring the slave out. A small, hunched figure is dragged forward. "You said you wanted a dwarf, right?" It is an elderly dwarf with chained, bony legs. The slaver keeps pitching. "As you can see, a genuine dwarf. Buy him, and he will be incredibly useful." He is one of the rare craftsmen of his kind. Hearing this, Logan cannot hide his genuine surprise. He instantly asks for the price. This is the dwarf craftsman race, legendary for their innate talent at building intricate items and living completely off their elite skills. We all know what is up. The slaver hypes his stock, but Logan just smiles confidently and asks the price again. "How much?" The old man laughs greedily, holding up 2 fingers. "I will give you a special discount. Just 200,000 gold. What do you think?" Instantly, Logan's expression turns terrifying. He snaps, "Do I look like an idiot?" That sudden burst of pure rage leaves the slaver pale and trembling. He is completely clueless. Charging that much is basically daylight robbery against a premium client. Terrified by Logan's crushing pressure, the old man desperately drops the price to a rock-bottom 50,000 gold. In just minutes, Logan successfully slashes a massive 150,000 off. As the group heads out, the dwarf blacksmith trails behind, muttering with absolute disgust. "You humans are all incredibly evil." Logan just smirks, claiming it is purely basic business tactics. Confused, the dwarf asks where they are actually going. Logan calmly answers, "I am taking you to the Baron's territory in the southwest, and you will do exactly what I say." The dwarf thoughtfully replies, "Understood." Logan knows the truth. Dwarves are famous for their skills, but slave dwarves are not. Why? Because they are never raised in a proper environment to actually learn their craft. To motivate him, Logan looks directly into his eyes and makes a promise. 20 years. Do a good job for 20 years, and I will take you back to your mountain homeland. Basically, 20 years of hard work to change his life, no scams. Logan smiles. 20 years is absolutely nothing for your race, right? Hearing this chance to go home, the dwarf's eyes instantly light up. He bursts into excited laughter. "You better not break that promise." Just as the group prepares to leave, the area suddenly erupts into total chaos. Angry shouts echo everywhere. "Catch him, that slave is escaping." A tiny figure sprints for his life, desperately dodging through the heavy, rapid footsteps of his vicious pursuers. Logan turns around in shock just as a young slave boy flashes past him at insane speed. He is pushing beyond his limits, completely exhausted but fiercely determined. Right as they cross paths, "Trust me, this is where it gets crazy." Logan freezes, locking onto the kid's heterochromic eyes. One burning red, one ocean blue, both blazing with an absolute, desperate hunger for true freedom. "Catch him." Deafening roars echo across the entire market as the prison guards ruthlessly chase down the small shadow, who is desperately weaving through the chaotic crowd. The slave is getting away. They roar so violently the panicked crowd splits right open. The boy with messy purple-blue hair channels every last drop of his strength, charging straight ahead. "Stick with me. You and I are about to watch pure survival." He is barely breathing, but his eyes, absolute determination. Still fighting, but a kid's stamina cannot outrun seasoned predators. There he is. A prison guard roars, launching a devastating kick that sends the boy crashing hard into the dirt. "Found the little rat." He steps up, completely smug. while another guard curses him out. Worthless scum. The guard unleashes a barrage of brutal, merciless strikes. How dare you even think of escaping? You filthy slave. Even in agony, the boy desperately shields a smaller, shivering child hiding right under him. The little kid cries out, "Big brother, run!" Watching this scene unfold, Cohen coldly brushes it off. Just a bunch of slaves. Let's keep moving. Logan stops dead, eyes glued to the scene. Wait, what is this? He stares completely stunned at the abused slave boy with blue hair and strange two-toned eyes. A weirdly familiar feeling hits him. Looks so familiar. Suddenly, a name flashes in his mind, and Logan gasps out loud. Ha! Vector! Seeing Ken confused, Logan quickly orders him to wait. Inside, his mind is totally screaming. He cannot believe he just ran into the legendary noble assassin in a place like this. In his past life, this was a wildly famous, insanely powerful figure. From what Logan remembers, the kid right in front of him becomes a cold-blooded killer. Originally, a slave who murdered his master to escape, he then slaughtered countless knights and soldiers while on the run. Soon after, he became a highly wanted criminal after taking out a high-ranking noble. 10 years later, he resurfaces, becoming everyone's absolute worst nightmare with power that totally surpasses normal human limits. He started a massacre, hunting down every single member of his former master's family, then crazily slaughtered any noble in Grandia. That is when the terrifying noble assassin title was born. Now watch this closely. Looks weak right now, but he is a future final boss. Logan calculates quickly. If he remembers right, the escape happens about a year after becoming a mercenary. Right now, this target is just a kid. If he can save and recruit him, he will have an incredibly powerful subordinate. But the problem? This guy is an insane killer nobody could control. A painful scream suddenly interrupts his thoughts. The guard roars furiously. Somebody deal with this brat. The slave boy is desperately biting the guy's arm. His eyes are bloodshot with pure hatred, even while totally pinned down. Thinking about recruiting him, looking at this mess, it seems pretty risky. Seeing that stubbornness, Logan thinks if he can actually control the noble assassin as a weapon, it is not a bad idea. The guard, face red from pain, growls, "Still resisting, you little punk?" Just as he is about to strike again, Logan steps forward and coldly blocks his path. Blocked, the guard turns and yells, "Which bastard dares get in my way?" But seeing Logan's imposing armor and piercing glare, he immediately freezes. All that aggressive energy vanishes completely. He awkwardly stares at Logan's armor crest. Cold sweat drips down as he realizes this is definitely not someone he can mess with. His attitude does a complete 180. He quickly bows down, flashing a fake, apologetic smile. "Ha ha ha, so you are a visiting guest. I am so sorry for what happened." He rubs his hands together nervously, claiming he was just disciplining stubborn slaves, then smoothly asks, "Do you need anything, sir?" Logan looks down at the pitiful kids on the ground and firmly orders, "I want to buy these 2 slaves." Seeing a VIP, the guy shifts gears flawlessly like he was never angry. The bald slave trader with a sleazy mustache speaks up. "You mean these ones, sir?" He immediately switches into his slick salesman voice. He hypes them up, claiming both kids are super rare because of their special red and blue two-toned eyes, so they won't be cheap. When Logan coldly asks how much, the guy shamelessly screams out an absolute rip-off price. "You have to pay at least 10,000 gold for each. You and I both know that's crazy." Logan narrows his eyes, totally disgusted by this insane greed. He knows perfectly well that even the healthiest young slave only costs 300 gold. Yet this clown dares demand dozens of times more for kids who are literally skin and bones. Even knowing the future noble assassin's true value is priceless, Logan isn't about to let this old fox scam him. He decides to ruthlessly lowball him, pointing straight at the harsh reality. Besides, it looks like one of them is about to die, right? Getting called out on the exact flaw, the price is definitely about to tank. Logan coldly drops his offer. 500 gold each, higher than a healthy slave, and that is more than enough. The trader starts panicking, frantically arguing that amount won't even cover their care and food costs. But the moment Logan unleashes a crushing aura with a sharp threat, "You think I don't know the slave market prices?" The guy instantly trembles and gives in. Logan's hand tightens on his sword hilt as a final warning, making the slave owner bow his head in pure fear. "Thank you for your purchase, sir." Deal done. The group quickly leaves the dirty slave market behind. While walking down the road, the slave boy suddenly opens his eyes, leaving Cohen completely amazed. The one-eyed knight is totally shocked. With injuries that severe, he never expected this little kid to bounce back so fast. Logan just smiles at the boy, thinking to himself that it is obvious. He had been secretly feeding him internal energy the entire walk here. Looking at the glowing golden energy radiating from his hand, Logan confidently notes this method is even better than holy magic from low-tier priests. With a buff this crazy, even healers would want to quit their jobs. But suddenly, Logan feels a massive wave of shock when he realizes the little slave girl is staring directly at him. He wonders, how could a tiny girl like her sense his power? Something that even a hardened veteran mercenary could not pick up on. Logan shakes his head to calm down, guessing he is just imagining things. But right then, Vector suddenly lunges, pushing out his last drop of energy to attack Logan. However, a kid's clumsy strike isn't getting past him. Logan casually dodges, then easily locks the boy's arm in a tight grip. He looks at the exhausted boy, gasping for air, but with eyes still blazing with pure hatred. Logan coldly asks, "Are you brave or just stupid?" The little sister standing nearby just screams in terror, "Big brother!" Even while pinned down, Vector desperately screams out, "Hurry, run away!" In that exact second, Logan unleashes an absolutely terrifying pressure. His eyes glow, piercing the kid's soul. He growls with authority, "Kid, you still don't understand the situation. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let's dive right back in. Do I look like that slave trader to you?" The sheer pressure leaves Vector completely frozen. He is literally gasping for air in pure terror. Logan keeps up the warning. "A strong will to fight is great, but choose your targets wisely. I hope this is my final warning." His tone softens just a bit, but the deadly threat hanging in the air is still absolutely undeniable. "Follow my orders, and I will guarantee safety for both you and your little sister." But then Logan delivers a crushing psychological blow that leaves Vector trembling. "If something like this happens again, I will not just eliminate you, but your sister too." Hearing his only family's life threatened, Vector completely shatters, losing all his fight. Coughing violently from his injuries, the kid bows his head in complete submission. Seeing the boy finally terrified, Logan thinks to himself, that warning should be enough. Then Logan drops an unthinkable offer that leaves the young slave completely stunned. "I intend to train you to become a knight." Vector just stammers back in absolute shock. "Me?" Logan smiles, explaining that knights hold status equal to nobles. This right here is the one and only chance for both siblings to truly escape their slave lives. From rock bottom to the very top, facing this bright future Logan painted, Vector clenches his fists. His dual-colored eyes blaze with fiery determination as he roars out loud, "I will do it." Logan smiles in quiet victory. He calculates that the little sister is the perfect key to control this future assassin's incredibly violent nature. He announces the training will start the moment they return to the family estate, then turns away to call out, "Now for Hema." Seeing the old dwarven blacksmith looking incredibly hesitant, Logan requests a private chat and smoothly pulls out a specially prepared magic contract. He confidently guarantees every single term written inside it. It states that if he works for Logan for 20 years, he gets his freedom and can return to the mountains. Hearing about returning to his race's true homeland, Hema trembles, refusing to believe his own ears. The old man mutters that empty promises are hard to trust. Logan just smiles and asks, "What? Do you not want to?" Hema instantly panics, eagerly confirming he will definitely sign and serve with everything he has. Bursting into emotional tears over a human's unexpected kindness, he hastily corrects how he addresses the young master. "No, I mean thank you, my lord." Logan looks satisfied, realizing this contract created the exact perfect motivation for Hema as expected. He is fully confident he perfectly crushed his original goals, scoring way more than expected by bringing a noble-tier assassin right over to his side. Now pay attention, because here is where things get messy. While Logan feels great about prepping for a territory war, back home in Marlen, wild rumors about his bizarre behavior are spreading. The young master's reputation just absolutely crashed to rock bottom. Rick, Logan's closest servant, is suffering through sheer hell trying to stop these massive rumors from leaking outside Marlen territory. His face is completely twisted from pure exhaustion and shedding totally helpless tears. He screams in total despair, "Where in the world are you, you troublesome guy? Oh, young master, you have finally returned." Rick cheers up instantly the second Logan's silhouette appears. Logan flashes a friendly smile and asks, "Rick, have you been doing well all this time?" But Rick's smile suddenly distorts, radiating an insanely terrifying, gloomy aura. He grinds his teeth together. "Haha, young master, is this really the time to ask about that? Glad to see you smiling." Rick instantly explodes, screaming in pure frustration. "Just what exactly were you doing out there? Do you even realize what the commoners are gossiping about right now?" Rick reveals that Logan is now labeled a monster meat maniac after spending a staggering 150,000 gold on absolute garbage. A few days later, the rumor spreads everywhere like a totally uncontrollable wildfire. At the town squares, the shocked citizens cannot stop whispering about it. "Wait, what? Buying monster meat? Who's crazy enough to do that?" The disgust only grows when they learn it is Logan McLean, the guy already infamous for his cancelled engagement, who humiliatingly accepted a huge payout from his ex-fiancée. Standing in the gossiping crowd, the merchant Philip nervously sweats bullets, muttering to himself, I honestly thought the monster meat rumor would boost sales, but this guy's reputation is unbelievably bad. I figured he was just insane, but he is actually a complete and total loser. But pushing bias aside, Philip calms himself down. He absolutely cannot miss this golden opportunity. With eyes blazing full of determination, Philip shouts out loud, 1 kilogram for 1 gold coin. You and I both know that is crazy, right? This unbelievable price silences the crowd before they totally explode. Philip smirks, knowing no merchant is stupid enough to refuse selling literal trash for such high prices. He keeps screaming with excitement to hype up the crowd. Do you all want to make money? Then bring any meat from Carol right over here. Best to bring sealed, smoked meat or jerky. The massive crowd instantly roars in pure frenzy. Thanks to Rick's incredibly aggressive business skills, merchants start hoarding monster meat, and Logan's wild rumor reaches nearby businesses. This deal is just way too good to pass up. Hearing this, the locals automatically switch to hoarding mode. Haha, Philip did a fantastic job. Logan laughs with pure delight hearing about the massive waves his partner created, but Rick is absolutely not amused. He snaps, is this really the time to laugh? Rick points backward where Kai Solon, the blacksmith, Hema, and Vector's siblings are standing with incredibly miserable expressions on their faces. Just look at your companions' miserable faces. Try imagining the locals hearing everyone complain constantly during your entire visit here. Even though Rick is losing his mind, Logan calmly reassures him. Do not worry, everything will be sorted out soon. This completely indifferent attitude only makes Rick panic even harder. Do not act so calm about this. Trembling, he reveals an even more terrifying truth. The family head is also incredibly furious right now. Inside the room, Patrick McLean sits in deep thought, surrounded by a glaring red aura. His eyes burn with pure rage, looking ready to scorch absolutely everything. Seeing Logan enter, he immediately drops a sarcastic comment. Did you enjoy your little escape? Logan stands tall, firing back without hesitation. Not an escape, just a brief little trip. Patrick McLean finally speaks up, his voice heavy with crushing pressure. From the rumors, it sounds like you really enjoyed that disrespectful little joyride of yours. At least you enjoyed it, right? Very lucky. Logan does not flinch at all. He stares right at his father, firmly stating that rumors are just rumors. I am not ashamed of a single thing I did. The tension is insane. This defiant answer makes Madame Marlen laugh in sheer contempt. Ha, just look at this, my lord. The young master cannot even recognize his own standing. She keeps adding fuel to the fire, harshly criticizing him. His reckless actions could ruin the entire family's honor. But before she can even finish her sentence, Logan coldly cuts her off. Mother, you are totally exaggerating. I simply used the payout money from my canceled engagement exactly how I wanted to. This shocking reveal leaves her entirely stunned. Wait, what? She instantly turns to her husband in panic. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into the tension. After this, you still want to keep him around? Lord MacLane roars, silence, but she stubbornly pushes on, blaming the young master. I said, silence. The Lord's booming voice literally shakes the entire room. He shoots up from his seat, unleashing this overwhelming aura, and barks an absolute order. I need to speak with Logan alone. Leave us. Furious and totally unwilling, she has no choice but to bite her tongue and stomp out of the room. How can you still defend him? She mutters. Now, it's just father and son. Lord MacLane glares at Logan with dead serious eyes and drops the hammer. I am the only one handling Logan. This is your final warning. Then he snaps. What are you doing? Logan, have you lost your mind? The Lord's furious shout echoes loudly across the empty room. Why did you do it? Tell me the truth. Logan stays quiet for a second. He knows he can't just brush this off anymore. But he sighs. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. That answer? It just makes Lord MacLane even more deeply disappointed in him. He shoots back. You don't even want to be understood? He reminds Logan about the brutal rumors spreading outside. The whole world is calling him violent, cruel, greedy, and lately, Etzotel Melmen. Clenching his fists, the Lord bitterly asks how much longer he has to cover for his own son. He straight up tells Logan, if you want me to stop protecting you, just say it. Finally, he drops a truly heartbreaking line. Keep living like this, and try telling your late mother that you did a good job. Pay close attention here. His mother's name makes Logan freeze, his heart clenching. He realizes that in his past life, even when he was banished, his father never brought her up. This tiny detail makes Logan realize something huge. His father hasn't completely given up on him yet. He looks his dad dead in the eye and begs, please, give me 1 year. I will prove my actions. Logan places a hand over his heart, bowing solemnly like a true knight's oath. Please, give me a chance this time. Father. After that firm plea, Logan silently turns and walks out. He leaves Lord MacLane sitting completely alone in the sunset, deep in thought at his desk. Watching his son leave, he bitterly repeats the word father. It feels so weird that they can even talk like this. He sits quietly, his trembling hands gently touching a necklace holding his late wife's portrait. He tells himself that if Logan can't prove his worth in 1 year, he will be forced to make a truly ruthless decision. Because beyond being a father, he is the Lord carrying the whole family's future. Looking at the portrait, he whispers with deep sorrow, "Rena, I'm sorry. I just don't understand what our boy is thinking. I promised to protect and raise him right." He blames himself, wondering if he was too cold to Logan. Meanwhile, in another part of the territory, Logan is totally stunned to see his little brother waiting for him. He blurts out in pure shock, "Ronian, did you already awaken your aura?" The kid flashes a huge smile, his hands glowing brightly with this intense, powerful golden energy. "Yeah, I knew you'd notice right away." Logan is absolutely speechless. Why? Because in his past life, Ronian awakened way later. Like, right when the territory war started. Yet here he is, doing it at just 14. Ronian excitedly claims this massive achievement is all thanks to his big brother. Seeing Logan still totally confused, the kid explains. The knights were blocking him from seeing his brother, so he pushed his power to the absolute limit just to break past them. You and I both know this is wild. Seeing two veteran knights groaning in pain after a kid beat them, Logan is utterly stunned. He awakened just to see me? What blows his mind even more is his brother's terrifying potential. He literally defeated two seasoned knights right after awakening his aura for the very first time. Logan laughs out loud and pats his shoulder. "Haha, great job, Ronnie." In his head, he's already plotting an epic training routine. Once Ronian's aura stabilizes, he'll teach him the legendary Holy Sword illusion technique. Ronian is definitely going to be way stronger than in his past life. Right after, Logan and Kai head south to the Mac Lane summer mansion for the next phase of his plan. The second they arrive, he shouts, "Dway, get over here." Spotting the young master, Dway quickly drops everything to welcome him. "Ah, you made it. As requested, I've recruited 350 rank C mercenaries. Every single one is right here." Dway reports the moment Logan arrives. Out front, the massive crowd of mercenaries is gathered, but the vibe is super toxic, filled with angry whispers. "Is that the guy who dumped us in this trashy, rundown mansion for 10 straight days? Is he trying to scam us, or what?" They totally doubt Logan's reputation, calling him a lunatic for daring to provoke the mercenary guild. Seeing his sword and shield, they even mock him. "Playing soldier today, kid?" Logan hears every single word. He smirks, thinking, these guys who make a living with fists and blades just can't survive without running their mouths. Logan walks straight up to a massive, bald mercenary and calls out, "You." The huge guy looks confused. "Huh? Are you talking to me?" Logan looks him dead in the eye. "You think it's funny that I'm carrying a sword and shield?" The bald guy goes pale. How did Logan hear him from that far away? Logan smirks coldly. "Think whatever you want if you actually have the skills. I'm really curious what a rank C mercenary can do to justify talking like that." Seeing the guy get visibly pissed, Logan keeps pushing his buttons. "Seems you've got some pride, unlike what I actually expected." Then he drops an absolute bombshell offer. "Come on, step up. If you land even one hit on me, I'll pay you a whole year's salary and let you go." The whole crowd goes absolutely wild over that massive reward. Logan swears on his noble honor, declaring it a rock-solid promise with everyone right here acting as witnesses. The bald guy jumps right up, totally hyped. "Say no more." With a jackpot this huge, anyone would gamble their life on it. He steps up to Logan. His giant, hulking frame makes the other mercs gasp in awe. Some even suspect he's secretly a rank B fighter. He towers over the young master, who stays perfectly calm. The bald guy flashes a smug grin and boldly declares, "I'll let you strike first." Logan smirks with absolute confidence. "Me first? Trust me, you'll regret that." The bald guy, still totally fearless, throws out one last mocking challenge. "Don't worry, my sword tastes better than anything you've eaten. Want to end up crippled? But stick with me to the end." Before he even finishes talking, Logan lands a lightning-fast punch straight to his face. Let's dive into this wild manhwa, starting right here. The sheer power of that punch leaves everyone from the mercenaries to Kai, Solon, and Wei completely speechless. The massive guy flies up and crashes hard into the dirt. He is completely out cold after just one single strike from our young lord. One hit KO, the whole area goes dead silent. Those same mercenaries who were trash-talking a second ago are now frozen in place, sweating bullets in pure terror. Logan calmly dusts off his shoulder armor. The wild energy on his fist fades away. He keeps a cold, majestic look while the crowd panics. Having that kind of inner power at his age, shocked whispers start spreading through the mercenary ranks. Seeing their giant enforcer taken down with a single punch, they are absolutely stunned. This is pure madness. How is that even possible? Even Kai Solon, a seasoned rank a mercenary, is sweating nervously. He knew the kid was good, but he never expected him to be this much of a monster. Standing there, Logan smirks, thinking they finally get the message. As the heavy silence takes over, he speaks up clearly. All right, let me officially introduce myself. I'm Logan McLean, the guy who hired all of you. Most of you are probably wondering why I use my own money to recruit mercenaries. Logan flashes a bright smile. I want to train you guys into crossbow cavalry. That drops everyone's jaw. Total confusion hits the group, their brains just buffering for a few seconds. Then, the mercenaries explode in protest. Huh? Crossbows? Watch this twist closely. Who uses crossbows on horseback? They loudly complain that reloading takes forever, making them totally useless in fast-paced cavalry battles. Kai Solin quickly walks over, whispering nervously into Logan's ear. Lord Logan, crossbows are just not effective weapons for cavalry at all. Logan stays weirdly calm and mutters, I know. That short answer confuses Kai Solin even more. Wait, you know? Then why? He starts listing out the fatal flaws. Even though a crossbow hits harder than a normal bow, rookies will take way over a minute just to reload it. To pull the string back, you have to use a foot stirrup for leverage. Doing that while bouncing on a horse? Basically impossible. Even carrying extra crossbows, your ammo runs out in a minute, turning soldiers into easy-sitting ducks. Hearing this, everyone realizes this plan is a straight-up death wish. Seeing his instructor's doubting face, Logan says coldly, Even you think I am just burning money to play war games. Showing total confidence in his crazy plan, he gives the order. Train them properly first, and you will understand why later. Logan firmly believes this small cavalry squad will become Marlen's core strength, dominating both minor clashes and securing the entire family's future. Seeing the young lord's fierce eyes, Kai Solin bows and accepts the order. Days later, Logan is deep in thought, flipping through the new recruit list in his office. Out of 350 hired mercenaries, 312 actually passed the basic quality test, a solid number that makes him feel pretty satisfied. Just then, the blacksmith Hema walks in respectfully. Noticing a blueprint in his hands, Logan asks, What is that? That pass rate is too high. It feels like we recruited all elites. Logan looks right at the blacksmith. Did you check it all? He explains this is the crossbow blueprint he once built. Logan knows that to a master like Hema, this sketch probably looks like messy garbage, but having used this exact weapon for decades in his past life, he perfectly drew the core structure from memory. He trusts a top dwarf crafter like Hema can pull it off. You and I know he's cooking something crazy. Hema stares at the blueprint and gasps. An auto-reloading crossbow with a back quiver that fires 3 arrows in a row? He mutters in pure shock. Who came up with this insane idea? Logan smoothly replies, I did. The sketch looks sloppy, but the concept is straight out of another world. Seeing Logan's confidence, Hema pauses, then nods slowly. Honestly, this is a genius idea. However, using his master blacksmith experience, he instantly points out the massive structural flaws. With this mechanism, the string will snap under pressure. Plus, attaching a wooden box to the back is horribly awkward to shoot. How will you fix this? Facing the tough question, Logan just shrugs, gives a carefree smile, and says, How would I know? That is your job. Dumping the problem like that makes Hema furious, murderous aura practically exploding around the dwarf. Seeing the tension, Logan quickly waves his hands to backpedal. Ah, I was just joking. Hold on, listen first. He breaks it down to calm the furious blacksmith. He suggests making the arrows smaller to shrink the box, since they are single-use. Logan explains they just need a rotating axis, so the box auto-reloads after every shot. Treat it like a super convenient ammo clip. These explanations make Hema deep in thought about this deadly weapon's potential. He was ready to explode, but now his engineer brain takes over. He is mad, but hooked. Impossible! Hema gasps in shock, staring at the blueprint. He swears that even a veteran sniper would struggle to fire 2 crossbow bolts in a single minute. Yet this wild design goes way beyond the technological limits of their current era. Logan just smiles calmly. This is literally a weapon brought back from the future. He explains the materials are super basic, just a container, bowstring, glue, and a few minor parts. Faced with this magical blueprint, the dwarf's competitive pride instantly fires up. Gripping the paper, Hema declares, I am really looking forward to this challenge. Fine, I will build it. The crazy idea perfectly triggers his hardcore blacksmith ego. When Logan asks for a timeline, Hema looks seriously annoyed. You want a completely alien weapon and expect a deadline? Logan casually replies that at the end of the day, it is just something built by humans. That completely triggers Hema. What? That is absurd. Who made it then? Seeing the blacksmith take the bait, Logan pushes harder. You do not need to know. If it is impossible, just give up. Taking a massive hit to his pride, Hema accepts immediately. And that's where we leave it. He holds up one finger, shouting loudly, 1 month. I will create something even better in that time. Let's dive right back in. Logan watches the blacksmith walk away with a smug smile. He knows exactly what happens when you challenge a dwarf's pride. Trust me, the results are going to be absolutely insane. Right after, he gets straight to training his newly recruited talents. Under the scorching, brutal sun, heavy, exhausted, panting echoes all over the training grounds. Vector is pushing his absolute limits, running endless laps with his shirt completely soaked in sweat. Watching from above, Logan barks out orders to push him harder. You're slowing down again, kid. You still got energy left, so keep running. Vector forces his body forward. His face shows nothing but pure exhaustion, yet his eyes, they are burning with unbreakable determination. Logan quietly takes note of the kid's massive progress. Ever since he was brought here, given proper meals and actual rest, the future noble assassin's physical condition has improved like absolute magic. Seeing Vector's legs literally trembling from total exhaustion but still refusing to stop, Logan is beyond satisfied with this kid's iron willpower. His legs want to quit, but his mind refuses maximum stubbornness. Logan coldly shouts at him to rest immediately. Vector collapses straight into the dirt, gasping for air after that hellish physical torture. His little sister anxiously runs over, calling out to her brother. Watching this from a distance, Logan secretly praises the young boy's incredible potential. A 14-year-old kid, much smaller than his peers, running 20 kilometers non-stop, that is pure talent. Logan isn't just impressed by his raw stamina, but by Vector's relentless perseverance to push through to the very last second. However, looking at the two siblings leaning on each other, Logan starts worrying about a completely different issue. He realizes the brutal monster known as the noble assassin in his past life wasn't this kid's true nature at all. Logan questions himself, wondering what exactly happened in the past timeline to twist him so darkly. It must have been a tragedy that forced him to shut away his own humanity. He decisively orders, "That is enough. Get up. Time for the next training session." Even with his body feeling like absolute jelly, Vector immediately jumps up, completely ready for his next order. Logan hands the kid a wooden sword and declares, "From now on, you are learning the Grandia Royal Swordsmanship. This is the exact foundational technique that every single knight in the country practices." He shifts into a perfect stance, warning him, "Watch closely and learn from my example." Logan then swings the blade, delivering an incredibly powerful, flawless slash. Facing this brand new exercise, Vector feels his body hitting its absolute limit. "I am so tired. I could literally pass out and sleep right here." A heavy wave of sleepiness makes his eyes droop, but Vector reminds himself of the ultimate reward, delicious food and a warm, soft bed waiting for him. To force himself to stay awake, he bites his own lips so hard it actually starts bleeding. With his eyes burning with renewed determination, Vector tightly grips the wooden sword. He channels every single ounce of his remaining strength just to execute his very first swing. Now watch closely, because this is where it gets crazy. Even though he's about to pass out, Vector swings. Logan completely freezes in pure shock. It is identical, not just the footwork, but the breathing technique too. Logan completely refuses to believe his own eyes. This kid just perfectly replicated the entire sequence after seeing it exactly one time. That is something even the genius, Ronian, couldn't pull off at his age. Logan smirks, highly satisfied, and encourages him. "Once you build up your physical strength and can perfectly execute this imperial swordsmanship over 1,000 times in a row, maybe then you can actually call yourself a true knight, seeing it once and copying it perfectly." This kid's talent is basically a cheat code. "A knight," Vector mumbles. His two-toned eyes light up with pure hope, even with blood still lingering on his lips. Logan smiles and asks, "Can you do it?" Without a single second of hesitation, the boy loudly answers, "Yes, I can." Logan nods in approval. "Excellent. If you ever need anything during your training, just tell Rick. We will provide you with pretty much whatever you want." However, Vector simply bows his head slightly and declines. "I do not need anything at all." Seeing Logan's confused expression, the boy hesitates for a moment. Vector just looks back at his little sister standing behind him and earnestly pleads, "I just hope you will continue taking care of my sister exactly like you are right now. That is all I really need." This incredible sacrifice and brotherly love leaves Logan deeply impressed. He figures that even though Vector isn't ready for a real battlefield yet, sooner or later, this kid is going to bring massive strength to the McLean territory. Logan shouts loudly to start the next exercise time for the second stance. On top of that, he is placing high hopes on the mercenary group and the secret weapon Hema is forging. They will be a massive boost in power. But Logan also knows relying only on best-case scenarios is way too dangerous. Hema might fail to build the crossbows, or those mercenaries might not even know how to use them properly. I know what you're thinking, our MC won't just sit around. Having delegated those tasks, Logan decides it is time to prepare his own backup plan. He visits his father in the Lord's office. Patrick McLean looks at him in absolute shock, asking, "So you mean to tell me you want to join the knight training?" Facing his father's utter disbelief, Logan keeps his expression totally unbothered and solid. He holds his head up high, his eyes burning with sheer determination as he prepares to give his firm, unwavering answer. Listen up, everyone. The commanding, booming voice of Knight Commander Heiko suddenly echoes across the entire training ground, instantly grabbing the attention of every single soldier present. He formally and solemnly declares, starting today, the young master, Logan, will officially be participating in our daily night training sessions. This announcement drops like a lightning bolt, throwing the soldiers into a confused, doubting frenzy. Whispers break out everywhere. Huh, what did he just say? Am I hearing things right now? Some soldiers even sarcastically mutter that beating Damien must have given Logan the massive delusion that becoming a real knight is just some kind of joke. Before this announcement, Commander Heiko had actually warned Patrick McLean that letting the young master train alongside regular troops might spark heavy resentment in the army. But the Lord maintained an incredibly firm, unyielding stance on the matter. He sternly ordered, Heiko, I am not asking you to give him any special treatment. Treat him exactly like a fresh recruit and train him thoroughly. That exact order put massive pressure on Heiko. The commander quietly thought to himself that treating the Lord's son gently would be infinitely easier than actually being painfully strict with him. Instantly noticing the commander's hesitation, Logan gave him a calm, reassuring smile. Do not worry. To back up his words, Logan loudly made an incredibly heavy and public promise. If I hold you back even once during this week of training, I will quit myself. Seeing the young master's absolute resolve, Heiko finally gave a slow nod of approval. Very well. But literally right after saying that, a wickedly sinister smile slowly crept across the veteran commander's hardened face. His eyes burned with a terrifying aura as he mentally declared, next week, night training intensity is tripled. Hearing this wager, every single soldier knew they were about to suffer absolute hell. Instantly, an absolute nightmare of a training regime officially kicked off, pushing all the troops into pure misery. They are forced to carry their comrades on their backs, heavily dragging their feet forward in absolute, bone-crushing agony. One desperate soldier screams out, what kind of hellish training is this? Answering that complaint, Heiko roars back with pure fury, shut your mouth. You are cavalrymen. Shouldn't you understand your horse's feelings? Let that sink in. Trust me, you haven't seen anything yet. Let's dive right into this madness. The commander argues this is exactly how horses feel carrying heavy armored knights across the battlefield. The soldiers are completely speechless at this absurd but brutal logic. They literally cannot argue back. The exhausted soldiers grumble and curse as they run in full heavy armor during training. Every single one of them blames Logan's sudden appearance for this absolute torture. They are dead certain the spoiled young master won't last even 3 days. Honestly, they expect him to surrender right then and there. But every jaw drops in pure shock when Logan suddenly shoots forward like a hurricane. He completely leaves the entire army in the dust, while literally carrying a man. Even the commander cannot believe his own eyes. He stutters out in total disbelief. Impossible. Is that arrogant little brat actually leading the pack? Seeing Logan flash a bright smile during this brutal drill, the commander starts panicking. The regular troops might actually collapse before the young master does. Watching the soldiers drop from exhaustion, he is forced to call it. Everyone stop. 10-minute break. Heavy panting and groans echo across the entire training ground. Nobody can comprehend Logan's monstrous stamina. The whole team is completely shut down and drained. The commander approaches Logan with a sneaky smile, trying to bait him. Young master, how are you feeling? Pretty tough, right? He even hints that if Logan just admits it is too hard, this insane training will stop immediately. But Logan just calmly replies, I can handle it perfectly fine. That answer completely paralyzes the commander. Before he can even process the shock, Logan strikes again. This is fantastic training. If the soldiers do this every day, they must be incredibly strong. I am looking forward to the next session, Commander. Hearing that, the commander's brain practically short-circuits from sheer trauma. Seeing Logan so hyped up, the commander is left totally speechless and helpless. Everything is going completely against his original, carefully laid out plans. That night, standing entirely alone under the moonlight after the other knights have left, Logan quietly calculates his future moves. He knows training with the Knight Order is his safest backup plan if his other schemes fall apart. If everything else fails, he will join the knights and fight on the front lines. So building real camaraderie with the others right now is crucial. Logan realizes his true power does not just come from meditation, but relies heavily on extreme physical conditioning. It turns out, this incredibly harsh night training is actually boosting his inner energy core immensely. Now watch closely here. He smiles with pure satisfaction as blazing golden energy swirls right in his palm. He whispers, it is actually working. Thanks to his growing energy core, he rarely feels tired anymore. Even though his core is only at the 1-star level right now, the power radiating from it is mind-blowing. He is confident hitting 2 stars will grant him strength matching a veteran knight like his father, but returning to check on the weapons, Logan's mood instantly takes a massive nosedive. He violently throws the prototype crossbow straight into the dirt and snaps. Fail. This one too. Fail. Logan cannot hide his bitter disappointment staring at these crude weapons. Is this really the best you can do? Absolute garbage. He aggressively questions Hema the blacksmith about the repeating crossbow with a built-in magazine he requested. But the junk this dwarf produced can only fire a single arrow. Hema trembles with pure rage, ready to defend himself. But Logan suddenly flips his entire attitude, rubbing his head in fake apology. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was way too harsh. Seeing the dwarf fuming over his trampled craftsman pride, Logan delivers a devastating psychological blow. If this is truly your best work, then I guess I cannot force you to improve. I really did not think that after weeks of work, this is all you could manage. I simply expected too much. That is completely my fault. Logan finishes him off with an ice-cold insult. I overestimated you. I chose the wrong man. I cannot believe I wasted money on this. Those vicious insults turn Hema purple with rage, veins literally popping on his forehead. He roars in absolute fury. I will remake it and return in exactly 1 month. Instantly, Hema vents his explosive anger by smashing the defective weapon right in front of Logan. You and I both know exactly what Logan is doing here. Watching the dwarf storm off to start over, Logan flashes a wickedly evil smile. He knows pushing Hema to the absolute limit guarantees a masterpiece, because at the end of the day, this guy is a true dwarven blacksmith. Exactly 1 month later in the snowy mountains, the new weapon is ready. The bowstring snaps loudly. 2 arrows pierce the wind at lightning speed. Pushing him to the limit finally worked. Both arrows slam perfectly into the dead center of the target, leaving Logan totally stunned. Hema proudly explains that while it holds fewer arrows than requested, it is incredibly compact. One-handed use, super easy reloading. Logan is stunned, realizing the entire process takes under 5 seconds. He quietly analyzes it. The range and damage might be lower than his past life's weapons, but this is the absolute perfect gear for a cavalry unit. Logan is incredibly thrilled. This masterpiece far exceeds his expectations. It gives him massive confidence for the upcoming territory war, even with plenty of prep time still left. Fast, deadly, top-tier gear. Seeing Logan lost in thought, Hema gets annoyed. Master, are you even listening to me? Suddenly, Logan pulls the blacksmith into a massive hug, laughing wildly. Amazing job. You are a genius, Hema. Long live Hema. This aggressive affection makes the dwarf totally flustered. He tries pushing him away, yelling he is not a child. But Logan just looks at him with genuine, warm respect, silently thanking the blacksmith's epic effort. Touched by the young master's truly sincere recognition, Hema's eyes actually start tearing up with emotion. But a second later, Logan goes right back to tyrant mode with a devious smirk. He drops an impossible request that completely freezes the poor dwarf. Make 400 of these in 2 months. Suddenly, arrows tear through the wind, slamming into ancient trees with massive, earth-shaking force. The mercenaries nearby are utterly mind-blown. They shout in pure hype at the insane range and devastating power of this weapon. Everyone is absolutely speechless. Kai silently marvels, witnessing a repeating crossbow that perfectly combines long-range, lethal power and unbelievably fast reload speeds. He cannot believe a weapon like this actually exists in reality. Kai Solin's eyes tremble violently just picturing an army of over 300 cavalrymen fully equipped with these deadly crossbows. That apocalyptic vision sends chills down his spine. He admits to Logan this weapon is terrifyingly brilliant. And that is where we leave it. Now you and I know exactly why he wanted that light cavalry unit. Let's dive right in. Logan smiled smugly, silently thanking the dwarven blacksmith for his insane efforts. Even though they hired extra helpers to speed things up, finishing 2 whole weeks early while producing an extra 100 crossbows was a pure miracle. Honestly, only a true dwarven master could pull off something this incredible. Equipping the whole squad with these bad boys would make any fight a total breeze. Logan calculated his next move. He really wanted to equip the entire army, but due to tight funds and fears of the design leaking, he decided to temporarily stop at just this scale. He firmly ordered Kai Solin to distribute these new weapons to all the mercenaries starting tomorrow. Their mission? Clearing out the massive horde of monsters around the dungeon area. Seeing the commander hesitate, clearly thinking this task was way beyond their current capabilities, Logan just smirked and shot back with a bold challenge. Does it sound impossible? Staring at the smoking arrows still buried deep inside the wooden targets, Colin slowly nodded. He silently admitted that with this kind of devastating firepower in their hands, they might actually succeed. Looking at those smoking targets and saying it cannot be done just shows a lack of faith. Logan coldly stated that this was no longer just a possibility, but an absolute requirement. If they failed now, all of their intense preparation would become completely meaningless. He stared straight into Colin's eyes, heavily emphasizing that these deadly weapons were not just created for simple monster hunting. Standing right in front of the waiting army, Logan loudly commanded every single man to grab a crossbow and prepare for the bloody journey ahead. Seeing the sheer determination of his young lord, Kaiselin shivered. He realized they were not just going on a hunt, but gearing up for an actual war. Meanwhile, the men were stunned. Wow, his stamina is absolutely extraordinary. Shocked whispers echoed across the entire training ground. The soldiers watched in pure disbelief as Logan sprinted at top speed while carrying two heavily armored men on his back. The crowd was left completely stunned, wondering if this impossible physical strength was purely genetic, passed down directly from the mighty lord himself. They quietly gossiped that if Logan truly inherited his father's legendary talents, his swordsmanship skills would also be absolutely terrifying. Running like the wind while carrying two grown men, he looked just like a real anime protagonist. However, some still had their doubts, bringing up his past failures. They argued that you could not really compare him to a veteran warrior just yet. Now pay close attention, because this is where everything shifts, especially since Logan used to be called a total loser compared to his younger brother Ronian. But after enduring over a month of insanely brutal, mind-numbing training, those old prejudices were finally starting to crumble. The crazy training routine that was originally designed to make Logan quit had actually turned him into their brand new icon. He became a massive mental pillar for the entire Knight squad. The whole vibe on the training ground completely shifted. Even the lowest ranked, lazy knights were now getting totally sucked into this intense, fiery training rhythm. Even with their bodies completely exhausted and aching, they had to admit this brutal routine was way more effective than normal jogging. Experiencing that crushing weight on their own backs even helped the knights build a deep, genuine empathy for what their warhorses went through every single day. One knight affectionately petted his mount, softly saying, "You must have suffered a lot carrying me around all this time. Thank you." Because of this shared struggle, the powerful bond between all the soldiers grew tighter than ever before. When one heavy soldier awkwardly apologized for weighing so much, his partner instantly reassured him, smiling and saying it was no big deal. "We are comrades, so there is no need to talk badly about yourself like that." Watching this beautiful scene of unity unfold, the commander could not help but flash a deeply satisfied smile. He realized that the young master's stubborn refusal to ever give up had created an unexpected miracle, forging the entire Knight Legion into one incredibly powerful and unified force. Going from a scattered mess to a tight squad, their morale visibly leveled up. Logan chugged some water, and even though he complained about body aches, his eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. He literally struck gold here. Later, as night fell and a bright full moon hung high in the sky, Logan still refused to rest. Instead, he immediately dove into deep meditation. He knew that pushing his body to total exhaustion first meant that meditating right now would stimulate his inner consciousness to the absolute maximum level. You and I know how cultivation works, right? This nonstop cycle created a massive resonance. Logan clearly felt the internal energy inside him showing super promising signs of evolving. Brutal physical torture by day, farming pure mana by night. Logan squeezed his eyes shut, thinking, if everything went perfectly and his power truly leveled up, he could surpass all those terrifying beings from his past life like the superhumans, the mighty aura masters, or even the grand mages. Suddenly, a fiery burst of pure energy started taking shape, swirling violently right in front of his chest. Logan focused intensely, compressing that fiercely burning internal power, completely ignoring the magical ancient runes spinning wildly all around him. The pulsing energy sphere grew thicker and incredibly blinding, hovering right over his beating heart. Gritting his teeth, he channeled everything into his fists. The aura exploded violently, then suddenly completely stabilized. Logan finally let out a long sigh of relief. It was done. Pure satisfaction washed over his face as he felt the massive breakthrough surging through his veins. A 2-star core. This massive power leap was exactly what he needed to start learning the next phase of his secret arts. He remembered the devastating power of the iron-cleaving slash, absolutely certain that the second technique would blow his expectations completely out of the water. Staring out the window with absolute resolve, Logan knew that if he mastered this secret art before the war, high-tier knights wouldn't even be a threat anymore. Out on the lush green fields, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves shattered the silence, violently startling the roaming monsters. The confused beasts looked back, only seeing him. Kaiselin narrowed his eyes coldly, raising his fist to signal the entire army. The cavalry spread out in a wide line, charging straight into the totally panicked monster horde. The order to ready weapons rang out, followed by a booming command to fire. The repeating crossbows unleashed absolute hell all at once, pinning the monsters down before they could even move. They could only scream in pure despair. Kaiselin calmly watched the slaughter unfold, while the mercenary escorts stood completely paralyzed in shock at the terrifying destructive power of these brand new weapons. One soldier cheered in absolute hype because the crossbow had zero recoil. His arrow literally pierced right through his first target and nailed a second monster directly in the head. Logan did the math in his head. Over 100 monsters had been flawlessly wiped off the map in just 10 short seconds. He told himself that tweaking their crossbow habits and heavily upgrading the reload speed was 100% worth the massive effort. Cullen slowly walked over, asking if Logan was finally satisfied with the results. He calmly replied that while this first battle was a bit messy, the overall results were acceptable. Cullen could not hide his curiosity, asking why Logan came all the way here to build an army with such unseen firepower. So what do you and I make of this? Trust me, the real war is just getting started. Stick with me, we are about to watch an epic continental war unfold right now. Was the goal actually to wipe out every monster on the continent? Let's dive in. Before Logan could even answer, a soldier's frantic scream tore through the air, completely cutting him off. Both Logan and Colin froze, staring in pure shock as the panicking guards sprinted toward them like his life depended on it. Gasping for air, the man announced Rick sent him on an emergency run to find the young master. Before Logan could even process the chaos, the soldier dropped an absolute bombshell of a report. Yesterday, Marquis Teslan officially declared war. Logan's expression instantly hardened, his eyes blazing with pure, unrestrained killer intent. The dreaded territorial war he knew about had officially just kicked off. Marquis Teslan's ugly mug appeared inside a magic sphere. Roaring with absolute hatred, he vowed to end their ancient blood feud once and for all by completely wiping the Marlen family off the map. Patrick McLean just sat there in silence. He watched this incredibly arrogant declaration of war with totally cold, dead eyes. His closest aides immediately started whispering in panic. They seriously doubted this was about old grudges. It was painfully obvious Teslan was just using history as a cheap excuse for outright invasion. Facing this direct threat, Lady Marlen looked at her husband with deep anxiety. She softly asked, "What should we do now, my lord? How do we handle this?" The military situation looked completely hopeless. A knight reported that the sheer number of elite knights in Marquis Teslan's army was already 1.5 times larger than Marlen's entire force. Even if the lord joined the battlefield himself, winning was a huge long shot. The meeting room felt suffocatingly tense. Advisors started arguing intensely, with some desperately pushing for a defensive strategy just to make up for their massive lack of manpower against the enemy. Others feared their own walls would turn into a total bloodbath if the enemy's elite squad of knights decided to attack them. Some cowards even trembled while suggesting they send an envoy to beg for peace and avoid bloodshed. Watching his subordinates act so pathetically weak, Patrick McLean suddenly slammed his hand on the table, letting out an incredibly powerful, earth-shaking roar. "Quiet down. We haven't even fought, yet you surrender. Now pay attention here." He furiously pointed out that even with the king's power fading, Teslan declaring war without royal permission was an absolute crime. They were openly mocking the law. Patrick McLean confidently stated the enemy just wanted to wreck their land and cause absolute chaos. With eyes burning with pure killer intent, he fiercely questioned the cowards begging for a truce, demanding they explain what their pathetic surrender really meant. Without giving anyone a single second to argue, he stood up tall and ordered the entire army to prepare for a deadly war. The Lord decisively announced that their one and only focus right now was forming a strategy to win. He absolutely refused to hear another word about backing down or retreating. He dropped the hammer, anyone suggesting retreat would be kicked out instantly. The patriarch's unbreakable resolve forced the entire room into complete silence. Those who opposed him just bowed their heads in pure fear. Amidst the heavy, suffocating tension, Lady Marlen couldn't hide her deep anxiety for her children. Hesitating, she asked if the young masters would really be forced to fight in this incredibly brutal war. Patrick McLean turned away, his gaze hardening with absolute resolve. Without missing a beat, he firmly declared that yes, his sons would definitely be stepping onto the bloody battlefield. He thoughtfully spoke about the family's future, especially now that Ronian had finally awakened his internal energy reserves. And Logan was now old enough to carry the massive burden of being the eldest son. Rick stood quietly nearby, mentally agreeing. Both brothers possessed insane, extraordinary power and would undeniably become Marlen's core strength, especially since Logan had recently been training like a complete beast alongside the knights. But the second Rick realized how incredibly serious this war declaration really was, he turned pale. This is bad. The young master wasn't here. He sprinted frantically down the mansion's long hallways, screaming internally that he needed to warn Logan about this disaster right away. Down at the southern military camp, after hearing the emergency report, Logan stood completely stunned, his mind racing with calculations. "You and I both know something's wrong here. In his past life, this war didn't start for another 2 months. What changed the timeline?" His face hardened with deep anxiety over this insane plot twist. The messenger practically begged in panic, "Young master, you have to hurry. They completely ignored all rules and immediately marched their army out the second they declared war. If we leave right now, we can still make it to the fight. Logan clenched his fists tight, his eyes burned with fierce determination as he realized hesitation wasn't an option. Right at that moment, Kai Solin walked over with a wildly arrogant smirk. He loudly announced that Logan's mercenary squad was locked, loaded, and fully ready to deploy. Seeing his instructor acting so incredibly chill about everything, Logan was totally stunned. He asked, "Kai, aren't you shocked at all that a full-blown war just broke out?" Kai just flashed a huge grin and bluntly replied, "We've actually been dying for a real fight. If there wasn't one, we'd start it." These guys were absolute battle maniacs, thirsty for combat before it even began. Kai stared down at the epic weapon in his hands, hyped up and completely pumped. Who wouldn't want to test drive this incredible new top-tier gear? Logan looked around the camp, instantly feeling an explosive, fiery energy radiating from the entire squad. Every single man here was practically overflowing with absolute, unshakable confidence. He smirked slightly, totally satisfied because he knew their cockiness was fully justified. After all, just last winter, this exact same group of mercenaries pulled off an absolute miracle, utterly destroying an entire massive horde of giant monsters. Logan tightened his armored gauntlets. Who cares if this war happened unexpectedly? As long as they win, that is all that matters. Logan smirked confidently, mentally confirming that they already possessed more than enough raw power. While the entire Marlen family was trapped in total chaos and sheer terror over this sudden, brutal war, Logan's personal mercenary army of just 314 men was fully ready to deploy, marching forward to deafening, thunderous battle cries. They were overflowing with absolute confidence about securing the win, but the actual battlefield reality was moving way faster than the Marlen family could ever have predicted. Just one single day after formally declaring war, Tessalon's massive army officially arrived right at Marlen's territory. Their terrifying numbers completely shattered every single expectation. A frantic knight crashed into the meeting room to deliver devastating news. Over 100 elite combat knights, 1,000 regular troops, and nearly 10,000 drafted commoners had joined the enemy lines. This wasn't a skirmish, it was an all-out invasion. Patrick McLean roared in absolute shock. What? In this era, a single knight's power far surpassed normal humans. They were the undisputed heavy hitters on any battlefield. He couldn't believe it. This was just supposed to be a domestic turf war, yet the enemy was ruthlessly forcing innocent civilians into their massive military ranks. He gritted his teeth in fierce fury. Why go to such insane lengths? But the nightmare wasn't over. The knight delivered a hopeless update the Cairo family had just refused to send backup. Lady Marlen turned totally pale. Trembling, she gasped out, "What did you just say?" Short on manpower, betrayed by allies, and getting brutally ambushed with zero breathing room. She couldn't accept this brutal reality, desperately praying it was just a massive misunderstanding. The knight swore Lord Onion confirmed it, but she still wanted to check. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're not going to want to miss what Logan does next. All right, stick with me. Watching everything crumble, Patrick McLean grits his teeth in pure desperation. He unleashes every last drop of his aura, barking a final order to his knights. Gather every man who can hold a weapon. We strike back with absolutely everything. It is all or nothing now. If they do not fight, it is totally game over. Even the Cairo family turned their backs on them. Completely backed into a corner, McLean rallies every single resource left to stand against Teslan. They managed to scrape together 53 knights, 552 regulars, and 4,418 conscripts. A total force of 5,023 men. The army stretches massively across the open fields, but you only see pure dread and panic on the faces of these new recruits. Patrick McLean silently rides at the absolute front. His heavy shoulders carry the brutal reality of their massive numbers disadvantage. They have less than half the troops Teslan brought. Patrick McLean cannot help but grind his teeth, sweating from the sheer stress. Down in the ranks, the knights start whispering. "Where's the young master?" Someone else replies, "You do not know? He rode out earlier, and he still has not come back." Another guy mutters with pure venom, "Yeah, of course he vanishes right now." Hearing the news, he probably ran for the hills. Catching this massive insult aimed at his older brother, Ronian furiously screams out, "That is total garbage." The young boy growls, laying down an absolute fact. "My brother would never ever do something like that." Ronian remembers Logan smiling, promising to teach him a secret technique so they could protect the family together. Logan literally predicted this exact war. Ronian's eyes burn with pure, unbreakable faith as he declares in front of everyone. He did not run away. He is defending his brother to the very end, but the whispers continue. The young master fled. Is the rumor true? The Lord's son actually ran off. The restless murmurs of the soldiers make the pre-battle tension even more suffocating. With Logan nowhere to be found, Patrick McLean slowly turns and looks at his second son with incredibly heavy eyes. Ronian, you must fulfill your brother's duty in his place. Inside, McLean is hurting, quietly wondering why he ever trusted Logan's promises in the first place. But he knows this is not the time to dwell on that. He roars out with absolute authority, "Do not back down. We have to win this war at all costs." Screaming for the entire army to charge and crush that trash, he leads his forces straight into the enemy lines. Deafening battle cries shake the entire battlefield as the two massive armies finally clash head-on. Now pay attention here, because Marquis Tessalon smiles wickedly seeing his rival charge. His final card is finally entering the war. He confidently swings his sword, unleashing his absolute main force. "These knights are my true weapon. Take this, Patrick McLean." The steel cavalry of both sides smash into each other like raging tornadoes, kicking up clouds of dust that black out the sky. Lord Patrick McLean spearheads the charge, a blazing red aura totally consuming both him and his warhorse. Gripping a massive spear, he blitzes forward fast enough to tear the wind. He tells himself, "I have to break through their vanguard first." The crushing pressure of a high-tier knight makes the surrounding space feel like it is exploding with every thundering hoofbeat. An absolutely earth-shattering collision erupts as Patrick's massive spear violently smashes straight into the enemy's heavy shield. They actually block the attack. Deep inside this fiery battlefield, Rick stands totally paralyzed, gripping his spear tightly while sweating bullets from pure terror. Horrifying screams echo from every single direction. A soldier collapses nearby, groaning about his arm, trembling. Rick realizes their current situation is turning into an absolute nightmare. This is bad. Really bad. Hearing the desperate cries for help from allies getting trampled under enemy boots only pushes him deeper into total despair. Rick is basically glued to the ground, silently screaming as he watches McLean's army starting to crumble. This is terrible. We are getting completely pushed back. The sheer cruelty of this war leaves a simple servant like Rick feeling wildly frustrated. What kind of insane war forces servants like me onto the front lines? He knows that if he stays stuck out here, death is absolutely guaranteed. Mid-thought, Rick gets violently knocked into the dirt, crying out in intense pain. Right at that exact second, an enemy soldier charges with his spear raised, roaring, "Just die." Rick only has time to scream out in total despair as the spear tip inches closer. Suddenly, a shadow blasts forward, perfectly blocking the fatal strike and stunning the enemy. What the heck? The attacker gets dropped instantly. An allied backup soldier yells out, "Hurry up and grab the spear." Rick lets out a massive sigh of relief, crying pure tears of joy. It is reinforcements. I am saved. He shakes while sputtering out a grateful thank you. But that happiness dies fast. The very soldier who just saved his life suddenly collapses, an arrow buried deep in his back. Agonizing screams start echoing all over again as a literal rain of enemy arrows mercilessly pours down on them. Rick numbly realizes he cannot survive here another second. He completely panics and sprints away. "I have to run, as far as possible." Surrounded by chaotic screaming, Rick violently scrambles over piles of dead bodies. His only thought is escaping this absolute living hell. But suddenly, Rick freezes completely. His face is smeared with blood and sweat, his eyes snapping wide in pure, unadulterated terror. Right in front of him, an enemy cavalry squad comes thundering forward, totally surrounding the scattered corpses covering the bloody ground. I know what you are thinking. It is totally over for him. Rick chokes on his breath, realizing he is boxed in. He screams internally, "We are completely surrounded. Am I really going to die like this?" Meanwhile, Patrick McLean is still fighting for his life. His entire body practically erupts with a crimson aura as he furiously charges deep into the enemy encirclement. He violently clashes with a highly mysterious silver-armored knight. This guy just took a direct, full-power hit but still flashes a deeply mocking grin. As expected of the famous Baron, does all our hard work just turn to dust like this? Patrick McLean instantly halts. His eyes clearly show deep suspicion at this rival's bizarrely confident attitude. His hands are literally trembling from the sheer pressure. He is secretly blown away seeing this guy still standing strong after that massive strike. He never imagined Marquis Tessalon could recruit a high-tier knight with this insane level of power, especially when all the others were just average tier. Spotting dark figures slowly closing in from all sides, Patrick McLean roars in pure rage. He finally figures out the enemy's true scheme. "So this is why you were acting so cocky? All these guys came just to deal with me?" The enemy knight smirks with absolute victory. That streak of blood on his lips makes him look even more vicious. "Do you like my little setup here?" Trapped deep inside this tight enemy circle, Patrick McLean realizes the brutal truth. If he actually falls right here, his family's entire knight force will instantly and completely collapse. He tightly grips his sword, spurring his horse forward while every single drop of his inner energy violently ignites. "I will not show you guys any mercy." Patrick McLean fiercely swings his heavy blade, forcing the enemy knight to groan out loud in intense pain. With absolute murder in his flaming eyes, he rides like a brutal tornado, sweeping away everyone in his path with blazing sword strikes. But suddenly, a razor-sharp dagger shoots out from a blind spot, instantly forcing him to freeze. And that is where we leave it. He quickly dodges, using his sword to block the enemy's lethal stab, roaring out in pure, unbridled rage. Let's dive right into an absolute bloodbath. Damn it, these enemy knights have zero shame. Instead of backing down, they just laugh, mocking our lord's fury as the pathetic last words of a dying man. Even while bleeding out, one enemy knight yells at his squad to stay sharp. Why? Because the lord's raw power is no joke, and one wrong move means instant death. Pure rage explodes. Patrick McLean erupts in a blazing red aura, violently blowing away any bastard stupid enough to step into his range. But in the total chaos of battle, a coward sneaks up and lands a brutal cheap shot from behind. A cold spear pierces right through McLean's body, tearing a massive groan of agony from his lungs. Still, he forces himself to stand tall in a sea of corpses. The Lord bitterly accepts the grim reality. Even if he manages to slaughter these elite fighters, the enemy's numbers are just way too massive. Every single escape route is completely cut off. Seeing his rear guard totally collapse, McLean lets out a heartbreaking, desperate roar while completely surrounded. His only thought? Hoping his son, Logan, makes it out of this hellscape alive. At least their family bloodline won't end here today. Meanwhile, Marquis Teslan watches the slaughter from a safe distance, a sickeningly arrogant smirk plastered across his face. He is feeling extremely smug. His sneaky plan to hide his high-ranking knights worked flawlessly. He gleefully does the math. All he has to do now is crush Patrick and effortlessly claim McLean Castle for himself. But suddenly, Teslan's arrogant smile just freezes. The heavy, frantic thud of galloping hooves echoes from behind his own lines. A panicked messenger rides up, desperately trying to deliver an emergency report. "My lord!" The terrified soldier screams out that a mysterious cavalry unit around 300 men strong just appeared right at their rear. Teslan is completely stunned, refusing to believe his own ears. What? Patrick McLean still has elite troops hidden away? But then the panicked scout drops the most bizarre detail. He swears these incoming riders aren't carrying lances or spears at all. Their only weapons are tiny, handheld crossbows. Hearing that, Teslan instantly gets his arrogant swagger back. He laughs off the threat, completely dismissing weapons he thinks belong to pathetic local hunters. With a cold sneer, he commands his rear guard and archers to wipe them out. To him, they are just absolute trash-tier infantry begging to die. "Yes, my lord." The soldier obeys, while Teslan stays convinced this victory is basically in the bag. But suddenly, an arrow violently grazes right past his head. The Marquis frantically turns around, trembling, and freezes in pure horror at the unbelievable sight. Now watch this part closely. Through the thick dust, a massive cavalry squad charges like an unstoppable storm. And leading the charge? It is Logan. His eyes are ice cold, gripping a rapid-fire repeating crossbow. He sweeps his gaze over the bloody battlefield, seeing nothing but slaughtered bodies and smelling the heavy stench of absolute death. Desperate, agonizing screams echo out as his family's loyal soldiers are mercilessly slaughtered right in front of him. Seeing his people ripped apart, Logan roars out a single, bone-chilling command. "Fire!" The enemy commander's face goes completely pale. He is dripping with cold sweat, suddenly realizing that the Grim Reaper has just knocked on his front door. Instantly, thousands of bolts shred through the air. A pitch-black rain of steel crashes down, completely tearing the sky apart and slamming right into the clueless enemy formation. Impossible. A soldier gasps in absolute shock, his mind breaking as he watches this terrifying, unmatched firepower instantly vaporize the front lines of Teslan's once mighty army. This horrifying bloodbath throws the entire enemy force into pure chaos. Terrified screams ring out as rows of soldiers are wiped out before they can even blink. One surviving guard violently trembles. Since when did McLean have an army like this? Endless volleys of bolts punch right through heavy armor, leaving the enemy completely defenseless. They are dropping like flies, harvested like wheat on the battlefield. Anyone too slow to raise a shield, dead on the spot. The blood-soaked ground is now buried under a mountain of fresh corpses in this tragic massacre. One lucky survivor hides behind a shield looking like a pincushion, sweating bullets in pure terror. He knows if he was a second slower, he'd be dead. But right in the middle of this panic, a furious, desperate shout echoes through the ranks. "Counterattack! Fire back at them!" An enemy archer desperately draws his bow, but his pathetic arrow only makes it halfway before hitting the dirt. It falls completely short, nowhere near Logan's unstoppable cavalry squad. The archer freezes, his face totally twisted in shock. He just cannot process this brutal, crushing reality. Their arrows simply cannot reach that far. While the enemy range is a complete joke, the crossbow cavalry casually reloads, They effortlessly unleash wave after wave of lightning-fast bolts, absolutely tearing up the sky from a completely unfair, crushing distance. Teslan's entire backline is now nothing but a chaotic, bloody mess in a matter of seconds. You and I both knew a twist was coming. These impossible long-range bolts just keep slamming into them. The enemy is completely terrified, realizing they simply cannot hide anywhere. Marquis Teslan turns completely pale, sweating profusely as he watches these supposedly basic crossbows cause absolute, world-ending destruction. He furiously hisses through his teeth. They aren't even using magic. It is literally just those damn little weapons doing all this. What kind of freakish weapon did you create, Patrick? Seeing the tide of war instantly turning into a nightmare, Teslan starts screaming out frantic orders. Cavalry! Bring the frontline cavalry back right now and crush those bastards. Hearing the desperate command, the enemy knights instantly pivot. They spur their horses, charging ahead with fierce battle cries. They line up, raising their weapons high, and roar with pure, killing intent, charge forward and butcher every single one of them. Facing this massive wall of armored riders storming toward him, Logan stays weirdly calm. He stares right at the enemy forces, his eyes burning with a wild challenge, while a wickedly dangerous smirk creeps across his face. Logan chuckles, dropping a totally sarcastic taunt. So they are coming right to us? Then, crash. Two heavy swords violently collide, signaling the official start of a massive, fiery showdown. Elsewhere, Ronian grits his teeth, barely holding back the crushing weight of his opponent's blade. He is panting hard, having just dodged a fatal strike by mere inches. He twists his body, evading the slash perfectly, making the enemy knight gasp in surprise. Nice dodge, kid. But right then, another armored enemy rushes over to scream at his partner. Rill, we don't have time to play around with this brat. The entire battle is taking a seriously weird turn right behind us. Rill snaps right back, swearing he is not playing at all. Ronian is way stronger than he looks. Then he panics, pointing wildly at his partner's back. I am not joking. Look right behind you. The second knight turns around, looking totally confused, completely clueless about what is going on. While his enemies are totally distracted, Ronian desperately catches his breath, thick sweat rolling down his dirt-covered face. He bitterly realizes the harsh truth: this is a real, bloody war zone, not some safe training session back home. Knowing full well he isn't some chosen genius, just a kid who recently awakened his inner energy. Ronian fiercely grips his sword. No matter what, he absolutely cannot lose here. The powerful image of his father and the promise to fight in his brother's place burns into his mind, fueling his spirit. Ronian's eyes flare with an intense crimson light, vowing to himself that he will never fall in this dirt. Suddenly, Ronian is stunned. The enemy knights just left their backs wide open, a completely fatal mistake. They start swinging their swords wildly at the air, like they are fighting off invisible ghosts. Not wasting this golden opening, Ronian shoots forward like a rocket. And trust me, you and I definitely want to see how this epic cliffhanger resolves. Stick with me here, you're about to see an absolute bloodbath. He unleashes a devastating slash, cutting clean through enemy armor. But looking down, he freezes. Crossbow bolts are scattered everywhere, leaving him completely stunned about where they came from. Ronian just stares blankly at the fallen enemy lying at his feet. He looks up, absolutely speechless. A familiar figure is charging right toward him, leading a massive cavalry unit. He gasps in pure shock. It is Logan. His big brother showing up right at the edge of despair makes Ronian burst with joy. A literal lifesaver. But hey, this is a battlefield, and there is zero time for a sweet family reunion. Catching onto the threat from behind, the enemy commander totally loses it. He roars wildly, ordering his men to attack those crossbowmen immediately. It is the Lord's direct command. The enemy cavalry instantly spurs their horses. They charge forward, their thundering hooves literally shaking the earth, ready to crush Logan's entire unit. But facing this tight, heavily shielded enemy formation, Logan stays perfectly calm. He sizes them up in silence. Shields, definitely a solid defensive setup. But a sinister, cold-blooded smirk creeps onto Logan's face. He just found their fatal blind spot. He calmly orders his archers to aim low, targeting the horse's legs. Fire! The second his voice drops, thousands of arrows rain down, piercing right into the warhorse's legs and bellies. The beasts shriek in pure agony, tumbling hard into the dirt and violently launching their riders. The enemy panics and screams, "Hold the line, I am falling off." Teslan's mighty cavalry is completely crushed, turning into an absolute chaotic mess right beneath Logan's tiny unit. Logan watches the enemy knights crash and burn, smirking in disgust. You absolute fools. He breathes a quick sigh of relief for saving Ronian, but his mind instantly snaps back to his father, who is still in mortal danger. Logan reminds himself that winning this war means absolutely nothing if he loses his family in this life. He roars an order, leaving Kai completely dumbfounded by the young master's choice. Wait, what? The plan was to strike safely from out of range. Yet Logan is already spurring his horse, charging completely solo right into the enemy's mid-tier knight formation. Kai genuinely thinks this is a pure suicide mission and refuses to just watch him die. He screams in absolute panic. Damn it. Everyone protect Lord Logan. Meanwhile, Lord Machen is trapped in a deadly corner. The enemy knight flashes a sick, twisted smirk. I cannot believe you ran right back to me, knowing you would get stabbed. Barely standing amidst a mountain of corpses, Machen groans from his heavy injuries. But suddenly, he freezes. Something incredibly bizarre is happening right in front of him. The enemy knights are attacking like maniacs, acting so wildly reckless that they are practically exposing their own necks. He cannot help but wonder, why are they acting so utterly desperate when they are the ones winning? Metal violently clashes as he desperately blocks relentless, rapid-fire strikes coming from every single direction. The circle gets tighter and tighter. Machen grits his teeth, barely surviving the suffocating pressure. Sweat pours down his blood-stained, battered face as he mentally curses. Damn it, now pay attention, because here is where it gets absolutely insane. Just when everything seems completely hopeless, Logan plummets from the sky like a god of war, eyes blazing with pure killing intent. He swings his blade with terrifying force, triggering an earth-shattering explosion that instantly crushes every single enemy standing right in front of his exhausted father. Witnessing this godlike power wipe out an entire squad in a split second, Lord Machen stands there completely paralyzed. What the hell just happened here? Through the thick, fiery smoke, Logan's silhouette slowly appears, wearing a calm, chilling smile. He softly speaks up, "Looks like I made it just in time." As the very last enemy knight hits the dirt, Logan stands tall amidst a blazing sea of fire. His overwhelming aura is so heavy it literally forces the entire battlefield into silence. Seeing his own son return with this unbelievable, monstrous strength right at death's door, Lord Machen is left absolutely speechless. He just stares at Logan, his mind totally blown. He tells himself he literally just saw his boy leading a mercenary squad charging from miles away. But getting through such an insanely massive enemy blockade? How did Logan even manage to break through all those ranks to reach this spot? Looking around at the sea of dead bodies, he asks himself if Logan seriously took all of them down alone. When did his son become such an absolute beast? But he quickly shakes off those random thoughts, knowing none of that matters right now. Lord Machen finally speaks up. I do not even know how this battle played out there, but I literally froze for a second, because you leveled up way too fast. Staring right into Logan's eyes, he desperately asks to confirm their very last sliver of hope. You are here. That means the momentum has shifted to our side, right? Logan flashes a wildly confident smile and gives a firm nod. Yes. Hearing that rock-solid answer, Lord Machen finally breathes a huge sigh of relief. Swelling with pride, he firmly grabs his son's shoulder. Good. You did amazing work out there. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the front lines, the enemy commander is physically shaking in pure, unadulterated shock. I know what you are thinking, and yes, this guy is losing his mind. He cannot believe a 20-year-old kid just slaughtered 2 mid-tier knights. Remembering how brutally he trained at that age just to get knighted, he views Logan's insane strength as a total insult to his life's work. He aggressively grits his teeth and grips his sword tight. His eyes burn with pure killing intent, completely brushing aside his previous shock. No, none of that matters, because this kid is going to die right here. He furiously roars at his subordinates. Rick, Ben, what in the world are you two doing? Get into formation immediately. But the only response he gets are the pathetic, agonizing groans from the men already bleeding out in the dirt. Realizing how incredibly strong his son has become, Lord Machen quickly does the math. Logan is a beast, but he is not a high-tier knight just yet. He worries that fighting mid-tier knights might still be too tough for his boy. So he plans to let Logan handle those two while he takes down the highest-tier threat himself. But just as he reaches out to give the order, Logan is already staring straight ahead. His eyes are dead serious as he fiercely declares, I am going in first. Terrified for his son's life, Lord Machen desperately tries to stop him. No, taking them on is way too much for you. No matter your strength, it is highly dangerous. He violently coughs from his heavy wounds. But Logan simply puts a reassuring hand on his dad's battered shoulder. Without flinching, he confidently promises, one day I will completely surpass you. Just trust me on this and let me handle it. Witnessing Logan's epic growth and unshakable resolve, Lord Machen softly nods in agreement. I understand. He places his absolute trust entirely in the hands of his eldest son. Father and son stand back to back, totally surrounded by enemies. Logan fiercely locks in. Let's finish these guys quickly. Father, watch my back. He explodes forward, swinging his blade right at the commander. The enemy knight is completely stunned. This brat actually dares to attack me? He grits his teeth, roaring with pure rage. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see this showdown. Let's dive right in. How dare you? Radiating red aura, he charges to kill Logan. But Logan keeps an ice-cold expression. A blinding golden aura erupts and covers his entire body, allowing him to easily dodge those lethal strikes. Moving with absolutely terrifying speed, he glides across the chaotic battlefield like a ghost, perfectly positioning himself to unleash a devastating counterattack. Closing the distance instantly, Logan unleashes a flurry of lightning-fast sword strikes. The enemy can't even react before being brutally blasted away. Boom. A massive collision shakes the ground. Logan pours all his raw power into the blade, forcing the enemy knight to grit his teeth. He tries to block the heavy strike, but he's left totally helpless and drowning in pure terror. The two warriors clash again, sending violent sparks flying everywhere. The enemy knight is completely stunned. What the hell? He frantically tries to reassess this insane situation. Looking at Logan's fresh injuries earlier, he arrogantly assumed this kid wasn't much stronger than him. But the harsh reality just hit him. He is getting completely and utterly overwhelmed. He desperately tries to reassure himself. Logan must have burned through his very last drop of energy to pull off that crazy attack. A twisted, sinister smirk creeps across the enemy knight's sweat-drenched face. Another massive shockwave of energy explodes outward as their heavy blades violently crash together once more. Gritting his teeth, the enemy thinks to himself, if Logan isn't completely exhausted, then him being this strong makes absolutely zero sense. Swinging his blade like a maniac, he charges forward, screaming for Logan to die. Staring down that deadly incoming blade, Logan keeps his eyes freezing cold and his focus completely razor-sharp. The two clash in a blindingly fast sword duel. Deafening screeches of clashing metal ring out endlessly across the bloody battlefield. Logan stomps hard, sending a shockwave through the ground, and channels his aura into his next strike. The two instantly lock into a suffocating, tense standoff. Blazing sparks fly everywhere from their tightly locked blades. The enemy knight grits his teeth in pure agony. Ugh! Absolute panic sets in. Damn it, this red-haired monster isn't even badly hurt. Meanwhile, Logan's gaze stays as sharp as ever. Without warning, he erupts with a blazing, fiery aura. He unleashes a crushing blow that leaves the enemy desperately struggling to block. The brutal impact sends the knight completely reeling, blood violently spurting from his mouth. Logan stands tall and immediately closes the gap, giving this guy zero room to even breathe. Pushed to the brink, the heavily injured enemy desperately struggles to force himself back up. Wiping the blood from his chin, he tells himself he has to seize this exact moment to strike back. Staring dead at Logan, he prepares for one final, desperate death blow. A wicked sneer twists the knight's face, but Logan just keeps that ice-cold glare and flatly declares, it's time to end this. A blinding golden aura, wrapping around his sword like wildfire, releases a suffocating pressure that forces the enemy to step back. Now pay close attention here, this is where it gets crazy. The stunned enemy admits he is totally mesmerized, completely unable to tear his eyes away from that terrifying glowing sword. But sensing a sudden opening, the knight hypes himself up. All right, perfect. Erupting with his own crimson aura, he stomps the ground hard and channels everything into his hands gripping the hilt. Not wasting a single second, he aggressively spins, pouring every drop of remaining energy into his blade for a punishing strike. He roars in absolute excitement. This is it. My chance. A blinding sword strike slashes downward with every ounce of raw power he has left, but the blade just barely grazes empty air. In the blink of an eye, Logan bizarrely vanishes completely from his line of sight. The frantic enemy gasps in absolute shock. I only clipped his damn coat. Whipping his head around, completely drenched in a cold sweat of pure terror, he just cannot comprehend how anyone could possibly move that impossibly fast. A heavy wave of dread swallows his mind. Shaking, the enemy knight violently realizes that something seriously wrong is happening right behind his own back. Horrified, the enemy knight realizes his body is moving in slow motion, completely crushed by the sheer suffocating pressure. Trembling, he desperately asks himself, am I actually slowing down? Meanwhile, Logan stays ridiculously calm and composed. He softly whispers, Fire Sword. A monstrous fiery aura wildly erupts around the blade, making the enemy scream in terror. Damn it, I gotta run. But Logan leaves him zero chance to escape. Logan instantly unleashes his ultimate move. First skill giant Fire Sword. A colossal greatsword made of pure blazing fire crashes down from above. The knight can only whisper in despair, no way. Carrying absolute destructive power, the heavy strike spawns a towering pillar of flames, tearing the earth apart and completely vaporizing everything in its path. Witnessing this absolute world-shattering level of raw power, even Patrick McLean himself, Ronian, and all the surrounding soldiers are left standing completely frozen in pure shock. Having burned through so much aura on that massive attack, Logan breathes heavily, but his sharp eyes never leave the deeply smoking impact zone. The ground is now violently split into a massive, deep trench, absolute proof of that last attack's insane, terrifying strength. Staring coldly at the defeated enemy commander, Logan mocks him. Whatever dirty tricks you use, the result is the same. Standing tall, he raises his flaming sword to the sky and loudly declares to the entire army, "I, Logan McLean, have slain the enemy commander." This shocking announcement instantly throws the entire Teslan army into utter panic and absolute dread. You and I both knew that was coming, right? The trembling enemy soldiers just can't accept this harsh reality. A high-ranking elite knight actually defeated? That's totally absurd. Pure, unadulterated chaos spreads as they realize their command flag has hit the dirt and their supreme leader is totally dead. The once proud Teslan military formation has now completely and utterly shattered. Bawling in despair, they scream to surrender. "Please spare us. I don't want to die here." Others helplessly drop their heads. What else can they do? Chants of "I surrender," and "Me too, I surrender," echo out. The cries echo across the bloody battlefield as they toss their weapons to save their skins. Meanwhile, Marlen's forces absolutely explode with pure, overwhelming joy. Rick cries out in happy tears, "Long live the Grand Duke." His blood-smeared face beams with an incredibly bright smile as he screams, "Hooray!" Massive cheers of "Long live Logan McLean," "Long live the Grand Duke," shake the very heavens as the Marlen army secures a truly epic victory. But amidst this massive celebration, a dark figure quietly spurs his horse, desperately fleeing into the deep night. It's Marquis Teslan himself, wildly running away while completely consumed by absolute, suffocating rage. Where the hell did I actually go so wrong? He just can't believe it. A war he carefully prepared for 3 long years, backed by 100 elite knights, completely crumbled in an instant. Gritting his teeth in pure anger, Teslan violently roars. It's all because of that red-haired bastard. Him and that damn weapon ruined absolutely everything. The haunting image of Logan's ice-cold eyes flashes in his mind, making him spur his horse even harder toward his territory. Teslan truly believes that if he can just reach his fortified castle, he'll survive. That's the only way to live. Reaching the massive gates, he desperately screams at the guards. "Open the gate right now. Your master has returned." The guard on the high wall quickly replies, "Understood. Right away, my lord." But that's where we leave it, folks. Just as Teslan tries to breathe, the guard freezes, squinting at a massive, violent dust cloud rising on the horizon. You're definitely going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, because things are about to get wild. Huh, what is that? A guard panics. Cavalry. And leading the charge? Logan, with a cold glare that pierces straight through his enemies. Seeing the crossbow cavalry literally right at his doorstep, Teslan turns completely pale. He is sweating bullets, absolutely terrified. He only has time for one desperate curse. Damn it. Logan roars in pure rage as he spots Marquis Teslan running for his pathetic life. "You bastard, you run fast." The second Teslan sneaks inside the fortress. Logan steps up. He stands alone, completely fearless, right in front of the main gate. Facing down a massive line of guards on the towering walls, he drops a massive bombshell, the kind that makes the whole battlefield freeze. Teslan is defeated. Open the gates and welcome the victor. That ironclad declaration instantly sends the guards into absolute panic. They tremble, looking at each other in shock. Did their army actually fall? Is that why the Viscount rushed back here looking so disgraced? Seeing their morale dropping fast, a commander screams out to steady the troops. "Brothers, do not fear or believe a single word from the enemy." He tries to downplay Logan's threat, claiming the enemy has maybe 300 men at most. There is absolutely no way they can besiege or crush a solid fortress in just one attack. Standing at the foot of the wall, Logan stays totally calm and mysterious. His deadly glare leaves the guards above totally bewildered. What the hell is he doing? Suddenly, Logan stomps hard into the dirt. He channels every ounce of his inner aura to launch a terrifyingly fast sprint. He blasts forward at wind-tearing speed, vanishing from their sight in a literal flash. The guards gasp in horror. He disappeared. That is impossible. Now watch closely. To their absolute horror, Logan shoots into the air like a ghost, clearing the massive wall in one insane leap. He lands like the Grim Reaper. Open the gates. The raw killing intent radiating off him makes every single person shudder. Do it, or don't blame me for what happens next. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black room, Marquis Hemon Teslan is frantically ripping through drawers. The guy is sweating profusely in pure terror. He greedily shoves jewelry and gold into a wooden box, muttering desperately that he has to save his wealth. But just as he turns to flee, a freezing voice stops him dead. "Finally caught you." Teslan crashes to the floor in absolute horror. He breathes heavily, realizing the Grim Reaper just knocked on his door right amidst the loot he was stealing from his own mansion. Logan strolls in casually and drops a bitter truth that completely breaks the old Marquis. "Your own servant gave up your location. He smirks like an absolute villain, making it crystal clear that he has been playing this guy like a fiddle all along. I know exactly what you are planning. Teslan grinds his teeth, sweat dripping down his pale face. He glares at Logan, cursing internally. That bastard actually tailed him. The old man desperately tries to scramble backwards in utter panic as Logan slowly closes the gap. Knowing death is seconds away, Teslan tosses his pride in the trash. He throws his hands up, begging pathetically. Wait, I surrender. He frantically offers promises to buy his life. I will pay you in gold, or hand over the territory by the law. He begs for one final escape route. Just please let my family and me stay here. You and I both know what happens next. Logan scoffs. By the law? Ha! His eyes blaze with absolute disgust. You randomly declared war and attacked on the exact same day. Is that the law? Logan steps closer, glaring down at the trembling loser. Heman Teslan. Zero conscience at all? In deep despair, Teslan clings to noble rules to survive. You must protect noble honor, right? Sparing a captured prisoner's life is standard practice in a regional war. Logan closes his eyes and replies coldly. Noble honor, huh? Fine. We in the McLean family always respect the law. He delivers the final verdict. So I will spare you, but your family must pack up and leave. Teslan bursts into joy, bowing rapidly. Thank you. Logan looks down at the shaking Marquis and says coldly, My father told me this. He accepts your unconditional surrender, because to him, noble honor is literally everything. Teslan breathes a massive sigh of relief. He actually thinks he survived thanks to Patrick McLean's grand mercy. Logan walks over to the treasure chest, grabbing a jeweled short sword. This sword is amazing. Seeing his interest, Teslan eagerly sucks up. You can take it. It is a masterpiece by the kingdom's best artisan. But Logan just stares right into the old man's eyes. No. He hands the sword straight back to the bewildered Marquis. You keep it. Before Teslan can even process that, Logan strikes, leaving him zero time to react. In excruciating pain, Teslan screams, Ah, you promised. Logan looks down with eyes as cold as ice, calmly replying, I said my father agreed to spare your life. His voice drips with killing intent. But sorry, I do not. Teslan completely loses his ability to fight back. The old man stammers in total despair. While what? Noble honor. Logan sneers at the pathetic hypocrisy. You want to talk about noble honor? Do you know how many people died just for your greed? Logan unleashes an overwhelming aura. Your life ends right here. You evil scum. Teslan's eyes bulge, and then he fades away in bitter resentment. Staring at the lifeless corpse, Logan just casually mutters, You should feel lucky you got such an easy death. He quietly stares at his blood-soaked combat gloves after the deadly battle. Standing up in the dead silent room, Logan glares into the flickering light with fierce determination. The crucial moment has finally arrived. He knows he has to end this narrative himself. To avoid future messes, he stages the scene, then shouts to alert the whole fortress. Viscount Heman Teslan has committed suicide. The shocking news spreads like wildfire, officially closing the book on this greedy lord's pathetic life. Looking down at the newly conquered fortress, Logan thinks, that is enough. Right then, a knight rushes up to him. There you are. What is it? Visit the prison. The prison? Trust me, you and I want to see this. Stick with me here. That firm answer left him totally wondering what was actually going down behind those iron bars. A few days pass. Fully healed, Logan stands with his father on the windy castle walls at sunset. Patrick McLean looks out, quietly asking about his son's journey. He asks, After you recovered, you went to Teslan Castle, and then what? How? Hearing the report about his lifelong rival dying, Patrick McLean is completely stunned. He asks, Did Heman actually take his own life? Logan keeps a perfectly calm face. He casually replies, Yeah, it is really annoying that he died. Suspicion instantly flashes across his father's face. He stares straight into his son's eyes, pressing him. Did you actually kill him? Met with heavy silence, the Lord steps closer. He glares hard at Logan, desperately trying to uncover the real truth. Finally dropping the act, Logan firmly admits it. Yes, I killed him on purpose. He does not dodge the issue at all, going straight to the point. Logan clearly explains the exact reason behind his ruthless action. Teslan Castle should be returned to the McLean family. I did not want him left alive to cause us future disasters. Seeing his son's absolute decisiveness and foresight, Patrick McLean suddenly bursts into highly satisfied laughter. He says, You have truly grown up, forming your own strong opinions. Logan softly replies back, showing his father deep respect. You have changed too, father. Patrick McLean looks out toward the distant horizon. He firmly states that no matter what anybody else says, Logan was without a doubt the absolute biggest contributor to this massive victory. He hesitates for a second, like he's making the most crucial decision of his life. So I am making you the next patriarch of the McLean family. This is the highest honor a father and a lord could ever give to his most deserving successor. It is a massive deal. Logan looks right at his father, calling out softly. Seeing the lord nod with pure trust and high hopes, Logan takes a deep breath to hold his ground. Now pay attention. This is where it gets wild. He smiles brightly, but his words shock everyone. I am sorry, I refuse. You are refusing the patriarch position? Patrick McLean asks in pure shock, completely unable to believe his own ears. He thinks if Logan is worried about gossip, this epic victory is more than enough to turn the tables and firmly establish his status. But Logan keeps his calm attitude. He clearly insists that is not the real reason he is turning it down. Meeting his father's questioning gaze, he bluntly states that Ronin fits a knight family like McLean way better than him. Logan starts breaking down his little brother's truly terrifying natural talent and incredible future potential. He could use aura at 14, 5 whole years earlier than me. Logan silently calculates that the heights the kid could reach in the future are completely off the charts and impossible to predict. Patrick McLean stays silent for a long moment before speaking slowly. Even if you say that, nobody becomes the family head just because they have raw strength alone. Leadership takes brains. It is not just maxing out stats for an automatic win. Logan quietly looks back at his father. Deep down, he absolutely knows that is common sense for this current era. But thanks to his past life memories, he knows Ronin will actually become the continent's youngest Aura Knight. The kid is a totally flawless genius with 0 weak points. Because of this, Logan tells himself he does not need to be the heir, nor waste time on boring training. He already knows the future meta, so he is staying one step ahead. No need to try hard for nothing. As a caring older brother, Logan sincerely suggests giving his younger sibling a chance to really shine. So I deeply hope you will delay choosing the heir until Ronin is actually old enough. Patrick McLean flashes a very bright smile. He is deeply moved. Finally realizing his eldest son truly cares for his little brother this much, he firmly accepts it. I agree to your proposal. We will pick the heir in 5 years. I will delay it until Ronin becomes a full adult. Logan bows his head slightly. Thank you, father. Patrick McLean continues, firmly insisting that even though Logan refused the lordship, he will definitely get other massive rewards he perfectly deserves. He secretly calculates that after returning to McLean, checking the war loot will definitely yield a number no less than a few 100,000 gold. Hearing this, Logan smiles mysteriously and asks, then can I ask for one specific thing I want? Soon after, the victorious army finally returns to their territory, greeted by a massive, warm welcome. The gates open, and the guards shout loudly upon seeing the knights appearing in the distance. The McLean knights have finally returned home. You and I both know this epic feeling. The news spreads, making the entire city explode in deafening cheers. Logan rides proudly alongside his father and brother through a sea of wildly cheering people, marking McLean's glorious return after a deadly life-or-death war. They fought and came back already. Whispers echo through every single street as they watch the victorious army march into the territory. The citizens are stunned because the war ended so fast. Taking just a single day, wild rumors quickly start spreading everywhere. They say it is all thanks to young Lord Logan. Someone yells out in disbelief, "Wait, that idiot Logan?" But immediately, another person corrects them, saying that according to the soldiers' inside sources, Logan's mercenary group turned the tide using some unseen, insanely powerful weapons, and he personally took down a high-ranking enemy knight with his own bare hands. Pure shock sweeps over the crowd. A girl gasps, "Is the young lord really that incredible?" All those old prejudices about him being a crazy fool slowly vanish, totally replaced by deep respect. The shocked citizens start piecing everything together. From that notorious monster meat-buying scandal before, they now firmly believe it was all perfectly part of Logan's grand master plan. Literal goosebumps spread rapidly as they realize his past bad behavior was probably just brilliant acting to fool the world. Logan is actually an absolute, completely undeniable genius. His reputation got rebranded from a total joke to a legend after just one win. Hearing this endless praise, Logan feels super awkward. His face turns bright red despite trying to look serious. Walking beside him, Ronin does not miss the chance to tease, "How do you feel? Everyone is praising you." Even with Logan looking embarrassed, Ronin happily insists that everything the people are saying is the absolute truth. The kid eagerly urges him, "Since they are welcoming you like this, you should at least smile back at them." Logan asks awkwardly, "A smile?" Down below, the citizens' eyes are shining with high hopes, desperately waiting for a warm smile from their amazing hero. Logan tries his absolute best to force a smile to match everyone's feelings. However, instead of a bright smile, his face suddenly looks insanely sinister and extremely terrifying. That sight makes the huge crowd instantly freeze in dead silence. Their faces turn totally pale with pure horror. One guy trembles. "What is with that smile? Is he trying to kill us?" Fear completely takes over as they panic, genuinely wondering if he is about to eat them alive. And that is where we leave it. Even Ronian is sweating bullets at his brother's awful expression, while the hopeless citizens just cry that they are totally doomed. Stick with me here, because things are about to get wild. Patrick McLean pats Logan's head, beaming with pride after their epic victory. He shouts at the top of his lungs, "Come on! To celebrate our glorious triumph, let's throw the biggest banquet this castle has ever seen." Cheers of "Long live McLean, long live Grand Duke Logan" echo across the entire sky. It completely sets the stage for a wild, sleepless night at the majestic castle glowing under the dark sky. Late that night, Logan quietly walks down an empty hallway. He sighs, hearing the endless party noise. A celebration lasting until dawn? We just got back from a brutal war, and they still have this much energy left? Suddenly, a totally sharp voice cuts right through his peaceful thoughts. "What the hell are you planning?" Logan freezes in his tracks. He turns around to see a very anxious Ronian helping Lady McLean step toward him. She glares at him, eyes practically dripping with absolute hatred and deep suspicion. She growls, "I heard the news. You actually rejected the succession, didn't you?" Pure anger makes Lady McLean completely lose her cool. She screams, "What is your scheme? I do not know about the others, but do not even think about tricking me." Ronian quickly tries to stop her. "Mother, wait." He looks at Logan with eyes full of guilt. "Brother, I am so sorry. She is just really heartbroken about what happened to our family recently." Logan keeps his calm smile. He gently replies, "Roni, it is perfectly fine." Watching the furiously trembling woman right in front of him, Logan silently assesses the situation. Sure, she holds a massive grudge against him, but since she lost all her political power to a brutal betrayal, she is absolutely zero threat now. He honestly wonders if she could ever accept a totally genuine apology from him at this point. Logan looks deep into her eyes, his voice drops heavy as he says, "Mother, I know everything I did these past few years was completely wrong. I only did those awful things out of pure jealousy and a massive inferiority complex. I deeply regret it." This shocking confession totally stuns her for a second, but then she immediately points a finger right at Ronian, screaming out in absolute triumph. "See, did you hear that, Ronian? He is finally admitting it." Ronian shouts back, totally heartbroken, "Mother, please, just stop it." He turns to Logan, anxiously explaining that their mother's mental state is highly unstable right now. But Logan just looks back at his little brother with an incredibly serious gaze, completely determined. "Now pay close attention here. Listen to me, Ronian McLean. The person I truly owe an apology to is you." Ronian is completely stunned, stammering back in total confusion. "What do you mean?" Logan replies, "I fully planned to tell you right after we returned, but I just could not do it." Logan bitterly thinks to himself, feeling like even decades of pure regret could not defeat his own cowardly nature. Seeing his older brother hesitate, Ronian asks in total confusion, "Brother, what are you even talking about?" Logan stares straight into his younger brother's eyes and speaks firmly, "But I really need you to understand this. Roni, for the past few years, I absolutely hated you." Ronian freezes. Cold sweat drips down his face at this brutal, heartbreaking truth. Standing nearby, Lady McLean keeps a completely cold expression, just watching them. Logan keeps pouring his heart out. He admits he cowardly dodged his own feelings of uselessness by simply hating his own brother. He stands up perfectly straight and speaks clearly. "And now, I truly, deeply regret doing that. Ronian, right here and now, I want to officially apologize to you. I am so genuinely sorry." Ronian just stands there silently, completely rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, Logan absolutely curses himself for being so pathetic and naive to think a simple apology could ever erase all of his terrible past actions. Suddenly, Ronian slowly lifts his head and softly replies, "It is okay, brother." He looks at Logan with eyes full of pure trust. He firmly says that no matter what happened before, Logan is doing great right now. Ronian places a hand on his chest, smiling brightly. "I believe that one day, you will become my wonderful big brother again." Witnessing his little brother's insane level of forgiveness, Logan silently kicks himself. Why did he ever hesitate to do something so simple and easy? He softly calls out to Ronian, then turns back to Lady McLean. "Mother," Logan declares with absolute certainty, "the care I have for Ronian is completely real." Staring right into her eyes, he expresses his totally sincere hope that Ronian will absolutely become the most worthy successor of their entire noble family. Logan completely understands that asking her to blindly trust him right away is way too much to ask. So, he accepts waiting it out, promising to use real, solid actions to prove his sincerity over time. Faced with that kind of raw honesty, Lady McLean just silently bows her head, completely lost in deep thought. Logan gives a small, relieved smile. Well, that is done, he thinks. He quietly walks away under the bright full moon, finally ending this insanely chaotic night. Dawn finally breaks. Brilliant sunlight pierces right through the dense forest canopy, opening the door to a brand new, highly promising start. Walking through the lush green forest, the old blacksmith Hema asks curiously, "My lord, where are we going right after returning from war?" Logan casually replies that the old man has rested enough. Now, it is time to get right back to the grind. Hema mutters under his breath, looking extremely worried. He is terrified that his crazy young master is about to squeeze every last drop of labor out of him again. Logan smirks, promising this is a job he will actually love. Hema highly doubts it, asking if Logan even knows what he likes. Then, Logan suddenly stops right in front of a massive, wide-open valley. "I know what you were thinking. A mine?" "Oh, just wait." He raises his hand, grinning wildly, and announces, "From now on, we are building a mine right here." It sounds like he just unlocked a brand new resource server. "You want to claim a mountain as your reward and develop it?" Patrick McLean asks in total shock after hearing his son's incredibly bizarre request. He cannot figure out why Logan wants a completely barren mountain near the Tetron border, a place filled with literally nothing but useless dirt and dry rocks. Logan just gives a deeply mysterious smile. He casually jokes that maybe gold is buried under that wasteland. But honestly, Logan is holding onto a world-shaking secret from his past life. He knows exactly why the Tetron family risked everything to start a massive war. It was all for the gigantic gold mine hidden deep inside that mountain. In his previous life, after conquering this territory, the Tetron family got insanely rich practically overnight. They built up military power way beyond any normal Baron family. Well, right up until they were completely wiped off the map by Ronian's terrifying wrath and pure vengeance. Following a trusted knight's advice, Logan steps deep down into the freezing, dark dungeon of the Tetron castle. Right behind the heavy iron bars, a heavily panicked, silver-haired old man wearing glasses desperately grabs the gate, screaming out in pure misery. "We are completely innocent." The old man reveals that Viscount Tetron personally locked them down there. He forced them to aggressively extract pure gold from the raw ores he brought in. That crazy bastard Tetron. Did he seriously lock up 5 genius artifact engineers in here? Logan thinks deeply, covering his face to hide his scheming expression at the Viscount's pure cruelty. Seeing the young master's intense expression, the old engineer shakes in fear. He nervously asks if Logan is actually angry at them right now. But Logan suddenly flashes a deeply wicked, absolutely sinister smile. His eyes completely light up with sharp ambition as he thinks to himself, "This is a genuinely massive, totally unexpected jackpot." His terrifying aura alone leaves all the prisoners shaking in absolute fear. Destroying Tetron was a glorious win, sure. But to Logan, that was just a tiny ripple compared to the absolute tsunami that is about to hit them. And that is where we leave it. Because Logan knows, in exactly 1 year, the Empire's invasion will completely crush this entire country into dust. Alright, stick with me here, you and I are diving into pure chaos. It all starts when King Samuel von Grandia suddenly dies, triggering a brutal civil war between 3 princes. 3 years of blood drains the nation, giving the Empire a golden chance to invade and destroy absolutely everything. In his past life, the Marlen family played it safe, staying totally neutral just to watch things unfold. But this time, Logan knows it is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to reclaim their lost lands and take over the Southwest. His ultimate ambition? Shutting down this cruel civil war completely. Lost in his deep plans, the old blacksmith Hema walks up and asks, "Master, what exactly are you thinking, gathering all of us out here?" Logan stares at him and the rescued engineers. He knows if he tells them he can actually see the future, they would instantly write him off as a complete lunatic. So he just stays calm. "Even you do not know about this yet, so do not worry." Logan declares he will fund this entire crazy plan himself, turning the massive mountain standing right in front of them into an actual mountain of cash. He looks straight up at the towering peak and clearly announces his true goal. "There is gold ore on this mountainside. I want to dig it up and build a real mine." Seeing Hema and the stunned experts freezing up, Logan cuts to the chase. "Tell me, how much capital will this whole operation cost?" A totally absurd idea. Hema thinks to himself while hearing this plan. The rescued chief engineer is equally skeptical. He only followed Logan for a better paycheck than Tetron offered. He never expected this young master to be daydreaming about some imaginary gold mine. "Here's where you and I need to pay attention." He hesitates. "Are you sure there is gold here?" Logan simply points at his own eyes. "I saw it myself." That absolute confidence leaves the poor engineer so stunned he literally cannot speak a single word. Logan snaps his orders. "Listen up. This is a secret, so we work in total silence. First, we drill." The engineer panics and screams, "Are you trying to kill us? How can 6 guys drill a mountain?" He keeps whining that no matter the head count, this is a completely insane suicide mission. He turns to Hema in total despair, begging the blacksmith to declare this impossible, so Logan gives up. But completely destroying his hopes, Hema just thinks for a second and nods. Fine, nothing is impossible if we are ready to sacrifice. Smiling like an absolute madman, Hema claims that with less sleep and risking their actual lives, anything can get done. The engineer grabs his head in pure despair. Oh no, we are dead. Logan watches Hema, impressed that this old slave actually has the fiery spirit of a true mastermind. Asking about the estimated budget, the engineer sighs and drops a massive bomb. The initial cost could reach up to 5 million gold coins. He adds that for stable mining, they need half a year just to prepare, plus another 6 months to finish everything. Logan starts doing the math. Exactly as he predicted, this gold mine burns way too much time and cash, but this exact spot made Tetron unbelievably rich back in his previous life. Whatever happens, he has to develop this place. Logan sighs, wishing he could sell that monster meat right now for funding. Too bad its real effects will not be famous for another whole year. An idea hits him. You and I know what is coming. Wait, does he really have to wait that long? Logan realizes he can turn that monster meat into a potion right away. He just needs to squeeze all the deadly poison out first. Since he only needs a neutralizer, he can totally craft it himself. Being a mercenary in his past life means he has used this exact trick countless times before. So the new plan? Brew the potion himself and sell it for massive profit. A calculating smirk spreads across his face. 1 week later at the Marlen estate, a sweating Rick reports the job is finally done. He explains this weird medicine is just crushed primrose, herbs, and Ricky grass. Logan instantly corrects him. It is not some strange medicine. It is a chemical neutralizer. Asking about the monster meat, Rick confirms it is chopped and stored as ordered. Logan gets hyped. Perfect. Now let's head to the warehouse and use this neutralizer to process everything. Rick turns pale with absolute terror, stuttering, "Wait, I have to go too?" When Logan nods firmly, Rick lets out a pathetic, desperate scream. "I do not want to go. I hate it. Lord Logan, you have not seen the warehouse yet." All this loud crying is seriously annoying Logan now. He curses the servant for being so damn annoying, but suddenly, Logan's own face drops. He covers his nose and gags. What is that ungodly stench? Approaching the warehouse, Logan is genuinely horrified. Trust me, you and I do not want to smell this. It is so toxic it turns his face green. Meanwhile, Rick is already throwing up his guts in the back. Fighting for his life, Logan instantly channels his inner energy to completely paralyze his own sense of smell. Breathing a massive sigh of relief in the fresh air, he speaks. "All right, let's go inside. Let's dive right into this crazy mess." Rick jumps up in pure shock, completely baffled by how the young master stays so calm against that god-awful stench. Logan casually explains his divine power just neutralized his sense of smell. Rick, he can only glare in pure jealousy, internally cursing that only Logan gets that perk. Super annoying. Right? Logan just rushes everyone to get straight to work so they do not fall behind. He grabs some white powder and demonstrates. Now rub this neutralizer onto the meat, just enough to turn the skin white is fine. He also shoots them a serious warning that black layer is pure toxin, so they better be extremely careful handling it. Rick timidly nods. Okay. Right after, they start hacking the treated monster meat into tiny pieces, forcefully compressing the nasty stuff by hand into solid little blocks. Logan holds up a tiny brown pellet right in front of Rick. Well, does it look like a pill? Rick just stares back, totally clueless about what is happening. Logan proudly announces the process is completely finished. They're going to sell this stuff as actual medicine, and he orders Rick to memorize the exact recipe. But Rick instantly throws a massive fit, absolutely hating this totally disgusting and smelly job. What? No way, I absolutely hate doing this. Logan calmly drops the bait a salary of 100 gold per week. In a split second, Rick does a total 180. He flashes a greedy smile and agrees. Now we are talking. Watching his money-hungry servant, Logan realizes he definitely cannot back out of paying this massive wage now. Logan keeps going. First, we need to test how well this medicine actually works. Rick gets curious about the effects. Logan just gives a very short answer. It is good for men. Rick just stares blankly. What does that even mean? Logan visibly cringes with annoyance and snaps back. So frustrating. I am only going to explain this once, so you better listen to me very carefully. To get through his slow servant's thick skull, Logan uses a metaphor. He describes a tiny rabbit completely exhausted from working way too hard all day. Just feed it one single pill, and that tiny rabbit instantly wakes up. Its eyes flare with crazy energy. Raw power explodes, making it smash a medicine mortar at terrifying speed as its muscles bulge, transforming into an absolutely massive, god-tier rabbit. Logan smugly crosses his arms. Get it now? Rick's face is literally burning red from excitement as he nods frantically. Oh yeah, I get it. That is an unbelievably amazing effect. A light bulb goes off in his head. I know the perfect person to test this out on. When Logan curiously asks who, Rick instantly drops the name of their manager, Dway. Now pay close attention, because this next part is pure comedy. Outside, Dway is totally focused on his accounting books, having zero clue he is about to become the test subject for the young master's crazy new stamina drug. Minding his own business with paperwork, getting randomly summoned is definitely a bad sign. Dway nervously tiptoes over, knocks on the door, and calls out, "Sir, it is me." Hearing Logan's voice giving permission, the poor guy walks in, curiously asking if there is an urgent problem. Looking around the completely silent and empty room, Dway just blinks. Where did he go? Then boom. Logan appears right behind his back with the most mischievous look in his eyes. He slowly whispers, "I have been waiting for you." That sudden jump scare makes the poor manager scream his lungs out in absolute terror. He collapses straight to the floor, his heart practically jumping out of his chest. But Logan instantly flips his attitude. He walks over, gently massages Dway's shoulders, and asks with total fake kindness, "You have been working so incredibly hard these past few days, right?" Dway awkwardly stammers back that he is perfectly fine and that the young master is the one who's truly working hard. Logan lets out a heavy, dramatic sigh. He starts whining about how he is on the verge of collapsing from his own weak efforts, acting super sympathetic toward his subordinates' daily struggles. He points out that the family budget is basically ruined after the recent war, and he is trying his hardest just to pay everyone's salary. Deeply touched by Logan's totally unexpected care for his administrative staff, Dway's eyes actually well up with real tears. Dway feels completely guilty for ever misunderstanding his young master before. He silently praises Logan's supposedly huge, generous heart. But then, Logan stares right into Dway's soul and drops a crazy sensitive question. He straight up asks if overworking is causing his, nighttime activities to suffer lately. Mortified, the poor guy quickly tries to excuse himself and run away, but Logan grabs him. "Hold on, let me finish." He pulls out a tiny black pill and smirks. "I am giving this completely to you." Logan confidently claims this is an officially patented product from the Philip Merchant Guild. He promises that just swallowing one single pill will bring out some absolutely magical, life-changing effects. Even though Logan himself hasn't ever tested this sketchy drug, he acts super excited, handing it over to Dway as his very first highly exclusive special gift. Dway stares blankly at the tiny pill resting in his hand, seriously hesitating. Fast forward a bit, and frantic footsteps echo loudly down the hallway. Dway suddenly bursts into the room, gasping for air and completely drenched in heavy sweat. Rick gets super worried, asking why on earth the manager is sprinting like his life depends on it. Dway ignores him, screaming out loud in pure, absolute excitement. "We all knew this was coming, right? How much is it, young master? How much does that pill cost?" Dway screams in desperation like he just found the literal meaning of life. Seeing the manager completely lose his mind with joy, Logan flashes an evil smirk, silently cheering in victory. Huge success. Standing nearby, Rick just sweats bullets, nervously asking the young master, "Are you even listening to him right now?" Logan completely ignores him, giving a cold, simple order. "Dway, give me your hand." The manager immediately stands at stiff attention. His face turns so insanely serious and solemn that even Logan hesitates for a second before calling out his name. Riding high on the massive success of his very first trial run, Logan starts hunting down other men dealing with similar embarrassing problems to keep testing his magical product. He tracks down Hako, the hardcore commander of the Knights, and drops a heavy hint. "Hako, I heard a little rumor. You and your wife have been arguing a lot lately, haven't you?" That question hits way too close to home. Hako literally jumps up in pure terror. Wait, who the heck is spreading those rumors? But before the commander can even explain, Logan makes his move. "You seriously need to try this." Without any hesitation, Logan just shoves the sketchy pill straight into Hako's mouth, officially turning the tough Knight commander into test subject number 2. The exact second he swallows it down, a crazy, fiery energy violently explodes deep inside Hako's body. His eyes bulge completely out of his head in sheer, absolute shock. Feeling that insane power waking up, Logan casually gives the order. "Go find your wife right now." He flashes a reassuring smirk, promising not to tell his father a word. Hako's face instantly lights up with pure joy as he bows deeply, totally grateful for the save. "Thank you, my lord." Without missing a beat, the mighty commander loudly declares he is clocking out early. Then, he spins around and sprints away like an absolute tornado. Watching his hyped-up subordinate disappear into the distance, Logan starts brainstorming his third test subject. And guess who gets the honor? None other than his own father, Lord Patrick McLean. Faced with the undeniable, explosive results of this crazy pill, even the highly respected, majestic lord cannot stop his face from blushing as he quietly admits the embarrassing truth. It is incredibly effective. Logan proudly walks away, silently apologizing to his brother Ronian because they might just be getting a new sibling soon. Seeing the insanely overpowered effects of his homemade drug, he cannot wipe that smug grin off his face. Right on cue, Rick comes desperately chasing after him. Hey, wait a second. Why do not you let me try one? Seeing Logan just ignore him, Rick screams out in absolute frustration. I have been working super hard too, you know. Logan just stops, giving his servant the most deeply judgmental stare. And that is where we leave it, Rick shouting, what the heck does that look mean? Logan walks away, dropping a brutal reality check. You don't even have a partner. Rick freezes, completely speechless at the single shaming. What did you just say? Stick with me, we are about to watch the craziest business scheme unfold. Logan contacts Philip via a magic sphere, absolutely confident his product will sell. When Philip asks about the price, Logan drops an insane number without blinking. 100 gold per pill, or 1,000 gold for 10. That massive price tag leaves Philip in pure shock. Do you really think capital nobles will buy it for that much? Logan nods. He knows they will, thanks to memories from his past life. He remembers those greedy nobles literally fighting to buy this exact medicine at sky-high prices. Keeping the production numbers low will only make it more exclusive. Philip agrees, but Logan throws in one huge condition. They need a famous, high-profile figure to take the pill and prove its ridiculous effects to the world. Philip immediately starts brainstorming, trying to find a well-known noble who desperately needs this kind of medicine to act as their guinea pig. But Logan cuts him off. No flashy ads needed. Just let the rumors spread in the shadows and they will swarm like bees. So Philip suggests throwing a capital party. Hearing that, Logan looks absolutely disgusted. A party? He despises those fancy high society gatherings. The only parties he ever attended were bloody mercenary victory bashes. Still, Philip keeps pushing, insisting that high-class parties are the absolute best way to build business connections. Then Philip drops a bold idea. Why don't you sell the medicine yourself at the party? Logan freezes. Me? Sell it myself? He thought he was just networking, but now it is a live sales pitch. Philip panics, warning that skipping these parties will completely isolate the Marlen family. But Logan is dead set. Absolutely not. He refuses to go. Instead, he orders Philip to track down an information broker in the Grandia capital. Now pay attention, because this is where his master plan actually kicks in. Logan smiles mysteriously, announcing he is heading to the capital and will explain later. Philip starts sweating bullets, getting a terrible feeling about this. Exactly 1 week later, Logan finally steps foot into the Grandia capital, leaving Philip totally shocked. You actually made it. Philip nervously asks if Logan got his family's permission to leave. Logan casually brushes it off, saying it is all handled. Staring at 2,000 boxes of cargo with 0 guards protecting them, Philip is terrified. Logan could have run into massive trouble on the road. Logan chuckles to himself, knowing his father only let him leave so easily because of his insane achievements in the recent war. But Philip is still stressing over a high-ranking noble traveling completely alone. Logan sharply cuts him off. Having guards hover around just makes him uncomfortable. He tells Philip to drop the worrying and focus on their main objective. Staring at the massive stack of cargo boxes, Logan suddenly thinks about Rick, who is back at the territory handling the heavy lifting. He remembers his loyal servant doing everything for him across 2 different lives. Even if Rick constantly whines about the medicine's horrible stench driving everyone away, that smell is so bad it literally forces the entire castle to keep a safe distance from him. Rick used to cry that Logan was completely ruining his chances of ever getting married, heavily doubting the whole 1 pill per person production rule. Deep down, Logan is genuinely thankful for Rick's silent sacrifices. Clenching his fist with pure determination, Logan proudly announces a major decision. Seeing that bright smile, Philip senses an absolute disaster. Logan excitedly declares that to fully honor Rick's extreme hard work, this new magical medicine will officially be named Impor Rick. I know what you are thinking. Did he really just name it that? Yes. Philip is completely speechless, his face going dark at his young master's terrible naming sense. Arriving in the capital, Philip suggests hitting a local bar to rest after the long journey, but Logan immediately rejects it, worried about spies in public places. However, Philip stubbornly insists that a noisy bar is actually the perfect place to discuss highly sensitive secrets. He reveals the investigation is finished and hands over a thick file. Staring at the 900 gold information fee, Logan pauses, wondering if it is actually worth it. After flipping through the pages, he admits the quality is top tier. If this intel is accurate, they will easily make their gold back in no time. Philip proudly states he followed every order perfectly, listing 3 target groups. First up, nobles who have been married for 10 years without children. Second, guys juggling multiple concubines or secret lovers. And finally, the desperate nobles hunting down supplements to boost their bedroom performance. Logan is beyond thrilled. showering Philip with praise for his flawless investigation and hard work. Philip tries to stay humble, but admits he was absolutely terrified when Logan joined the brutal war so late. He only breathed a real sigh of relief when everything ended perfectly. Logan thinks to himself that he has his own headaches now. Mostly, that massive mountain of leftover monster meat sitting in storage, wondering who will be crazy enough to buy it. While Philip is still mumbling and complaining, Logan suddenly rolls up a paper and smacks him right on the head, making him yelp in pain. Getting back to business, Logan asks who the best first customer on the list is. Philip thinks for a second, taps a specific name, and asks, "How about this guy?" Logan stares closely at the target list. Him? The scene instantly cuts to a dazzling high society party. Nobles are laughing and drinking under massive crystal chandeliers. Their very first target is here, Count David. Standing in the middle of the glowing hall, Count David takes a sip of wine before freezing at the sight of a bizarre guest. Logan struts up wearing a ridiculously loud, colorful outfit. "Greetings, Count. I am Logan McLean, the eldest son of the Marlen family from the southwest continent." Sweating at Logan's absolute country bumpkin style, David forces a painfully awkward smile. "Ah, yes. You must be the new guest. Welcome to the capital." The surrounding nobles immediately start whispering, laughing openly at the tacky, bright clothes traditional to his southwestern region. Surrounded by all the mocking whispers, Logan just stands there, perfectly calm. He secretly smirks. Philip's plan worked flawlessly. And trust me, you are going to want to see how this plays out. This ugly outfit is the ultimate shield against annoying social climbers, letting him lock onto his true target, Felon David, the kingdom's top financial official. Let's dive right into this wild story. Even though he got married at 20, he still didn't have a single kid. Logan instantly remembers his past life. This very count was the center of a massive tragedy, choosing to end his own life just because his wife completely humiliated him in public. In Logan's sharp memories, David's wife actually screamed at him with pure, brutal venom in front of a massive crowd. "Do you actually have the nerve to flirt around? You cannot even get it up." That brutal insult, aimed right at his manhood, totally broke a proud noble like David. It crushed him completely, pushing him to end his own life just to escape the shame. Staring at this man trying so hard to look dignified, Logan realizes something. This count is the absolute perfect first customer for his new business. So, Logan casually walks up and starts chatting him up with some incredibly smooth social skills. "I am actually visiting the capital for business. After hearing your grand name, I simply had to introduce myself." David takes a sip of wine, acting totally superior. He sarcastically points out that Grandia has absolutely everything. He assumes a country bumpkin like Logan only came here to buy fancy things that his poor little village could never actually provide. Ignoring all the mocking giggles from the noble ladies standing around them, Logan suddenly flashes a deeply wicked, calculating smirk. He looks straight into David's eyes and boldly declares, "Oh no, I am actually selling an item that definitely does not exist here. And trust me, it is extremely good for men." Logan leans in close to Count David's ear and whispers a shocking truth. It is a potent enhancement pill. That sentence strikes David's fragile ego like lightning, completely freezing him in place while his eyes go wide with absolute terror. David screams out, "Good heavens! A noble family's son is actually going around selling enhancement pills?" He yells in pure anger, making all the surrounding ladies start whispering. What did he just say? What a truly pathetic young man. The capital nobles glare at Logan with pure disgust, thinking this country boy is just ruining their fancy party. David feels completely and utterly humiliated. Logan's piercing gaze makes it seem like he has completely seen through his darkest secret. Meanwhile, Logan forces a calm face, telling himself to hold it in. Seeing David about to leave, Logan quickly adds in a humble voice, "Since I am from the outskirts, I brought gifts to show my deep respect to the capital nobles. Please accept this humble offering even though it is not much." He discreetly pulls out a wooden box and explains, "I plan to sell this medicine called Emporic for 100 gold coins a pill. But I want to specially offer the Count one free pill to try first. Watch closely, because this is genius." Logan loudly swears on his noble honor that it has absolutely zero side effects. Even though David is shaking, he simply cannot resist the powerful temptation of that little pill. A few days later, at Logan's shop, a very elegant butler shows up and boldly announces himself. "My master ordered me to buy a special medicine called Emporic." Logan greets him with a massive, beaming smile. "Oh, are you perhaps from Count David's estate?" Deep down, his mind is absolutely screaming with pure joy. It is a massive success. After finishing the sale, Logan happily waves the customer off. "Thank you. Please come again next time." Staring at the shiny coins he just made, Logan excitedly brags to Philip. "A whole box of pills for 1,000 gold. Our first real harvest is incredibly fat. We definitely need to rake in even more gold." Philip reminds him that renting this tiny shop in the capital center costs 10,000 gold a month, so finding it was a huge effort. But Philip insists that, strategically, Opening this storefront was absolutely necessary to create a massive crowd effect. Logan nods in total agreement. You are right, and now I am getting ready for another party. Philip groans and asks, another one seriously? You just got here and you are always out. Is it really necessary to attend 2 parties in a single day? Logan just flashes a deeply calculating smirk. We already got Count David as our first big client, but that is simply not enough. We have to meet every single person on our list to advertise our miracle pill. Exactly 1 week later, Count David's loyal butler is walking through the dark night again. He thinks to himself, I cannot believe the Count told me to buy even more of that stuff. Even though his master bought a ton to satisfy his needs, it is still not enough. Huh? He suddenly stops dead in his tracks when he notices a dark shadow standing right ahead. You and I both know what happens next, right? Outside Logan's shop, a massive line of people are pushing and shoving. Count David's butler is totally stunned. Are there really this many people lining up? Looking closely, he actually recognizes some very familiar faces. It is Baron Talent's butler and Count Hamel's butler too. Realizing the rumors have completely blown up, he tells himself he has to buy the pills fast and get out of there immediately. Suddenly, Philip steps out the door and loudly announces to the crowd, I am so sorry, but unfortunately, we are completely sold out right now. Please, come back again tomorrow. That announcement hits the crowd like a lightning strike, causing total chaos. One panicked butler immediately yells out, sold out already? What on earth are you talking about? Philip keeps his perfectly polite attitude and explains, I am truly sorry, but due to massive demand for Emporic, our supply is heavily limited. Because of that, we are strictly limiting sales to 50 boxes a day. Instantly, desperate begging echoes through the street. Please sell it to me. If I go back empty-handed, my master will literally kill me. Seeing this crazy, chaotic scene, a few passing nobles get super curious. What are they doing over there making so much noise? Let's go check it out right now. Watching from up high, Logan gives a very victorious, wicked little smirk. He is secretly thrilled because his artificial scarcity tactic is working perfectly. It is creating a massive crowd effect that easily grabs the attention of anyone walking by. Logan tells himself that absolutely everything is going exactly according to his master plan. Meanwhile, Philip just keeps screaming that they are out of stock, telling angry customers to try again tomorrow. Over the next few days, the absolute madness does not cool down at all. Philip has to constantly announce they are sold out, leaving desperate customers in total agony. One furious guy slams a heavy coin pouch on the table and screams, increase the amount of pills. Why are you sold out every single day? Seeing his sales absolutely skyrocket after just 1 month, Logan cannot help but marvel. This is purely amazing. They completely sell out the very second they open the doors. At this crazy rate, making 4 to 5 million gold a month is entirely possible. Logan secretly laughs to himself. Wow, Grandia really has a lot of nobles who are weak in that department. Even though Logan actively tripled the price, the sales are still going incredibly smoothly. Some desperate nobles are even willing to pay extra just to get their hands on the medicine. Staring at a literal mountain of shiny gold, Logan lets out a highly sarcastic sigh. I am so worried about the future of this country. Then, Logan excitedly rubs Philip's head, praising him. You did an amazing job, Philip, you clever bastard. You are great. Even with his hair messed up from the rubbing, Philip humbly replies. This is all thanks to both of our hard work. Logan decisively declares, all right then. Starting next month, you get a solid 1% cut of the sales profits. Hearing that 1%, Philip completely loses his mind with happiness. He hugs Logan, screaming in pure excitement. Lord Logan, I swear I will do my absolute best. Logan frantically shoves his crazy partner away. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me on this one. Hey, you crazy jerk, do not kiss me. Their screams and laughter echoed through the entire neighborhood as the sunset slowly faded away. 10 tons of gold every year? Logan could not hide his absolute shock hearing this massive news from the magic sphere. The chief engineer on the other end confirmed it. The miners found a high probability of a massive gold reserve buried deep underground. Logan did the math fast. 10 tons of gold equaled 100 million gold coins, way beyond his wildest expectations. He smiled wickedly, eyes gleaming, knowing he had an endless treasure. But the old engineer was worried. The mining costs would be ridiculously expensive, needing around 5 million gold just to start. Facing his subordinates' worries, Logan stayed completely confident. He proudly declared there was zero need to panic, as he would cover all labor and expenses himself. Witnessing his boss act so insanely generous, the old engineer could only sigh, secretly wishing he could just retire early. Walking the capital streets that night, Logan calculated everything. If his stamina pills kept selling like crazy, he would make 4.5 million gold monthly. 2 months of sales meant full mining funds. With 700 pill boxes left, he planned to head home soon. He needed to ship more inventory to the capital and start mining. But right in the middle of his scheming, Logan suddenly froze. He spotted a shadowy figure lurking right outside his own shop. Suspecting an intruder, he drew his sword and dashed over at terrifying speed, cursing inwardly. A thief? Logan kicked the door open, but the completely empty room left him totally stunned. He quickly realized something was very wrong. This room only had one exit, meaning the intruder was definitely still hiding somewhere nearby. Logan cautiously checked every single corner, gripping his sword tightly and ready to strike. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, sensing a strange presence right beside him. Logan swung his sword and yelled, "Who are you?" He scanned the silent yard, knowing someone was hiding. Now watch closely. A freezing wave of bloodlust hit from behind, making Logan shiver in pure terror. Logan immediately looked up and spotted him on the roof. A mysterious shadow wearing a hooded cloak was standing tall right on top of the building. Stomping hard, Logan leaped onto the roof to face the intruder head-on. Beneath that hood, a mysterious middle-aged man with a thick beard appeared. Gripping his hilt, Logan demanded to know who he was. The enemy only gave him oppressive silence. Just as Logan moved to attack, the stranger vanished like a ghost, leaving him dumbfounded. Logan looked around the empty roof, completely bewildered. How could that guy disappear so ridiculously fast when he was just right there? Suddenly, he noticed a strange object left behind on the tiles. Logan picked it up, his eyes widening in total shock. Why is this here? The next morning, Philip screamed in panic. A thief broke in? Sitting quietly at the table, Logan confirmed the intruder was a high-level aura master with an incredibly unique energy. Philip could not help wondering, why would an expert with power that could turn a slave into a noble commit petty theft? What was he after? Logan softly replied, "That is just a theory." Checking the inventory, they were stunned to see the thief only took exactly 2 stamina pills. Philip realized his target was not money, but stealing the medicine for personal use. Logan immediately got the idea to scan their noble client list, looking for anyone who could actually use aura. Philip mentioned that info was highly classified and expensive to investigate, but then he suddenly remembered one extremely suspicious character. It was a noble who was among the few aura users in the capital. But the most interesting part? The man had absolutely zero heirs. You and I both know where this is going. On a street corner, a happy family triggered deep sorrow in the blonde noble watching from afar. When his wife approached to ask, he forced a smile to hide it. "Ah, darling," just admiring the view. Seeing the melancholy in his eyes, she softly asked if he was watching their children. The noble hastily denied it, urging her inside the house to avoid thinking too much. As she hugged him tight, expressing her happiness at marrying a husband like him, his face suddenly turned heavy and tormented. "Me too." Felix Esperanza. Known as the kingdom's greatest swordsman, he hugged his wife back with a heavy heart. Few knew this glorious hero harbored deep self-hatred inside. During his youth, fighting brutal battles for his country, he unfortunately suffered a severe injury right in his groin. Back then, a young knight like him barely cared about that wound, but now, sitting at the absolute peak of power as a famous duke, he bitterly realized everything was meaningless without an heir. Sitting in the silent library, his wife gently held his hand, comforting him. "I understand. You must have been in so much pain." Seeing tears rolling down his devoted wife's face, Felix felt his heart absolutely shatter as he listened to her desperate plea. "If you are willing, please let me live with you forever." Witnessing her endless sacrifice and love, Felix agonizingly wondered how to ever repay her. His eyes showed nothing but pure helplessness and pain. Heading to a family meeting, his loyal guard Louis anxiously asked if he wanted to arrive early. Felix tiredly replied that arriving early just meant hearing those annoyingly familiar lectures about finding a proper successor. Seeing his master so depressed, Louis lowered his voice seriously. "I heard there is a miracle drug in the capital. They say it can even heal injuries down there." Felix just glanced over with total indifference. So what? He sighed wearily as Louis kept trying to convince him about the medicine's rumored effectiveness. Deep down, the Duke told himself, "I already stole that stuff to try it out anyway. Makes you and I think, right?" Unable to bear his wife's tears, this legendary swordsman humiliated himself by committing petty theft. But the final results? A total disappointment. Felix coldly brushed it off, knowing taking the pills did absolutely nothing. "Louis, do not trust rumors too much." Louis bowed apologetically. "Sorry, sir." Felix kept walking. "Exactly. It is just a baseless rumor anyway. How could a simple medicine possibly fix a massive problem that even high-level aura was helpless against? Let's dive right in." He thought about giving up his last hope. But suddenly, a loud shout echoed at the gates. "What is this? Showing up without an appointment?" Right in the middle of the chaos, our red-haired hero confidently stepped up to the guards and barked an order. "Just tell him my name." Flashing a totally confident smile, Logan completely shocked the guards with his bold claim. "I guarantee he will want to see me. You want to meet him in person." Philip screamed in pure panic after hearing Logan's insane plan. He nervously reminded him that this man was literally one of the most powerful people in the entire kingdom, and Logan actually planned to walk right up to him and ask, "Hey, you stole my stuff yesterday, didn't you?" That was basically pure, absolute suicide. Philip practically pictured Logan acting completely arrogant, getting them killed, which made him scream out in total, absolute despair. "Are you seriously going to do that?" But Logan just calmly smiled and replied, "You really can read my mind, huh?" Even though Philip begged him to stop, warning him that this place was a literal hornet's nest, Logan refused to back down from his decision. Sitting completely alone in his room, Logan quietly thought about Philip's desperate warning. If anything went wrong today, they were both absolutely dead meat. Even knowing the massive, deadly risks, he told himself that meeting a peak-level swordsman was an epic chance he just could not miss. Soon enough, Logan arrived right at the grand, imposing mansion, where an elegant old butler opened the massive doors. "Please come in." Stepping into the main hall, Logan instantly felt the crushing, overwhelming aura of one of the most powerful men in the entire country, standing right there. Logan bowed with perfect respect. "Greetings, my lord. I am Logan Marlen, the eldest son of the Marlen family." Looking at the man's face, Logan was totally stunned. He knew this guy was already 70 years old, but his appearance was incredibly young. He wondered, could the raw power of an aura master actually slow down the aging process this much? The Duke slowly turned around and asked in a deep voice, "Marlen, are you from that family in the Southwestern Territory? What on earth brings the son of that family all the way out here?" Logan just kept his perfectly calm smile. He decided to completely skip the robbery accusations and get straight to business. "I have been selling a certain item in the capital lately, and I wanted to gift you some." Logan placed a wooden box on the table. "This is a special medicine with truly amazing benefits for men. Its effects have already been fully verified by several other nobles." The Duke just stared down at the box and softly replied, "Is that so? Now watch closely here." His heavy silence made it impossible to tell if he was yesterday's intruder, so Logan decided to push his luck even further. "But since you are a true superhuman master, this regular gift might be completely useless. Because of that, I brought you something much more special." Instantly, Logan noticed the powerful man slightly flinch. He smirked on the inside, totally thrilled to finally get a reaction out of him. Logan knew that since the Duke was a peak superhuman, the regular emporic he stole yesterday just didn't work at all. Logan explained that the natural toxins found in monster meat actually stimulate the body and treat men's health issues, and that the current emporic was heavily refined just to be safely eaten. However, because the normal version's toxicity is just super weak, it has absolutely zero effect on superhuman aura masters like the Great Felix. That is exactly why Logan directly extracted the pure monster poison to create a crazy limited edition batch with medicinal effects completely multiplied to a massive degree. To guarantee it worked, Logan actually tested it on himself. He suffered such intense, gut-wrenching pain that he literally thought he was going to die. He warned that if any normal person without an aura tried taking this, they would instantly drop dead on the spot. But for a true aura master like Felix, this was the absolute perfect cure. Logan respectfully asked him to report the results back later, fully promising that the Marlen family would safely supply plenty more while keeping this delicate secret strictly between them. Felix stared silently at the box in his hands, completely lost in deep thought over the young man's bold, crazy offer. By the very next day, the Duke's vibe totally flipped. Looking incredibly radiant and bursting with life, he smiled at Logan and asked, "What do you need? I will definitely help you." Just one single night, and his entire vibe went from totally gloomy to a completely reborn man. Logan screamed with pure joy on the inside, absolutely shocked he actually won over such a legendary, superhuman martial arts master. Logan knew the medicine would work for Felix. If he steadily built up the dose over 30 uses, his condition would be completely, 100% cured. Felix clutched his chest tightly. All that sadness and crushing insecurity he had carried for so long was finally, completely gone forever. He looked at Logan with genuine warmth and deep appreciation. Felix sincerely thanked Logan for gracefully ignoring his clumsy break-in and delivering such an absolutely mind-blowing gift instead. Plus, the mighty Duke was completely amazed by Logan's genius-level sword skills that he had personally witnessed with his own eyes that very night. He endlessly praised the kid as a total genius and a true potion master. The Duke proudly declared that Logan's gift had completely fixed the embarrassing problem he suffered from. To repay him, the Duke firmly stated, "If you need anything, just say the word." "Well, in that case, could you give me a copy of your personal sword technique book?" I know what you're thinking, bold move, right? Logan seized the moment, instantly dropping a demand that caught Felix off guard. Together, they walked into a massive, royal-level library, packed with thousands of absolutely priceless secret manuals. Felix quietly searched through the towering, ridiculously high bookshelves. Felix kindly warned him, "If you blindly practice everything in this, you might get terribly hurt. Just pick what fits your level to study. Logan respectfully took the heavy book and deeply thanked him. However, our guy wasn't completely done yet, casually dropping one more super cheeky request. If possible, could you please write a short message inside proving you gave this to me personally? Would that be all right? Facing such a slick request, Felix happily agreed. Sure, it is really no big deal at all. Logan mentally cheered. He achieved his ultimate goal, even if he felt slightly greedy, wanting more than just a book from this famous hero. Still, that signature would definitely sell for more than the manual. Suddenly, Felix looked super serious. There is one thing I don't understand. While Logan confusedly asked what was wrong, the Duke replied, I don't know why, but I want to personally teach you my sword techniques. That declaration literally froze Logan in pure shock. Deep down, he could not believe the absolute strongest swordsman in the kingdom was offering to be his master. Felix explained that since Logan was so totally humble, he felt bad just handing him a single book. Logan instantly shook off all his stunned disbelief. He clearly realized this was a totally once-in-a-lifetime chance to train under the most legendary sword saint across both of his entire lives. Logan eagerly shouted out his reply. Thank you. Amazing. They headed straight for the grand training grounds. Felix drew his sword, smiling. And trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens when this master tests our boy. Listen up. You and I are about to witness an epic clash. Felix warns he won't play nice, dropping into a tight combat stance. Logan grips his sword hard, locking all his senses onto the senior master. Suddenly, Felix's eyes turn ice cold as he growls his sharp command. Logan draws his blade. Instantly, a massive red aura explodes outwards, completely flooding the entire training ground with a suffocating, heavy pressure. Pure shock hits Logan. He is fighting a monstrous wave of divine energy crushing his body. The suffocating weight makes his hands violently shake, barely able to even hold his weapon. Completely amazed, he questions himself. Is this the true, legendary power of an elite aura user? Staring at Felix, towering in that bright red aura, Logan wonders, can just any aura user link their whole body with raw energy like this? If raw power was everything, normal battles would be totally pointless. He realizes the secret is not just energy. The Duke must be using some kind of highly advanced, special technique. This is an entire technical system. Logan notices the divine energy is only amplifying the master's senses, not actually buffing his entire physical body. Forcing himself to hold steady, he swears he will analyze this insane pressure, no matter what it takes. Every time Logan tries moving, the Duke's energy shifts. That is the trick. He is actively dispersing his heavy power directly onto his opponent. Still unsure of the exact method, Logan believes he can handle it. As the pressure scatters, he grips his hilt tight, deciding to launch a lightning-fast counterattack right now. Seeing Logan's sharp reflexes, Philip silently notes his massive talent. Logan pushes against the crushing pressure, completely drenched in sweat, but his eyes remain fiercely sharp. Felix nods in satisfaction. Good. Logan wonders in shock if this is an aura blade. The Duke stares him down, hyping him up to try and grasp it. Now stick with me. This is where it gets wild. Logan realizes the sword itself is creating that terrifying pressure, physically pinning him down. Even though the weapon's heavy pressure is creeping up slowly, Logan is absolutely horrified to find his body is completely frozen in place. The blade's raw power pierces right into him, completely scrambling his senses into total chaos. Logan grits his teeth, suddenly realizing a truly terrifying rule. The redder the blade, the heavier the crushing weight. Trapped in this impossible spot, Logan desperately thinks of a way to break this lockdown. Suddenly, his own divine energy flares up. It glows fiercely right over his chest, triggering like an automatic survival reflex. He feels his energy trying to neutralize the enemy sword's aura, and knows he just has to trust his gut. Boom! A blinding golden aura erupts, completely shielding Logan to fight back the Duke's glowing red pressure. Seeing this massive potential, Felix smiles with genuine praise. He chuckles, asking if Logan really just controlled the heavy pressure from his sword. Without hesitation, he grips his hilt, channels explosive force into his legs, and dashes forward at lightning speed. Eyes glowing with authority, Felix wings a colossal red aura slash. It is a direct, devastating strike right into Logan's newly formed defenses. Logan grits his teeth, eyes wide at the incoming destruction. The heavy clash triggers a terrifying energy explosion, violently launching Logan backward through the air. Felix sheathes his blade, calmly watching Logan panting hard in the dusty training yard. Ah, so that was the aura blade. Logan tells himself while gasping for air. His body shakes violently, forcing him to stab his sword into the dirt for balance. Even after eating that godlike strike, he stubbornly struggles to stand up. Impressed by that pure stubbornness, Felix looks down with clear admiration. He asks if Logan copied his move even knowing he lacked the skills. You and I both love a crazy underdog, right? A sly grin appears on Logan's sweaty face. His pure recklessness actually forced the Duke to fight seriously. The Sword Saint chuckles warmly. Wanting to beat him? This kid is definitely not your average fighter. Watching Logan's shadow, Felix silently thinks he is quite interesting. After that brutal session, Logan finally packs up to leave the massive mansion. The old butler asks worriedly if he is leaving. He insists the Duke offered a long rest until fully healed, so he can stay indefinitely. Logan smiles and declines, saying the master's potion already did the trick. Understanding his guest's stubbornness, the butler bows respectfully and offers to walk him out. The grand gates open wide under a glowing sunset. Logan waves goodbye, thanking him before quietly walking away. The butler just stands there, watching him with a very thoughtful expression. But the second he is out of sight, Logan freezes. He desperately leans against a wall to stop from collapsing. His face twists in pure agony, groaning in despair. It hurts like hell. He staggers around, legs weak from those massive internal injuries. Trembling, he pulls out a tiny green potion, but stops himself. He just cannot waste such an insanely expensive item on a wound like this. He knows full well this is top-tier medicine, stuff meant only for high-ranking officials, nearly impossible to find anywhere else. He calculates that even with his divine energy leveling up recently, granting him fast healing, the harsh reality is different. The Sword Saint's heavy slash went way too deep. His body throbs with pain, but ignoring that, Logan looks at a paper in his hand with shining eyes. He scored something priceless. A handwritten invite from Felix, giving his private home address. The note welcomes him over to learn aura control. Staring at the respectful words from the kingdom's absolute strongest master, Logan smirks. He never expected his wild plan to work this smoothly. Getting beat to a pulp but earning a VIP mastery course? Talk about a zero-risk, high-reward investment. He knows Felix basically sees him as a disciple now. Having this kind of legendary connection is going to be a huge cheat code for his future. Lost in thought, Philip suddenly pops up from behind, yelling his name. Startled, Logan whips around, completely surprised. He asks Philip why he is waiting out here. Philip explains he had been standing guard outside forever, but his cheerful mood instantly vanishes into total panic when he sees Logan's sickly pale face. Freaking out over his pale skin, Philip nervously asks if Logan accidentally offended the great swordmaster inside. So what do you and I take from this? Total victory. A week later, Logan's shop hangs a sold-out sign. Every single piece of emporic is completely gone. Let's dive right back into the madness. Philip excitedly reports their current sales revenue has already hit around 4.1 million gold. He guarantees that if they keep up this crazy momentum, raking in 4.5 million will be an absolute breeze. Logan and Philip exchange a seriously sinister smile over this unexpected massive success. Hearty laughter echoes loudly through the entire house. They absolutely hit the jackpot. Philip nervously asks if they can actually maintain this insane revenue long-term. But Logan instantly shoots him down, telling him not to ruin his perfect dream right now. He orders Philip to transfer more monster meat here for extra storage. Seeing Logan so satisfied, Philip suggests he should just find a house in the capital to stay permanently. Logan nods in agreement, realizing it makes sense after calculating living expenses. However, he firmly states he will only stay for a year and a half maximum to focus on selling emporic. After that, he might have to move somewhere else completely. This sudden news leaves Philip completely stunned. Huh? What do you mean? Logan just gives a short, vague answer. He has some important things to take care of. Logan reassures him that he spent a whole week resting in his sick room, but Philip is highly suspicious. Did he actually recover? Because every single time Philip visits, Logan is always busy tinkering with something at his desk. Logan just smiles, repeating that he has work to do. He secretly thinks to himself, Philip complains a lot, but he never asks questions that dig too deep. Completely different from Rick, who would aggressively ask questions until he got beaten up. Finally, Philip asks if Logan is planning to head back to the territory right now. Logan confirms it and orders Philip to calm the customers down. Keep them patient until the next batch of emporic officially arrives. One handles the master strategy, the other manages the people. He also tells Ava and Philip to spend 1 million gold every single month on food for Teston Island and Marlen. This sudden demand leaves Philip in absolute shock, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Panicking, he asks if the young master seriously plans to feed every single civilian in the territory. Logan calmly walks away, telling Philip to just do it for at least a year. He needs him to secure food supplies from literally anywhere he can find them. Watching Logan walk away, Philip secretly marvels, never expecting this young lord to actually care so deeply about the commoners. But internally, Logan knows a severe food shortage means absolute disaster. He desperately needs to protect his valuable labor force until the next year finally arrives. Because if the people starve to death, conquering Tetron won't mean a single thing anymore. Now, pay attention, because things are shifting. Logan leaves a highly confused Philip behind, heading straight out to meet a shady information broker hiding in the dark. The broker frowns at the given file, clearly worried. The requested target has no real name or clear physical traits. It's basically like searching the entire continent blindly. But Logan couldn't care less about how impossible that sounds. He asks bluntly, "Can you do it or not? Just give me an answer. If yes, I will pay you right now." Faced with Logan's intense determination, the underground broker finally nods and accepts the impossible job. Logan quietly leaves the area. He knows finding these specific people will be brutally hard, especially since the only names he actually remembers are just their old aliases. Logan's main goal here? To gather all the absolute genius talents from his past life. Those absolute monsters who reach godlike status and never bow to anyone else. In his mind, he clearly pictures a grand archmage, a fierce beastman warrior, and a master archer. These exact people are destined to become his core military power in the massive upcoming war against the Empire. But the most crucial one is the mercenary man he is desperately trying to track down right now. Suddenly, Logan stops in his tracks, scolding himself for being so incredibly impatient and rushed. He reminds himself that everything is actually going perfectly according to plan. He needs to slow down his pace because there is still plenty of time to prepare. Meanwhile, at a completely different location, a massive, muscular guy with a heavy beard and a huge scar across his eye is boiling with pure, unchecked rage. He slams his fist onto the table, roaring in anger. A trembling subordinate slowly approaches, begging the boss to calm down so he can explain everything. The furious leader growls, demanding to know the exact background of the guy they are currently tracking. "You and I both know where this is going." The stuttering subordinate reveals it's someone from the M family, hailing from the southwest countryside, operating in the capital for 6 months. Hearing this, the boss's killing intent explodes violently into the room. He clenches his fist tightly, declaring that everything has a limit. He is going to personally handle this mess right here and right now. Logan heads straight to the plane's magic tower to properly prepare for the next massive step in his master plan. Stepping inside the majestic tower, he catches a young staff member fast asleep right at the reception desk. After a sharp knock on the counter, the kid snaps awake, instantly jumping up in a total panic to greet his new customer. "Welcome to the plane's magic tower." The young employee discreetly glances over, secretly judging Logan's status by his rather cheap-looking suit. He immediately assumes this guy is just some dirt-poor countryside noble. When Logan says he wants to check out some magic scrolls, the clerk totally assumes he will just buy 1 or 2 and leave. But then Logan calmly drops a bombshell request, "Sell me 150 scrolls." While the clerk stares in absolute shock, Logan decisively pulls out a piece of paper. "My official account certificate from the Cooper Bank. Take a look and verify it yourself." His wallet is way fatter than anyone could have imagined. The trembling clerk grabs the paper, quietly counting every single zero out loud. 1 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 zeros. Instantly, he screams in absolute pure terror. 4 million gold. The employee's entire attitude does a complete 180 on the spot. Sweating bullets, he submissively leads the way. "Understood, I will guide you upstairs right now, sir." Logan maintains his cold, deadpan expression, easily following the clerk's overly respectful guidance. From a nobody to a supreme VIP with just one piece of paper. Logan's actual target here is Collapse Magic, a Tier 4 Earth spell packing some seriously devastating destructive power. This crazy magic spell can completely obliterate a massive stone wall in seconds, but because the cast time takes forever and it only works on rocky terrain, it is absolutely useless in any actual, fast-paced combat situation. However, Logan knows it is insanely useful for fast construction and gold mining. He tells himself that with this magic, their work progress is going to speed up at a mind-blowing rate. Standing right in front of the white-haired elder mage, Logan gets asked to confirm. "You want to buy 150 scrolls?" He decisively answers back. "Yes, exactly." Ladius, the Grand Master of the Plains Magic Tower, smiles brightly to welcome Logan. He cannot even hide his pure excitement, as it's been ages since he met such a massive spender. Logan is secretly amazed that one of the 5 most powerful tower masters on the continent is personally selling items just for 150 scrolls. He quickly realizes their business situation here must be incredibly terrible. So, he decides to exploit this exact weakness to aggressively push the prices down. When Logan humbly introduces Marlen as just some tiny territory down in the southwest, Ladius laughs out loud. He assures him he came to the right place, totally praising the young master's truly unique aura. Ladius relentlessly showers him with compliments, calling him a super generous guy. This actually makes Logan sweat, worrying he's about to get brutally overcharged just for looking rich. But internally, the old master is desperate not to lose this VIP. Earth magic is super hard to sell, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you won't want to miss what he builds next. Alright, you and I are about to dive in. Latios suspects Logan is plotting something massive, spending huge money on basic magic. He bitterly admits his tower went broke under his rule. They're already bleeding money this month. So Logan showing up right now? The guy is basically their absolute savior. But of course, Latios starts playing dirty, claiming there is a slight problem. Broke as hell, but still acting up with VIPs. When Logan questions him, Latios explains that a tier 4 scroll needs a tier 5 mage to craft it, and top-tier staff is incredibly scarce. Logan instantly drops the temperature in the room. One sharp, icy glare makes the master tremble, suddenly rethinking if he should test this kid. As Latios keeps whining about how rare and pricey it is to hike up the fee, Logan just stands up. Then forget it, he declares. Logan silently turns his back, dropping a heavy threat. I needed 150 scrolls monthly. If you cannot deliver, the Royal Tower will. Hearing that massive number and realizing he is losing a mega deal, Latios absolutely panics. He violently lunges forward, grabbing Logan while screaming to wait. Logan locks it in. 900 scrolls over 6 months. Latios' eyes explode with pure greed, desperate to seize this golden lifeline. Throwing all his dignity out the window, the Tower Master hugs Logan's leg tightly. I can do it. Logan presses him again to make absolutely sure. Zero shame left, Latios drops right to his knees, clinging to Logan's leg like his life depends on it. Oh yeah, he will make it work. The old man is doing the math 10,000 per scroll, making it 9 million gold coins over 6 straight months. Just thinking about that insane pile of cash saving his dying magic tower makes his eyes literally turn into giant gold coins. Seeing the bait swallowed whole, Latios instantly pitches another deal for extra profit. Want to hire a mage to cast magic on site? Now pay attention here, because Logan is definitely confused by this sudden offer. He runs the numbers. Mages dodging the battlefield usually craft scrolls. This old geezer is clearly just trying to dump his budget-draining staff on him. Logan knows a tier 4 mage can cast 300 times a month, but he highly doubts any noble mage would work at a filthy, dusty construction site. Latios awkwardly scratches his head, admitting tier 4 mages are tough to hire, but he immediately pitches a backup plan. I will send 9 tier 2 mages and 1 tier 3 mage instead. They know construction. Hearing this, Logan seriously wonders if this tower sells value meals for employees. Logan frowns hard. If he agrees to this, he will have to downgrade the magic scrolls just to match their weaker levels. Latios aggressively pushes the sale, swearing that for stable, long-term work, a squad of true construction experts beats one solo tier 4 mage any day. Logan stares down the newly arrived group, secretly dying to test out exactly what these fragile-looking weaklings can actually do. A tired mage with heavy dark circles steps up. I am High Lap, tier 3 mage. Logan coldly replies, I am Logan March. All right, introductions are over. Watching the mages miserably drag their feet away, Logan seriously doubts if he made the right call. The second they are out of sight, Logan snaps. How are those kids, built like wet noodles, supposed to survive? Latios desperately defends them, claiming they are the tower's best veteran builders. Sensing their auras, Logan realizes they actually have raw power. A tier 3 master leading 20-somethings, massive potential if trained right. Still, Logan hesitates. Dropping the magic tier down this low will completely mess up his gold mining schedule. Catching his doubt, Latios smirks, swearing 10 workers will easily make up for it. You and I both know that look. Logan smirks wickedly, having just figured out how to squeeze every drop of labor from them. He drops his final offer 120 scrolls and 10 mages for 1.2 million gold monthly. He secretly laughs, knowing this price is an absolute steal for their skills, because real, actual geniuses would never accept working for such a pathetic, rock-bottom salary. But unlike the calm Logan, Latios explodes with pure joy and instantly signs the contract. Honestly, who's even scamming who at this point? Logan is completely stunned by the old man's lightning speed. He stands there shocked, wondering how he signed it before the ink could even dry. While Logan is still processing this, a massive explosion blows the door to pieces. A huge, bearded man crashes in like a hurricane, roaring furiously. Tower Master, hold up, we need to talk. That is Clan, an insanely powerful tier 5 mage. Seeing their master suddenly crash the party, his terrified disciples try to hold him back. But Clan is completely unhinged, leaking pressure that makes Logan sweat. Clan screams at the top of his lungs. Why did Latios kick his students out to suffer at a construction site right after they barely survived a mission? The completely shameless Tower Master fires back, saying it is all to build character through extreme hardship. The shouting match goes nuclear. Clan exposes the old man's jealousy, claiming he is just bitter that Clan reached tier 5 and became an elder. Logan just watches quietly. He realizes Clan is an absolute prodigy, hitting that level so young. No wonder the greedy Tower Master felt massively threatened by him. This drama is literally shaking the building. But looking at this total chaos, Logan isn't scared at all. He flahan, pran, He feels like a total winner. This exact internal war just handed him a squad of top-tier mages for pennies. Talk about an unexpected goldmine. Meanwhile, Clan is completely done playing nice. He issues an ultimatum if Latios doesn't back down. He is taking all his disciples and leaving forever. Killing intent explodes. Clan clenches his fists tight, charging up raw magic that literally makes the air around them violently shake. He roars, ready to nuke the master. Latios flares his own energy, gritting his teeth for war. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. The terrified disciples scream, desperately rushing in to stop the two elite masters from destroying each other. This is bad. We have to stop them. Clan roars in absolute fury. Tower Master, prepare to die. Now watch closely. Just as this earth-shattering magic battle is about to erupt, Logan casually steps right into the crossfire. Completely calm, flashing a wicked smirk, he holds up a signed contract right in front of these bloodthirsty powerhouses. Logan smirks, dropping a single line that instantly forces the entire room into dead silence. Hold on, you two. The contract is already signed. Waving the paper, Logan looks over at the 10 waiting mages with pure satisfaction in his eyes. He orders the 10 mages to follow him, casually reminding Tower Master Latios and Elder Clan to go ahead and finish their little personal grudge match. Latios just wipes his sweat. He is totally humiliated in front of a major client because of the chaos. He quickly promises to send the magic scrolls soon. Meanwhile, Clan is still growling in pure rage. Their heated argument is far from over. Furious, Latios screams right in Clan's face. He tells the Elder to know his place and stop using violence to ruin the Plains Tower's official business deals. Facing the Tower Master's stubbornness, Clan grits his teeth. But then, he makes a shocking choice. Fine, if you are going to be like that, I am joining my disciples. Latios gasps in absolute horror. An esteemed elder acting like a common worker at a construction site? That is a total disgrace. The magic tower would lose all its face. Meanwhile, Logan turns pale. He is internally screaming because he absolutely cannot afford to pay a tier 5 mage like Clan. Logan frantically recalculates his budget like he just saw a massive bill. But Clan immediately calms him down. He doesn't want any pay. He just wants to help his students finish the job faster. Touched by his dedication, the young mages burst into tears. They vow to serve Logan perfectly. Ignoring Latios yelling in the background, Clan asks Logan to delay their departure by 1 day so the disciples can rest up before traveling. Logan happily agrees. He tells everyone to meet him at the East Gate tomorrow afternoon. Let that sink in for a second. The next day, as the carriages leave the city, Logan is walking on air. He practically hit the jackpot, scoring a tier 5 mage for absolutely zero pay. Normally, hiring someone like that would cost him millions of gold. He is dying to return to his territory and ship more emporic to the stores. Suddenly, a soft voice interrupts his scheming. Is that Lord Logan? Logan freezes and turns around. He spots a beautiful silver-haired girl hiding her face behind a red fan. He mutters her name, Rena. She just smiles at him. Long time no see. Logan wonders when they got close enough to drop the formalities, but forces a polite smile anyway. It really has been a while. Dealing with the princess is exhausting. He has no idea what headache she brings today. Hiding behind her fan, Rena mocks him for selling such sensitive items in the capital. She snarkily asks if his family went totally bankrupt to make him hustle like this. Logan laughs it off. He claims he just loves money, secretly wishing she would mind her own business. But Rena won't quit, wondering why he stays in that barren wasteland. Logan firmly says his goodbyes. He just wants to escape this incredibly annoying woman right away. But as he turns, Rena mentions a rumor about a strange weapon he used in a recent battle. Smirking, she makes an offer. So, do you want to sell it? Logan instantly waves his hands in denial. He insists it wasn't anything special at all, completely rejecting the princess and her shady little business offer. He is here to make cash, not sell his deepest secrets. Logan walks away incredibly fast, leaving a highly annoyed Rena clicking her tongue at the carriage window. He falls into deep thought. Sure, selling emporic made him famous in the capital, but noble elites shouldn't care about a tiny skirmish out in the distant borderlands. You and I both know what that means. Danger. Rena noticed way too fast. Wherever she heard it, these rumors are spreading way too easily. He tells himself he needs to use that weapon again in the future. Revealing his trump card this early would be a massive mistake. Lost in thought, someone suddenly calls out his name. Clan and the disciples are already waiting. The elder wonders why Logan isn't at the East Gate like they planned. Logan awkwardly explains he just ran into a really annoying acquaintance. Seeing everyone gathered and ready, he urges the group to leave the capital right this second. 3 heavy carriages quietly roll down the dirt path. They travel straight through the lush green forest, heading toward his distant, lonely territory. Inside the cramped cabin, Logan sits quietly with Clayan and two disciples. The wheels bounce violently over the rough, uneven dirt road. Clayan looks at the three large carriages and the veteran drivers. He silently figures Logan must have thrown down some serious cash for this trip. He can't help but complain. Why rent rides like this? Why waste so much money? Hearing their master's disrespect, his disciples panic and try to stop him. Logan knows Tier 5 mages have massive egos, so he doesn't care at all. He just smiles politely. To serve noble mages, this is the absolute least we could do. Deep down, Logan is grinning like a maniac. He scored a Tier 5 mage for free, so this old man can complain all he wants. As darkness falls, Logan calls for a stop. It is late. We will rest here for the night. Beside the flickering campfire, Logan meditates under a massive tree to regulate his energy. Suddenly, a dark shadow creeps up from behind. A short sword gleams under the moonlight. Deep in meditation, Logan instantly feels the killer intent. He dodges the sneak attack by a hair. He shouts out, "Who is there?" Masked figures step out of the shadows, completely surrounding the young lord. One of them smirks. "You dodged that? Not bad for a little rich boy." He makes his robbery motives obvious, mentioning the crazy new drug taking over the capital. He bets Logan made an absolute fortune selling that emporic stuff. So what happens next? Logan stares calmly at his attackers. Time to smash these bandits. Let us dive straight in. You and I are about to watch a total massacre. He stands up, stretches comfortably, and mutters. Break time is over. Seeing the enemies still refusing to back off, Logan decisively draws his sword. He flashes a super confident smile. His declaration? He is going to use these exact bandits as live target practice for the sword techniques he just learned from Felix. The bandit leader cannot even process what Logan just said. Flash! A lightning-fast sword strike swings out, heavily wounding the guy and dropping him instantly to the ground. Seeing Logan's lightning-fast counterattack, the rest of the bandits absolutely freeze in pure terror. One of them stammers out, "Why the hell is that guy here?" Another guy charges forward like a maniac, cursing through gritted teeth. "You bastard! Just die." But Logan stays completely calm. He lowers his center of gravity and suddenly unleashes a massive horizontal slash. That overwhelming power roots the remaining bandits to the spot. They are absolutely terrified, watching their crew lying everywhere, completely wiped out and unable to fight back. The trembling leader barks an order to his men. "This is insane. Everyone fall back right now." But in that exact moment, he realizes with pure shock that Logan has already locked onto him. He screams in total despair. His legs are completely paralyzed, refusing to move his body even an inch. Meanwhile, the sword in Logan's hand suddenly erupts into a brilliant golden aura, radiating an absolutely suffocating pressure. His eyes are ice cold, and towering right behind him, the imposing phantom of Felix himself, the man who taught him how to master aura pressure. Now pay attention, this part is wild. Logan shoots forward like lightning, pouring his entire energy into a devastating, world-shattering sword strike. A massive bandit gets completely blasted away by the energy wave, screaming in pure agony. Ah! Logan actually pauses for a second, looking slightly surprised at his own sword sparking with tiny bolts of lightning. He silently marvels at the sight of the aura still dancing fiercely across his blade. This thing actually lasts pretty long, does it not? A highly confident smile spreads across Logan's face. His little sword practice session just ended up being a massive success. Logan focuses all his divine energy into the blade, feeling a brand new power taking shape, the exact thing people call aura. He flashes back to that day when his own sword skills were completely crushed by the insane pressure of an aura blade. It is absolutely mind-blowing. Even at his current level, Logan managed to reach and unlock this divine sword power so early in the game. He flashes a completely satisfied smile, quietly telling himself he has finally mastered this power. But suddenly, a weird noise from the bushes catches his attention. It is a single bandit, desperately crawling away in pure, unadulterated terror. The old guy is crying and cursing himself. He really messed with the wrong monster this time. Logan quietly analyzes his move. The secret is using the sword's energy output to completely erase the enemy's energy. That is how you crush them with sheer sword pressure. Logan glares down with ice-cold eyes. He confidently declares that with this new power, future battles are going to be an absolute breeze for him. The last bandit lets out one final scream of sheer horror before being completely and utterly subdued. Logan sheathes his sword. Standing quietly in the middle of a literal battlefield of bodies, he decides that is enough for today. But just as he is about to leave, a deep raspy voice suddenly calls out from behind. "Young master, I saw absolutely everything." Logan flinches and spins around, his eyes wide with pure shock at this completely unexpected arrival. From the pitch-black shadows of the forest, a towering figure steps forward. Every single heavy footstep makes the ground literally shake beneath them. It is none other than Elder Clan, the Tier 5 mage. He stands tall right across from Logan. His imposing face, hidden under that dark cloak, radiates a completely suffocating pressure. With those razor-sharp eyes glaring heavily at the young master, Logan starts quietly panicking, wondering why the Elder looks so incredibly furious right now. Logan thinks, they were just thieves. I know what you are thinking. This is a disaster, right? If Clan bails now, it is over. But surprisingly, despite looking terrifying, Clan actually drops a deep, genuine compliment. That is a truly magnificent skill, young master. Logan is left completely speechless. The Elder admits he is no expert in divine energy, but he knows a kid Logan's age pulling this off is impossible. Basically, at his age, he is already playing at server rank 1 level. Logan just scratches his head and awkwardly laughs it off. He lets out a massive sigh of relief, realizing Clan is not mad at all. That is literally just his resting angry face. As they walk back together, Logan thinks to himself. He only lured the bandits away from the camp because he did not fully trust anyone yet. But he never expected Clan to silently shadow him the entire time. Logan gets super curious about the guy's real motives. Clan gets emotional, sharing that his disciples suffered a lot by choosing him as their master. So, he just wants to use this travel time to teach them as many skills as humanly possible. He humbly requests that even when they reach the territory and start working, Logan should let the disciples balance work and training. Clan practically begs to take on extra shifts himself just so the kids can rest. Logan gives a quiet nod. Oh, about that. Suddenly, Logan completely freezes. He notices a steady stream of mana quietly flowing right into the ground from Clan. He watches in awe as the energy connects straight to the tent where the young mages are sleeping soundly. Seeing Clan dripping in sweat, exhausting himself just to maintain support magic for his students, Logan feels genuinely moved. He smiles at the Elder and says, "You really care a lot about your disciples, do you not?" Clan firmly replies that as their master, he is only doing what is absolutely necessary. Logan quietly respects the fact that Clan dared to defy the Tower Master for them. But Clan just scoffs, blaming the whole mess on that old man's twisted behavior. After a super long journey, Logan finally makes it back home. The Grand McLean Castle stands tall. Meeting his father in the study, Patrick McLean asks if Logan managed to expand their influence in the capital. Logan confidently confirms that everything went incredibly smoothly. When asked if there is anything else, Logan hesitates for a second. It is pretty tough to casually drop such a highly sensitive topic. Taking a really deep breath, he reveals their capital business is absolutely booming and will bring in massive profits. Hearing the word profits, Patrick McLean freezes and demands to know what kind of business. Logan calmly drops the bomb. That medicine I gave you as a gift. I am selling that stuff. The Lord's face goes completely pale. Trembling, he points a finger at his son. Wait, so you went out to the capital just to sell aphrodisiacs? Logan keeps a totally straight face while his dad has a mini heart attack. The Lord sighs deeply. Even though he promised not to interfere, he still warns Logan to protect the family's honor and dignity before doing anything crazy. Logan is secretly surprised that his father took the news way better than expected. Logan realizes his reputation points just went way up. He adds one more detail, casually mentioning he befriended a legendary swordmaster while in the capital. Patrick McLean is completely stunned. Swordmaster? You mean Felix Esperanza? And that is where we wrap up. Can you and I believe he actually sold love potions to the legendary sword saint? Let's dive right into this. Seeing Logan smiling so brightly, Patrick McLean completely lost it and roared. Why are you dragging this family's name through the mud? Right on cue, Logan calmly pulled out a thick book. He explained that thanks to his crazy actions, the master personally taught him and gifted this mid-tier manual, the Iron Blood Sword. Holding that very manual in his trembling hands, the fiery Patrick McLean was instantly stunned into absolute silence. But deep down, Logan was secretly smirking to himself. Every single word of that story was a complete lie. In reality, he wrote this entire manual himself. He penned it down using his own future knowledge the second he walked out of the Duke's grand mansion. Originally, the Iron Blood Sword was a legendary manual dug up from ancient ruins by some random merchant. In his past life, it was ranked as a top-tier mid-level sword technique. At first, that merchant only sold copies to a select few, but someone leaked it. Soon, it was copied endlessly, turning into a cheap, common skill that literally any knight on the street could buy. But all of that wouldn't happen for another 10 years. Logan did the math. If their family's knights mastered this right now, their military power would absolutely skyrocket. Even better, if they mixed this with the Holy Sword's secret moves, his father and Ronian could forge a brand new, devastating ultimate technique for the family. There was a serious catch though. The Iron Blood Sword requires explosive, maximum physical force, making training extremely dangerous and prone to injuries. Logan knew his stubborn father would instantly ban the whole thing if he ever found out the truth. To make his dad actually accept it, Logan brilliantly faked the famous sword master's name as the sender, still holding the heavy manual. Patrick McLean was totally blown away. He quickly realized this was on a completely different level from the basic family techniques he had practiced his whole life. He could not stop praising it. Absolutely incredible. Normally, even high-ranking nobles struggle to get their hands on a mid-tier sword skill this good. The Lord fell deep into thought, wondering if this was the missing piece holding back his progress for the last 10 years. He confidently stated that with proper training, their knight's fighting power would jump by at least 30%. Now, he just needed a way to properly thank that legendary sword master. Watch what he does here. Seizing the perfect moment, Logan smiled. Well, I have an idea. His father simply nodded. Right. To honor his gift, I must master this immediately. But right as Logan opened his mouth to explain his grand plan, his dad totally cut him off. There is no time for anything else. My top priority right now is mastering this manual as fast as humanly possible. Logan froze as his father suddenly shoved a heavy, cold object right into his hands. Because of that, I need absolute focus. Logan's eyes went wide with pure shock when he realized what he was actually holding. It was the official Patriarch's seal. Patrick McLean was decisively handing over total control. Handle all the family's annoying territory problems for me. I will only return once my sword skills are completely perfect. Thanks, son. And just like that, he dashed off at lightning speed. Logan stood there completely dumbfounded, stammering out, "Wait, Dad. I really needed to tell you something." He literally dumped all the family responsibility and bolted. Logan stared blankly at the heavy seal resting in his hand. But then, it finally clicked. A golden opportunity. Wait a minute. Holding this family seal meant he could do absolutely whatever he wanted without asking anyone for permission. A wicked smirk spread across his face. He promised himself he would squeeze every drop of power from this before his dad's training arc finished. Right at that moment, the estate manager Dwayne slammed the door open. "Young master, I heard all about your wild exploits in the capital." The poor manager's face was totally twisted with stress as he cried out in pure panic. "Please, I beg you, inject some of your funds into the family treasury." Dwayne practically begged. He knew Logan made a massive fortune during the war, while their current treasury could not even cover the basic upkeep for both castles. Thanks to the brutal war, their labor force had taken a massive hit. Crop yields for this year were dropping fast, and all financial support from Cairo had been completely cut off ages ago. Clasping his hands together, he pleaded, "So please, just spare a little gold for our treasury. I heard you made millions." Logan had barely warmed up his new seat of power before getting hit with financial dread. Facing Dwayne's desperate, tearful begging about the failing family budget, Logan just gave a casual little smile. He totally shrugged it off, saying, "Oh, sorry, I already spent it all." The poor manager looked like his soul just left his body. He could not believe millions of gold coins vanished that fast. Stammering uncontrollably, he demanded to know exactly what the young master did with that insane fortune. "You and I both know Logan has a crazy plan, right?" But Dwayne completely shattered. Dropping straight to his knees in pure, utter despair, the broken manager practically crawled, begging to know where that massive mountain of gold went. Logan started listing the receipts. He casually dropped 1.2 million gold buying high-level magic scrolls and hiring elite mages. The rest? Blown on massive amounts of building materials and emergency food supplies for the commoners. Dwayne was completely dizzy from these bizarre expenses. But he nearly had a heart attack when Logan calmly announced he'd burn another million gold every single month just to feed the territory's citizens. Watching the poor old manager basically scream in absolute terror, Logan just smiled to himself. This dramatic reaction was exactly what he expected. Honestly, who would ever believe their spoiled young master could change this drastically right after a bloody war? Logan stared him down, confirming he was dead serious. Keeping the commoners in their territory fed and alive wasn't an option, it was an absolute necessity. When Dwayne desperately questioned why they needed all those heavy building materials and magic scrolls, Logan flashed a super mysterious smirk. He finally dropped the bomb on his true master plan. They were constructing a massive dam. Fast forward 2 weeks later. A terrifying emergency notice went up, forcefully summoning every single able-bodied laborer from both the McLean and Tetheron families to the castle gates. The poster clearly threatened severe, brutal punishments for anybody daring to skip out. Over at the Tetheron castle, the gloomy commoners dragged their feet toward the gathering zone. They constantly muttered dark curses at the greedy nobles, hating them for always exploiting their hard labor. Things over at the McLean castle were 10 times more explosive. One furious farmer screamed his lungs out, terrified that being drafted into forced labor right during peak harvest season meant his entire family would starve to death. Without even understanding the grand plan, they were violently shoved into the dam construction crew. The bitter resentment boiled over completely. The panicked citizens realized they were being backed into a terrifying dead end. Run away, starve to death, or be worked until their bodies gave out. One exhausted man fiercely gritted his teeth. His dark eyes blazed with absolute fury as he realized that no matter what choice they made, death was waiting. Pushed into total despair, they decided sitting around waiting to die wasn't an option. Stepping up, the man loudly rallied the massive, angry crowd, urging them to use their bare hands to rise up and fight the cruel lord. Outside the massive castle gates, the angry mob of citizens had already formed. They tightly gripped rusty pitchforks and heavy shovels in their trembling hands. Pure rage spiked as they faced down this brutal forced labor decree. One nervous guy in the back shakily asked, "Are we really going to be worked to the bone today?" An angry old man gritted his teeth, spitting out that the high and mighty nobles just treated the poor like disposable trash. Glancing around at their massive numbers, a reckless spark ignited in their minds. With this many angry people, starting a violent riot didn't seem so impossible anymore. Another angry farmer tightly clenched his fists. Hardening his resolve, he shouted that if they had to, they would crush those arrogant nobles right here and now. Backed into a deadly corner, rebelling was their only option left. But the second he finished yelling, the heavy, grating sound of iron chains echoed out. The massive castle gates slowly began groaning open, leaving the entire angry mob completely paralyzed. As the gates opened, a terrifying scream echoed from inside, freezing the armed mob right in their tracks. So, what do you think awaits them inside? Trust me, you're going to want to stick around for the next chapter. Stick with me instead of a massacre. A squad of knights on horseback casually rides out. The lead knight barks an order, and suddenly, they all start handing out supplies. The crowd immediately bursts into confused whispers. What is going on? Distributing food? The white-haired old man still doesn't buy it for a second. He growls bitterly, telling everyone to ignore their barking. These filthy nobles. Years of deep-seated hatred make it absolutely impossible for them to believe anything good could come from that castle. However, the knight's next move completely freezes everyone in their tracks. He literally hands the old man a massive, heavy sack and loudly announces the unbelievable news. By Lord Logan's orders, anyone who joins the labor force gets enough grain to feed their family for a whole month. The knight then urges the stunned crowd to stay calm and line up as they begin distributing the food to every single person. The old man stands there completely stunned, clutching the heavy sack of grain with tear-filled eyes, refusing to believe this reality. Is this actually happening? His family won't starve to death anytime soon after all. Pure joy suddenly explodes across the entire square. Cheers echo everywhere. It is real grain. They do not have to survive on watery porridge anymore. All thoughts of rebellion instantly vanish from the crowd. Overwhelmed with absolute gratitude, they all start chanting in perfect unison. Long live Lord Logan! Holding the grain tightly against his chest, the old man breaks down in tears after enduring so many brutal days of pure starvation. He screams out in total gratitude, praising the Lord, while deafening cheers echo completely across the square as these poor people finally find a real reason to live. Every single face is completely beaming. They look at each other with happy smiles next to their newly distributed food sacks. Just having something to fill their stomachs is a blessing. Watching the crowd from the castle walls, Wei still wonders if dragging everyone here by force was actually necessary. He thinks Logan should have just announced the food distribution beforehand to easily avoid all this total chaos. Now watch closely, this is where his genius shows. Logan calmly explains that announcing it wouldn't work since commoners absolutely never trust nobles. He knows the ruling class just views citizens as mere property. But thanks to his past life experience, Logan knows exactly how the people see things, good or bad. All nobles are just bloodsuckers draining them dry. He says these nobles suck blood like actual demons, and good ones are rare. Logan thoughtfully adds that even his own father always prioritized knights over commoners, seeing the military as the true symbol of power. Despite their incredibly tight budget, the family kept a 50-man knight squad fully funded while completely ignoring the brutal struggles of the working class. He realizes his father forcing people to join the army was just an extreme, desperate way to guarantee they had something to eat every single day. Logan turns to Wei with a meaningful look, asking if he actually agrees with that mindset. Completely caught off guard, Wei admits that the young master has been constantly hitting him with one insane surprise after another lately. Logan flashes a wildly confident smirk, declaring that with the head administrator's full trust, he will absolutely crush this massive new project. But Wei instantly waves his hands. He isn't talking about the dam. He is still completely dizzy over a crazy project burning through 2 million gold every single month. Logan sighs, realizing this reaction is exactly like the other two. Just earlier, both Cleon and Hema were screaming in absolute shock at his insane plan to dig a massive tunnel straight through the mountain for water. How could he possibly do that? His wild new idea leaves their jaws completely dropped. Hema asks in total disbelief while the three of them sit around a massive feast. Casually enjoying his steak, Logan firmly states that this is 100% possible, especially if he has the combined skills of both of them. He breaks down the terrain, explaining that their territory is surrounded by the White Mountains, basically trapped like a barren wasteland in the middle of a desert. You and I both saw that coming, right? Well, think again. Up north, the mountains are much lower and blocked by a southern river, so Logan plans to build a massive dam right there. Hema still does not buy it, muttering that knocking down the entire mountain sounds way more believable. Logan calmly explains the dam will sit 30 meters below ground level and connect directly to the Lur River through a giant underground water tunnel. He claims the Western continent already uses this exact method for dams. Deep down, Logan knows full well this engineering tech won't be common for another 20 whole years, but right now, he holds 2 ultimate cheat codes, a Master Dwarven Expert and a legendary Tier 5 Mage. Logan paints a breathtaking picture. If they succeed, this totally barren wasteland will transform into a rich, lush paradise. Clayan is still hesitating, but Hema is already muttering complex calculations about soil conditions, water levels, and tunnel dimensions. The dwarf finally gets it and fully agrees with Logan's insane method. The old blacksmith even starts discussing architecture with Clayan to keep the tunnel from collapsing. And for that to work, they absolutely need a high-level mage to step up. Seeing them dive into deep technical talk, someone asks, "Wait, so this is actually possible?" Hema awkwardly admits he never even considered a wild solution like this before. "You said it is possible, right?" Logan flashes a truly devious smirk while raising his glass of ruby red wine. He boldly declares that he has already prepared absolutely everything, from magic scrolls to the raw manpower, to start this massive job right now. Logan then tasks Hema with finding the absolute perfect mountain location to kick off this legendary project. Seeing the young master's incredibly excited face, Hema suddenly realizes the awful truth that Lavish Feast earlier was totally a giant trap to drag him into this mess. Now he is completely stuck, while Clayan just quietly watches the situation unfold. He lets out a soft sigh, seriously wondering if this absolutely crazy plan will actually produce any real results. Clayan stands tall in front of a massive cliff, ready to unleash the true power of a Tier 5 mage. Watching the elders imposing back, Logan flashes a highly confident smile. Things aren't so difficult anymore, huh? Standing behind them, Hema nods in total agreement. He truly believes that with the young master leading the charge right here, everything will definitely go perfectly. Hema eagerly urges him on, telling the mage to start right now if he is ready. Clayan gives a slight nod. He steps closer and places his hand directly against the rough cliff surface. The very second his mana flows in, endless cracking sounds explode as the entire ground starts violently shaking. Clayan yells out a frantic warning, "Watch out, everyone." It's coming down. A massive chunk of the mountain totally collapses, creating a scene of absolute chaos. Blinding dust clouds erupt everywhere, along with terrified screams from all the people desperately scrambling for cover. Right in the middle of the rubble and thick dust, Logan stands perfectly still with his arms crossed. He calmly tells everyone to relax. Why is everyone panicking so much? An avalanche is happening and you guys aren't running? Something feels really off here, doesn't it? While Hema completely loses his mind complaining about all the blinding dust flying around, Logan heavily focuses all his sharp senses on watching Clayan's brilliantly glowing magic circle. He silently analyzes it. This raw power is mana. In his past life, he could only faintly sense it, but now, it's incredibly crystal clear. Logan realizes mana flows straight from the Earth's core, a complex but completely infinite energy source that can literally shatter solid rocks. So what do you and I make of this? A deeply satisfied smile appears on Logan's face. His senses have evolved to an insane level, letting him see straight through complex energy flows. That's where we leave it for now. Stick with me here, you are about to see something wild. Look at this, my lord, Clay calls out, making Logan freeze as the crazy scene continues. A completely different, bizarre aura suddenly explodes from the elder's body. Logan just stands there, totally stunned, wondering if he is witnessing some entirely new kind of magic. Clay reaches his hand forward. Dark energy starts swirling violently, gearing up for a move that is about to be way more terrifying than anything before. Clay clenches his fist tightly. Instantly, the shattered rocks scattered across the ground begin floating upward, magically pulling together. Logan just stares in absolute disbelief, watching this massive stone structure slowly take shape right in front of his eyes. A towering, massive entity made entirely of rock appears, making him gasp out loud. It is a golem, a giant stone beast formed completely out of countless smaller rocks. That is some seriously impressive magic. Deep down, Logan's brain immediately starts crunching the numbers with pure, absolute excitement. If he could mass-produce these golems, his construction projects would finish way ahead of schedule, and even better, he could use them as absolute weapons of mass destruction in war. Logan's eyes completely light up with ambition. He instantly rushes over and grabs Clay by the shoulders. Filled with hype, Logan asks, "How many of these golems can you make? Can your disciples build them too?" Clay confirms that since their magic tower specializes in the golem faction, they can absolutely get the job done. However, he points out a major catch. Since his disciples are younger and weaker than him, crafting a golem core from 5 circle mana absolutely requires magic stones. Hearing this, Logan freezes up, quietly repeating those exact words in his head. Magic stones? That is an insanely rare gem, literally known as the metal of the gods, a super rare ore packed with pure, natural mana energy. Since they cannot be created artificially, and they provide incredible magic boosts for crafting powerful items, their market price is absolutely astronomical. Logan falls into deep thought. He quickly realizes the budget required for these stones is absolutely no joke. Trying to build a massive army with these is going to be incredibly difficult, but then he calms himself down. In the middle of a war, high costs do not matter at all. As long as it guarantees victory, that crazy price is completely worth it. Curious, Logan asks if he also wants to use magic stones to create his own golems. Now pay close attention here, because this changes everything. The Elder claims that with magic stones, a golem's strength, speed, and durability will multiply massively, easily crushing any enemy in its path. Logan smiles with pure hype, but that smile instantly dies when Clay adds one more little detail. To use 5th-tier magic, they need the absolute highest grade of magic stones. Logan's face twists up, silently crying that he is about to go completely bankrupt. Seeing his panicked expression, Clay quickly explains that a low-grade stone is actually enough to create a Tier 2 golem. This type of golem can stay active all day and possesses physical strength completely outclassing a grown man. Logan immediately starts doing the economic math again. Since one magic stone costs almost as much as a solid gold bar, using them for normal daily tasks is a total financial loss. But in the middle of brutal, bloody territory wars, the sheer tactical advantage they bring to the battlefield would multiply the initial investment many times over. Logan mutters to himself that this stuff doesn't even fall under the magic tower's jurisdiction. Seeing Clay look confused and ask, "What did you say?" he quickly waves his hands to play it off. "Oh, nothing. You were just getting a little too curious, old man." Soon after, down at the construction site, a terrified official screams his lungs out upon seeing a massive monster's silhouette. Boom! A massive explosion rings out as the stone golem slams 1,000-pound punches straight into the dirt. The official violently trembles, screaming that a monster is destroying their land, but Logan instantly corrects him. It is digging a tunnel, not destroying things. Even with Logan explaining it, the panicked guy keeps begging the young lord to run for his life right now. Turning to the old blacksmith, Hema, Logan gives a firm order. Move all the workers to the water channel project. There is absolutely zero need to leave anyone behind for the tunnel. That one single golem is more than enough. Right now, the territory is pouring all its resources into 3 massive projects, starting with the giant tunnel and dam system. Next up is an incredibly complex aqueduct system designed to channel river water across the entire territory, guaranteeing fresh water for daily living and farming everywhere. The third massive project is mineral mining. Even though it is still in the early planning stages, Logan can already see its absolutely massive potential. Meanwhile, the vast majority of workers will focus completely on finishing the 2 water projects first. Logan realizes that ever since coming back from the capital, he has been so crazy busy with the dam that he hasn't even checked on the mine. He decides he will personally inspect it tomorrow. You and I both know this workload is insane. Next day at the mine, Logan finds old Hema covered in dirt, looking completely exhausted. Seeing Logan walk up casually to ask about their previous deal, the old blacksmith instantly snaps. What? What did you just say? Whose stupid order makes me run back and forth between the dam and this mine anyway? Hitting his absolute boiling point, Hema screams out loud. I am not doing this anymore. The old guy literally throws a tantrum, whining about getting zero rest and acting like he is the most miserable person on earth. The surrounding workers totally panic. Oh man, Hema has completely lost it. Seeing the old man lose his cool and totally give up on working, Logan quickly grabs the blacksmith by the shoulders. All right, Ham, calm down. I totally understand you are working hard. He flashes a super friendly smile and drops an offer that completely freezes the old man in place. Then from now on, you have full management authority here. Just report the final results to me. Hema is totally stunned. Huh? He instantly realizes it is a trap. Now you want me to manage all of this too? Logan just nervously laughs and tries to coax him. Oh, come on. I promise you. Logan promises that once the construction is fully finished, Hema can rest as much as he wants. But the old blacksmith instantly and bluntly rejects him. Seeing his stubbornness, Logan forces him into a pinky promise, but he grips so insanely hard that Hema screams in pure agony, genuinely thinking his hand is going to snap in half. Logan smiles smugly, silently noting that this is a solid lesson for the old guy's arrogance. Looking at the mine entrance, he feels super confident that with this extra push, the mining progress will speed up significantly. Right now, the absolute only thing left on his mind is the progress of the dam. Logan quietly reassures himself that everything is definitely going to turn out completely fine. Back in his room, he contacts Philip through a magic sphere to check on the situation. Philip reports that material transport is going super smoothly thanks to their past lumber trades, easily locking in a price of 100,000 gold per month. Sounds like a sweet deal, right? Smooth business like this is always a win. Logan happily praises his partner's sharp business skills. Philip excitedly paints a vivid picture of how their entire territory will completely transform once the mineral mining and land clearing are officially finished. He is actually getting super impatient, wanting to go there soon to see it with his own eyes. Logan just thinks to himself that Philip will be forced to come here next year anyway. And that is where we leave it. Philip gets curious and asks why he is so sure, but you and I both know Logan is never going to reveal that secret. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Logan suddenly switches gears, bringing up a massive royal rumor he overheard at the Swordmaster's place. He orders Philip to dig into this mess while running their business. Deep down, Logan's mind is racing, flashing back to a memory from his past life. The king is going to die next year, and a brutal civil war will tear everything apart. But there is a catch. He is worried the timeline might be messed up compared to his previous life. Just like the recent territory war, the schedule could easily shift again, and he has zero clue why. Logan knows the absolute truth. Only when that tragic event hits, the real game begins. Driven by ambition to elevate the Mar family and overthrow the kingdom, he gives a cold command. Philip must use their remaining funds to hoard armor and weapons. The goal? Gear for exactly 1,500 men. Philip literally gulps, totally shocked. Seeing Logan is dead serious about this crazy plan, he stammers out a question. Why do they need that absurd amount of gear when the Mar family only has a measly 100 knights right now? Logan raises a finger, eyes cold, confirming those weapons are not for the knights, they are for the foot soldiers. Wow, this guy is seriously plotting something massive behind the scenes. Can you believe his ambition? Logan's bold statement shocks Philip so hard his glasses practically fly off. He stammers out, asking if his young master is actually being serious. Philip cannot help but yell out in pure panic. Arming every single regular soldier is going to burn through an insanely massive pile of gold. He desperately asks if a war so huge is coming that they actually need to do this. Logan just covers his ears, deep in thought. He totally gets his partner's freakout, but the dark memories of countless people dying in his past life still haunt him completely. Now watch closely, because his logic right here is absolutely brilliant. To keep casualties low and avoid drafting more troops, Logan absolutely must upgrade the protection for both knights and foot soldiers right this second. To him, getting everybody fully geared up is the ultimate key to minimizing the horrible losses in the brutal wars coming their way. Seeing Philip still hesitating, Logan stares right into his soul and asks a simple question. Has he ever made a wrong move before? Philip stays silent for a long moment before quietly admitting the truth. He hasn't. Logan smirks with absolute arrogance. Then just follow my lead. Crushed by his young master's absolute confidence, Philip just sighs in defeat, agreeing to the plan and promising to investigate those royal rumors as soon as possible. Logan clenches his fists tightly, mentally calculating the 3 massive upcoming expenses: mining the minerals, building the water dam, and finally, gearing up for war. He tells himself everything is perfectly set for his family to make a massive leap forward. Only with this crazy level of preparation can his family survive getting wiped out. But harsh reality hits him like a truck right after. Logan is absolutely drowning under a mountain of paperwork. Guy keeps stacking endless documents on his desk, rushing him. He tells Logan to just read this one, then that one, and stamp them all. Staring at the massive tower of files, Logan is so exhausted he actually gets dark circles, but Dwayne just casually drops another thick stack down. Seeing Logan mechanically stamping things like a zombie, Dwayne starts nagging him again, saying stamping without reading is way too careless. Logan sluggishly asks him exactly how long it has been since his father actually touched this paperwork, and Dwayne's casual answer of about 1 month makes Logan just groan at the sky. His dad is way too irresponsible. But Dwayne just smiles brightly, telling Logan not to complain since the Lord is super busy focusing on his own training. Logan furiously jumps up from his chair, yelling out in pure frustration. Why is all this garbage being pushed onto me? Dwayne calmly argues that since Logan is the future head of the family, he needs to master everything. But Logan instantly fights back. I am not the successor. Nobody even officially recognized me yet. You and I both know peace in these stories never lasts. Right during their intense argument, the door violently blasts open. The one-eyed knight rushes in, his face totally pale with pure terror. Panting heavily, he reports a massive disaster has just struck, making even Logan jump in shock. With a voice shaking from fear, the knight screams out the horrifying news. Himar is completely trapped deep inside the tunnel. Well, this is an absolute nightmare. Logan stares wide-eyed at the shocking update, cold sweat starting to pour down his extremely worried face. Hymar got buried in the mine. Logan blurts out, totally stunned by the tragic news. The one-eyed knight, Kai, confirms one of the main tunnels just completely collapsed. Meanwhile, Dwayne stands there completely confused, wondering since when their territory even had a mine. Logan fiercely demands to know the exact casualties and where Hymar is, but Kai nervously reports the collapse happened over 50 meters down, making it impossible to pin down their exact location right now. They cannot afford to waste a single second. Logan decisively orders everyone to ride out to the mining zone immediately. He leaves Dwayne shouting loudly behind him, still completely furious and confused about where this crazy secret mine even is. Logan kicks his horse hard, tearing through the deep forest like the wind to reach the horrible disaster scene. The moment they spot their young master, the chaotic, panicking workers immediately cheer out with pure hope. Logan jumps off his horse, demanding the exact spot of the collapsed tunnel. They tell him to go deep inside and take a right at the fork to reach the lowest level. He silently steps into the pitch-black mine, where the air instantly feels incredibly thick and freezing cold. Deep down, he is panicking too. Without a clue on how to save Hymar yet, the tension here is absolutely off the charts. Logan's heavy footsteps echo through the endless tunnel. He suddenly freezes in his tracks. His eyes flash brilliantly as he senses a very strange, fluctuating energy coming from straight ahead. Right in front of him is a massive pile of rubble, completely blocking the path. The other miners are just standing there, totally helpless and trapped in pure despair. The chief engineer rushes over to greet him the second he sees the young master arrive. Logan coldly commands everyone to step back, then slowly walks right up to the massive cave-in. He places his hand on the rough rocks, focusing all his divine energy to sense any signs of life behind that impossibly thick stone wall. A blinding golden aura erupts fiercely from him, letting Logan literally see through the rubble. He confirms Hymar and over 10 workers are still trapped inside. With a heavy voice, he reveals the good news: nobody is dead. But unfortunately, a lot of them are critically injured. This absolutely godlike perception leaves the engineer standing next to him completely frozen in shock. He literally cannot comprehend how the young master knows the exact situation inside with such pinpoint accuracy, but he silently thanks the heavens they are alive. Logan quickly turns to the old engineer, demanding to know the estimated rescue time. Sweating bullets, the old man replies that even in the absolute best-case scenario, it will take at least 3 whole days to clear out this gigantic mountain of debris. Logan falls silent. He knows damn well that no matter how ridiculously tough a dwarf is, they cannot survive long while injured and buried under suffocating rubble. The longer this takes, the slimmer their chances of survival become. So, this rescue operation has to happen right now, without a single moment of delay. Almost immediately, Logan summons Kron and his squad of mages right under the forest canopy. Clayen looks totally confused about this super sudden emergency gathering. And that is where we leave it for today. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Skipping the small talk, Logan stares at the elder. I need you guys to save Hymar and the trapped miners. Logan looks them dead in the eye, promising a massive reward for all their help. Clayen is absolutely stunned. He had no idea this mine even existed, and now he finds out it is literally collapsing. Stick with me here, because this gets wild. Logan never mentioned a mine. If it hadn't collapsed, nobody would have known. Why was he hiding it so aggressively? Suddenly, it clicks. That is exactly why Hama, the dwarf, has been running frantically between the mine and the dam construction site. Realizing that innocent lives are on the line, Clayen agrees to step in and help. Logan places a hand gently on his chest, sincerely thanking him and promising to repay this massive favor. Deep down, Clayen cannot help but wonder just how well Logan kept this incredibly valuable mine a total secret. Yet right now, he is willingly exposing his absolute biggest secret just to save a few ordinary slaves and workers. Logan stares ahead with absolute determination as Clayen activates his magic. He slams his hand against the rock face, channeling his entire mana pool to trigger a massive energy burst, instantly stabilizing the mine's crumbling structure. Clayen roars a command to his disciples. I will hold up the tunnel walls. You guys use the golems to clear out all this rubble right now. He loudly reminds everyone to work as carefully as humanly possible to ensure the absolute safety of the poor guys buried underneath. Following their master's orders, the young disciples shout in agreement and immediately pull out these brilliant, glowing blue magic stones from inside their robes. They are willingly sacrificing their absolute most precious items just for Logan. What absolute, true legends. Standing in the back, Logan watches closely. He quietly realizes these are the exact red earth stones that Gon mentioned before. The young mages start chanting their spells, activating the insane raw energy inside the stones, and carefully place them right onto the massive rubble blocking the path. Now watch closely, because this is where it gets crazy. In just a split second, the entire massive pile of rubble violently shakes and transforms into giant, towering golems, The nearby workers are so stunned, their jaws literally drop. They simply cannot believe the young master cleared out so much heavy, crushing rock from the mine just like that. But Logan? He is still incredibly anxious. He urges everyone to move faster because the condition of the trapped men is still a total mystery. Refusing to just stand there, Logan physically jumps in, using his own brute strength to help the golems move the massive boulders. Seeing a noble, high-status young master manually hauling heavy rocks just to save people with a much lower social standing, Clayan is left completely speechless and deeply moved by the sight. He tells himself that if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe a noble like this existed. He genuinely realizes Logan is definitely a person with incredibly good character. Suddenly, the chief engineer's loud cheers echo through the cave, instantly shattering the heavy, tense atmosphere. "We found them. Someone is over here. Thank goodness we got to you. You almost did not make it." Beneath the thick layers of dirt and rocks, the figure of Hamma the blacksmith finally appears. He groans very weakly, drifting in and out of consciousness. Logan immediately rushes to his side, shouting Hamma's name. He quickly checks him over and breathes a massive sigh of relief. Turns out, the old blacksmith just fainted from pure panic and shock. Thankfully, his injuries are not serious at all. Logan mutters how incredibly lucky this is. He cannot believe someone actually fell asleep while using a magic scroll to build a mine. Later on, a medical bed, a totally exhausted Hamma confesses he has been overworking himself way too much lately. Logan gently reassures him, "Do not worry, old man. Just rest up until you are fully recovered before returning to work." However, Hamma is insanely stubborn, firmly insisting he only needs one single day to bounce back completely. Logan gives him a super doubtful look, asking if he is genuinely okay without taking more time off. The guy pushed himself to the absolute brink, and only now is he being asked to rest. Hamma snaps back, aggressively confirming that he will absolutely take a break. Logan quietly leaves the room, completely blown away by the ridiculous, overpowered nature of magic. It successfully saved everyone in just 2 hours. But the second he steps out into the quiet hallway, Logan violently jumps in shock as Clayan suddenly appears right behind him out of nowhere. The elder looks at him with razor-sharp eyes and offers a compliment. "You have a truly magnificent mind there, young master." Logan panics internally. A high-tier earth mage like Clayan definitely realized it is a massive gold mine. He is incredibly worried about the absolute disaster that will happen if this information leaks out, genuinely wondering if Clayan will actually keep his big secret safe. Logan bluntly asks why Clayan agreed to help, even knowing he hid the mine this entire time just to ask for his assistance now. He explains that right now, absolutely nobody can ever replace Hamma's vital role in all the complicated operations regarding the mine. Logan doubles down, stating that no matter the crazy risk, saving the old blacksmith's life is far more profitable for the future. Without him, the whole mining operation would face absolutely insane delays. "I know exactly what you are thinking. A noble who actually cares? Exactly." Logan firmly believes if he does not protect his own people, no one will ever follow him. Clayan watches quietly, clearly deeply impressed by this young master's incredibly honorable mindset. He actually values the people beside him way more than literal gold. Suddenly, Clayan speaks up. "Young Master Logan, do you happen to need a mage tower inside your territory?" That massive question leaves Logan so completely stunned he cannot even speak. Clayan explains it is finally time for him to go independent and leave his current magic tower. He asks if the McLean territory can actually support a small mage tower of its own. Seeing the elder's dead serious expression, Logan realizes this isn't a joke at all. Thrilled, Logan basically screams out, "Of course, you are welcome. Only a total fool would reject a massive jackpot like this." Haha. He eagerly asks if Clayan's disciples are also going to settle down here and what kind of support they will ever need. Clayan confidently confirms his loyal disciples will definitely come along, only asking for the basic necessary support. He openly expresses his absolute, total trust in Logan's incredible character and leadership. Witnessing this whole exchange, a just woken up Hamma complains that this old mage must have been hit in the head by a falling rock to make such a weird decision. Logan urges Hamma to go inside and rest as night fully falls over the castle. 1 week later, the old blacksmith's body is fully healed. He excitedly declares he is completely ready to get right back to work. Standing in the room with his arms crossed, Logan strictly reminds him that since they are behind schedule, he better give it his absolute all to make up for it. Hamma bows slightly, making sure to thank the young master for working so incredibly hard for his sake lately. But suddenly, the door slowly creeps open. Someone peeks in with a deeply sinister expression, instantly making the entire room feel intensely suffocating and awkward. He steps out of the shadows and demands in a harsh voice, "Young master, it is about time you tell us everything about that secret mine." Logan sighs heavily, tiredly telling Dwayne to just come completely inside the room instead of acting like some creepy, possessed ghost. You standing there interrogating me is honestly scarier than a literal police cross-examination. The second he steps inside, Dwayne literally explodes in anger. He screams in absolute frustration about why Logan secretly started mining the area without even informing the official estate manager. Logan just gives a cheeky smile, throwing out a lazy apology saying he simply forgot. This ridiculous excuse drives Dwayne absolutely insane. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. The manager keeps begging to know what secret mineral Logan is hiding. Is it iron, copper, or some other massive ore deposit? Logan stays completely calm. He looks Dwayne dead in the eye and drops a bombshell. It is gold. Dwayne just freezes, muttering that Logan better not be joking. Seeing the manager still in denial, Logan just smirks. He claims having a gold mine is nothing to be shocked about. Then he delivers the final blow. The estimated profit is 100 million gold coins a year. Looking at his young lord's deadpan face, Dwayne realizes this is no lie. No wonder he kept this massive jackpot a secret. Shaking, the manager asks one more time just to make sure Logan isn't pulling his leg. But hearing about that absolutely insane amount of money simply breaks Dwayne's brain. He completely shuts down, collapsing to the floor and fainting right on the spot. Logan panics and rushes over to catch him, shaking him hard and yelling for him to wake up. This is no time to pass out. But despite the manager's sudden crash, Logan's master plan still moves forward perfectly. Actually, things progress way faster than anyone originally expected. Shockingly, the massive dam that was supposed to take half a year is completely finished in just 3 months. Dwayne approaches to report that all the administrative officials have gathered. They are all waiting for the young lord's next command. Everything is finally on track, taking a huge weight off his shoulders. Great, so everyone is fully assembled? Seeing the crowd gathered, Logan speaks up. He knows they are all busy with administrative work, but he demands they stay until the very end to hear his speech. Now, watch closely. Not everyone actually believes in this crazy plan. One sweaty official secretly doubts the whole thing. Even if it is a massive project, will diverting water from the Lair River actually fix this barren wasteland? He mutters that spending all that money on repairing the southern walls against enemy attacks would be way more useful. The people around him also whisper and gossip. Nobody understands why the young lord did this. An official turns and asks Dwayne what he knows. Dwayne stays silent, his face turning deadly serious as he finally realizes the true scale of this master plan. Deep down, he is absolutely stunned. He realizes this dam is not just for basic watering, it is directly connected to the very heart of the Lair River. Dwayne shakes with excitement at the vision. If they can provide an endless water supply through this giant canal, the entire massive wasteland of their territory will definitely transform into fertile plains. Honestly, you would think he'd figure this out sooner. He is a little slow this time. Logan stands there watching with razor-sharp eyes. The construction workers, the mages, and the administrative officials have all gathered, waiting for this massive historic moment. Logan looks at the elder and gives the order. Clan, begin. Clan firmly answers, yes. Standing right there, the old blacksmith Hema keeps complaining. He wonders why they are making such a huge fuss when he already built a perfectly good water gate that opens easily. Logan flashes a wildly confident smile. He declares the very first time must be epic to burn into everyone's memory. He wants all the citizens to see with their own hands united to build. Suddenly, giant stone golems appear right at the dam gates, absolutely terrifying the crowd of officials. They point shaking fingers, screaming in pure panic. Gasp! What the heck is that? A monster! Meanwhile, Logan and the mages stay completely calm. Not this again. Why are these guys such massive cowards? Clan clears his throat, trying to act humble by claiming golem summoning is actually pretty common in the magic world. Then, he loudly issues the command, open the gates. A massive stone golem reaches out its giant hands, gripping the gate mechanism tightly, and starts pulling with absolutely everything it has. Logan watches calmly, while Clan and the other mages clearly look nervous about the stone entity's performance. An official confusedly asks what is happening, seeing the gate supposedly open but with zero water flowing. The air gets awkwardly silent. The three golems just stand frozen at the dam gate, and there is still no sign of any water. Clan is sweating bullets. The elder turns pale and shakes, having zero idea why the gate is open but the water isn't flowing. Logan can only grind his teeth in pure disappointment. I know what you're thinking, a total fail, right? Turns out that golem power display was totally fake. The gate is just too heavy for them to lift normally. Clan explains that normally, it takes over 100 workers turning pulleys together just to open that inner discharge gate. This completely unexpected disaster gives Logan a massive headache. He worries that if he doesn't fix this fast, his golem army's reputation will look completely weak. Seeing old blacksmith Hema still complaining about the gate's insane weight, Logan firmly makes an absolutely wild decision. He looks right at Clan and orders him to smash it. Clan is stunned, but Logan insists they can rebuild it later. Right now, destroying it to unleash the water is everything. Getting the absolute final order, the elder yells his agreement. Instantly, the giant stone golem channels all its power into its massive fist. It throws a 1,000-pound punch that shatters the dam gate in a flash. Smash the gate. Chunks of broken stone crash down, making way for the raging Lur River. Astonished cheers erupt everywhere as people watch with their own eyes the cool water blasting powerfully through the broken gates. Facing this epic achievement, Logan just smiles with deep satisfaction. Good thing he fixed that crisis fast or all their work was doomed. Logan watches the water slowly fill up the canals, while the hyped citizens scream out, "Water! It is water! We actually did it!" Pure happiness spreads across the valley. They cannot believe they just created a literal river on this wasteland that has been bone dry for generations. Logan secretly calculates, with this endless water supply, the food shortage during the upcoming civil war will definitely be completely solved. He thinks there is no need to rush land clearing now. Starting farming next spring will change the territory's destiny. Suddenly, a figure rushes in and hugs Logan, completely startling him. The manager bawls his eyes out in regret. "Young master, I was so wrong. Forgive me." Seeing this grown man crying like a kid, Logan just laughs and comforts him. "It is fine. Why is a grown adult so incredibly tearful? So what do you and I learn here? Never doubt a crazy plan." As the blacksmith mourns his gate, Clayton calmly offers to help rebuild. We will see what happens next. All right, stick with me. You are about to watch a mastermind build an empire. Logan declares the sluice gates aren't urgent, giving everyone a 1-week break. His next master plan? Finish up the mining operations, then take a massive long-term vacation to prep for next year's harvest. The second he mentions time off, Hima's eyes absolutely light up like a kid in a candy store. The dwarf eagerly asks if he is serious. Finally getting a vacation? Pure bliss. Logan just laughs heartily and promises it is true. Why? Because he knows soon enough, they will be so slammed they won't even have time to breathe. Logan just stares out at the rushing river water. He knows this insanely fertile land will easily attract tons of farmers looking to settle, but here is the catch traveling back and forth from the city to these plains every single day. That is going to be a brutal challenge. So, Logan hatches a genius idea to build a brand new village right there for the people. He almost asks Hima straight up, but stops himself. Instead, he pivots to a ridiculously sneaky reverse psychology tactic. Turning around with a highly skeptical look, Logan sighs. "Hema, even for you, building an entire village must be way too hard, right? I mean, I've never heard of dwarves actually being good at construction." Hitting his dwarven pride dead center, Hima instantly jumps up and screams at the top of his lungs. "What did you just say? Besides crafting weapons, building is what we dwarves do best." Seeing the blacksmith walk right into his trap, Logan smirks inwardly. Got him! But outwardly, he fakes total amazement, stroking the old dwarf's ego until he's beaming with pride. Hema asks why Logan is suddenly bringing this up. Waving it off, Logan claims he was just curious and urges the old man to go get some rest. Watching the blacksmith walk away, Logan flashes a completely wicked smile. He thinks to himself, enjoy this little break while it lasts. Soon enough, you are going to learn what enjoying work really means. Man, dealing with a boss like this is exhausting, because the very second this vacation ends, a massive, grand-scale housing project is sitting right there, completely ready to drain every single drop of sweat from this poor blacksmith. Standing before the massive gathered crowd, Logan's voice booms. Now pay attention here, this is where everything changes for them. Everyone, listen to me. He reminds them of the 2 massive promises he made before opening the dam. First, absolutely anyone can come to this Marlen land and reclaim the wilderness. Second, the land tax is slashed to 30% and they get full farming rights on the land they clear. This insanely generous, unheard-of policy drives the crowd absolutely wild. Pure hope finally lights up their deeply weathered faces. This entire territory is going to evolve, and the corrupt nobles won't have a single excuse left to object. Fast forward 4 weeks. Inside his office, Logan happily flips through a stack of brand new files. He praises his own choice. Hima actually finished the housing blueprints. He definitely picked the perfect guy for the job. Rick walks in carrying a huge stack of documents, completely forced to admit that the blacksmith is ridiculously productive. Logan thinks back to his initial offer. He totally expected the guy to refuse, but Hema confidently bragged that building was a dwarven specialty. The poor dwarf didn't even realize he had been flawlessly manipulated into this heavy labor trap. The new master plan features a brilliant cross-shaped layout. Houses are perfectly spaced out. Every single sector gets a shared water well and a highly advanced drainage system, completely designed to keep all the surrounding fruit orchards lush and green. Logan feels ridiculously smug right now. He flawlessly used his urban planning knowledge from his past life to perfect these blueprints without a hitch. A massive, burning ambition flares up inside his chest. A brand new empire is about to rise. But first, He knows the immediate goal is gathering enough people to actually settle the land. Deep in thought, Logan suddenly scrunches his face at a brutally strong stench. Huh! What in the world is that awful smell? Surrounded by a super depressing purple aura, Rick bitterly snaps back. Whose fault do you think it is? That specific potion is selling way too fast. The exhausted servant keeps endlessly muttering, completely blaming that best-selling potion for his absolutely miserable, overworked state. Suddenly, the office door violently bursts open. Hema frantically sprints in, screaming for the young master. Annoyed, Logan snaps back. Do you not know how to knock? Hema panics, reporting an absolute emergency. The gold mine is officially ready for extraction. He eagerly holds up sparkling chunks of raw gold just pulled from the depths, explaining that usually, mining and refining this stuff is pure, grueling agony. You and I know that is not normal. But here, you just look, and gold literally appears right before your eyes. Staring at those dazzling chunks of wealth, both Logan and Hema are so hyped they are literally in tears, an absolute jackpot dropping right into their laps. Bursting with excitement, Logan claps the blacksmith on the shoulder to praise him. You've worked so hard. This is a literal gold mine. Seeing his young master bouncing off the walls, Hema, with dark circles under his completely exhausted eyes, weakly asks if he can finally go get that promised vacation now. Logan completely ignores the question, immediately asking for the estimated monthly yield from this mine. The numbers are mind-blowing. 1 entire ton of gold every month, lasting for a full 10 years. Yet, Logan still won't let him off the hook, reminding Hema to focus on building the village and mass-producing bows and arrows. And spears, too. Seeing Logan's super eager face asking if he can handle all this extra work, the blacksmith just feels a brutal shock fry his brain from total overload. If I handed you a hammer right now, what exactly would you do to your master? Dwayne is literally kneeling on the floor, while poor Hema violently staggers. Logan thinks to himself, okay, maybe the blacksmith really is dangerously overloaded. He needs a rest so he can recruit even more dwarf laborers later on. He firmly gives the order. All right, take a full 1-month break. The absolute second he hears the word break, Hema snaps wide awake instantly. Getting Logan's final nod, the dwarf rockets out of the room at terrifying speed, leaving nothing but a thick cloud of dust behind. Logan just stands there totally frozen in shock. He cannot believe a guy with such tiny legs can run faster than literally anyone else. Suddenly, Dwayne's choking, ugly sobbing echoes out. 100 million gold coins, the manager calculates through his tears. 1 ton a month means 12 tons a year. That is a staggering fortune of 100 million gold coins. He screams in peak, absolute joy. We are insanely rich, young master. Logan just stares down at the grown man sobbing tears of profound joy at his feet, feeling mildly exasperated. Then he mercilessly pours cold water on the hype. He firmly states, this gold mine belongs entirely to me, not the family. That single sentence makes Dwayne's face instantly turn pitch black from pure shock. But right after, Logan smooths things over by promising to hand 30% of it back to the family. Dwayne freezes for a second, then softly gasps, wow, that is a brilliantly handled move, young master. He stands up, showing absolutely blind faith in Logan's leadership now. After seeing both the massive dam project and the gold mine succeed brilliantly, his trust is locked in. Logan feels a quick flash of suspicion though. Why did this guy accept such a massive loss for the main family so easily? He issues a dead serious warning, absolutely zero word of this leaves the room. Otherwise, neighboring territories will launch an all-out war out of pure greed. Dwayne swears he can relax, then quietly backs out. Watching the manager leave, Logan feels a massive, undeniable shift in him. All the inner family troubles finally seem perfectly handled. So where does that leave us? You and I both know exactly who the real final boss is going to be, his own father. Stick with me, we are about to see if Logan still needs his father's crucial advice. A week later, facing the newly cleared river rushing through their land, Logan watches his father in pure shock. He thinks to himself, did my dad actually become a sword master? In just months of training the Ironblood sword art that Logan passed down, Patrick McLean hit insane milestones. He crushed the obstacles that blocked his path for years. You did amazing while I was gone, good son. Seriously, having a kid like him would make any father absolutely thrilled. Logan smiles warmly. Yes, but first, you need to hear my plan. The Lord simply bends down, touching the cool, fresh river water. He is still completely blown away. A rushing river in this barren wasteland? He gasps out loud, calling it an absolute miracle. Feeling raw, explosive internal energy coursing through his veins, he knows his power skyrocketed. And he clearly sees how massively this entire territory has evolved. Patrick McLean looks right at him. This is all thanks to you, Logan. Honestly, you are even better than me. Hearing that praise makes Logan blush in pure embarrassment. He stammers, claiming he could never match his father. The Lord just laughs brightly. He admits Logan's recent feats easily rival his own 30 years of grinding. He seriously feels incredibly lucky to have such a genius son. He gives Logan a deep, heartfelt thank you for saving their family's future. Deeply moved, Logan whispers, "Father." But McLean cuts in, firmly declaring he can finally hand over this entire territory for Logan to rule. He plans to step back, fully focusing on his own training and the Knights. Logan panics. "Wait, I never planned to be the Lord here. Now pay close attention here." Patrick McLean looks away, dropping a harsh truth. "You and I totally feel his training proved he is truly getting old." Staring at his own hands, he admits something huge. Despite his massive power boost, there are still deep secrets in the Iron Blood sword art he just cannot grasp. Full of regret, he wishes he were young again. If he had this epic manual back when his internal energy first awakened, everything would be entirely different now. Sounds greedy, but who doesn't want their youth back? McLean confesses the heavy truth: he is just too old to shoulder this massive burden anymore. He wants to pass the torch, giving Logan and Ronian their real future. It is the era of the youth now. He will step back, becoming the ultimate mentor, offering epic advice backed by decades of combat experience. Logan goes quiet, finally replying, "I understand." Deep down, he knows the truth. Once his father makes up his mind like that, refusing is completely impossible. Patrick McLean then turns to his wife. He reminds her she heard everything, asking her to fully support Logan so he can crush his new duties. Madame McLean stands silently under her umbrella, looking heartbroken. Once the Lord leaves, she walks right up to Logan, openly admitting his incredible achievements are truly extraordinary. Her voice shakes with pure sincerity. She only wants Ronian to live peacefully, completely blaming herself for being foolish enough to ever stand against Logan in the past. Logan tries to apologize, but she instantly stops him. The blame is entirely hers. She wildly regrets her petty attitude, blind to his genuine sincerity when he apologized earlier. Now, she practically begs for his generous forgiveness. Honestly, family members need to compromise just like this to actually find true happiness, right? She softly asks about Logan teaching Ronian swordsmanship lately. Logan happily confirms it, hyping up his little brother's insane talent. In just one single week, the kid already mastered the first move of the Iron Blood sword. Hearing that her son is thriving, Madame McLean finally smiles with massive relief. She pleads with Logan to protect his brother in the future, giving him her deepest thanks. Watching her walk away, Logan cannot help but speak up. He tells her no mother should ever speak so formally to her own son. He totally insists she go back to talking to him casually, exactly like the old days. You felt that too, right? That warm call of mother leaves her completely stunned, as real tears of emotion stream down her cheeks. Patrick McLean watches this beautiful family reunion with a deeply satisfied grin. Logan smiles back, feeling that genuine, undeniable warmth spreading through him. All three walk back toward the majestic castle, bathed in brilliant sunset, glowing light. Finding a major noble family this united and full of love, absolutely rare and epic. Logan confidently maps out their future. Before next spring, when the town finishes, they will clear everything up and start moving the people straight to their new farming fields. He really hopes this land yields a legendary harvest. Patrick McLean sees the insane potential here, but he still carries some heavy worries. Sure, the land is fantastic now, but will commoners actually pack up and move here to farm? Logan instantly reassures him. He already prioritized the farmers, building fresh villages with solid houses for them to settle in. Plus, he recruited heavily to secure village safety with extra soldiers. He asks if his father could personally train them. Patrick McLean nods with absolute confidence. Of course. Rest easy, you always know exactly how to handle things. Soon after, Patrick McLean steps right onto the training grounds, roaring with absolute, terrifying authority. "You guys are totally unbelievable. Since when did you pathetic fools split yourselves into two rival factions like this?" Watching closely, Logan feels the brutal tension between the McLean Knights and the surrendered Testran forces. Once mortal enemies on the battlefield, they still treat each other like absolute garbage. Patrick McLean drops his voice low. "I know you fought as bitter rivals. I get that becoming instant friends is practically impossible right now. But you are one single team now. Use your heads." Honestly though, sparking up a sudden friendly chat after a bloody war is totally awkward. He orders every knight to unite to protect this territory's peace. He vows to train them himself, making them massively stronger so they can earn a much better life. Right now, you just kick each other around. What good does that do? Gritting his teeth, he admits something. "This is partly my fault. I didn't manage you strictly, letting you run wild." A knight panics. "Sir, it is not your fault." Logan curiously watches Captain Heiko step toward his father. Heiko simply cannot hide his shock. "Wow, your strength really did surge. I can literally feel the aura. Impressive. This guy clearly has a sharp eye for real power." Patrick McLean nods. Captain, let's fix these ranks. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. All right, come along with me on this one. His entire body erupts in a blazing red aura. The Lord swings his sword, unleashing an earth-shattering strike. Feel my blade. The terrifying power of that slash leaves the knights absolutely paralyzed with fear. One soldier's eyes bulge out, screaming in pure, utter despair. Ah, the Lord roars with absolute authority. He states that when knights endure grueling training, they simply won't have time for useless nonsense anymore. He's determined to forge them into a true knight order, perfectly ready to be handed over to Logan. Meanwhile, back at the estate office, Dway is buried in paperwork. With years of butler experience, he takes immense pride in this. Caring for everyone and approving these documents is genuinely his greatest joy in life. Outside, knights are whispering. The young master has been acting strange lately, making every single decision himself. But Dway secretly trusts that Logan has his reasons. Seeing his subordinates still gossiping, he strictly warns them right there. Absolutely no idle chatter allowed while on duty. He insists the spending comes strictly from Logan's private funds, so nobody can interfere. But flipping to the next invoice, he freezes. His eyes widen in absolute horror. Staring in shock at the massive number on the page, he screams in pure panic. Young master, what are you doing with 10 million gold coins? Facing the manager's freak out, Logan stays totally chill. He calmly replies he just wants to buy 100 kilograms of mithril for weapons. 10 million gold just for raw materials leaves Wei paralyzed. Logan firmly presses the paper down, demanding he sign it based on their long-standing trust. But the trembling manager still refuses. It's simply too much money. Even Philip is stunned. He cannot believe the young lord plans to use mithril for weapons. How is that possible? Spending money like water. Logan's face suddenly darkens completely. He releases a heavy pressure, making the room's atmosphere incredibly tense and suffocating. Logan slams his hand on the desk, shooting up. Why the hell not? Philip quickly explains. Mithril is a legendary magic material, 10 times harder than steel but a third of the weight. You cannot just simply buy it with gold. He insists that no matter how much cash you have, this mythical metal isn't something you can just order, especially not a massive 100 kilograms. Now, pay attention here, this is where he pivots. Philip stresses that getting it requires immense power. Hearing the word power, Logan smiles mysteriously. He's got an idea. A calculating smirk crosses his face. He knows exactly who can help him solve this impossible problem. Over at Duke Felix's estate in the capital, things get chaotic. A magical call from the remote, unheard-of McLean countryside has just been connected. The servants exchange confused looks. They have no clue what backwater corner this random McLean place is in. They are certain a noble duke would ignore a call from a nameless village. But still, they skeptically follow protocol and forward the magic connection anyway. But just 30 minutes later, bam! The doors burst open. Duke Felix rushes in panting, frantically asking about the McLean call, leaving his entire staff completely dumbfounded. Nobody understands why a tiny countryside territory could make the kingdom's greatest swordsman sprint over here in such a massive hurry. Sitting before the magic sphere, Felix speaks up. Long time no see, Logan. Logan smiles, greeting him and politely asking about his senior's health. Felix smirks, claiming things are fine, but something very special just happened. Logan playfully replies, how could I dare call you privately without a good reason? I definitely know my place. Felix bursts out laughing at that incredibly familiar, sarcastic tone. He urges Logan to cut to the chase. Yet, before Logan can speak, the Duke suddenly expresses his deepest gratitude for what the young master did for him. Logan is slightly caught off guard. Did he accidentally help him with something? Or does the Duke have another hidden agenda? Suddenly, Felix beams with joy and drops a bombshell. My wife is pregnant. Logan's eyes widen in shock before cheering with absolute excitement. Wait, you saw that too, right? Why thank Logan? Well, an emotional Felix insists this incredible miracle is entirely thanks to Logan's help. Flustered by the sudden praise, Logan blushes awkwardly. He claims it is just heaven's blessing and the Duke's own hard work, not his doing. Felix laughs heartily, waving off Logan's modesty. With eyes full of respect, the kingdom's strongest swordsman once again expresses his sincere gratitude for this truly priceless gift. When my child is born, you absolutely must visit the capital, Felix enthusiastically suggests. He mentions his wife desperately wants to thank Logan personally. Plus, he promises to teach him even more advanced sword techniques when he arrives. Seeing Logan hesitate, Felix teases, do you not want to? Logan immediately shoots up, bowing deeply and formally. Yes, thank you in advance. Felix laughs, completely satisfied. Having said his piece, he asks what Logan's real goal is. Logan does not beat around the bush at all. Can you help me buy a little mithril? I need 100 kilograms for weapons. The massive number leaves the sword saint stunned. A little? You almost gave me a heart attack. Felix narrows his eyes. He realizes Logan needs his power, not just money, to touch this mythical material. He curiously asks where Logan got that much cash. He knows perfectly well that mithril is an incredibly special and ridiculously expensive metal. Felix sighs, admitting even he lacks funds to invest that much in his knights. He praises Logan's noble determination to provide for his people. He claims this young master always brings astonishing surprises. Logan thinks to himself, he's definitely flattering me way too much. Finally, Felix firmly agrees to help but sets one condition. When my child is born, you must come visit the capital. He even demands Logan call him master instead of count. I'll find it and contact you. The call ends, leaving Logan frozen for a second. Suddenly, he throws his arms up and cheers, startling a maid in the distance. The Sword Saint's disciple? Hell yes, that title sounds absolutely amazing. So where do we go from here? Logan accidentally secured an epic ally. Now, it's time to forge some insane weapons. Trust me, stay tuned. Come along with me. Logan was about to notify Hema, but paused, remembering the old blacksmith was on vacation. He decided to let the man rest. Not everyone is an absolute workaholic like him, and waiting a bit wouldn't hurt. Logan smiled smugly, convinced he was a truly generous boss and that Hema was incredibly lucky to have him. But totally crushing that optimism, the old blacksmith was actually curled up in pure agony. He was sweating buckets in a brutal nightmare, surrounded by Logan's sinister, mocking smiles. Poor Hema. Working for a guy like this meant even his sleep was cursed with terrifying boss encounters. Meanwhile, over at the McLean outskirts, a massive crowd of teenagers under 20 had gathered after seeing the recruitment notice. But shockingly, only a single person passed the standard physical test. Do look genuinely concerned. But sir, are you planning to draft this many? Usually, we only pick a fraction. Logan shot back an icy glare. Didn't I say I would handle it? Even knowing that a massive, sudden military expansion could trigger backlash, Logan knew it was completely necessary. He just had to be the one picking them. In any territory, knights are the ultimate symbol of power. Backing them up, an elite force of soldiers and apprentice knights. Usually, lords test kids' physical strength early on. Only those passing the absolute bare minimum muscle standards are ever selected to undergo actual combat training. From there, the absolute best soldiers endure hellish training to break their limits. That is how they awaken their internal energy and finally become official, true-blooded knights. Now, pay attention, this is where it gets interesting. Logan knew the Empire used a totally different system. Physical muscle and internal energy, two separate things. The real secret was not brute strength, but sensory perception. Using this exact method, the Empire would train over 50,000 knights in 9 years, absolutely wiping out neighboring kingdoms. So Logan was determined to gather everyone, filter out the best, and build his own apprentice squad. Sure, it would not be enough to stop the grandiose civil war hitting next year, but it would build the foundation for an army capable of surviving the Empire invasion in 9 years. Logan clicked his tongue, a bit annoyed. He wanted every single adult over 20, but completely draining the workforce would crash their local production completely. Seeing the chaotic crowd, the recruiter lost his temper. Quiet down, the Lord is right here. Logan turned to him. How did you recruit before? The old man respectfully explained they just made kids run and pick the strongest ones based on physical commands. That is exactly why their knight numbers were terribly low. Logan instantly scrapped the old rules. He ordered them to find kids with sharp eyes, keen ears, and lightning reflexes to begin a brand new training regime. Fast reflexes mean staying alive against real enemies. Still, the recruiting officer was completely baffled by Logan's weird new testing methods. He kicked off the first test with one rule: walk forward until you spot the painting, then stop. The teens marched through the thick dust. A few kids immediately started kissing up. Wow, what a unique painting. The Lord is so handsome. Logan coldly ordered those sweet talkers booted immediately. He did not need pathetic flatterers. Meanwhile, the oblivious officer kept mumbling praises for the crude chicken drawing Logan had just sketched. Suddenly, one boy stopped dead in his tracks, raising his hand to shout, "It has a comb. Is it a chicken? You and I both know that is insane, right?" Logan was absolutely stunned. The kid spotted that from so far away. Next up was the hearing test. The officer screamed at the top of his lungs, telling them to stop once they heard the next drawing description. The crowd buzzed in total confusion, unable to hear anything. Some even whispered about the officer's weird tone. But then, a sharp-eyed kid yelled out his answer. The answer is a sparrow. But also, just now, that guy disrespectfully called the Lord a total bastard. The officer turned completely pale, slapping a hand over his mouth. He never expected his nasty little whisper to be caught by a kid. Logan smirked, patted the officer's shoulder, and hired that kid immediately. Flipping through the final list, Logan noted that just from testing basic vision and hearing, 250 kids had already passed with flying colors. He calculated the numbers. He needed at least 500, aiming for a total of 1,000 by pulling from the Tetron territory too. But looking at these scrawny, malnourished kids, Logan knew he could not expect God-tier strength overnight. He promised himself he would feed them right and train them relentlessly until they became genuine battlefield monsters. Striding across the castle grounds, Logan figured it was finally time to check on Victor's progress. Over at the training yard, the teenager was swinging his sword like an absolute maniac. The guards were completely mesmerized. The kid's work ethic was insane, though his aggressive style was terrifying. Dripping with sweat, Victor kept repeating his savior's teachings. Lord Logan had said he could become a knight if he practiced his forms thousands of times without fatigue. Now that is some legendary, non-stop dedication right there. Victor knew that unlocking his internal energy was the ultimate key to becoming a true knight, but secretly, he worried how long Logan would actually wait for him. Seeing her brother pushing his limits, his little sister stepped up to call him. Just then, Logan arrived, putting a finger to his lips, signaling her to watch quietly. Logan was seriously impressed. This kid was a total prodigy. Despite only studying swordplay for a single year, the 16-year-old maintained perfect basic stances even during his wildest swings. It was obvious Victor's drive to fight was miles above the regular grunts doing basic drills. Logan thought to himself, even though the kid's future as a noble assassin had changed, his martial arts talent remained absolutely godlike. But solo practice was not going to cut it anymore. Victor needed a real fight. "Victor!" Logan shouted out of nowhere. The kid jumped, totally startled. "Lord Logan!" Logan dropped the news instantly. "Tomorrow, I am leaving McLean to train soldiers in Tetron. I will be stationed there all winter." The siblings just stared back, completely dumbfounded. "Yes." Logan gave Victor a direct order. "Come with me. I promise I will explain everything to your sister." The teenager hesitated for a second, then finally asked, "Can Leah come too?" Logan seriously doubted that. Bring a little girl to a camp full of men? Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. "All right, stick with me here." Defying all the pushback, Victor hugs his little sister tightly and makes his firm choice. "I want to go with her." Logan quietly watches him. He realizes this kid is usually super mature, but mention his sister, and he gets incredibly stubborn. Finally, Logan lets out a heavy sigh and agrees. "Fine, bring her along." Victor joyfully bows his head. "Thank you, sir." But suddenly, Logan's face turns absolutely terrifying. He releases a crushing, heavy pressure and issues a brutal, ironclad warning. "If anything goes wrong, remember it's entirely on you." Victor doesn't flinch at all. He immediately promises he will take perfect care of his little sister. Logan curiously asks, "Is your sister really that important to you?" Victor answers in a low voice, "She is my only family." He sadly reveals a truly heartbreaking truth. "My parents died because of me. Leah lost our parents because of my actions, so I must protect her. She's all I have left." He refuses to let his only living relative out of his sight. Seeing Victor's deep guilt and absolute resolve, Logan stays silent for a moment. Then he gently places a hand on the boy's shoulder, encouraging him. "All right, you can do this." A few days later at Tetron Castle, the training atmosphere gets insanely intense under the watchful eye of the one-eyed knight, Kai Solon. He roars his orders at the completely exhausted recruits. 5 laps around the castle is the baseline. The last 100 to finish get 2 extra laps. This brutal news leaves the teenagers so shocked they can't even speak. Colin instantly explodes with sheer rage, screaming fiercely. "Did you brats come here for a vacation? Why aren't you running right now?" The terrified recruits quickly stammer out yes. The shouts of the young recruits echo across the field as they struggle through the brutal training. Colin stands watching, gives a small smile, and turns to praise Logan. "You really have great experience. Looks like the instructor role suits you perfectly." He admits he only accepted the contract extension because they promised to treat him like a true knight. But in reality, this demanding job actually fits his abilities absolutely perfectly. Still, Colin can't help but wonder and asks, "I'm honestly surprised you extended contracts with the other mercenaries, Sir Logan." Logan just calmly replies that it was because the matter had already leaked out. Colin steps closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. "You aren't planning for a war in the next 2 years, right? Just because you recruit lots of soldiers doesn't mean war is coming, right?" Logan simply smirks slightly, dropping a completely calm and collected response. "I am not a warmonger." Now pay attention, here's where it gets intense. His eyes suddenly turn razor sharp, his hand gripping his clothes tightly. An unspoken truth. Sometimes, there's no other choice left but total war. Suddenly, a monstrous shout rings out, making both of them flinch and turn around. Right before their eyes, a figure dashes forward at tearing speed, leaving everyone else completely in the dust. Who the heck is that guy? He's way too fast. The recruits stare in absolute shock as Victor shoots past them like a fired arrow. Hearing that he's just the young master's slave leaves them completely stunned. What? A lowly slave? Victor's sudden appearance lands a massive, crushing blow straight to the pride of these young soldiers. One young soldier grits his teeth, drenched in sweat. If a slave can do this, why can't I? A fierce fire of rivalry ignites. He screams in his own mind, I refuse to lose. Witnessing this epic scene, Kai Solon is secretly impressed. The Victor effect. You were entirely right, Sir Logan. Logan just smiles with total satisfaction. He admits he never expected overwhelming strength from these fresh recruits right away. What he actually needed most was their unyielding willpower to never give up. Looking over at Victor, Logan notices an internal energy slowly taking shape inside the teenager. He secretly calculates that the day the boy awakens isn't far off anymore. Logan is absolutely confident about this. If Victor awakens his inner energy, it will become a massive driving force, pushing the entire army to step up. I know what you're thinking, happy ending, right? Think again. Completely contradicting those bright hopes, a dark future is creeping in. Victor will soon walk a twisted, wicked path. His hands clenching tight in ice-cold bloodlust, his eyes burning with pure hatred. Victor stands silently in the middle of a gruesome scene, officially committing a crime with no turning back. But meanwhile, back at the Tetron Castle barracks, the dining atmosphere is incredibly lively and bustling. Steaming hot bowls of soup and incredibly fragrant bread are served up, making the recruits gasp in pure amazement. That looks so delicious. Even though their mouths are complaining about the brutal training and basic food, every single one of them is enthusiastically devouring their meal. One guy even jokingly claims he's probably gaining weight because the food has been so incredibly good this week, secretly wishing he'd be treated this decently for the rest of his life. Right in the middle of that, little Leah, Victor's precious younger sister, shows up to hand out extra portions to everyone. Her gentle appearance and soft, sweet reminder, please eat plenty, okay, makes the whole squad of recruits excitedly shout yes in perfect unison. The little girl's absolute adorableness leaves the young soldiers completely mesmerized. They secretly praise her as an actual literal angel, and some guys even start getting the bold idea to step up and try chatting with her. These guys look at a girl and their eyes light up like literal headlights, zero shame whatsoever. But that idea is instantly crushed by a horrifying, murderous aura radiating from right next to them. Victor slams his hand hard on the table, his eyes flare with deadly threat. Look away right now, before I completely gouge your eyes out. The sheer ferocity of this future noble assassin terrifies the soldiers into shrinking back. They simply mumble soft apologies and hastily shove their faces down. Leah worriedly grabs her food tray and hurries away. Meanwhile, Victor never once takes his eyes off the guys who dared to creep on his sister, hitting them with an ice-cold stare. However, life at the training camp isn't just simple eating and working like it looks on the surface. From a dark corner, a strange guy is secretly watching every single move the recruits make with highly calculating eyes. He licks his lips in an absolutely creepy, perverted way, clearly brewing up some twisted, dark scheme aimed right at the people gathered here. In the dead of the silent night, a figure quietly and swiftly dashes through the barracks and disappears. Victor is carrying loaves of bread back when he suddenly catches sight of his sister's shadow. He frowns slightly, feeling suspicious. Leah just went out the back door to dump the trash. Why is she out this incredibly late? Right then, some very weird noises echo out, making Victor flinch and spin around. He frantically rushes toward the sound, shouting out loudly, Leah, what are you doing out there? But the second he sees the terrifying scene in front of him, Victor's mismatched eyes explode with the fire of absolute, unstoppable rage. A creepy recruit is violently dragging Leah around, making the poor little girl sob uncontrollably as she desperately cries out for her brother. Brother, help! Seeing his precious sister being violently abused, Victor instantly drops all the bread from his hands and lunges forward like a pure wild beast. He unleashes a lightning-fast, devastating punch straight to the face, severely injuring the scumbag and sending him flying backwards. The guy screams out in pure humiliation. How dare you? You're just a... Stick with me here. They were beating him to a pulp while cursing him out. But facing those insults, Victor just stood there. His face was terrifyingly cold, leaking a suffocating murderous aura. Let's jump right in, this is where things get wild. The guy still stubbornly spits out threats. You touch me. You think you and your sister are safe? Before he can even finish, Victor snaps. He charges in, unleashing a brutal storm of punches right into the guy's face. Agonized screams echo out as the rookie gets beaten until he cannot fight back at all, collapsing to the dirt completely unconscious. Victor stands perfectly still in the aftermath. He breathes heavily, letting out a hateful growl, while Leah can only watch her brother in pure, absolute shock. Gritting his teeth, Victor grabs the groaning rookie by the hair, completely ignoring his pathetic, desperate begging. He does not care at all. With eyes blazing full of pure hatred, Victor goes totally berserk. He screams at him to die, raining down another string of absolutely brutal punches on the guy. This terrifying scene is spotted by a new recruit hiding behind a wall. The kid freezes up in pure horror, his limbs completely shaking. He has no idea how to stop them. Absolutely terrified, the young witness frantically runs away to find help, screaming internally because things have just gotten way too far out of hand. Meanwhile, Victor's mind is completely drowning in painful memories from his past. Those desperate screams, "Victor! Leah! Run! Hurry up and run!" His parents' voices from that fateful night echo in his ears again. The trauma of losing them, plus their final wish to protect his sister, pushes Victor's rage to the absolute limit. He just keeps striking the body trapped beneath him. That final shout to take care of Leah rings in his mind like a curse, making Victor completely lose his remaining sanity. Right as he is about to deliver the finishing blow, a powerful voice suddenly rings out. "Victor, snap out of it right now." The boy looks up, stunned. Victor stammers in total disbelief. "Lord Logan." Logan stares at him with strict eyes and demands he calm down and look around. Victor wakes up from his blind rage. He quickly turns his head to see his sister, Leah, trembling in a woman's arms, guarded closely by Kai Solon. She looks completely broken after witnessing all of that. Seeing the poor girl's pathetic state, Logan orders them to take Leah to rest immediately, since the trauma is just too heavy. Leah quietly whispers okay, then silently walks away behind the servant. Now watch what happens next. Logan turns to Victor, coldly ordering him to clean up the scene and the body himself. Victor simply bows his head, leaving the scattered bread on the cold dirt. Under the quiet night sky, Victor stands with his head bowed before Logan. His face is still stained with blood. The kid speaks up with a super apologetic tone. "I am truly sorry, Lord Logan." Logan just stares right at the teenager, coldly asking if he regrets it. Instantly, Victor's dual-colored eyes flare up with fierce determination. He firmly declares, "Of course not." Logan narrows his eyes and questions him. "Then why apologize?" Victor hesitates, saying it is because he just killed a soldier under the young master's command. Logan sighs softly. He admits the kid was not wrong for that, but he was hoping for a different kind of regret. Logan lowers his voice, bringing up his sister. Bringing her all the way out here was completely unnecessary. She is mentally scarred now because you did not listen. He bluntly calls out that Victor's stubbornness almost got Leah seriously hurt today. We see Victor risking his life for her, but Logan throws cold water on that idea. He states that blind protection is not always the best way to handle things. Logan looks right into his eyes, asking sharply if he plans to drag Leah into battle too. The teen gasps in shock as Logan keeps breaking it down. Obviously, instead of bringing his sister to a dangerous zone and trying to protect her, leaving her behind from the start was the only truly safe option. Logan reveals his real reason for letting Leah tag along. It was so Victor could realize this bitter truth all on his own. You and I both felt that, right? Honestly, deep down, Logan feels guilty too. He admits he never expected things to get this extreme and feels genuinely terrible for poor Leah. He looks at Victor, asking if he understands. The young teen just stays silent, bowing his head while clenching his fists in absolute pain. Logan secretly hopes this lesson stops him from overprotecting her later. Suddenly, Victor looks up, asking about his punishment. Logan smirks slightly. "Are you scared?" "No." Victor replies firmly. "Good boy." He declares he is ready to take any punishment, but begs Logan to go easy on Leah since she is completely a victim here. Logan stares at the teen and suddenly flashes a gentle smile. He quietly says, "Murder is a crime, but you actually did really well today." That line leaves Victor completely stunned. Logan just warns him to ask for permission before taking action next time. Seeing Victor still cluelessly asking what, Logan laughs brightly. He explains it is just a warning, so he does not ruin his life over a scumbag who did not even deserve to be his knight. Victor is so moved his face turns red. Gathering all his strength, he shouts into the night, "Yes, I will remember this." By the flickering campfire, Kai Solon worries that a slave killing a citizen will make the new recruits start gossiping wildly. Calm as ever, Logan states Victor is his slave, so handling this is his right. He reveals the dead guy was a notorious creep who constantly harassed and insulted Leah anyway. Writing something down, Logan coldly declares, "I use my subordinate to execute a criminal, so what? He handled it perfectly. We cannot just let women get bullied forever, right?" Kai Solon admits that Victor basically just did exactly what Logan wanted anyway. Logan officially decides to hang the killer's head at the gate with a list of his crimes as a warning. Seeing him drawing on a map, Kai curiously asks about his next plan. Logan looks up with a confident smirk. On the map, a massive black circle marks the mountain forest area. That is the monster's lair. Logan claims this is just going to be a fun little surprise event for his soldiers. Victor's crime initially sends massive shockwaves through the ranks. The rookies whisper in panic. "What? That guy actually killed a teammate, but the second the dead guy's disgusting true nature is exposed, public opinion flips fast. Angry shouts ring out. He did that to Leah? How dare he touch our angel? The guys who were doubting Victor are now gloating. That bastard always looks suspicious anyway. So what do you and I take from this? Karma always collects its debts. Logan quietly watches from afar as the wild situation finally settles down. All right, you and I are jumping right back into the action. 3 months have flown by since the snow first fell. Ringing in the new year, Logan whispers that it is finally here. Beside him, Kai Solon clicks his tongue, amazed at how incredibly fast time flies. Logan just smiles, reminiscing that it has actually been 2 whole years since they first crossed paths. The instructor nods in agreement. Yeah, it really has been a while. Down on the training grounds, the fiery atmosphere is still completely intense, echoing with loud, explosive shouts from the troops. After 90 brutal days of hellish training, the results are absolutely mind-blowing. Out of the original 1,000 recruits, only 12 ended up giving up, and sadly, one tragically passed away. The remaining 987 warriors have successfully crushed their basic training course. Looking down at the army, Kai Solon confidently states that absolutely no one is thinking about quitting anymore. Only those with monstrous physical stamina and an iron-willed determination could have possibly survived up to this exact moment. With basic training wrapping up, Logan calculates his next move. He had Hemacraft 400 repeating crossbows. Sure, it is not quite enough to fully equip the entire army yet, but for Logan, this amount is more than enough to finally get things started. He turns to Kai Solon with a deeply mysterious smirk. So, we can finally start real combat training, right? Right on cue. Patrick McLean suddenly makes his grand appearance. Logan calls out to him. The Lord nods, totally approving of his son's master plan. Yeah, the forest below the mountain should be the perfect spot. We have raised this army long enough, it is finally time to use them. Patrick McLean firmly declares that the family knights must also participate in this upcoming live combat phase. Caught slightly off guard, Logan quickly questions his sudden decision. Oh, does that actually mean all the knights can use the Iron Blood Sword technique now? His father thoughtfully replies that everyone currently has mastered the absolute basics, but he understands perfectly well that true masters of this lethal killing technique will only emerge after experiencing life and death combat on a real battlefield. Logan smirks wickedly, totally agreeing that actual battle is the absolute best way to sharpen their skills. The father and son lock eyes, practically radiating pure bloodlust, sharing a completely unhinged smile as they prepare to turn that peaceful forest into a brutal hunting ground. Kai Solon sighs heavily, muttering to himself that the next few days are definitely going to be incredibly exhausting. Watch closely with me, because things are about to get absolutely insane. Down at the southern mountain forest, Patrick McLean loudly orders the whole army to draw their swords and steady their breathing for real combat. The young soldiers are incredibly tense, gripping their swords tight as they wait for the next command. Suddenly, a brilliant red aura explodes, sweeping right through the entire area with earth-shattering, terrifying power. That overpowered strike violently tears through everything in its devastating path. Massive ancient trees throughout the dense forest are completely chopped down in a single flash. Having this kind of absolute peak power definitely makes fighting out here a whole lot easier. Seeing those giant tree trunks sliced completely in half with zero effort, the troops stand frozen in pure shock. They literally cannot believe they actually possess such terrifying, overwhelming strength from just one single, perfectly executed strike. Patrick McLean loudly declares that their grueling days of hellish training have finally paid off completely. Logan silently observes the massive destruction, quietly wondering if this is the true, legendary power of the Iron Blood Sword technique when unleashed on a real battlefield. While the rookies are still completely mesmerized by felling massive trees in one hit, Patrick McLean instantly yells out a harsh warning. He orders the entire army to stay absolutely alert and never drop their guard. Logan narrows his eyes, peering intensely into the thick, glowing mist straight ahead. He quickly realizes this is definitely no ordinary forest. The sinister shadow of a monstrous creature is quietly lurking right there in the dark corners. This is a monster zone. A massive horde of vicious goblins suddenly charges out to attack. The wild beasts rush forward like a violent storm with axes and shields as the soldiers scream the alarm. However, instead of panicking, the McLean warriors flash deeply confident smiles. They are completely pumped and ready to slaughter the very first targets in this brutal live-action combat phase. Blazing swords instantly swing through the air, with everyone eager to rack up the highest kill count. Those razor-sharp blades slash forward, effortlessly tearing right through the enemy lines like wet paper. Seeing their comrades dropping way too fast, the panicked goblins desperately scatter in both directions to escape. Logan scans the chaos and immediately orders the crossbow reserve squad to execute every single fleeing monster. Right after his cold-blooded command, the archers fire in perfect sync. A devastating rain of arrows tears through the sky, plunging ruthlessly into the backs of the desperately fleeing beasts. One goblin glances back, its ugly eyes bulging in pure, absolute terror right before death comes knocking. The deadly arrow rain smashes their targets perfectly, filling the dense woods with the miserable, agonizing shrieks of falling monsters. Witnessing this absolute, completely one-sided massacre, a Marlen soldier laughs out loud, totally drunk on the wild excitement. Ha ha ha, did you see that? I just killed 2 of them. Sadly, that easy victory quickly makes the rest of the soldiers way too cocky. They casually ride their horses forward, brutally mocking how pathetically weak the enemy is, wondering why they ever feared these tiny creatures before. But that arrogant overconfidence is instantly wiped out when a deeply terrifying, monstrous growl erupts straight from the thick bushes. You and I both know a boss fight is coming. Heavy footsteps literally shake the ground, making those confident rookies turn instantly pale. They are sweating bullets, finally realizing a truly horrifying presence is rapidly closing in. The Alpha has officially arrived. Everyone better focus up and prepare for an absolute bloodbath. A massive, gigantic shadow violently bursts straight from the dense mist. It is a vicious, one-horned wolf, its brightly glowing eyes radiating pure, murderous intent. Facing this incredibly deadly apex predator, a loud, panicked command echoes out. It is a one-horned wolf. Regroup immediately. The McLean troops instantly freeze, then desperately scramble to form a defensive line to withstand the sudden, brutal ambush from this pack of vicious beasts. Gritting his teeth, one soldier forcefully blocks the alpha wolf's lightning-fast pounce with his sword. His eyes widen in absolute horror as he feels the beast's completely overwhelming, monstrous physical strength. An absolutely savage melee breaks out. The knights and soldiers are desperately struggling just to block the incredibly lethal bites from this wildly aggressive wolf pack. Seeing the chaotic situation spiraling, Kai Solon wildly waves his hand, screaming for the mounted crossbow squad. Fire! The cavalrymen pull their triggers in unison, burying lightning-fast bolts straight into the skulls of the charging wolves. But refusing to back down, the furious pack starts howling for backup. The bone-chilling howls of the one-horned wolves echo menacingly throughout the dark forest as they launch their furious all-out offensive. Another rapid volley of arrows is fired immediately, but the monster's insanely thick hides shrug off the damage, throwing the rookies right back into a blind panic. A trembling soldier screams in fear, realizing their powerful arrows are completely useless against the thick armor of the enemy. Logan instantly roars out loud, commanding the infantry squad right into position, making it absolutely clear that not a single monster is allowed to break their defensive perimeter. Victor and the most elite youths immediately dash straight to the front lines, their eyes burning intensely with completely unshakable resolve. The brutal close-quarters combat is absolutely ruthless. Thick clouds of dust and dirt violently erupt, completely blinding the entire battlefield. Victor moves at godlike speed, unleashing flawless, rapid strikes that brutally drop monster after monster right at the feet of these young warriors. And honestly, this is the exact moment you and I realize the truth that hellish training completely paid off, turning these trainees into absolute beasts. But real combat, it is always way more brutal than anyone ever imagined. You can literally feel the panic. Agonizing screams rip through the air as a massive wolf pins down a soldier, absolutely shredding his leg. He wails in pure, helpless despair. Watching this absolute nightmare, now watch this. Another rookie standing nearby. Let us dive right into the action. Our guy is completely broken, frozen in place, shaking with absolute terror. There is literally nowhere to run. The enemy is just too overwhelmingly strong. But right as the monster prepares to finish its prey, a blazing arc of fire suddenly sweeps across the field, slicing the massive wolf completely in half in a single flash. Logan arrives just in time. He barks a cold order, demanding the panicking soldiers snap out of it immediately. He angrily questions his subordinates' lack of focus on the battlefield and strictly commands them to quickly move the injured to the back lines for emergency medical treatment. Logan silently observes the chaotic battlefield, noting to himself that most of these fresh recruits simply cannot handle the crushing pressure of a life-or-death fight. However, his expression shifts slightly when he looks at the young recruits ranked 100 and above. They are fighting with a completely different aura, handling the brutal combat with absolute professionalism. Among all the young warriors currently fighting in the snow, Victor easily stands out the most. A rookie shaking in his boots while facing 2 ferocious wolves at once. He is sweating bullets under the suffocating pressure. But right at this critical do-or-die moment, a dark shadow suddenly darts past with absolute terrifying speed. Victor charges in like a raging tornado. With one decisive, overpowering swing of his blade, he delivers a lightning-fast strike, dropping the monster instantly while his teammates watch in pure shock. The fierce battle finally wraps up, leaving the white, snowy forest completely littered with dead monster corpses. Victor stands right in the middle of the carnage, breathing heavily. But despite being covered in dirt and grime, a wildly excited smile spreads across his face. The other rookies just stare at him with a mix of pure terror and awe. They cannot believe someone their own age possesses such incredibly terrifying and destructive power. Now pay close attention here, because things get wild. Watching from afar, Logan just smirks, fully realizing that Victor has completely transformed and his true awakening is finally here. And right on cue, boom! A burst of crimson energy suddenly explodes, swirling violently right over Victor's chest. This intense aura radiates outward, wrapping entirely around his body against the white snow. It officially marks the very first step of a powerful future battle Aura Master being born. Lord Marlen breathes a huge sigh of relief after striking down the very last monster. The two girls also finish up their work on the other side, stepping up to report back. A month and a half has passed since this brutal combat training started. Together, they have completely wiped out 3 massive zones, crawling with thousands of terrifying monsters. Lord Marlen actually shudders just thinking about the absolute nightmare if this monster horde had flooded into the castle without being stopped in time. He deeply wonders if Logan somehow predicted everything to perfectly plan such a precise, deadly raid. Meanwhile, over at the massive construction site, Logan is still enthusiastically pushing his exhausted soldiers forward. Come on everyone, push just a little harder. Once we chop down these last trees, we can finally rest. He constantly reminds the crew to be extra careful transporting the heavy wood to avoid damages. However, the exhausted soldiers start grumbling and complaining, using their precious iron blood swords just to chop down trees after a brutal month fighting monsters feels like a massive insult. Logan just smirks to himself. It is the perfect 2-for-1 plan, training his troops while securing premium building materials from a rare lumber forest that was almost completely abandoned. Seeing this, the accompanying knight just clicks his tongue, realizing gathering wood was actually the young lord's main priority all along. Hey, he might be right, but did he really have to say it out loud? They fought deadly monsters for a few days, but chopped wood for a whole month. Ha ha. Even though the insane monster numbers delayed things, Logan secured extremely valuable information regarding the hidden combat potential of his entire army. He realized that even the lowest-ranked soldiers have the incredible ability to absorb divine energy and showcase absolutely mind-blowing survival instincts on the battlefield. A wicked, dark smile forms on Logan's lips. He is already picturing the mighty knight forces that will be perfectly ready to fight the Empire once the grandiose civil war finally ends this winter. That utterly terrifying expression makes the old blacksmith Hema tremble in fear as he stammers out, "What exactly does that scary smile mean, my lord?" Logan instantly drops the smile, urging everyone to focus on finishing the Marlen Tower since spring is literally only 1 month away. He is worried about the upcoming large-scale land clearing, but Hema quickly reassures him that everything is running incredibly smoothly right now. The old blacksmith confidently states that with the mages actively helping out, the builders' morale is absolutely through the roof. After the massive success of the dam project and the newly unified housing designs, construction efficiency is completely skyrocketing. Logan is honestly left stunned by this incredibly godlike building speed. I know what you are thinking. Since when did old Hema become this incredibly reliable? Was he really that useless before? Turns out, getting proper rest and eating on time works miracles. Even the highest ranks are putting in serious hours. Witnessing the old blacksmith's fierce enthusiasm, Logan silently marvels to himself. Proper rest truly is a magical potion that can completely transform a person from the inside out. He turns and asks Clayan if the magic tower in the town center is finished yet. Instantly, the elder channels pure magical energy into his palms, loudly casting the legendary Grand Earth Fortress magic right before their eyes. A massive burst of seismic energy explodes. The ground violently shakes as incredibly sturdy fortress walls rise right out of the earth. The nearby workers are so stunned their jaws literally drop to the floor, terrified by the sheer power of a Tier 5 mage. Clayan suddenly roars out a harsh command to the frozen bystanders. "Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and pack the heavy dirt down tight." Seeing everyone's incredible hard work, Clayan sincerely thanks Logan for actually approving their somewhat outrageous and highly demanding request without hesitation. Logan thoughtfully observes the scene, noting that building a magic tower in a freshly cleared village instead of a fortified castle is absolutely no easy task. Clayan just smiles and replies, "Logan, you praise me way too much." The elder continues expressing deep gratitude for Logan, generously supporting them with a massive 10 million gold coins every single year. He firmly states that with this kind of insane budget, building location is completely irrelevant. I mean, with enough money, literally anything is possible in this world, right? Clayan strongly believes this exact spot will soon become the center of the largest village in the entire kingdom. Logan stares ahead with deep satisfaction, silently envisioning a massive, thriving settlement way bigger than any royal castle. Clay claims that if this plan works out, this town, rather than Marl or Testron Castle, will genuinely become the true beating heart of their entire territory. Clay points toward the vast, open flatlands, explaining that people normally build heavily fortified castles right in the dead center. But Logan operates with a completely different, next-level mindset. He insists that simply creating a safe, prosperous environment where the everyday citizens can live peacefully and thrive is more than enough for him. However, Clayan still expresses real concern. A massive town attracts huge crowds, naturally increasing the dangerous risk of violent riots and chaos. Logan simply smirks, flashing an incredibly confident, fearless smile. He firmly declares that preventing riots is actually ridiculously simple. All they have to do is refuse to exploit their own hardworking people. Logan states this loud and clear. He paints a bold vision of noble leaders who never exploit, building a thriving Marlen territory for absolutely everyone. A peaceful kingdom where people flourish. His mindset is seriously way ahead of its time. The young lord's noble ideals leave Clayan completely overwhelmed. Tears fill his eyes as he praises Logan as an unmatched leader, swearing absolute loyalty. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive back in. Looking at the new Earth Wall, Clayan nervously asks if this place is actually safe from a real attack. Logan stares into the distance, his eyes blazing with absolute conviction. He boldly declares this town will never turn into a battlefield. Why? Because he won't let it happen. He plans to strike first and crush their enemies before they even blink. Clayan looks at Logan with pure admiration, showering him with praise. The young lord's genuine dedication to protecting his people is just truly inspiring. Logan smiles back with total humility, showing the exact same care a master gives his students. Later, as night falls over the snowy forest, he stands completely alone. Under the freezing moonlight, he pours every ounce of his focus into his intense secret training. His eyes suddenly glow a menacing red as he channels all his divine power straight into the massive blade. Without warning, Logan unleashes a lightning-fast slash, creating a blinding flash of energy midair. A terrifying explosion of raw inner power violently sweeps through the darkness, lighting up the entire forest in a single split second. He absolutely lives up to the title of the sword, God's disciple. Logan's devastating strike effortlessly pierces straight through a massive boulder and buries itself deep into the thick trees right behind it. Logan lets out a quiet sigh of relief. He finally nailed it. Staring at his blade, he mutters the name of his new technique, Sword God's second secret art, severing metal slash. Even though the sword aura looks incredibly small, its raw destructive power can cut straight through solid steel like butter. With the territory booming faster than ever, Logan knows his only job now is to keep leveling up his own strength. Time flies by. A whole month later, Clayan and the hard-working mages are still grinding away non-stop at the massive construction site. Meanwhile, Logan is completely buried in endless paperwork, constantly stamping approvals on new orders. 2 months roll by, and the official McLean town sign is finally put up. Brand new, beautiful houses stand side by side. The happy laughter of families and the cries of newborn babies echo everywhere. You can literally feel the pure joy radiating from all the townspeople. Summer officially hits McLean town, bringing a vibrant, festive atmosphere as young, hopeful families excitedly welcome their newest little members. But amidst all this busy daily life, Logan is still stuck grinding over ledgers at his desk. Wei steps up, reporting that the land clearing is going flawlessly. But there's a huge catch: the territory is way too massive, leaving them with a severe, crippling labor shortage. Hearing this, Logan doesn't hesitate. He orders Wei to accept every single refugee flocking in from neighboring regions due to the rumors. He wants all of them put to work immediately. With a bold move like this, the town's population is going to absolutely skyrocket in no time. Logan suddenly asks for an update on their grumpy blacksmith, Hema. Wei casually replies that the old man is still enjoying his long vacation and probably won't be back anytime soon. Logan clicks his tongue, wondering if he let the guy rest a little too long. But he quickly reassures himself Hema totally earned it after sweating blood to build the town and mass-produce all those heavy crossbows. When Wei brings up the massive fortune of mithril that Hema packed with him, Logan casually brushes it off. He calls it a little gift so the blacksmith can tinker with night weapons during his free time. That insane answer leaves Wei completely speechless. He just can't comprehend, since when crafting ultra-rare precious metals is considered a relaxing holiday activity, the massive migration and farming expansion finished perfectly. But Logan knows exactly what's coming next. A brutal storm is approaching. Now pay attention here, because the drama is brewing. Over in a neighboring territory, Viscount Parita violently slams his fist on the table. He roars in absolute shock hearing that McLean successfully cultivated the barren wasteland. He furiously demands to know how that dead soil magically came back to life. His terrified subordinate quickly reports the truth about the secret mountain tunnel McLean built to sneakily draw water straight from the Lur River. Parita is absolutely stunned by this insanely reckless move. He instantly starts questioning where his neighbor got the massive funding to pull it off. The assistant frantically lists crazy rumors, massive trade profits, a secret gold mine, even literal money falling from the sky. But Peretta instantly swats away all that useless garbage. He only cares about one bitter fact. McLean's crop harvest is guaranteed to be double the size of his own territory's yield. He just wants to be the absolute richest guy around, and nobody else is allowed to outshine him. Seeing his neighbor get insanely wealthy overnight makes Peretta's blood boil. Gritting his teeth, the greedy lord swears he cannot just let this slide. The lackey flashes a wicked smile, suggesting the perfect excuse crossing the border to capture their runaway citizens. He aggressively pushes to conquer that brand new fertile land, or maybe even grab the entire adjacent Testran region too. However, the old fox Peretta remains extremely cautious, knowing a solo attack is way too risky right now. But his eyes suddenly flash with pure malice when he drops the name Soto Sylvan. Peretta furiously orders them to contact Viscount Sylvan immediately. That lord is also pulling his hair out over his citizens, fleeing heavy, crushing taxes. He strongly believes if both territories join forces, they will easily crush and swallow McLean whole. The slimy subordinate bows low, heavily praising his master's brilliant, ruthless strategy. While Peretta fully exposes his true colors as a scheming old fox planning a bloody invasion, he is just a greedy monster trying to steal the cake someone else baked. Back in a highly classified meeting, Logan confidently reveals his new military roadmap. He has personally handpicked 300 elite youths, exempting them from all regular duties to join an ultra-secret training program. Patrick McLean is completely floored. Stammering, he asks his son to confirm does he really mean 300 people possess the actual potential to become knights? Seeing his son confidently nod, the lord breaks out into a heavy, panicked sweat. He firmly states that this insane number completely breaks every known rule of common sense. The commander jumps in, explaining that even with 10 brutal years of hellish training, the divine awakening rate is horribly low. Out of 1,000 recruits, maybe only 10 will ever succeed. You saw that coming, right? Logan is casually claiming he has 300 prodigies ready. Ignoring all their heavy doubts, Logan demands they stick to his current training methods. Plus, he wants to massively boost annual soldier recruitment and aggressively stockpile high-tier war horses and weapons. Hearing the sheer cost, Wei screams in panic. He desperately argues that burning so much cash during peacetime is pure madness. Patrick McLean is heavily worried too. He fears this extreme military buildup will definitely be seen as a huge provocation by the other noble families. Logan coldly fires back. Even if they stay quiet and polite, enemies will invent a reason to attack them anyway, especially since McLean Town has rapidly transformed into a ridiculously wealthy, fat target. He points fingers directly at those greedy rats, Sylvan and Peretta. Are those hungry wolves really going to sit back and watch this fat piece of meat without attacking? His prediction is absolutely spot on. Those cowards are already scheming in the shadows. Flashing a dark, wicked smirk, Logan confidently states their enemies already have more than enough fake excuses to strike McLean. Wei and the commander stare blankly, wondering what they even did wrong. But Logan immediately points to the thousands of desperate refugees their territory just happily took in recently. Staring right at his father, Logan drops a heavy question. He asks how many of those new citizens actually fled from Peretta and Sylvan. He declares if he were in their shoes, he'd definitely use reclaiming citizens to spark a war. Wei angrily yells that if Logan knew this, he shouldn't have allowed the migrants. That's where we leave it, trust me. You'll want to see this clash. All right, stick with me here. The Macklin Lord stares at his eldest son with eyes full of worry. Do you really crave war? Logan does not even flinch. He firmly declares that no matter what, they have to crush this dangerous threat right away. Seeing Logan act so ruthless, the Lord actually starts sweating, quietly fearing that he might have handed over his absolute power way too soon. Suddenly, a panicked servant rushes into the room, totally shattering the heavy tension with some massive, groundbreaking news. My lord, Sylvan and Peresta just sent their envoys here. Logan faces the situation completely calm. Well, the problem is already knocking at our front door. So let us sit down and discuss exactly how we are going to deal with this mess. Down at the city gates, the envoy group from Peresta and Sylvan officially shows up. They ride their horses right into Macklin territory, moving fast under the extremely watchful eyes of the local guards. The second they step into the town, these envoys are totally stunned by the bustling scenery and the happy, energetic cheers of the local people everywhere. One of them gasps in absolute shock. This is so strange. It is honestly my first time seeing a city looking anything quite like this. They cannot stop praising the perfectly aligned houses built along the wide, intersecting roads. Sure, it might not be as grand and shiny as the massive capital cities, but this place brings an incredibly fresh vibe. It is just bursting with pure energy and life. But what really catches their attention the most is the bright, glowing faces of every single resident here. They all look so full of hope. But hiding right behind that fake admiration are wicked, greedy smiles. They mutter to themselves, "This is truly a land worth conquering." Their greed is only growing stronger by the second. You can basically see them drooling over the thought of taking it all. One curious envoy finally turns to their guide knight and asks, "Simply amazing. I have no idea who actually created this absolute miracle, but this is clearly an extraordinary effort. Now watch closely." The Marlen knight answers with absolute pride, "All of this is thanks to our young master." The envoy just stammers back, totally confused. "Wait, what? Your young master is only about 20 years old, right? Are you seriously telling me this entire city was built based on his ideas?" The loyal knight just smiles, confirming it. "Yes, our great young master." He instantly starts rambling with a look of pure, absolute worship on his face. He is a kind, brave man, completely superior to everyone else his age. He always puts the best interests of the territory and his people first. He has an incredibly huge, compassionate heart. He is a truly great leader who brought massive prosperity to our home. This endlessly long chain of praises makes the two envoys so incredibly dizzy and exhausted they can barely stand. But the knight is not stopping anytime soon. He excitedly offers to tell them another epic story about Logan's battle achievements, just to keep them entertained on the way to the castle. It only ends when another guard yells, "Hey, shut up you idiot." Right as they step into the massive castle hall, Logan is already standing there waiting, wearing a totally calm smile. "Welcome to Marlen, you two. You must be completely exhausted after such a long journey, right?" The two envoys look incredibly pale and sick as they force out a weak reply. "Ah, it is fine. Young master, you sure have some very talkative subordinates. Honestly, walking all this way was nothing compared to that human megaphone constantly yelling right in their ears. If it were me, I would have taped his mouth shut." The arrogant envoy speaks up. He decides not to keep everyone waiting any longer and arrogantly asks to get straight to the point. He loudly makes his completely ridiculous demand. "We demand that you immediately return all the runaway citizens who fled our territory. And to ensure this never ever happens again, we demand Marlen hands over control of the Testron fortress near Poresta. Plus, give the reclaimed southwest land to Poresta and the northwest land to Sylvan." He smirks with absolute victory as he finishes. "That is exactly what we want." Logan narrows his eyes at these greedy fools, silently repeating their insane demand for a fortress and half their land. He coldly exposes their real plot. In other words, "You guys are just trying to provoke a war." Logan turns to look at his father, reminding him that he had already warned him about this. Lord Marlen gives a slow, serious nod. He releases an overwhelming aura and roars his question. "Sylvan and Poresta, do you really want to declare war on Marlen? You feel that tension, right?" The hall explodes as Marlen knights instantly draw their swords, surrounding the envoys. Angry shouts echo everywhere. "You bastards, you are totally insane. Get out of here right now. How dare you?" Honestly, anyone else would punch them right in the mouth for making such ridiculous demands. The envoys instantly turn pale with pure terror, but the leader still tries pointing his finger in a desperate threat. "You are not allowed to threaten official envoys like this. Lord Marlen, if you do not want a war, tell your hunting dogs to back off." But Lord Marlen just glares with burning killer intent, firmly declaring that they are the ones declaring war. Marlen is not afraid of war. The envoy stubbornly keeps threatening them with Marlen's total destruction, yelling and asking if they seriously want to be completely wiped off the map. Logan glares at them coldly. He is absolutely furious seeing innocent people, who just escaped their brutal rule, being treated like some cheap bargaining chips for a sick trade. Logan turns to his father and says it straight. "Father, they have completely forgotten the duty of noble blood. There is absolutely zero need to negotiate with trash like them." As the knights close in, the envoys start trembling, screaming out in absolute mind-breaking panic. "Ah, do you actually want to start a massive war? Are you crazy? Do you all want to die?" Logan steps right up, growling that their insane demands were the real declaration of war here. Staring dead into the eyes of these arrogant fools, he coldly shoots back. "Crazy? You have a lot of nerve." Logan moves forward with an overwhelming, godlike presence, questioning the shaking cowards. "You dare point your finger and insult the ruling lord of this land. So you guys really want to choose death, huh?" Logan grips his sword hilt tight, his dark voice making it totally clear that these envoys are the ones out of their minds. Crushed by this suffocating pressure, the envoy aggressively stammers out a denial. No, that is not what I meant." The envoy's face completely twists in pure terror as he desperately screams orders to his guards. "Guards, what are you doing? Stop them right now." But Logan's eyes are already glowing with blood-red killer intent. Fast as lightning, he draws his sword and dashes right into the enemy circle. The envoy's protective guards are blasted away one by one, completely unable to fight back at all. Logan stands tall and proud right among the fallen bodies. He coldly drops a brutal truth. If you draw your sword on someone else's land, you better be ready to bleed. The envoys panic and stumble back, shaking and begging for their lives. No, stay away. He desperately clings to one last threat, screaming Marlen will suffer if they dare touch him. Logan just looks down at him with pure disgust. Even as the guy screams about being an envoy, Logan swings his sword, bringing him straight to his knees. Your big mouth just ruined your life. Acting all tough in someone else's house? That is exactly what you get for being so arrogant. Logan stares down at the defeated trash with ice-cold eyes. The last standing envoy totally breaks, dropping to his knees, frantically begging for forgiveness and promising to deliver Marlen's message. Trust me, you and I are going to love what happens next. Stick with me, we are diving into a massive war. Logan smirks, dropping a sarcastic remark. Lord McLean watches from behind, nodding with pure pride at his son's absolute ruthlessness. Lord McLean steps up and announces to his entire army and all his loyal knights, prepare for all-out war. Cheers absolutely explode across the Grand Hall. Every single knight raises their sword high, totally ready for the brutal deathmatch ahead. The exact same day Sylvan's envoy was killed, Logan fires off a magical message challenging both Viscounts. Back at his mansion, Viscount Soto Sylvan is completely shell-shocked by this insane news. He slams his fist on the table, roaring in pure disbelief. They killed the envoy? Have those McLean fools completely lost their minds? His anxious subordinate quickly reports that the McLean forces are also demanding a heavy price for the past rude behavior of their envoys. Anyone who gets too greedy gets wiped out. Taking a sip of wine, Sylvan smirks with disgust. Those beggars got comfortable and arrogant. He arrogantly assumes McLean lacks the troops for a direct clash, so he decides to offer them one final, miserable chance. But the terms are absolutely brutal. Meanwhile, at the Tesserun military camp, Logan and his father intensely watch the magic sphere. Lord McLean calmly summarizes Sylvan's demands. Return the runaway citizens, pay 10 million gold coins, and hand over the Tesserun territory. Logan just laughs. Is that so? Then he wonders out loud. Why did it take them 2 whole days just to send back such a pathetically short answer? Lord McLean reveals that enemy troops started marching to Tesserun right after sending the message. He confidently declares that McLean's current forces can easily crush a tiny Viscount like Sylvan. Logan looks his dad dead in the eye, firmly stating their goal. They must conquer Sylvan fast to terrify everyone else. He insists that using only regular troops to quickly crush their enemy will definitely keep Parita too scared to make a move. Now watch closely, this is where the real strategy begins. Logan stresses that crushing them instantly is the ultimate warning, and Lord McLean agrees. Right on cue, a knock echoes. The one-eyed knight Kai Solon steps in with the military report. He proudly reports to them. Excluding 100 castle guards, over 1,300 regular soldiers and 300 mercenaries are geared up and waiting for orders. Logan nods, extremely pleased with the numbers. Asking about gear, Kai Solon proudly confirms everyone is fully equipped with armor, spears, repeating crossbows, and war horses. I am absolutely confident we can crush any army standing in our way. Logan mentally calculates. His crossbow cavalry is now 5 times larger than before. Plus, his dad and the knights leveled up after mastering the Iron Blood Sword technique. Staring at the territory map, Logan knows the truth. Even if they fight Sylvan and Parita at the exact same time, his side will not lose. But he cannot let that happen right now. Annexing both territories would give the McLean family 5 castles, matching the raw power of a legendary frontier warlord. Expanding that fast is way too dangerous. It would instantly make the first and second princes, who are currently fighting for the throne, desperately try to recruit McLean. Logan tells himself they absolutely cannot catch the royal family's attention right now. You and I both know how these royal fights end, right? Pure betrayal. His real goal is crowning the 3rd prince. Last life, the 1st prince used him. The bloody purge he unleashed years after taking the throne completely destroyed the kingdom's strength, leading to absolute tragedy. Logan knows the 2nd prince is equally garbage, so the only correct and logical choice left is backing the 3rd prince. Despite being the 3rd son, he is the queen's child. Young, incredibly talented, and actually the king's secret top pick for the crown prince position all along. Tragedy struck when the king died before the prince could build his foundation. Saving the 3rd prince from his past fate is the only path forward. So Logan makes up his mind. He will win this brutal civil war and put the kid on the throne. The 3rd prince in this timeline probably never even dreamed someone would secretly fight to help him. To make this wild ambition real, he must stay hidden until Sylvan falls, keeping his territory just barely larger than a Viscount's. Suddenly, Kai Solon rushes back in, smiling bright. Why so happy? Good news, my lord. Kai drops an absolute bombshell. Victor just awakened his divine power. He wants to report directly and is waiting outside. Logan jumps up in total excitement. It finally happened. Seeing the young lord so incredibly hyped, Kai asks if he should let the kid in. Logan instantly agrees. Rapid footsteps echo up the stairs. Victor walks in and respectfully bows. I apologize for bothering you, Lord Logan. But Logan cuts him off with an encouraging grin. Skip the formalities, show me your true power. Victor nods, focusing completely. Suddenly, an explosive aura erupts, wrapping the teenager in a massive cloud of powerful white smoke. Watching this insane display, both Logan and Lord McLean are completely stunned. The color of his divine power is actually a bizarre, glowing gray. Nobody in history has ever had that aura color. Logan is deeply impressed, amazed that Victor achieved this impossible feat in just 2 short years. He realizes the raw talent of his past life's strongest warrior has not changed one bit, no matter the timeline. You did amazing, Victor. The teenager flashes a bright smile, his heterochromic eyes sparkling with pure joy from finally getting the recognition he deserves. Right then, Logan pulls out a document and declares it loudly. This is your slave release paper. You are becoming a knight, so you do not need it anymore. Victor takes it in utter shock, whispering, You carried this around? Logan smiles, explaining he knew the awakening was close and waited for this exact moment. But then Logan drops a twist. The knighthood ceremony gets delayed until after their upcoming military campaign. Victor panics, asking why. Trust me, you need to see what comes next. Logan strictly explains he cannot let a rookie face veteran knights right away. Stick with me here. Seeing Victor panic as he burns the release papers, Logan smirks. Don't you trust me? The kid stammers, No, it's not that. The kid just wants to show off his skills. Getting held back is obviously frustrating. But Logan knows Victor is absolutely dying to jump into battle right now to test his swordsmanship against real monsters. And honestly, Logan admits that, for someone with his raw power, that desire is completely justified. I've already prepared the perfect opponent for you. You'll go all out soon. Glaring into the magic sphere, Logan makes the call. Now, let's send Sylvan our answer. Patrick McLean nods in agreement. He's genuinely curious how his son plans to respond to those completely ridiculous demands. Logan calmly points out the messenger's total lack of respect and their totally absurd excuses. But Patrick McLean, tired of the beating around the bush, pushes his son. Cut the empty talk. What's your actual plan? Logan just smirks a cold, challenging grin. He drops a short, absolutely ruthless response. Save the trash talk. You want a war? Come get it. You want his land? Bring your army, and we'll bury them all right here. Ha. Immediately, the thunderous sound of hooves shakes the ground. McLean's heavy cavalry marches out, charging straight toward enemy territory with terrifying momentum. The McLean forces storm ahead like a hurricane, kicking up a massive dust cloud as they close in on the enemy walls. Then, a voice booms like thunder. Soto Sylvan, come out and face my blade. This sudden, overwhelming ambush leaves the Sylvan guards up on the walls completely paralyzed with fear. Now watch what happens. They panic, staring down at the blazing banners of the McLean family. One trembling guard yells, Report this to the Lord. Now, frantic footsteps echo down the stone hallways as they scramble to deliver the horrible news. Viscount Sylvan jumps to his feet, refusing to believe his own ears. McLean is attacking. He grinds his teeth in pure rage, glaring down at the massive army surrounding his castle, feeling utterly humiliated by their absolute disrespect. Right then, Callian, a striking knight with purple hair and a signature mustache, boldly steps up. He begs to lead the vanguard to crush Patrick McLean once and for all. With 120 knights and over 2,500 soldiers ready for blood, Sylvan regains his nerve. He smirks wickedly, totally confident that even if McLean brought more men, his side's raw power is still miles ahead, especially since Callian has finally broken through and become a true high-tier knight. With that kind of firepower, his ego makes sense, right? Gripping his sword, Callian's eyes burn with battle lust as he declares Patrick McLean isn't the only top-tier knight around anymore. But that cocky vibe instantly dies when a nervous soldier points something out. They still haven't heard a single word about reinforcements from Peresta. Callian snaps at them to shut up, claiming the enemy just hasn't sorted out their internal politics yet. His men argue there's no need to wait, since Peresta's backup would take half a day anyway. But Viscount Sylvan suddenly freezes, breaking into a cold sweat as a terrifying new thought hits him. He violently shakes, realizing the worst-case scenario. If they go all out to crush McLean, Peresta could easily just stab them in the back and swallow Sylvan whole. Soto Sylvan narrows his eyes, filled with suspicion. The whole situation feels totally off. McLean's declaration of war arrived exactly after his own protest was announced. That's just way too perfectly timed to be a coincidence. He notices McLean is moving at absolute lightning speed, while Peresta is staying suspiciously, entirely dead silent. You and I both know what this means. When Callian admits this is weird, Sylvan grinds his teeth, convinced those bastards teamed up to backstab him. Clenching his fists, he roars in fury at those absolute scumbags. Logan wanted his faction to fight internally, and the kid perfectly divided them. Right in the middle of this panic, Patrick McLean's taunt echoes loudly from outside the castle. "Are you scared?" So does Sylvan. Sitting proudly on his horse, Patrick McLean loudly humiliates Sylvan. He tells him to keep hiding in his hole like a coward, boldly declaring he'll personally take his head to end this. Stunned by the insane disrespect, Sylvan instantly orders his men to contact Bros immediately and beg for backup. He's desperate enough to offer half the spoils from crushing McLean just to get their help. Sylvan screams like a madman, demanding they do whatever it takes to block Poresta before going all out. He frantically pushes his troops to move fast and end this war immediately. Right before those Poresta bastards can even show up, the entire Sylvan army accepts the order in unison, gearing up for an absolute bloodbath. Deep down, the furious Viscount is boiling with revenge against his betrayers. Sylvan secretly swears that after devouring McLean, those Poresta scumbags are next. Meanwhile, marching ahead, Logan carefully analyzes the battlefield and makes a quick suggestion. Wouldn't it be better to bombard them first, then send the troops in, assuming our men have the skills? But Patrick McLean instantly shuts that down, warning that letting the enemy escape would cause major problems. Logan quickly realizes his dad is right. He secretly predicts the enemy will show up soon, completely convinced they can actually crush McLean's army. Logan smirks confidently, knowing exactly how Soto's arrogant mind works. He's a guy who can never stomach an insult. If they wait just a little longer, he's guaranteed to march out and fight. Right on cue. Heavy iron chains rattle loudly as Sylvan's massive castle gates slowly creep open. Then, the frantic thunder of hooves hits as Soto Sylvan's entire army violently charges out. War horses scream, kicking up a massive storm of dust. The enemy cavalry lines up in formation, fully prepared for a brutal deathmatch right outside their own gates. Around 3,000 men. A massive force, no wonder they look down on McLean. Patrick McLean's face hardens, realizing the enemy outnumbers them 50%. On the other side, Soto Sylvan flashes a purely wicked grin. He roars out in explosive rage. "McLean, have you no shame? Charge!" Facing that insane arrogance, Patrick McLean doesn't flinch at all. He grinds his teeth and curses back. "Shameless bastards. Do they not know their limits?" Sylvan secretly sneers, seeing them as nothing but weaklings. He assumes McLean's soldiers are just shiny amateurs in flashy armor, mocking that their family must have too much money to blow on brand new gear. He's fiercely confident in his vanguard of knights and backup cavalry, a brutal formation that's proven deadly in tons of previous wars. Trust me, watch this. He's determined to teach the McLeans a bloody lesson for daring to play games with the Grim Reaper. Haha, let us jump right into the chaos. Kane raises his hand, signaling the command. Instantly, the Marlen soldiers aim their repeating crossbows, ready to fire. "Wait, crossbows on the battlefield?" The enemy commander scoffs, screaming in pure mockery. What an absolute disappointment, Patrick McLean. Even so, he is not taking chances, ordering his troops to raise their shields immediately. Right then, Kai Solan's massive roar echoes across the entire battlefield. Fire! A pitch-black rain of deadly arrows pours down on the enemy formation at absolute terrifying speed. The arrows strike with insane, earth-shattering force, slamming right into the Sylvan army's defensive shields. Callian desperately struggles to block, sweating bullets as he realizes this power is way beyond any normal crossbows. One arrow rips through the air, piercing so deep that his heavy reinforced shield actually begins to crack and completely shatter. Callian grits his teeth. Crimson aura explodes from his body as he uses every ounce of strength just to hold his ground against this endless rain of death. Panic sets in. He suddenly realizes this entire situation is completely spiraling out of control. This is definitely no ordinary attack. He frantically screams at his men, ordering them to unleash the absolute maximum power of their forces right now. Even with his troops heavily wounded and dropping like flies, he fiercely yells to boost defenses and charge forward. But seriously, who is even left to charge at this point? Kind of pitiful, honestly, but whatever. Seeing his own elite knights risking brutal death from just a single slow reaction, Callian watches in pure, absolute horror at the devastating firepower of these insane enemy crossbows. Gritting his teeth in burning hatred, he wonders how long Marlen hid this trump card. He roars with overwhelming bloodlust, his face completely twisted and deformed by pure, unadulterated rage. "I will kill you," he screams like a madman. A blazing red aura entirely engulfs his body as he recklessly leads the surviving remnants of his army into a desperate, head-on charge. In response to that aggressive push, Kai Solan stays totally calm, shouting a clear command. Suddenly, Callian's entire charging formation freezes in pure shock. Wait, what? Now watch closely, because everything shifts here. Right before his eyes, the massive Marlen army marches forward in perfect, terrifying discipline, radiating an aura that dominates the whole battlefield. Callie and Sylvan is totally stunned, realizing their strategy just completely changed. Marlen's crossbow squad is not aiming at the knights at all. Instead, they focus all their heavy firepower on hunting down and wiping out the infantry in the backline. Callian grits his teeth in rage. Those crossbowmen are completely ignoring our elite knights just to chase down the foot soldiers. These bastards. He finally understands he has to change his battle plan immediately, right before his entire army completely crumbles to dust. Right in the middle of this chaos, Lord Patrick McLean proudly leads his cavalry charge straight ahead, throwing out a mocking insult. What a truly pathetic commander. If you have any guts, step up. He clearly wants to provoke Callian so much that he loses his temper and stops commanding his troops effectively. Callian freezes in total shock. The sword in Patrick's hand suddenly erupts with a blinding, brilliant glow. Wait, is he using sword aura? With just one single, effortless swing, Patrick unleashes a massive, blazing crimson energy slash that absolutely wipes out the enemy front lines in an instant. In the blink of an eye, agonizing screams echo across the field as Sylvan's soldiers are violently blasted away, collapsing by the dozens. Callian trembles, unable to believe his own eyes as he recognizes the terrifying true strength of his opponent, a sword master. He is absolutely stunned, frantically wondering when exactly Patrick managed to reach the legendary swordmaster tier without him ever finding out. Right there, amidst the burning battlefield, Patrick radiates an overwhelming, godlike dominance, shouting loudly to boost his entire army's morale. Patrick McLean roars, "Brave knights of Marlen, let us destroy our enemies." Instantly, the Marlen knights dive straight into the enemy encirclement, tearing through them like violent tornadoes. Witnessing his own army crumbling to pieces right before his eyes, Callian just stands completely frozen in absolute, crushing despair. You and I both know what he is thinking right now. Impossible. Am I actually losing this battle? He feels completely helpless against this massive power shift. The insane gap in strength between the two sides has become way too obvious. The Marlen Knights easily dominate the field, taking down their opponents with just a few clean, deadly, and decisive sword strikes. They are secretly amazed, realizing that just half a year ago, both sides were evenly matched. But now, they totally control the battlefield. On top of that, right in the blazing heat of combat, some knights actually break through their limits and level up their power. One Marlen knight erupts with a blazing crimson aura, loudly ordering his teammates to step aside so he can finish the target. He flashes a wildly confident smile. All of Patrick McLean's brutally strict training over the past few months definitely was not useless. Look at them now. The Marlen Knights are displaying an absolute, overwhelming dominance across the entire bloody battlefield. With decisive, heavy-hitting sword strikes, they strike pure, unfiltered fear right into the hearts of their enemies. One elite knight loudly declares, "Let us see exactly how long you can keep smiling." The Marlen army's speed is so insanely fast they literally leave blazing red afterimages behind, leaving the Sylvan troops absolutely zero time to react. They just stand there, totally stunned. The Sylvan soldiers realize in absolute shock that not even their own commanders could ever reach such a terrifying level of speed. Their hands tremble so violently they cannot even hold their own weapons straight anymore. The Marlen Knight smiles confidently, silently praising the Iron Blood Sword Manual. Thanks to that legendary secret technique, he has smoothly leveled up to become a genuine high-tier knight. Now, taking out the enemy's mid-tier knights is barely even a warm-up for him. It is just not a problem anymore. His sharp, cold gaze locks onto Callian. He tells himself the only real threat left on this battlefield is that high-tier knight leading the enemy forces. But then, a sinister grin spreads across his face as he reassures himself there is absolutely nothing to worry about anymore. Why? Because right at this exact moment, Logan, completely surrounded by a blinding, blazing golden aura, finally makes his move. He launches forward like a lightning bolt, violently tearing straight through the enemy lines, aiming directly for their commander's position. Seeing this terrifying, storm-like pressure violently barreling straight toward him, Callian turns completely pale with pure dread. Sweating buckets, he only has time to spit out one single, utterly desperate sentence. Damn it, he is way too fast and way too dangerous. Yeah, this enemy commander is probably taking a one-way trip to the afterlife. After mastering the second form of the secret sword manual, Logan realizes he has finally reached the insane power threshold of a high-tier knight. Looking back at that frustrating time when he just could not feel any progress being made at all, he now understands that massive wall blocking his path has just been completely and easily shattered. Logan thinks to himself, if he was not fighting masters of the Iron Blood Sword like his father, but a high-tier knight from another territory, this exact battle would help him break his absolute limits. Meanwhile, Callian is totally stunned by his opponent's sudden power spike. Deafening clashes ring out endlessly. The high-tier knight realizes in pure horror that Logan is not using any fancy techniques or finesse at all. He is just using raw, unfiltered strength to completely crush him. A lightning-fast, earth-shattering slash crashes down. The insane force makes Callian grit his teeth, desperately trying to block through the searing pain. Knocked back so pathetically, Callian cannot even believe what is happening. How is a supposedly average mid-tier knight pushing him to the absolute brink like this? He stumbles up through the dust, hiding his panic by making excuses about being careless. But trust me, you and I know this fight is already over. All right, you and I are about to dive into absolute madness. Callian roars that he is done holding back, forcing Logan to narrow his eyes at the bizarre changes happening on the battlefield. An incredibly freakish technique activates as three phantom swords suddenly materialize completely out of nowhere, hovering right around Callian. Logan recognizes this as the three-sword style immediately, but his sharp eyes quickly realize that those floating blades are basically just cheap distractions. The real blade definitely has to be hidden below. However, just as Callian charges in with a totally reckless suicidal strike, Logan abruptly freezes. Something feels completely wrong here. This attack seems way too simple and predictable compared to the legendary reputation of a high-class knight. Callian lunges forward with deadly force, and Logan suddenly realizes in sheer panic that both of the enemy's aura blades are actually real, not just weak phantoms. Callian flashes a mocking smirk as he aims straight for Logan's neck, but our boy barely dodges it. Logan silently curses this bizarre technique, sweating as he faces two completely real swords at the exact same time. Callian violently roars, demanding Logan to enjoy this freakish move until it literally takes his life. Out of nowhere, a third aura blade suddenly appears, leaving Logan absolutely stunned. However, he instantly regains his swagger, confidently declaring that he has a few epic tricks of his own to fire right back. Logan erupts, radiating a massively powerful bright yellow aura that leaves Callian completely paralyzed with shock, wondering what kind of absurd strength this is. The high-class knight realizes a truly terrifying truth. The closer he gets to Logan, the more his sword is deflected off course. It is literally as if the enemy's intense aura is firmly binding his weapon in place. Callian grits his teeth in pure rage, screaming at Logan to stop making him look like a total joke. Despite suffering under the heavy pressure of Logan's aura, he frantically forces out even more explosive aura blades into the air. Logan actually chuckles, finding it super fascinating that his opponent can still maintain and grow his technique even under this massive, crushing pressure from his own sword. They both clash in an intensely fiery sword fight. Their consecutive impacts create blindingly bright sparks that completely light up the entire battlefield. Callian gets extremely cocky when he feels Logan's aura seemingly starting to weaken. He laughs out loud, thinking the victory is finally his. But honestly, this guy is getting way too confident way too early in the fight. The relentless clashes keep happening at such an insanely high intensity that Logan feels like he is desperately defending against 5 different attackers all at the exact same time. Now pay close attention here, because this is where the genius kicks in. Even with fresh scratches on his face, Logan reminds himself to stay perfectly calm to find an opening. He silently calculates that if he can use his sword's pressure to firmly bind 1 or 2 of the enemy's blades, a window to flip this entire battle will definitely appear. Even while getting pushed back slightly, Logan maintains his absolute ice-cold focus. He stares directly at his opponent, flashing a heavily arrogant smirk, and drops the ultimate insult. "Is this really all you have? You are way too weak. It is so boring." Those words hit Callian's fragile ego like a bucket of ice water, driving him completely insane. With his eyes practically bulging out, he screams for Logan to die. He charges forward with full force, his glowing red aura blaze shrieking through the air. In this intense life-or-death moment, Logan's heart pounds wildly. His eyes ignite with a fiercely powerful, bright yellow glow that screams dominance. Moving like a total ghost, Logan effortlessly slips past the enemy's incredibly dangerous sword strikes by a mere fraction of an inch. A terrifying explosion of energy erupts as Logan focuses all his raw power into a single point. He launches a lightning-fast counterattack that completely shreds the enemy's defense. That classic trash-talking strategy totally worked out perfectly in the end. It is absolutely wild. Callian screams in pure agony as he takes a critical hit. He staggers backward in complete shock, unable to believe his eyes. Because even though he saw the attack coming, Logan's speed was simply way too fast for him. While Callian is still violently panicking, Logan speaks in a freezing cold voice. "Since you helped me become stronger, I will give you one final, truly unforgettable gift." A massive, glowing golden pillar of light completely erupts from Logan's sword. It pierces straight into the blue sky with an absolutely suffocating, godlike pressure. Terrified, Callian realizes his opponent is using a peak ultimate reinforcement technique. Logan actually tells himself he needs to make this look incredibly flashy just to boost the morale of all his fellow soldiers. Right behind him, the McLean army's deafening cheers echo loudly. The sheer raw power radiating from Logan's massive attack leaves the enemy troops entirely paralyzed with an overwhelming sense of fear. Right in the middle of the fiery battlefield, Logan channels all his divine energy to loudly execute the Holy Sword's secret art. Form 1. A gigantic golden aura violently detonates. Logan roars as he charges in, unleashing a devastating slash that carries pure, absolute destructive power. It completely wipes out all enemy resistance in an earth-shattering explosion that rocks the entire zone. The complete collapse of their command throws the Sylvan soldiers into absolute rock-bottom panic. They scream out in pure despair. The commander. Our commander has just been completely defeated. Amidst the clearing smoke and dust, Logan calmly sheathes his sword, his towering presence completely dominating the entire battlefield. He loudly and proudly declares his victory. I have captured the enemy commander. Instantly, Lord McLean arrives on the scene with a highly majestic smile. We have captured Baron Soto Sylvan. He roars out a booming command to the completely broken enemy remnants. Those who kneel and drop your weapons will be spared. All of you, surrender right now. Seeing thousands of enemy troops instantly disarm at once, Logan awkwardly scratches his head in confusion, wondering to himself how they all got over there so fast. The final casualty report after the battle reveals a terrifying, one-sided gap. The Sylvan side lost 42 knights and over 1,200 soldiers. Meanwhile, the McLean forces only suffered the loss of 5 knights, without a single soldier casualty on their side. You and I both know this is crazy, right? The war erupted just half a day after the declaration and ended in mere hours with a total McLean victory. But trust me, this shocking, sweeping win instantly sparks massive new political drama among the upper echelons of society. Deep inside a grand palace, a mysterious high-ranking noble narrows his eyes in absolute suspicion while listening to the report. He growls, demanding confirmation of this utterly unbelievable news. Sylvan, really lost to McLean? The demon knight kneeling below simply bows his head, firmly confirming the facts. Yes, my lord, that is correct. Back at the scene, Lord McLean stands tall over Soto Sylvan, who is pitifully groveling on the dirt. Pointing his cold blade right at the defeated enemy, he offers one final mercy. Soto Sylvan, I will give you a chance. Apologize for the absolute sins you have committed, pack your bags, and get your entire family the hell out of my territory right now. However, instead of being grateful, Soto Sylvan trembles and screams out a defiant challenge. He yells that this illegal occupation will never be forgiven by the royal family. And more importantly, Count Bifrost will absolutely not let the McLean family get away with this. He is still desperately trying to act tough. Seeing this sheer stubbornness, Logan sighs in pure exhaustion. This defeated loser actually dared to use his backer as a threat right in front of his father. In Logan's memories from his past life, Bifrost was literally one of the biggest reasons the McLean family completely collapsed. That treacherous vassal took advantage of the family having no confirmed heir to stage a massive, devastating rebellion against them. He aggressively stole McLean's most fertile lands, crowning himself as the ultimate lord of the Southwest. Even though royal intervention later stepped in and stopped him from completely swallowing everything, the only things left for the McLean family back then were totally worthless, barren pieces of land. So, what do we take from this? Never push a powerful lord too far. McLean's rage violently explodes, gripping his sword until his veins bulge. You refuse survival and want to die? All right, you and I are diving right back in. One clean sword strike swings down, completely ending the stubborn fool's life. His neck won't be arguing anymore. The guy is completely dead. Patrick McLean walks up, calmly stating that they must respect the Viscount's final decision. The man chose an honorable death rather than being spared in total disgrace. Patrick McLean gives a slight nod. He looks at his son with pure pride and praises him. You did a great job. Logan secretly calculates his moves. Giving the enemy a choice before executing them stops gossip from other nobles. More importantly, it keeps them under Bifrost's radar, especially since they don't have the strength for a direct clash just yet. Fast forward 1 week later inside Sinvan City, and the chaotic atmosphere has finally stabilized. Inside the office, a knight reports to Patrick McLean. Despite keeping a very close watch, the Ferretta faction hasn't made a single move. It seems like there won't be any more trouble popping up for the time being. Logan quietly thinks it over. He knows Teslan City might still face some unexpected turbulence, but having Sir Clinton stationed right there provides a rock-solid guarantee of absolute safety. He realizes their epic victory against the Sinvan family wasn't just about raw muscle. It was Viscount Sinvan's sheer arrogance that gave McLean the perfect opening to use all their brilliant tactics and launch a massive deciding strike. Like the old saying goes, knowing your enemy guarantees absolute victory. Logan had planned every single detail perfectly. Plus, Logan still holds an unplayed trump card currently guarding Teslan City. That would be the powerful mage Clinton and his mighty golem entity. But despite securing the win, Logan is stressing over a massive headache. Managing and monitoring 3 entire cities at the exact same time is an impossibly difficult mission. He pitches a brand new idea to his father. Dad, what if we move the territory's center first? Logan explains that building a central town would make ruling all 3 cities way more convenient and incredibly easy. Patrick McLean gets super hyped and instantly agrees with the brilliant plan. He points out that once the forest monsters are totally wiped out, they can leave a small defense force at McLean. Then, they will gather all their elite knights right at the brand new center. Moving on to the prisoner issue. Logan confirms with his father that all 8 of the enemy's mid-level knights have been successfully locked up. He smirks with a very calculated look and drops a clever suggestion. Can we just pressure them to surrender? Logan firmly believes that nobody is truly loyal to Soto Sinvin anyway. They will definitely flip sides to serve McLean once they see the massive benefits waiting for them. Deep down, he is feeling incredibly smug. Capturing and flipping this many knights after one single battle is way faster than trying to recruit and train them from scratch. But Logan actually shudders just thinking about the terrifying alternative. If Sinvan had been just a bit more careful, McLean would have taken devastating losses, and their prisoner count would be basically 0. Pulling off a flawless victory like this is a 1 in 1,000 event. Their casualties are literally low enough to make history books. Patrick McLean bursts into a joyful laugh. He proudly claims that with their current troop numbers, the Ferretta family isn't even a scary threat anymore. It is all thanks to you. Hearing his dad's praise, Logan blushes, awkwardly scratching his head in silence. But deep inside, he silently worries that this sweet peace will probably only last for today. And just as he predicted, now watch closely, this is where the tension spikes. The happy mood is instantly shattered by a desperate scream. A frantic soldier rushes in, reporting that an urgent message just arrived. Both Logan and his father absolutely freeze in shock when they hear that powerful name. A direct message from Bifrost. The knight visibly trembles as he opens the letter, preparing to read its shocking contents aloud. The messenger then loudly recites the incredibly arrogant words written by Bifrost. As the absolute ruler of the Southwest, we deeply apologize for the recent battle. Hearing this, Patrick McLean's face immediately contorts in pure annoyance, but Logan gives a subtle signal. Let's hear the whole thing first. The letter continues digging right into the core issue. However, the true cause of this violent conflict is because Bifrost failed our duty to unify the entire territory. And then, a completely calculated, trap-like invitation is officially laid out for them. Next month, to celebrate Count Bifrost's 50th birthday, we officially invite all the noble heirs of the Southwest. We will gather together to properly discuss the entire future of the Southwest region. This old man is dangerously cunning. Sending a letter that slaps them and then pats their back is insanely frustrating. Absolute nonsense. Patrick McLean roars in pure rage. He smashes his fist down, making the entire room shake. He literally cannot believe the enemy's absolute shamelessness, sending a noble heir just to discuss the future. Do they really think McLean will just obey Bifrost? Seeing his father radiating pure murder intent, Logan sweats bullets. Even just thinking about it boils his blood. He knows if they skip this, they will be blacklisted from every major political meeting in the region. His father growls fiercely. They actually dare to threaten us like this? No way in hell. McLean will never accept being threatened. I know what you are thinking, he is going to decline, right? But contrary to his father's rage, Logan just watches calmly, smirking. Seems interesting. Seeing his son's weird reaction, Patrick McLean turns and asks, "What did you say?" Logan looks him dead in the eye and firmly declares, "That meeting is actually worth attending, father." Logan's unwavering gaze makes Patrick McLean freeze for a second to think. Finally, he lets out a heavy sigh, places his hands on the table, and speaks decisively. "Fine, I will respect your decision, Logan. But no matter what happens, we will never bow our heads to Bifrost. Even if I die, I won't allow it." Patrick McLean grabs his head, letting out a frustrated groan. He tiredly asks what on earth his son is actually thinking. Logan stays silent, but his eyes turn razor-sharp, completely filled with calculation for his upcoming master plan. Logan bluntly admits the harsh truth. Right now, no matter what they do, they absolutely cannot defeat Bifrost. Patrick McLean quietly agrees. It is true. Logan starts listing their enemy's terrifying power. 2 top-tier knights, 15 high-level knights, and over 300 regular knights split into 2 massive squads. And those are just the numbers made public. He warns his dad that even though things look great right now, the situation is completely unstable. If McLean takes over both Teslan and Sinvan, Bifrost will instantly put them on high alert. With their borders touching, Logan swears that if they get too cocky, the whole family will be wiped off the map. He emphasizes that they desperately need more time. Time to fully merge Sinvan's knights, totally crush the Ferretta family, and properly reorganize their entire military system from scratch. Logan himself also needs time to master his 3 holy sword techniques to match his current level. At the same time, their loyal knights need extra time to level up their true combat strength. Rushing things is a death sentence. Slow and steady wins the race. Patrick McLean stands up, analyzing that the Southwest operates very differently from other regions. Bifrost can't just easily force the nobles here to surrender, because openly abusing their power would trigger massive rebellions. But Logan instantly pours cold water on that little hope by dropping an absolute bombshell of a secret. Percival and Luckman conquered ages ago, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, we are diving into an epic regression story. The Lord gasps. What? But Logan just smiles. He saw this coming in his past life. Lord Marlen slumps back, completely stunned. Realizing things have spiraled way out of his control, he lets out a heavy, tortured sigh. You have suffered so much for our family. I am so sorry, my son. Seeing his father's heavy guilt and final approval, Logan gives a subtle, knowing smirk. His plan worked perfectly. The Lord looks at his son with total trust now, proudly declaring he always knew his true capabilities, so there is absolutely nothing to fear. Logan wraps up the chat with a simple promise. He is just heading over there to see how their ancestral lands have changed. Suddenly, Hema the blacksmith comes running after him, totally out of breath. He frantically asks if Logan is seriously going to surrender to the enemy. Honestly, you cannot blame the guy for worrying. Going there means either surrender or total war, right? Logan just sighs in annoyance, swearing he is only doing a little scouting. He tells the dwarf to stop believing stupid, baseless rumors. Seeing Hema absolutely panicking about him dying, Logan cracks a tiny smile. It finally hits him that this grumpy dwarf genuinely cares about the future of their entire territory. But Hema instantly ruins the touching moment. He starts screaming about Logan's promise to grant his freedom, forcing the young lord to swear he will come back alive. Logan flat out guarantees he will not die or get captured, but the blacksmith hits him with a brutal reality check, reminding him that almost every single insane rumor about him has turned out to be completely true. Realizing Logan is dead set on leaving, Hema suddenly pulls out a heavily wrapped object. He strictly orders him to take it along, no matter what. Logan is absolutely speechless as a breathtakingly gorgeous sword reveals itself from beneath the cloth. Hema explains that he didn't have time to decorate the scabbard since they were rushing, but he completely guarantees this will be the greatest weapon Logan has ever owned. Logan's eyes light up. He realizes this blade is forged from pure mithril. It is a priceless treasure the blacksmith poured his absolute soul into crafting just for him. Holding this masterpiece, Logan is totally blown away by the flawless craftsmanship and the raw power radiating right off the steel. He just gasps in pure, absolute amazement. Incredible. Getting a god-tier treasure out of nowhere? Any swordsman would go completely crazy for this. We have finally arrived at the Bifrost City gates. Young master, please stay on high alert right now. Over in a nearby waiting area, Fran Ferretta, the heir of the Ferretta family, quietly watches everything through a window. Hearing the guards say he must wait until that specific person shows up, Fran just gives a freezing cold reply. Fine, I get it. Just relax. But pay attention here, the second Logan walks into view, Fran squints his eyes in pure confusion. Huh? Is that really him? He glares hard at the Marlen heir being escorted by guards down a private path. He watches Logan show up looking totally ragged, heavily cloaked, and actually carrying a gigantic backpack all by himself without a single personal escort to help him. Fran instantly feels pure disgust. He smirks and mutters to himself, Marlen, so they actually managed to conquer Sinan? And this guy came all the way here without a single escort? Ah, it really looks like that war did massive damage to the Marlen family. Yeah, that has to be it. Never judge a book by its cover, right? Fran flashes a deeply wicked smile, completely convinced that the Marlens are just a hollow shell after the recent war. He arrogantly assumes that without Count Bifrost stepping into that recent battle, the Marlens would have been completely wiped out by his Ferretta family a long time ago. Unable to hide his massive ego, Fran steps out of his carriage and snaps at the guards. What is this? Why am I being treated on the exact same level as these absolute country bumpkins? Ignoring the completely awkward guards trying to stop him, Fran keeps shouting insults. This is unacceptable. I demand way more respect. If it was not for the Count's family, those losers would be on their knees begging for their pathetic lives on the battlefield. Logan just keeps walking in absolute silence, totally ignoring the taunts. This makes Fran secretly think his target is either deeply distracted or just too terrified to talk back. Trying to flex his dominance, Fran walks right up and speaks. I am Fran Ferretta. I have heard a lot about you. Rumor says you slaughtered multiple knights on the battlefield in a single blink. However, as he takes a super close look at Logan's actual appearance, Fran's eyes suddenly freeze in high alert. He realizes that right under that plain cloak, Logan is wearing a full set of armor. Even worse, that pristine sword hilt radiates the insane aura of a top-tier weapon. Fran starts seriously panicking, wondering if those crazy rumors about Logan's terrifying power might actually be 100% real. In this heavily tense atmosphere, Logan casually offers his hand for a formal greeting and calmly replies, "Pleasure to meet you. I am Logan Marlen. You and I both know this is a bad idea." Franz smirks evilly, gripping his hand tight. "You look much younger in person than I expected. Still, the rumors are definitely exaggerated." He tries using brute force to crush his opponent's hand to show off, but Logan's expression literally does not change at all. Instantly, Franz's wicked smile vanishes completely as he feels a terrifying, bone-crushing grip pushing right back at him. He groans in pure agony, sweating buckets as he realizes his own hand is violently shaking under the Marlen heir's absolutely monstrous physical strength. In his mind, he screams in shock, "What is this power?" Logan just casually lets go, flashing a totally mocking smirk. "Oh, my apologies. I thought you wanted to test your strength a little bit." Getting humiliated right in front of the guards makes Franz absolutely furious, his face totally twisting with intense resentment. This bastard. How could he possibly hold back his blind rage now? Franz instantly draws his sword, roaring like a complete maniac. "You arrogant little brat." He points the blade straight at Logan, loudly declaring, "I will teach you some damn manners." Facing this deadly threat, Logan stays completely chill. He casually adjusts the heavy backpack on his shoulders and reminds him that here in Bifrost territory, personal conflicts are strictly forbidden, my lord. Logan's calm attitude just makes Franz even more insanely furious, so Logan instantly hits him with another razor-sharp taunt. "Wow, you only spit out empty words without taking responsibility for your actions, and you are actually the heir to a territory." Having his fragile pride completely shattered, Franz screams out in total, unhinged rage. "How dare you? Kill him for me." Instantly, the entire group of surrounding guards completely swarms in to attack Logan. Logan lets out a heavy, totally annoyed sigh. This really isn't good, but the exact second the enemy's close in, he draws his mithril sword with lightning speed. A massive, blindingly golden aura suddenly explodes. The raw impact creates an overwhelming flash of pure light, blasting every single guard away in just one single, devastating strike. The guards' swords are completely shattered, raining down in tiny pieces after just one move. Franz Ferretta is literally frozen in place, his face turning pale white, completely traumatized by the impossible scene happening right in front of him. He shakes violently, wondering how a country bumpkin could effortlessly slice through elite steel. And trust me, you and I just learned to never mess with the quiet guy. All right, you and I are jumping right into this. Franz stares at Logan in absolute terror, realizing he cannot sense a single drop of mana or divine energy from him. He is completely horrified. He realizes Logan pulled off this insane move using pure sword mastery and a terrifying burst of raw physical strength from deep within. Knowing he cannot possibly win, Franz immediately backs down. That arrogant attitude of his, completely gone in a flash. Facing his totally stunned opponent, Logan just maintains that freezing cold, deadpan expression. Franz squints closely at the blade. No mana traces at all, so it is definitely not a magical artifact. Logan quietly sheathes his sword and glides past him like a ghost. The pressure makes the Foresta heir stumble back. Watching Logan walk away, Franz cannot help but marvel at the pure craftsmanship of that sword. He almost asks where Logan bought it, but he stops himself, realizing how incredibly embarrassing and rude that would look right now. He just stands there coping, telling himself Logan merely got lucky finding a good weapon. Suddenly, the heavy footsteps of shining armored cavalry echo loudly through the city corridors. Logan quickly glances over his shoulder. He can feel an incredibly massive aura fast approaching them from behind. Right then, a loud announcement completely shatters the tension. The Moonlight Knight from the south, Sir Bran, has officially arrived. A middle-aged man with silver hair and a sharp mustache steps up. He radiates the overwhelming presence of a hardcore veteran warrior. Having that kind of elite status must be nice. The crowd instantly erupts. Whispers of pure admiration echo everywhere for the legendary Moonlight Knight and his ridiculously famous reputation. Logan narrows his eyes. He knows this is one of the Bifrost territory's top 2 highest-ranking knights. Just like the rumors said, those glowing silver eyes and hair make him absolutely impossible to miss. But Logan starts feeling like something is seriously off. Why would a high-level knight personally come out just to greet a total nobody like him? He grips his bags tightly. Bifrost sending a big shot like this means they are keeping a very close, paranoid eye on his McLean family right now. Franz Foresta quickly rushes forward, bowing nervously. "It is an absolute honor to meet you, Sir Bran. I am Franz, the Foresta heir." The Moonlight Knight just nods politely, immediately shifting his gaze right past him to the red-haired boy standing quietly behind. "If he is Foresta, then you must be McLean, right?" "Yep, 100% real. Now watch closely here." Suddenly, an invisible but totally crushing pressure explodes from Bran, blanketing the entire area. Logan squints, instantly catching onto the older knight's little game. Oh, so you want to pressure me now? Still, he stays perfectly calm and boldly introduces himself. I am McLean, Sir Bran. Bran stares right at Logan with razor-sharp eyes, completely unable to hide his shock. Unbelievable. Someone your age has already reached the mid-level knight tier. Hearing this, the guards in front freeze up in total disbelief. That young master is actually a mid-level knight, so that explains why he is a monster. Logan clenches his fists, amazed the guy saw through his disguise. Usually, only high-level knights can accurately sense the sharp aura of anyone sitting at or below their exact same power tier. This guy is sharp, but the real truth is way scarier. Logan thinks to himself, I am actually a high-level knight. I can perfectly control the exact aura I give off. Yep, he is still hiding his true hand. He's probably just testing the waters to probe his opponents further. Logan intentionally holds back his power. He chooses to only show a mid-level aura just to lower the Bifrost family's guard. This is exactly why he traveled here entirely alone, without a single escort. Logan flashes a polite, fake smile and smoothly replies, Thanks. I hope to learn a lot under your expert guidance, Sir Bran. Bran laughs knowingly. He assumes with this raw talent, Logan must be aiming for Swordmaster status. The Moonlight Knight enthusiastically waves him forward. Anyway, it is great to meet you. Let us go. The massive city gates slowly open, leading the group into Bifrost's luxurious reception area. Bran announces that the Percival and Lumen heirs have also arrived safely. He tells them to rest up until the big banquet tomorrow. Got it? Logan just smiles and accepts. Understood. Thank you. Bran bows slightly and leaves. Logan politely says his goodbyes. But I know what you are thinking, yes? Deep down, Logan realizes this is turning into a massive problem. Standing right behind him, Frun jumps at the chance to mock Logan. No servants. I bet that will be super inconvenient. He flashes a nasty, arrogant smirk. Should I loan you one of my guys? Ignoring the cheap trash talk, Logan tiredly asks the guide for his room location. The servant bows respectfully. I will show you the way. Please follow me. Logan quietly walks after the guide, leaving those idiots just standing there completely frozen. Logan reminds himself exactly what the plan is. He was warned not to start any fights here, so he is chilling. He mentally writes Frun off as a complete idiot who cannot read the room. Looking at their weak heirs and terrible knights, Logan feels totally confident that conquering Foresta later will be a breeze. He decides to play nice just to keep them arrogant and off guard. Standing before the massive castle with its waving rose flag, Logan feels a surge of emotion. Is this the land his ancestors lost so long ago? Stepping inside, he reminds himself to stay on maximum alert. Under the dazzling chandeliers, he marches into the main palace hall, where a powerful shadow sits waiting on the throne. Count Bifrost smirks, mysteriously calling his name. Wearing shining armor, Logan tightly grips his sword. Every combat instinct he has is screaming at him to draw his blade immediately. In a place like this, anything could happen to him anytime. The enemies severely outnumber him. Coming here entirely alone was one hell of a gamble. Logan boldly strides into the gorgeous banquet hall, surrounded by glowing chandeliers and gathered nobles. Walking straight to the throne, he confidently introduces himself. Logan McLean, son of Gebra. I request an audience with Count Roger Bifrost. Logan bows, performing the diplomatic birthday greeting. And trust me, you and I will love what is next. Let's jump right into this crazy political mess. His mismatched armor instantly makes him the laughingstock of these stuck-up nobles. Seriously, who wears armor to a fancy banquet? They think he's just some clueless country bumpkin. But Logan ignores the whispers, his cold eyes locked straight on Roger B. Prose, who's looking incredibly arrogant. Before showing up, Logan spent days scouting the nearby villages. And honestly, he was completely shocked to find the locals actually love their lord. One farmer even laughed and said, our lord is a great guy. At the very least, he keeps our taxes super low. That's when Logan realized a terrifying truth. Prose doesn't need to exploit his people because he's already filthy rich. But where is all this money coming from? Good, you are right on time. Count Prose smirks, throwing out a totally calculated heavy test. You showing up here means the Marlen family accepts submission to me, right? Logan doesn't even flinch, smoothly replying, if you want peace, Marlen will gladly lead the way. That diplomatic answer makes Prose laugh with pure satisfaction. He praises Logan as a smart young hero fighting for peace, then invites him to party. But then Logan feels it. A massive mana wave surrounding the Count. He is absolutely horrified this guy is actually a 5-circle mage. Logan instantly remembers the crazy rumors about Prose's insane power from the past civil war. He totally ignored them before since Prose backed the second prince. Now, he realizes those rumors were completely true. A 5-circle mage packs the raw physical combat power of a high-tier knight. A shiver runs down Logan's spine. In a massive war, The sheer destructive force of a mage like him is unimaginably worse. I was way too careless. How did I forget this after regressing? Logan panics, knowing Prose already has two high-tier knights under him. Now watch closely, this is where the real game begins. A sudden announcement silences the entire hall. Count Roger B. Prose stands up on the high stage. He loudly thanks every single guest for attending his grand birthday banquet. He proudly brags that even though the second prince couldn't make it, he gifted him the legendary Sun Tear treasure. The nobles gasp. Nobody knew Prose was this close to royalty. Prose then shifts his speech to the long-standing division among the nobles of the Southwest. Logan quietly sips his wine, guessing the old fox will preach about unity. Suddenly, Prose roars, urging everyone to drop their petty traditions and unite. He publicly declares that the second prince desperately wants the Southwest's support. Logan immediately realizes this is a blatant demand for their complete submission. Then Prose suddenly points right at Logan. He introduces him as the heir to the Marlen family, the start and end of the 200-year war. Logan freezes, completely caught off guard. Is he trying to force an unconditional surrender right here? But Prose just keeps praising him, calling him a literal genius who led Marlen to victory and hit mid-tier knight status at just 21, something even high-tier knights struggle to achieve. Logan tries to keep a straight face, but he is sweating bullets. Why is this guy praising me? What is his actual plot? Prose swears he isn't making a threat, just offering a really sweet deal. When the Count calls his name, Logan can only awkwardly reply. He reveals that Duke Bannerhem, the prince's grandfather, is hunting for fresh talent, and he offers to introduce Logan to him personally. The crowd totally loses their minds. Whispers about the sword saint of the blazing sword start echoing all over the massive hall. You and I both see the trap here. Logan goes pale, sweating, as he realizes he's completely cornered. Yet, he smiles and firmly rejects Count Prose. Thank you for the precious offer, but I already have my own master. Prose looks stunned, narrowing his eyes. Is your master your father, Viscount Patrick McLean? Logan calmly denies it. He claims he was lucky enough to meet another incredible teacher, officially turning down the Count's huge proposal. Prose chuckles, praising Logan's firm decision. But he instantly counters, announcing that the Sword Saint himself is actually visiting his castle very soon. He suggests Logan get some pointers from him, even offering to invite Logan's mysterious master along. Logan is horrified, finally seeing the scheme. Prose is intentionally grouping Marlen with his vassal families to quietly announce their submission. Inside, Logan is boiling with absolute rage at this manipulation. Facing a situation he simply can't refuse outright, Logan has to accept the meeting, thanking his lucky stars he prepared for this. Prose smugly declares Marlen's choice begins the Southwest unity. He also reveals the Percivan and Jamin families have officially joined his ranks. To reward their total loyalty, Prose gifts their heirs some unbelievably valuable items. A massive chest is carried out, glowing with a blinding light that leaves absolutely everyone speechless. Logan narrows his eyes. These are high-tier divine weapons, exquisite magic tools crafted from Midran with Tier 3 enchantments worth tens of millions of gold coins. Logan stands frozen, staring at the priceless treasures. He mentally calculates the absurd wealth and terrifying power that Prose is casually flexing right now. He is purposely showing off his endless riches. Honestly, even I am drooling over this epic loot. Creating a detonated 3 weapon requires a 5-circle mage. That means the creator's level has to be a full 2 tiers higher than the item itself. Because they are so rare and incredibly hard to make, their price tag is just insane. Even the highest-ranking nobles hesitate to buy them. He calls out loudly, Ramon Percivan, Eric Ratman, step forward right now. As the 2 heirs step up, Prose asks bluntly, can you swear loyalty to me? Without hesitating, Ramon and Eric fall to their knees, pledging absolute loyalty to Count Roger B. Prose. He happily accepts their vow. That's where we leave it for now. Logan just sips his wine, quietly watching this entire trap unfold. To reward their loyalty, Prose hands the lemon sword to Ramon and the lotus axe to Eric. All right, you and I are jumping right into a massive ego trip. 2 lackeys are practically crying over the Count's rewards. B. Prose just laughs, bragging that anyone who joins his side gets paid well. Logan narrows his eyes. He instantly realizes this whole flashy display is aimed right at him. Suddenly, a completely wasted noble from the Parita family stumbles forward and shatters the mood. He blurts out, wait, isn't Logan's sword way better than those? Seriously, this guy just ruined a perfectly good plan. That drunken idiot's comment leaves the entire banquet hall in absolute, dead silence. He keeps rambling, saying the Count is hyping things up way too much, and Logan's weapon looks 100 times better. He even mocks the Count's trash taste before panicked nobles finally gag him and drag his drunk body away. Logan just watches the chaos with totally cold eyes. That fool basically dug his own grave by insulting B. Prose. But here is the thing, Logan's sword actually is a masterpiece, forged by Hema, a master dwarf blacksmith. Its name is Lux, an ancient word for hope and dawn, and its raw power easily rivals a genuine divine artifact. Hema poured his absolute soul into crafting this flawless blade, making it the perfect match for Logan's grip. Finding a dwarf blacksmith isn't impossible, but these greedy, arrogant nobles would never even think to look for one. If things went south, Logan planned to use the sword to buy time. Meanwhile, the Count is absolutely furious. His little show got ruined. He roars out, "What did you just say?" Murderous intent practically radiates off the guy. He cannot believe some drunk idiot just completely destroyed his perfect setup. He spent ages setting this stage up. Then, cutting through the silence, B-Pros demands to know if Logan's sword is really that special. Logan stays completely calm, saying it is just a dwarven piece he found. Instantly, greedy curiosity flashes in the Count's eyes. Stroking his chin, the Count realizes a real dwarven weapon is just as valuable as a divine artifact. He holds out a hand, demanding a closer look. Logan is on high alert, knowing this old fox would never give it back. He politely bows and refuses, using knightly honor to say a sword never leaves its master's side. B-Pros bursts out laughing, calling Logan an old man. Then, he suddenly challenges him to prove that knightly honor in a real, full-blown duel. A duel? Logan freezes in surprise. The Count casually points at his newly rewarded lackeys, proposing a little match to compare their weapons' raw power. He calls out Ramon Percivan, bragging that this guy reached the mid-tier knight level years ago. Now, watch closely, because the stakes get wild here. If Ramon wins this fight, the Count gets to take that dwarven sword. But if Logan wins, he gets a divine artifact. Logan is genuinely stunned by the massive stakes. He never expected a bet this huge. Things are getting tense now. B-Pros smirks, challenging him to draw his blade right this second if he has the guts to accept. While everyone else panics, Logan just flashes a super confident, almost totally wicked smile. He is secretly thrilled. No way is he turning down a golden opportunity like this. Without a second thought, Logan whips his sword out. A blinding, powerful golden aura explodes outward as he loudly accepts. Right there in the Grand Hall, Logan and Ramon face off while the nobles watch. Looking sharp in his suit, Ramon gives an arrogant smirk and offers to let Logan have the first strike, since he is older. But Logan isn't thankful at all. He coldly shuts him down, saying no thanks. He doesn't want people claiming he only won because of a head start. With ice in his eyes, Logan makes it crystal clear he is going to crush him either way. He wants a flawless, glorious victory. That cocky attitude makes Ramon turn red with absolute rage. He roars, calling him a reckless fake genius, promising to teach him a brutal lesson in reality. Raymond rips his sword from its sheath. Instantly, a dazzling blue aura erupts from the artifact, completely covering his entire body in glowing energy. The surrounding nobles gasp in pure shock, totally mesmerized. They cannot believe a regular artifact can produce such a stunning, flashy effect. Logan watches quietly, realizing this is just a flashy light show. He wonders if B-Pros specifically gave Ramon something beautiful but completely useless in actual combat. He glances down at his own blade, silently judging. Compared to that glow stick, Hema's sword looks basic, but its balance and sharpness are flawless. A truly beautiful weapon just needs to kill perfectly. Seeing Logan just standing there, Ramon mocks him. He actually asks if that cute little sword can handle a real divine artifact. Logan smirks, despising this idiot's complete lack of weapon knowledge. Then, without warning, Raymond violently stomps his foot and launches forward. Logan notices the Blood Knight watching from the crowd. He instantly decides to hold back his moves to keep his real, terrifying strength a secret. I know what you were thinking, easy win, right? But Logan plays it smart. The swords violently clash, and he intentionally fakes a struggle just for the audience. Gritting his teeth, he blocks the heavy strike and lets out a perfectly faked groan of struggle. He intentionally lets himself get scratched up just a little bit, only occasionally throwing out strong counterattacks to show off a stubborn, hard-fought fighting spirit to the crowd. After a highly dramatic back and forth, he suddenly shifts gears and lands the absolute finishing blow in the blink of an eye. Ending the match with a critical hit, Logan dramatically pants, wipes fake sweat from his head, and gives a tired smile. Wow, so lucky. Honestly, acting this hard is way more exhausting than the actual fight. Logan secretly cheers inside, knowing his sweaty, desperate-looking performance totally fooled everyone into thinking it was a close call. Completely cornered and humiliated, Ramon turns pale and starts stuttering. He cries out that it is a huge misunderstanding, blaming the fact he wasn't used to his new sword. Watching his subordinate look this pathetic, Count B-Pros violently roars. Enough, you are a total disappointment. So what do you and I take from this? Never blame the boss's gift. Ramon drops to his knees in panic, begging for forgiveness, but the damage is done. Stick with me here. You and I are about to watch a masterclass in revenge. Count Bifrost turns to Logan with a totally fake smile, apologizing for the embarrassing scene and admitting his men totally underestimated the kid's talent. To make up for it, the old fox generously declares he will open his personal vault and let Logan pick any single artifact. The noble crowd gasps at this huge generosity. But Logan? He keeps his sharp, guarded glare. He already knows whatever treasure Bifrost hands over, the greedy lord will definitely try to snatch right back. His real goal is just trapping Logan here at all costs. But Logan smirks to himself. He is absolutely not letting things go the Count's way. Suddenly, a panicked servant rushes in with shocking news. The Swordmaster Duke just sent a birthday message. Bifrost gasps in pure disbelief. What? Why would a massive dragon visit a tiny shrimp today? Duke Felix Esperanza appears majestically inside a magic orb, warmly wishing Bifrost a happy birthday and calling him the Empire's solid pillar. The legendary sword saint regrets he cannot be there in person, but casually mentions how everyone must be witnessing the Count's amazing generosity today. Seeing this insanely powerful figure, Bifrost instantly changes his tune. He scrambles down from his fancy throne, bowing and grinning like an absolute fool. Ha ha ha, thank you, Duke. Logan just stands back watching the whole pathetic show, secretly stunned that his master actually sent a message at this exact moment. He smirks hard. Seeing the once arrogant Count acting so incredibly submissive, even leaving his high seat to grovel in front of Duke Felix, is just too good. Through the magic orb, Duke Felix suddenly cheers up seeing a familiar face in the crowd. Oh, isn't that my boy Logan over there? Logan's smirk widens. He is secretly thrilled because the brilliant stage he and his master carefully set up has finally begun. Now pay attention, because this is where it gets wild. Ignoring the stunned Count, Logan calmly walks up to the orb. Long time no see, Master. The entire banquet hall explodes in absolute terror. Master? The nobles straight up cannot believe their ears. They start frantic whispering. How could a country bumpkin be the disciple of the kingdom's greatest swordmaster? Duke Felix laughs heartily, totally playing along. He calls Logan his irresponsible disciple and acts completely shocked to run into him in such a crazy way. Felix casually asks when Logan is finally going to return to the capital for the massive banquet he has already prepared for him. Playing his part flawlessly, Logan places a hand on his chest, looking super apologetic. He claims he's busy with family matters and stuck at the castle because of the Count's undeniable offer. Hearing this, Bifrost turns deathly pale. He frantically waves his hands, insisting his issues can wait so he does not offend the sword master. Logan smirks in pure triumph. Calling his master was definitely a genius move, because against a highly respected, neutral powerhouse supporting the royals like Felix, even Count Bifrost would not dare cross the line. He wouldn't risk it for 1,000,000 gold coins. Felix winks a slick goodbye, hoping to see Logan soon. Logan beams right back. Understood. Thank you, sir. While Logan celebrates his massive brain play, Count Bifrost is just left standing there. He is grinding his teeth in pure, helpless rage. Absolutely humiliating. The next day kicks off with Logan taking confident strides. Stepping into the Count's glowing treasury, even he has to gasp at the insane level of luxury packed inside. The guard tells him he has exactly 1 hour to look around and pick out any single artifact, per the Lord's direct orders. Scanning the 30 items on display, Logan mentally roasts Bifrost's obvious pettiness. The old man 100% hid all the truly god-tier items away. Still, whatever he picks is worth at least 10 million gold, so he is determined to strike real value here. That is pure cash. He would be crazy to hold back. Logan hyper-focuses, amplifying his senses to catch the absolute tiniest magical differences between the artifacts. He needs to perfectly judge what each item actually does. Scanning the weapon rack, he completely ignores it. His current blade is plenty strong, and this basic junk cannot even touch the sword from yesterday's insane banquet. He stops at some armor charged with lightning and fire magic, but just clicks his tongue in disgust. Wearing that thing would literally roast you alive. Looking around, everything else just seems totally average. But then, he suddenly freezes in his tracks, sensing something deeply strange. His mana feels pulled in a specific direction. Curious, he walks over and stops at a pair of painfully simple combat boots. Absolutely nothing special about them. Logan seriously doubts if this is even an artifact at all. He can barely feel a single trace of magical energy coming off it. He leans in close, deeply curious about this mystery item grabbing his focus. This guy really loves paying attention to the most basic-looking things. Huh, you saw this coming, right? The very second Logan touches them, the boots start violently absorbing his mana. He pours in more energy to test it, but the sudden drain hits like a ripping tide. Logan chokes out a painful gasp. He realizes in absolute horror that if this keeps draining him, he will suffer massive internal injuries. Logan aggressively grits his teeth through the intense pain, fighting to regain control while his mana wildly explodes straight into the boots. Sweat pours down his face as bright golden energy cloaks his entire body. He roars out in pure determination to see who wins this battle. The boots fire off frantic magical lightning, forcefully draining his divine power. Logan forces himself to resist so hard that his face completely twists. Suddenly, the wild energy calms down. Logan is shocked as his mana floods back. He stands completely stunned, feeling a massive shift inside his new artifact. Later, under a bright full moon, the news of Logan's sudden disappearance leaves Count Bifrost totally speechless. Logan just packed his bags and vanished. Standing by the window, a sinister sneer forms as the Count realizes Logan swiped the treasure and bolted. With 3 days until the main banquet, he grabbed the artifact and escaped. Did he seriously plan all this just to play him? By the time the old man realized, the kid was already done. Pure rage explodes. Bifrost clenches his fists until the veins literally pop. He growls a deadly order to his men. Follow him and take back that sword. His eyes burn with absolute cruelty as he hands down his final judgment. Do whatever it takes, just keep him alive. Far away in the pitch black, Logan quietly hikes with his gear, totally clueless about the massive hunt against him. Meditating by a flickering campfire, he suddenly senses a chilling, murderous intent closing in fast. He instantly jumps up, drawing his blade. Bifrost assassins already? Trust me, you're going to want to see this next fight. All right, stick with me here. Footsteps crush the dry branches as a deep, shadowy voice praises his sharp senses. Logan immediately notices the guy's voice is completely distorted. He is definitely trying to hide his real identity. Then, stepping out from the thick bushes, a whole squad of masked assassins finally shows up. And leading them all, an old man completely hidden under a heavy dark hood. The old guy mocks him, asking if Logan is annoyed after that brutal, winding journey all the way from Bifrost. Then, with zero hesitation, he coldly orders his thugs to finish him off. The assassins draw their blades and charge, but Logan doesn't even flinch. He just flashes a confident, arrogant smirk. He instantly activates those magic boots he just snatched from the treasure hoard. A massive gust of wind swirls right around his legs. In a split second, Logan dashes forward with terrifying speed. He leaves behind literal after-images. The enemies completely lose track of him, standing there frozen in pure shock. Brutal sounds of clashing metal ring out like crazy as Logan unleashes an endless storm of lightning-fast strikes. The panicked assassins finally realize something absolutely insane. Even though Logan is supposed to be just a mid-level knight, his movement speed is completely off the charts and defying all logic. Logan quickly closes the gap, landing devastating blows before the enemies can even react. He smirks to himself in the middle of the fight, thinking that picking these magic boots was easily the best decision he has ever made. It feels like a hidden weapon, silently fighting right by his side. When the boots start absorbing his power and reacting, Logan is genuinely blown away by their true value. They don't just boost his reflexes. This insane artifact actually lets him pull off triple jumps in mid-air and scale walls like it is absolutely nothing. With its ability to auto-adjust size and self-repair, Logan guesses this gear is easily tier 4 or higher. He officially names it the Wind God Boots. Now pay attention here. The assassins are absolutely terrified by his speed. In total panic, they realize they cannot handle this alone and beg to use their final trump cards to turn things around. But from the shadows, a mysterious cloaked figure watches his pathetic goons fail and spits out a completely ruthless insult. Truly embarrassing. In a flash, he bursts out of the darkness with an incredibly powerful, glowing silver sword strike. Logan panics, immediately recognizing the familiar aura of the silver wall magic sword as a massive wave of energy crashes down. The brutal impact forces Logan back. He grits his teeth, trying to block the suffocating pressure. Cough! The sheer raw power of that surprise attack instantly makes him think of the legendary reputation of the Moonlight Knight. Logan stares dead at the enemy, absolutely certain about who is standing right in front of him. It is none other than Sir Bran. The guy is making his move. And honestly, can our boy even survive this? The mysterious figure quietly pulls back his hood. He reveals the rugged face of the veteran knight, wearing a crazy, wicked smile. Bran openly admits that Logan is not just great at hiding his true strength, but also packing a seriously incredible magic artifact. Logan completely drops his act too. The very second he saw that signature glowing silver blade, he knew exactly who he was dealing with. Bran stares coldly at him and drops a sarcastic remark. Just consider that artifact, your tuition fee. Logan looks back, completely confused. Wait, tuition fee? The Moonlight Knight continues speaking in this super arrogant tone, actually asking if his legendary title makes Logan feel totally ashamed. Then he flat out declares that he is going to tutor him in the strictest way possible. Bran slowly draws his sword, but his stance is so bizarre that Logan narrows his eyes on high alert. His stance is totally weird, holding the blade exactly like a whip. In a flash, he unleashes a phantom strike that literally tears through the dark night. You and I both know a sword shouldn't bend like that, right? Logan is absolutely stunned seeing the sword strikes curving exactly like a real whip. This is really bad. Can he actually make it out of here alive completely alone? Endless slashes rain down on him, forcing him to just grit his teeth and block. Ugh. The barrage just keeps coming without a single pause. Logan quickly realizes that even though he is using the heavy pressure sword, it is completely useless against this freakish technique. Knowing his passive defense is finally hitting its absolute limit, Logan makes a firm decision to go all out and break this deadly deadlock. The assassins standing nearby are absolutely terrified by Logan's raw power, but they quickly notice that Sir Bran is still fighting steadily without breaking a sweat. Logan grits his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it, this is doing absolutely nothing. Even after flawlessly chaining his first and second techniques together, his breathing becomes incredibly heavy from total exhaustion. Suddenly, Logan's danger sense screams at him. Quick as lightning, he rolls out of the way, dodging a massive thunderous strike by just a hair. An absolute earth-shattering explosion erupts right where he was just standing, throwing thick dust everywhere. Logan forces himself back up, dripping with cold sweat after barely escaping death's door. That was way too close. One slip up, and I was dead. Seeing that godly dodge, Bran gets curious, wondering how on earth Logan managed to pull that off. Was that incredible power coming from his artifact, or is it some legendary sword technique? Logan glares at his opponent with very serious concern, quickly realizing the old man is still completely unharmed. Meanwhile, I am looking absolutely wrecked over here, he mutters to himself, confirming that his last attack really did zero damage. And honestly, without the massive power boost from the Wind God boots, he definitely would have taken that destructive hit head-on. Logan clearly realizes fighting a high-tier knight like Bran is way out of his league, but getting this far isn't bad at all. Seeing his opponent still looking pretty surprised, Logan coldly asks him, "What did you just say?" He confidently declares he is going to show him one more supreme sword technique. He warns Bran not to get cocky just because Logan lacks experience. Bran flashes a highly challenging smile and boldly answers back, "Oh, all right then, I will wait. Go ahead and put on a show for me." Staring deeply at the arrogant, excited face of his enemy right now, Logan tells himself this is his absolute last ray of hope. He forces all of his total concentration straight into his legs and his blade. He flashes back to the grueling, painful month he spent just grasping a tiny fraction of this secret technique's true essence. Logan forcefully reminds himself to stay completely sharp here, because he knows full well that if he loses this fight right here, all his gear and treasure boots will be stolen, leaving him completely useless. A completely blazing golden aura fiercely erupts right now, wrapping entirely around Logan's body. But Bran acts way too fast, instantly launching a massively powerful silver counterattack. The old man laughs loudly in total triumph, cruelly mocking Logan for trusting his enemy so easily. A truly terrifying explosion of raw energy detonates right on impact. Thick, heavy smoke violently kicks up, completely covering the entire battlefield in dust. Bran stands tall amidst the rubble. He smirks, thinking there is absolutely no way Logan survived a blast of that magnitude in one piece. But here is exactly where we leave things today, and trust me, you guys are definitely not ready for this. The moment the smoke clears, a massive golden pillar of light suddenly explodes upward, leaving Bran absolutely speechless in pure shock. Logan emerges right from the brilliant aura, wearing an incredibly wicked smirk. He officially unleashes his ultimate technique, the Supreme Divine Sword, Azure Leaf, Third Form. Let's dive right into absolute madness. A massive energy vortex violently erupts around Logan, creating a suffocating pressure that makes Bran's eyes widen in pure terror just before the earth-shattering impact hits. Logan's gamble actually pays off. He pushes past his limits for another strike. The golden aura from his third technique explodes, forming a giant tornado of raw power that completely swallows Knight Bran. The high-level knight is caught totally off guard. His face twists in sheer horror as he takes that destructive power point blank. Deafening explosions echo back to back, wiping out everything in the blast zone. The panicked assassins scream out, frantic, "Find the captain first!" As the heavy dust settles, Bran's sword lies abandoned on the ground. The old man collapses, violently coughing up pools of blood. Barely breathing, Bran stares up at the sky. He silently admits he just narrowly escaped the Reaper. "I dodged it." He painfully realizes the terrifying power of that last strike. It was so devastating, he mutters in despair that dying together would have been better. Meanwhile, Logan is already riding away from the battlefield at insane speed. Logan leaves him behind. Let the old man die with whoever, he needs to survive first. Riding hard, Logan curses himself. Too careless. He breaks down the fight in his head. Then he remembers a crucial detail: he saw a coin-sized hole right in Bran's chest. Logan confirms it was a wound from the heart-piercing technique. He realizes Brand's wild excitement and crazy words were all a total bluff. But because his vision was restricted during the chaos, he completely missed that fatal opening during the fight. Even so, Logan remains incredibly confident in his own rapid growth. You and I both know what this means, right? With his secret arts and treasures, he can literally defeat a high-level knight while only at mid-level. Glancing down at his wind god boots, Logan breathes a sigh of relief. This is enough for now, but the price of fighting above his tier is massive. Pure exhaustion hits. His vision blurs and he suddenly collapses on the saddle. Young Master, Rick's terrified scream echoes through the castle, seeing Logan return battered, dusty, and pale. Rick panics, firing off questions. What on earth happened to you? Logan forces a weak smile. He awkwardly scratches his head to hide the bleeding wound and casually lies. Just fell asleep and tumbled off. Returning in this tragic state after 2 weeks in Bros throws the entire territory into chaos. Rumors explode about what the young master endured. Patrick McLean stares out his window, completely tormented. Lacking solid proof to formally accuse Bros and terrified that fighting over insulted honor would spark a massive war, the family decides to temporarily swallow their pride. His father bitterly blames himself. Our family is too weak, and that is why you suffered. I have no right to even look at you. Staring at his father's lonely back, Logan's eyes burn with fierce determination. We will get revenge. But to do that, we have to build up the family's power first. True revenge takes time, so nobody should lose hope just yet. Down at the training ground, Ronian is pouring everything into his fiery sword strikes. Golden aura blasts outward with every swing. Logan watches quietly. This war will end quickly. You just need to hone your skills. But Ronian is burning with a totally different drive. He refuses to be treated like a helpless kid anymore. He wants to be a true sword to protect his family, especially after hearing his brother was humiliated. Logan walks up, cutting the intense session short. Training hard, I see. Take a breather, Ronian. Now pay attention, because this changes everything. Seeing his confused brother, Logan smiles. Meet your new companion, Rookie. No Knight Victor. Victor approaches in imposing armor. His cold blue eyes and awakened warrior aura leave, Ronian stunned. Ronian curiously asks if the armor fits, receiving a blunt reply. Yes. Hearing Victor, the boy is secretly mind-blown that someone his exact age possesses such an insane level of divine power. It is a rare talent even he, a noble prodigy, has not reached yet. Logan explains Victor just awakened and needs time to adjust, urging them to learn from each other. Seeing Ronian still hesitating, asking if they are really training together, Logan shuts it down. We are sparring, obviously. Want to test your skills? The two teenage geniuses face off. The invisible pressure radiating from their divine power literally makes the surrounding air feel frozen solid. Logan steps back and shouts loudly, "All right, begin." In an instant, Victor and Ronian dash forward like lightning bolts. Their swords clash violently, throwing off blinding sparks and the dramatic screech of heavy, grinding metal. Ronian braces himself, absolutely shocked by the insane pressure of his opponent's iron blood sword. How is Victor already this terrifying right after awakening? Gritting his teeth against those glowing, mismatched eyes full of killing intent, Ronian decides to go all out and counter with a blazing fiery slash. We are the same age, losing here would be embarrassing. The match gets crazy intense when Victor suddenly leaps high into the air. A thunderous strike crashes down from above, slamming Ronian's blade right into the dirt with a massive energy blast. They break apart to study each other. Staring at Victor's cold expression and totally overwhelming aura, Ronian shivers. Are you some kind of monster? Watching this elite showdown, Logan stands in the back laughing out loud. He teases the two cute kids, making Ronian blush fiercely and snap back. Brother. Logan quickly drops the joke, getting serious. He demands both of them truly focus on the fight. Watching this healthy rivalry between young prodigies, he feels incredibly satisfied. Victor mastered the iron blood sword in weeks and even gave it his own wild spin. Meanwhile, Ronian, the kid who once beat a mid-level knight using strict textbook techniques, has finally broken the mold to move with complete freedom. A wild, untamed sword clashing against pure, disciplined precision. They will definitely push each other to the next level. Suddenly, Ronian yells in frustration after eating a sneak punch. So what do you and I take away from this? In war, whoever survives wins. Bite, punch, whatever it takes. All right, you and I are jumping right back in. Logan calculates he has exactly 7 years before the Empire attacks. He needs Ronian and Victor at peak strength by then. Watching Victor level up insanely fast, Logan wants to pass down his secret sword techniques. But there is a catch. He still questions if he can fully trust him. He needs an ironclad reason to bind this kid to the McLean family forever. Meanwhile, over in the study, Lord Clayton just stumbled onto little Leah's absolutely insane hidden talent. Completely stunned, he asks if she can actually see the invisible magic threads. Logan immediately realizes if Leah can learn this, her future in this harsh world is totally set. Clayan pushes the test further. He asks if she can control the heavy clay golem using those glowing yellow threads. When she nods, both Clayan and Logan are completely mind blown. Logan originally just wanted to cheer the sad kid up. He never expected to uncover a game-changing secret like this. He had his suspicions early on, but actually seeing raw magic threads? That is unreal. Watch closely here, because we just found another genius. To prove it, Clayan funnels his magic into a hidden spot and tells little Leah to point out exactly where it goes. Without a single second of hesitation, she points straight at him. Just to be absolutely sure, he runs the test again with multiple different objects. Her answers are dead-on perfect every single time. That water pitcher, and you, sir. Seeing this freakish talent, Clayan practically screams out loud. This kid is an absolute monster. Logan watches quietly, analyzing the situation. He knows that even legendary archmages cannot see pure mana with their bare eyes. If the world found out Logan had this same exact broken ability, people would absolutely lose their minds. He kneels down and gently asks Leah if she truly wants to learn magic. She nods firmly, saying she wants to control giant golems. Her innocent reason? With a massive golem, she could do so much more to help everyone. Deeply moved by her pure resolve, Logan officially leaves her in Clayan's hands. The mages lose their minds with hype. They scramble to grab measuring tapes, rushing to tailor a custom wizard robe since they have absolutely zero sizes for a tiny kid. Finding a literal treasure like this would make anyone frantic. Clayan stares at her, seriously wondering what kind of legendary parents birthed these two absolute mutant geniuses. With his family's military power skyrocketing, Logan finally decides it is time to leave. He needs to head out and fulfill his old promise to Master Felix. He plans to travel completely solo, figuring an entourage would just drag him down. But a few days later, a massive surprise waits for him out in the courtyard. A full squad of heavily armored knights stands at attention, led by an insanely hyped commander. It is my absolute honor to escort you, young master. We will serve you with our lives. Standing before this highly disciplined, screaming mob, Logan's face instantly turns pitch black. He stands frozen in place, looking totally defeated, while internally screaming for everyone to just vanish. He wanted a free and easy solo trip, and now he is stuck with an entire army. Henderson, the overly excited knight captain, stands tall and loudly declares his eternal loyalty. Deep down inside, though, this guy is practically vibrating with joy to visit the capital. He is convinced he is serving a future legend and already dreaming of becoming Logan's most trusted right-hand man in the wars to come. But Logan immediately crushes those epic fantasies with the most basic order ever. Hey you, go fetch some firewood to start the camp. Watching the mighty knight captain miserably shuffle away to pick up sticks, Logan just stares in absolute deadpan exhaustion. In reality, Logan fought hard to travel alone, but Patrick McLean forcefully refused, arguing that a noble must bring servants just to maintain his face. After a long argument, Logan finally gave up and brought knights. But he squints, wondering why the heck Rick is tagging along. Caught off guard, Rick panics while brushing his horse, claiming the family would look weak without proper attendance. Logan narrows his eyes, calling his bluff. He knows Rick just wants a free ticket to Gran. Completely exposed, Rick wildly confesses the tragic truth. Literally 0 girls in their rural territory will talk to him. He desperately needs to reach the royal capital just to find a decent wife. Smart move, skipping country girls for city ladies. But the chaotic noise of his crew gives Logan such a massive headache he literally has to cover his ears. He sighs heavily, thinking these guys are way too annoying. But he calms himself down. This long journey to Gran is not just a casual visit to catch up with Master Felix. Let's pause right here, because you and I know he's plotting something bigger. He has 2 massive goals: confirm future timeline changes and somehow build a solid alliance with the third prince. Logan sharply recalls past history. Emperor Samuel von Grandia had 0 heirs until he hit 40. Desperate, he brought in concubines and finally got 2 sons. But then, 10 whole years later, the Empress miraculously gave birth to the third prince when she was over 40. This youngest royal possessed insane innate sword talent and silver-tongued charisma, completely leaving his older half-brothers choking in the dust right from the start. Those older brothers did nothing but cause massive trouble. Even though the emperor heavily favored his youngest son, the powerful noble families backing the other 2 princes were absolutely not having it. They constantly launched vicious, underhanded smear campaigns, doing everything possible to destroy the third prince's public image in the eyes of the common people. Logan knows the dark truth. If history repeats, the winter right before the third prince comes of age, the emperor will suddenly die. That sparks a brutally bloody civil war. Royal siblings turn into absolute monsters fighting for the ultimate throne. The first prince, Blas, is a monstrous 6-circle mage, Plus, he has unbreakable political backing from his terrifying grandfather. He forms a deadly alliance with the second prince, Jordan, a powerhouse known for absolute invincible strength. Facing these two massive factions, the third prince has zero chance of winning and gets doomed to a brutal execution. But right at that hair-raising life-or-death moment, the strongest neutral duke in the entire kingdom stepped up and struck a desperate deal with the emperor. Consider this an imperial command. Spare the third prince, and I swear I will become the new emperor's most absolute, blindly loyal sword. Thanks to that massive sacrifice, the youngest prince barely survived. In the end, the first prince crushed the second prince and brutally ascended to the highest seat of power. So what do you and I take from this? The first prince's reign brought nothing but pure starvation, right up until the neighboring empire brutally invaded. Stick with me here, we're jumping right back into the trauma. Even worse, that coward actually used Ronian as a human shield. Remembering this dark past, Logan grips his sword, his eyes burning with pure fury. I will never let him take the throne again. He swears to rewrite history so this tragedy doesn't repeat like it did in his past life. Logan tells himself the second prince is just as corrupt anyway, so he decides to go meet the third prince in person just to see if the guy is actually worthy of the crown. Arriving at the massive gates, the guards announce his identity is confirmed he is cleared to enter. Stepping into the courtyard, Logan is completely blown away by the sheer majesty of the place. Wait, is this really the Sword Saint's mansion? Walking right next to him, Rick's jaw practically hits the floor in shock. Wow, it is gorgeous. But while Rick is busy staring, he jumps, accidentally bumping into a beautiful maid of the estate. Rick immediately leans into Logan's ear, whispering his greedy little plan. Young master, if I can just marry a beautiful maid from the Duke's family, wouldn't they back up our entire clan? Help me get close to her. Before Rick can even finish his sentence, Logan delivers a brutal smack, sending him crashing straight down to the floor. Keep dreaming, idiot. Go back to sleep. Just then, a sharply dressed, blonde man approaches them with a polite bow. Ah, you must be Logan. Please, follow me. He signals for everyone else to follow along. But Logan suddenly freezes in his tracks, feeling an absolutely unreal, overwhelming aura radiating from this guy. Seeing Logan go totally silent, the mysterious man just smiles politely at him. May I ask for your name? My apologies, I almost forgot to introduce myself first. I am On, the butler of the Felix Duchy. That introduction hits Logan like a truck. He stands there stunned, cold sweat pouring down his face in pure shock. Now, pay close attention here. Deep down, Logan realizes the man standing right in front of him is the legendary captain of the Grandia Liberation Front from his past life. Unlike Logan, who only lived for cold revenge, Lise Han was an absolute hero in his mind, a great man who fought and died for the highest, most noble ideals. Logan perfectly remembers their very first meeting in his past life. Back then, Lise, wearing heavy, battle-scarred armor, looked him dead in the eye and desperately begged, I need your help. You are the only one who can do this. He handed Logan a highly classified document with strict orders. Memorize every single thing written inside this book. Memorize it all, then burn it to ashes. And make sure to pass this knowledge on to someone truly worthy. To think these two were bound by destiny even back then. Logan frantically searches through his own memories, trying to remember what else Lise told him in those final, desperate messages years ago. The blurry image of the brave captain with that long facial scar flashes back. He was definitely saying something, but right when the memory gets close, a massive, splitting headache hits him like a heavy hammer, making Logan hold his head and groan in pain. Groaning, he asks himself in a total panic, why on earth can't I remember such a crucially important memory right now of all times? Noticing his young guest acting so strange, Lise asks with genuine concern, are you okay? Logan quickly tries to play it cool. I am fine, thank you, Captain. Ah, no. I mean, butler. He awkwardly makes up an excuse about losing sleep last night to hide his slip-up. Lise just smiles warmly, patting his shoulder. You are young, but you really need to take better care of your health. Do not end up like me, regretting it when you get old. Be careful. Logan heard those exact same words a million times in his past life, but hearing them now, he just smiles, feeling genuinely happy to reunite with an old friend. Whatever that final message was, he tells himself to let it go for now. He has to focus on the present and stop every tragedy from happening this time. Like they say in the movies, getting a second chance at life always happens for a reason. Stopping in front of the massive wooden doors, Lise announces, the Duke is waiting for you inside right now. See you later. Logan nods firmly. All right, I am heading in. But the very second his hand touches the heavy door, a powerful, impatient voice booms loudly from inside. Get in here quickly. What are you waiting for? Logan jumps a little bit but quickly regains his cool confidence. He flashes a bright smile and pushes the heavy doors open. Facing the incredibly powerful figures waiting inside, he bows respectfully. It is an absolute honor to meet you both. I hope you have been well. Stepping inside, Logan instantly meets the Duchess's gentle gaze. She smiles so warmly at him. You must be Logan, right? My husband has told me so much about you. We owe you a massive favor. Logan bows his head with deep respect. It is an absolute pleasure to meet you, Duchess. Congratulations, you finally have an heir to the family. Suddenly, Felix speaks up, his face turning dead serious. You and I both know a twist is coming. Speaking of that, I have a question for you. Logan answers politely. Please, go ahead. Then, the Swordmaster drops a bombshell request. Logan, could you do me the honor of naming this child? The completely unexpected question leaves Logan stunned, barely able to gasp out in pure shock. Excuse me, asking him to name his very own kid? This is way too weird, Duke. Felix gently explains the situation to him. My wife and I have already talked this over together at length. As a massive tribute to you, I really think you should be the one to name my son. You will not refuse, right? Logan just freezes, realizing the sacred weight a name carries in this world. In Grandia, a name stays with a person for life, literally deciding the exact path that child will walk in the future. It is a deeply held ancient belief here. Noble families usually pick the exact names of the most highly respected heroes for their kids, and they even throw a massive, lavish banquet just to proudly announce that name to the public. Logan stands there in shock. They actually want me to do something this important? He is honestly deeply amazed, realizing that even though they have only met twice, the Duke and Duchess trust him with their absolute lives. He fully understands that this is a massive, life-changing responsibility, but there is absolutely zero reason to reject such an insane honor like this. Flashing a confident smile, Logan answers clearly, I would be absolutely honored to do it. Felix is overjoyed. Thank you so much, Logan. Right after, the Duke softly tells his wife, you need to rest now. I told you not to walk around too much, but I am the lady of the house. I have to greet our guests. Ah, this happy couple showing off their sweet romance is just too natural. Watching the Duchess leave, Felix secretly thinks Logan just scored a huge advantage. Being the one who named the Duke's son is an incredible badge of honor he can flaunt forever. After telling her to rest again, the door shuts with a loud thud. Now, it is just the two men left in the room. Logan breathes a quiet sigh of relief, blaming his terrible social skills in awkward situations like this. Suddenly, Felix totally changes the subject. Let's talk about something else. Logan blinks, confused. What do you mean? The Swordmaster's eyes turn dangerously sharp, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, things are about to get wild. He says, I am honestly amazed. Your power has spiked insanely fast. Let's see exactly how strong you are now. Let's dive into a training session that will completely shatter our main character's pride. Felix issues the challenge. Both step onto the grand training ground. Logan doesn't hesitate, instantly channeling pure power into his legs. The deafening clash of metal rings out again and again. Logan goes all out, unleashing a relentless barrage of lightning-fast strikes straight at his master. But Felix, completely relaxed, he easily deflects every single lethal attack with just a flick of his blade. The man is a literal sword saint, and he is definitely living up to the massive hype right now. Logan grits his teeth. Sweat pours down his face. The reality hits him hard. His master is blocking his absolute best moves without breaking a single sweat. He tells himself this fight is the ultimate test to see where his true power level actually stands. Suddenly, Felix stops dead in his tracks. He barks out a sharp command, stop right there. Logan pulls his sword back, totally confused, but then he freezes completely at the master's cryptic question. Do you even know what you are doing? Logan just stands there, stunned and questioning everything. Felix stands tall, glaring down at Logan with absolute disappointment in his eyes. What on earth are you doing? Do not tell me this is all you have got. Logan clenches his jaw, sweat dripping down his face, but he fires back a firm no. Felix just smirks. He dares his student to pull out every single ounce of strength he has. This is their very first real training session since becoming master and disciple. Logan refuses to let the Sword Saint down in the first few minutes of the fight. He has to prove his worth. He focuses all his internal energy, triggering a massive, earth-shattering explosion of power. As their blades clash again, Logan holds absolutely nothing back, laying all his cards on the table. Right after landing the Azure Dragon Slash, Logan pivots instantly. He immediately launches his next devastating attack, the sword-breaking stance. A blinding aura erupts, wiping out everything in a massive blast of raw energy. But right in the middle of the smoke, Felix is just laughing, a cold, mocking laugh. How truly hilarious. Now watch this insane speed. Logan panics as his master completely vanishes from sight. A split second later, Felix is looming right behind him, dropping a ridiculously brutal insult. Are you already done after just 2 moves? The impact hits so hard that Logan coughs in pure agony, completely overwhelmed. Felix looks down at him like a bug. Get up. Throwing raw power around without using your brain is just a massive waste of time. Logan is absolutely stunned. The exact same technique he used to critically wound the Moonlight Knight is being treated like a literal joke. He grips his hilt, hands shaking uncontrollably, as burning humiliation completely takes over his chest. Felix glares right through him with razor-sharp eyes. Show me your true skills right now. But here is the crazy part. Logan already went all out. He literally has nothing left to show. Do not disappoint me again, Logan. That freezing warning from his master feels like a bucket of ice water dumped straight on the young lord's pride. Kneeling in the dirt, Logan grits his teeth against the suffocating pressure crushing his shoulders. He screams in his own mind this time, I am getting serious. Stomping the ground, Logan dashes forward with godlike speed and unleashes his ultimate yellow sword slash. But as the dust clears, Felix is still standing perfectly still. Not a single scratch. The master sighs, deeply disappointed. Do you still not get what I'm saying? In a literal flash, Felix moves faster than humanly possible. He closes the distance instantly, leaving Logan staring wide-eyed in absolute terror. Once again, Logan realizes his opponent has completely vanished from sight. He did not even hear a single footstep. Before Logan can even blink, bam! A brutal strike from the sword hilt smashes right into his face. The humiliation is completely off the charts right now. How do you even keep fighting after that? He bites down on the sharp pain, desperately trying to drag himself back up while gasping heavily for air. His chest feels like it is collapsing. Every single breath is a massive struggle against the crushing pressure coming from his master. He completely collapses to the floor, clutching his chest and coughing violently in absolute helpless defeat. Felix just stares down with freezing cold eyes and mocks him. You actually call this sword play? Are you completely sure you even learned the basics? Logan grinds his teeth, screaming out in pure, resentful frustration. I am sick of this useless swordplay. What the hell do you actually want from me? I know what you're thinking. Didn't Logan get stronger? Well, Felix drops a harsh truth. Logan's swordplay is basically the same, maybe even worse, because his absolute core foundation is completely and utterly ruined. The Sword Saint harshly scolds him for relying entirely on his special abilities, falsely believing those powers would magically make his actual sword skills any better. He makes it crystal clear true strength requires an unbreakable foundation, because future battles will only get harder. Logan goes completely silent, realizing the painful truth in his master's harsh words. It hits him hard. The sheer arrogance from his past life experience and special powers totally led him down the wrong path. After his regression, everything was just too easy. He made the stupid mistake of focusing purely on holy sword techniques while completely ignoring the most basic fundamentals of combat. Gripping his sword tight, his eyes burn with fresh resolve to fix this massive mistake. He finally learned his lesson. Guess you really cannot reach the top without a strict master tearing you down first, right? Let's go again. Even with his body completely falling apart, Logan refuses to back down. He clutches the practice blade, eyes blazing with pure determination, and begs for one more round. Deep down, he swears to himself that he has to start entirely from scratch, mastering the basics to unlock his true, limitless potential. But the insane training intensity pushes way past his absolute limits. Logan finally collapses, pale and completely drained. The guards panic, rushing in with a stretcher while screaming out loud, "Get the medic, right now." Watching from a distance, Liz just smiles faintly. When someone uses their own bleeding body to learn the sword, the pain makes the muscles remember it forever. He turns and teases the master, noting he actually looks entertained. Felix just smirks. Despite calling him a waste of talent earlier, he openly admits that he really likes the kid's stubborn persistence. Suddenly, Rick sprints over and completely interrupts their little chat. "Excuse me, I need to cut in here." Under Felix's sharp, questioning glare, the shaking servant introduces himself as Rick, Logan's personal attendant. Honestly, it is pretty bold of him to just walk right up to the Duke's face like that. Rick respectfully hands over a top-secret letter. Felix is totally surprised, wondering why Logan's father didn't just use a fast communication device instead of sending a physical letter. Rick nervously explains that there are certain things the young master absolutely cannot find out. Opening it, Felix reads a deeply sincere, desperate plea from Patrick Marlen. The Lord expresses massive gratitude, saying that thanks to the Sword Saint's teachings, the family knights have leveled up their skills in a huge way. But Patrick desperately begs Felix to help Logan unlock the Holy Sword, since his son has been totally stuck for 2 whole years. Felix finds this absolutely hilarious, considering he literally only taught them the most basic, lowest-level techniques. Patrick swallowed his pride to beg the Duke to help his son. So what do we make of this? Trust me, the real training is just about to begin. All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. The Marl family will never forget this massive favor. Felix smirks. Hilarious, right? He turns to Rick to double-check if Logan is truly clueless about this letter. Hearing that the young master is fully focused on his training, Felix cannot help but click his tongue. He is genuinely stunned that a 20-year-old guy has absolutely zero interest in women. Fast forward 1 week. A fully recovered Logan stares back in total confusion. A party? Felix loudly declares that a 20-year-old noble heir without a fiancée is ridiculous and spells trouble. So he drops the bomb. Time to get married, Logan, and he has already taken the liberty of picking out someone. This sudden, out-of-nowhere marriage announcement leaves Logan standing there completely dumbfounded and speechless. He asks why his master suddenly changed his mind after strictly demanding total focus on training. Felix calmly explains that peace of mind is vital for real progress, a hard truth he only truly understood after getting married. Deep down, Logan starts to panic. This makes zero sense. A bloody civil war is breaking out in a few months, so why get engaged now? But Felix absolutely refuses to back down. He reveals someone specifically requested this, and honestly, he is deeply worried about the future of his one and only disciple. Felix keeps lecturing him, saying it is perfectly normal for parents to worry, especially when their grown son refuses to settle down and start a family. Even though Logan secretly thinks this whole situation is pure nonsense, he knows he cannot just bluntly reject his respected master's earnest request right now. So he agrees to spend one single day meeting this girl. The date begins, and a stunning young woman with bright auburn hair and sharp eyes formally bows. "A pleasure to meet you, young Master Logan Marl. I am Eileen Floyd." Yeah, there is no escaping this. He was bound to get married sooner or later anyway. Her sheer, radiant beauty makes Rick gasp in absolute shock from the background. Even Logan, a guy who normally does not care about romance at all, freezes up for a second. Now pay attention, because here is the crazy part you need to see. What shocks him isn't her gorgeous face, it is the heavy, overpowering aura radiating from her. Logan instantly realizes this arranged fiancée is an absolute powerhouse. Her strength is sitting comfortably at the peak of the beginner tier, practically touching the realm of a mid-level knight. He cannot even believe an 18-year-old girl has already reached such a terrifying elite level of power. The name Floyd suddenly triggers a horrific memory in Logan's mind about the 3-year civil war from his past life. Eileen Floyd was Grandia's top genius, but suffered a tragic fate. She was known as the Iron Flower of a ruined family, a legendary woman who once locked a city gate single-handedly and utterly destroyed 100 elite knights alone. Logan is stunned, realizing he is sitting across from a priceless talent. He quickly calculates that pulling her onto the Marl family's side before the war erupts would be a massive, game-changing advantage. Suddenly, an idea hits him. Why not fully marry her instead of just a basic engagement to secure her loyalty? But Logan hesitates, because nobles never actually get married after just one meeting. Funny how he hated the idea at first, but now wants to rush it. Catching his hesitation, Eileen smirks and coldly points out that the young master clearly does not want to be here either. Logan snaps out of his thoughts. He awkwardly apologizes, claiming he was just distracted by something else. Eileen bluntly replies that she feels the exact same way and hates wasting time on pointless things. "You and I both see exactly where this is going." She steps up, looks him in the eye, and drops a bold offer. "Shall we spend meaningful time together?" Flashing back to earlier, Eileen was furious and completely shocked by her father's news. "Making me go on another blind date with some useless rich kid?" She firmly told Count Robert Floyd that she had absolutely zero intention of getting married right now. The Count just smiled gently, trying to persuade his beautiful daughter. He then dropped a massive name, revealing the matchmaker was none other than Felix Esperanza himself. Hearing the name of the legendary sword saint, Eileen froze in pure shock, her eyes suddenly lighting up with intense curiosity. Robert Floyd laughed loudly, explaining the candidate was the Duke's own disciple, a rising star who was still relatively unknown. Naturally, he made sure to hype up his own daughter too. A true genius who awakened her internal aura at just 12 years old, an insanely rare feat. But behind that glory was Eileen's wild history, where she beat her very first fiancé so badly the engagement was instantly cancelled. Count Robert could only hold his head in despair over his daughter's violent streak, which got her strictly banned from practicing swordsmanship for a long time. But just 2 years later, Eileen crushed an actual knight during another matchmaking date, purely to prove she was already stronger than most official elite warriors out there. From then on, she became known as the girl who beats down knights, and every single marriage proposal after that ended in absolute terror. Sweating bullets, Count Robert nervously realized he could not miss this golden opportunity. Felix guaranteed this Logan kid was an outstanding genius, maybe the only one capable of handling his monster daughter. Back in the present, Logan is sweating buckets, stammering in complete and utter confusion. Meaningful time? What exactly do you mean by that?" He stares awkwardly as she tightly grips her clothes, her face flushing red from pure excitement. Eileen looks right into Logan's eyes, loudly declaring she knows he is the Sword Saint's disciple. With a burning desire for battle in her eyes, she drops a shocking challenge. "Do you want to spar with me?" Watching this, Her maid and Rick scream in absolute despair. "My lady, master, please." The frantic maid rushes in to stop her, scolding Eileen for trying to pulverize yet another potential fiancé despite the Count's strict warnings. Eileen looks super annoyed by the interruption, but firmly insists that this time is completely different. She remembers those past suitors, arrogant fools who looked down on her, crudely saying she would breed strong children because of her aura, and even boasting they could easily defeat her barehanded. Gritting her teeth in bitter rage, Eileen admits she still deeply regrets not beating them into a much bloodier pulp. She turns and walks away with absolute resolve, shooting a cold glare at Logan, guaranteeing this time will not end like that. Rick panics, begging him not to fight because hitting her means game over. But Logan calmly and eagerly starts stretching his muscles, confidently stating that is simply not going to happen. So what do you and I take from all this? He is genuinely curious about her real power, wanting to test if that past life rumor of her soloing 100 nights is actually true. Alright, you and I are about to watch an epic test of skill. Logan ordered the training ground completely locked down for privacy. Meanwhile, out in the halls, the clueless servants were still loudly arguing about their master's true background. Alan Freud quietly drew her blade. She boldly declared she had been training her sword skills all by herself for 10 solid years. Logan was clearly shocked that she was completely self-taught, but Alan did not hesitate. She fired back a fierce warning, claiming she had already defeated an actual knight in combat. She demanded that he absolutely not look down on her skills. Logan just smiled gently. He quickly explained that he was merely amazed by her raw talent, not underestimating her in the slightest. Then he made his stance clear. Logan stated he had zero intention of holding back. He warned her to understand if his attacks got a bit too violent. That intense declaration definitely left Alan feeling a little bit flustered. Giving her zero time to process, Logan stomped hard and launched an insane speed blitz. The rapid dash closed the gap instantly. Alan could not react at all. She just stared with wide, terrified eyes as his blade suddenly appeared inches from her face. Boom! A lightning-fast strike crashed down. Logan brutally slammed the flat of his blade right into her ribs, making Alan gasp in pure pain. She instantly collapsed to the floor. She had to use her sword just to stay upright, leaving the watching maid in absolute shock. Logan coldly stared down at her from above. He harshly warned that leaving herself wide open like that was basically a death sentence. Gritting her teeth in bitter frustration, Alan swore she would find a way to counterattack no matter what. But Logan remained completely unbothered. He coldly pointed out that her sword grip was way too loose. A split second later, he unleashed another heavy strike that left her completely defenseless and unable to react in time. Logan kept pushing her hard. He ordered her to move faster, then landed another agonizing blow that left Alan groaning in sheer agony. He ruthlessly exposed all her flaws. Shouting that both her sides were totally exposed, he rained down a series of flawlessly accurate strikes. The fight was completely one-sided. Completely exhausted, Alan collapsed onto the dirt, gasping for air. Far away, Rick and the terrified maid could only watch the brutal beatdown in extreme panic. Looking down at the broken girl, Logan suddenly dropped a surprisingly caring remark. "Seems you are tired. Wipe that blood off first. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy." Using his distraction, Alan suddenly launched a reckless, lightning-fast surprise attack, but Logan easily dodged it by a hair's breadth. The desperate girl could only grit her teeth in bitter anger as her risky ambush missed the target completely. Instead of getting mad at Alan's trick, Logan actually nodded in praise, calling it the right call. Honestly, who could predict a compliment like that? That unexpected praise left Alan completely stunned. She had no clue what his real intentions were. Deep suspicion exploded in her mind. She furiously wondered if he was actually praising her tactics or just cruelly mocking her absolute weakness in battle. Keeping a deadly serious expression, Logan continued his harsh lesson. He scolded her, demanding to know why her movements were not much cleaner. He delivered another brutal strike, making Alan scream in sheer pain. That did it. Exploding in tears, she cursed at him, screaming that he was an absolute bastard. Logan watched her quietly. He realized she had picked up way too many bad habits from training entirely alone. Still, he was genuinely shocked to see her improving at such a terrifying speed after just a few simple tips. Staring at Alan's untapped genius, Logan finally understood how his master Felix felt when they first met. He knew it would be a massive waste if she never received proper training. With her fierce pride completely triggered, Alan let out a massive fighting roar. Alan instantly executed a series of crazy, lightning-fast movements, leaving behind vivid afterimages that made the surrounding space shake with every single step. Logan silently noted that her footwork had already become incredibly impressive, totally shedding the reckless desperation she showed earlier. Screaming at the top of her lungs, Alan wildly swung her sword, but Logan effortlessly countered every attack, firing back with his own ice-cold strikes. The girl ground her teeth in helpless despair, realizing she was completely overpowered. Logan dashed past like lightning, landing a heavy blow to her back that sent her stumbling. Alan collapsed onto the training floor, panting heavily from total exhaustion. Logan stood quietly, deeply impressed. He muttered that she had true talent and real spirit. Sheathing his blade, Logan approached her and politely offered his hand. He calmly told the young lady that he would gladly help her up. Logan pulled her up and declared she would get another chance. You and I both thought she failed, right? Well, think again. Alan gasped in shock, feeling totally flustered as Logan stepped in extremely close. Looking straight into her eyes, Logan firmly told her to join his team. He promised she would become a god of war, nothing less. He promised she would have absolute freedom to train and spar as much as she wanted. He guaranteed a massive stage where she could build her own legendary reputation. Alan froze for a second, then suddenly cheered in pure, unfiltered excitement. Sounds perfectly good, Logan secretly gloated. He realized her raw sword senses easily rivaled Ronian's skills. Now he knew that those past life rumors about her being a total genius were absolutely true. He told himself that if the only price to recruit such an insane talent was a simple marriage engagement, then this was honestly the ultimate bargain of a lifetime. Later, Logan wondered why his master specifically recommended the Freud family. First off, the Freud family held massive influence in the capital city, yet they strictly avoided joining any prince's royal faction. They could perfectly represent Marlen, a rising family with absolutely zero connections in the insanely complicated political battlefield of the central government. Logan secretly realized that with this strong backing, the Bifrost faction would definitely face way more crushing difficulties in the near future. Even though he was constantly stressing over the explosive upcoming civil war, Logan had to admit his wise master's strategic viewpoint made a whole lot of sense. Felix suddenly leaned in close, revealing his second big reason with a super mischievous grin. He admitted he was just dying to see what would happen if he paired a cunning little brat with such a wild, untamed girl. Logan was left totally speechless by his master's bizarre logic. Still, he told himself that no matter what the old man's actual reasoning was, as long as it helped his grand scheme, he could completely accept it. Felix casually mentioned that Logan's embarrassed face during the blind date finally made him look like a normal guy his own age. The master lowered his voice, confessing he had no idea exactly how massive the heavy burden Logan carried on his young shoulders really was, but he always noticed his student wearing a pained expression, acting like he was carrying the anxiety of the entire world alone. Felix warmly placed a hand on his disciple's shoulder. He sincerely advised him not to endure everything solo, but to open up, trust those around him, and finally relax. He truly believed that this fiery young lady named Alan could bring a little peace to Logan's chaotic soul. Logan smiled softly, deeply appreciating his master's kindness, but deep down, he remained fiercely committed to his absolute duty to change the future, a mission only he could achieve. That touching moment vanished instantly when Felix suddenly dropped some highly questionable life advice based on his own experience. Have kids early before you end up single like me. That wild joke made Logan scream in pure panic, Master, and that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right back into the madness. Inside the training hall, the clash of weapons and pained groans echo everywhere. Henderson braces himself for impact, but gets completely blasted away. Logan just stands there, totally ice cold, dropping a harsh scolding. You seriously couldn't block that? You better focus up. 3 whole weeks have passed since they first stepped foot in the capital. Aside from those painfully boring noble gatherings, Logan spends every single waking moment training. He clicks his tongue, thinking he's just fighting a bunch of useless punching bags. Does this even count as practice? When you are this ridiculously strong, opponents just feel like chew toys. Logan secretly wonders why the attitude of his subordinates is getting weirder and way more annoying since they got here. Seeing the totally thrilled expressions on Henderson and the others after getting completely thrashed, he feels confused. Why are these useless guys acting even more annoying since we reached the capital? Did I hit them in the head too much? Henderson's eyes are literally glowing with pure worship, giving Logan the absolute creeps. Meanwhile, outside the hall, the Duke's Knights start whispering and gossiping as they watch the Marl troops training themselves to absolute exhaustion. They sneer, mocking how these guys are supposedly mid-tier knights. By capital standards, only the lowest class scrubs have to struggle this hard learning basic sword arts. One arrogant jerk even suggests they should just go find some reserve knights to spar with. Witnessing that level of disrespect, Henderson and his squad just walk away in total silence, secretly amazed by the absolute endless energy of their young master. Suddenly, Henderson freezes, realizing something incredibly strange. Yeah, those capital knights are definitely strong, but oddly, their sword techniques are actually inferior to the Ironblood sword. The teammate right next to him immediately nods in agreement. Yeah, I was thinking exactly that. Those capital knights just keep bragging that their sword skills came directly from a sword master, constantly wondering why Marl's troops use such inferior low-tier moves. But talking big early usually ends in a brutal reality check. Now pay attention, because this realization changes everything. Henderson falls deep into thought, wondering if their family's technique actually came from a master. Suddenly, a totally mind-blowing thought flashes through his head. Obviously, a technique like this could never be self-created. Their master learned a sword art that completely outclasses even the Duke's own techniques. He is absolutely convinced that Logan personally gifted them the power to become the very best. With tears of pure emotion welling in their eyes, Henderson and his squad clasp their hands in deep admiration. They silently confirm this is exactly what they expect from their great master. Meanwhile, Logan secretly feels relieved that Philip hasn't caused him any extra headaches. He observes closely and sees that the guy seems completely focused on his daily training. This makes Logan start seriously considering whether he should finally hand over a crucial, high-stakes mission to him. Over in a busy corner of the capital, the atmosphere is absolutely bustling with loud, tempting sales pitches. A sharp-looking guy with glasses stands right in the middle of the crowd, holding up some wild advertisement signs. Exclusive goods right here. You're wasting your noble life if you don't buy this. Yep, that is Philip. He is totally fired up, hyping himself up. This right here is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to make some serious cash. Philip enthusiastically pulls in passing nobles, heavily advertising that these are the absolute must-have essentials for any noble family living in the capital. Spotting a customer who looks a bit anxious, Philip instantly closes the distance and smoothly starts his slick sales pitch. "Oh, sir, please come take a quick look. You seem worried that this medicine might wash it away." The second he finishes talking, he spins around with a massive, beaming smile. "Oh, sir, you look exactly like our master." But Philip's bright smile instantly freezes. He realizes the guy standing right behind him is actually Logan, looking absolutely furious with killer intent. The sudden appearance of the young master and his entire squad of knights scares the absolute life out of Philip. He immediately drops to his knees, shaking all over while stammering, "The competition is just too brutal. I didn't have any other choice." Logan coldly stares down at the scammer groveling at his feet. He drops his voice and orders him to stand up straight. "You're our brand representative. Why are you acting like a beggar?" Logan firmly declares he will help Philip make real money the right way. He tells him to stop playing these cheap little tricks just to scrape by with a few extra coins. He orders Philip to get up, announcing they are done with this street hustle because he has a real job for him. Hearing the words about a new mission, Philip's eyes instantly light up with intense curiosity. Right after that, Logan introduces a squad of fully armored knights standing on standby. "I am assigning them to you. This is Unit 18 from the Marlen Knights. They will be entirely responsible for your protection." Logan flashes a bright smile, sincerely hoping the two sides will work well together. Philip just stares in total shock at the 6 elite knights standing right in front of him. He stammers out a question. "I hope so too, but what kind of mission actually needs bodyguards? All 6 of them." Let's pause for a second. "You and I know things are about to escalate." Logan calms him down, saying it's just a bigger version of what he did last year. Cutting to the chase, Logan demands the maximum possible supply of weapons, horses, and wood by the end of this year. This news hits like a total lightning bolt, making Philip scream in absolute pure panic. "Are you planning to start another war?" Logan just smirks with this super mysterious vibe. He calmly replies, "Oh, do I really look like a warmonger? I just want to be fully prepared for any emergency." "Yeah, right, absolute liar." Philip's face turns completely pale as he trembles and mutters, "An emergency? Every single time you say that, something insane actually happens." Feeling a terrible bad omen, Philip frantically waves his hands to jinx it away. After finally regaining a tiny bit of calm, he cautiously asks about the budget size for this absolutely massive procurement run. Logan looks straight at Philip with eyes full of absolute trust and clearly drops a totally jaw-dropping number. 30 million. Try to get the absolute most you can with that cash. 30 or 40 million. Philip gasps in pure shock at the monumental number Logan just casually threw out. Logan stays deep in thought. He reached this conclusion after directly clashing with the Sinan family. He realized that by maxing out their archers, their army could easily crush an entire brigade of low-tier knights using just regular foot soldiers. He firmly believes that if this succeeds, this tactic will completely revolutionize the military standards across the entire continent. It would reach a level almost matching the elite royal archers he witnessed in his past life. However, Philip instantly pours ice-cold water on that dream, pointing out Logan knows absolutely nothing about trade details. He bluntly claims they will not even secure half of that imagined stock. Philip frantically explains that when demand skyrockets like this, prices will literally shoot to the moon, especially for war horses. He aggressively emphasizes the fact that horses don't just magically spawn out of nowhere by throwing money around, and they definitely cannot reproduce overnight. Logan actually looks a bit flustered. He openly wonders if he gave the order way too late, since he originally thought everything would be perfectly fine before the war officially starts. Hearing the word war, Philip completely loses it, screaming to know if his master is seriously starting another war. You and I definitely need to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. Logan wildly waves his hands, telling Philip to just calm down so he can explain everything simply. Philip holds up 3 fingers, absolutely certain the price will triple no matter what, and he is dead set on stopping this wild spending spree. But Logan thinks for a second, then makes a firm choice. Double the price? Buy it anyway. Money is no object, they just need the goods. Logan cuts right through the manager's panic with a brand new offer. Flashing a highly calculated smirk, Logan tells Philip that if he secures the goods for under double the market price, he gets a bonus. Curious, Philip asks how much. He completely freezes when Logan locks in a solid 3% of the price difference. Like lightning hitting his brain, Philip loses his mind with pure excitement. He instantly changes his tune, swearing to work his absolute hardest. Commission totally beats pride. Meanwhile, Henderson stands there, completely clueless about how huge 3% actually is. Logan smiles to himself. Forget morals, just talk money. Philip happily rushes over to massage his generous young master's shoulders, both of them absolutely thrilled. By training and fighting alongside Master Felix, Logan finally finds a way to upgrade his sword skills. He also quietly praises his own luck for pulling a genius like Alan to his side. Everything seems to be going perfectly, but deep down, Logan is still super anxious because King Samuel is unhappy with the current monarchy. Despite zero signs of war, his past life memories paint a completely different picture. Logan knows nobody expects the king to drop dead at the very last minute. He tells himself he at least knows beforehand so he can prepare. Right now, Logan has earned his master's absolute trust. While he really wants to meet the third prince, reaching out first might look super suspicious. So, he plans to head straight back to Ain after the naming ceremony for his master's child. Suddenly, Felix shatters Logan's train of thought. The king is calling for them. Logan is totally stunned. Me? He can't believe he's being summoned so randomly. Felix then leads him right toward the majestic palace gates. The guards loudly announce that the duke's identity is verified, asking them to follow. The two silently walk deeper into the grand royal palace. Now watch closely, because this is where the pressure hits. Logan is sweating, wondering why the king wants to see a random baron's heir from the middle of nowhere. Feeling the heavy pressure crushing his disciple's shoulders, Felix gently calms him down. Feeling stressed, there is absolutely no need to worry. He confirms the king simply wants to see his student's face. His Majesty loves talented people, so this meeting won't harm Logan in the slightest. Logan quietly agrees, but his eyes keep scanning the breathtaking beauty of Granvia Castle. He thinks to himself, as long as the Empire survives, this masterpiece remains safe. But dark memories of it becoming a filthy den for corrupt rulers after the war still haunt him. Staring at the stunning palace, Logan makes a vow. Beautiful place, but future politicians will ruin it. He swears to absolutely never let that dark future happen again. The massive main hall doors slowly creak open, revealing a gorgeous long corridor with red carpets and hanging flags. Logan quietly follows Master Felix toward the majestic throne. Arriving right before the Emperor, Felix loudly commands him to bow to the nation's ruler. They both drop to their knees, performing the highest form of respect in front of the king. From high above, the king's casual voice echoes out. I told you not to be so formal. Felix stays completely serious. He insists that if the seniors don't set an example, the juniors won't learn. Respect must absolutely be shown where it's due. The king happily laughs, thrilled that his old friend hasn't changed one bit, and orders them both to look up. Reaching out, he says he wants to see Felix's pride and joy up close. Logan slowly looks up, finally getting to see the majestic King Samuel sitting on his throne, rocking pure white hair, a long beard, and a stunning crown. This old man right in front of him is Samuel von Grandia, the guy history brutally labeled as a totally incompetent ruler. Seeing him look so incredibly healthy, Logan is lost in thought. Nobody would ever guess this reigning king is about to pass away. You and I both know how these timelines work. If the king looks sick, the succession issue would be fixed early, and that bloody civil war would have never happened. Even so, Logan tells himself that at least everything is still following the plot he already knows. Catching Logan staring a hole through him, King Samuel chuckles. He notes this kid definitely has the guts to be Felix's disciple, since it's the first time a youngster has ever dared to stare at him like that. Logan snaps back to reality, quickly apologizing to his majesty. The king gives a kind smile, telling him not to worry. He advises Logan against copying his master's stiff manners, since he actually loves seeing fiery, passionate youth. Felix instantly speaks up, declaring Logan isn't just passionate, he is crazy talented. He overcame massive odds to lead their forces to back-to-back victories in 2 straight wars. The master firmly believes that with his student's insane courage and genius brain, anything less than a leadership role is a total waste. Hearing all this epic praise, King Samuel nods in approval. Oh, is that right? This kid really deserves to be your student, doesn't he? Curious, he then asks how the two of them actually met in the first place. Felix lowers his voice, sharing the story of his severe past injury, back when His Majesty was still the crown prince. Hearing about this crazy unexpected connection makes King Samuel burst into genuine laughter. Suddenly, the king's face turns dead serious. He looks straight at Logan and says, "Logan, right? Thank you. Truly." Logan is totally confused and just blurts out, "Yes?" He silently wonders why the king is suddenly thanking him. King Samuel gets emotional, explaining how much it hurt seeing his crippled friend. The heavy guilt was so crushing he never dared mention it. "Thank goodness you saved him." The king looks at Logan with pure respect. He states that helping Felix was like lifting a massive boulder off the king's own chest. A thank you is absolutely necessary. Felix quickly steps in, saying His Majesty is exaggerating, but the king stands his ground. He emphasizes that without Logan, he couldn't sit securely on this throne today. And as a king, it is his ultimate duty to officially show his gratitude where it belongs. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. King Samuel waves Logan over, handing him a wildly powerful, glowing blue gem earring. "Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride." Felix panicked, seeing the king hand over the national treasure, begging His Majesty to let him repay Logan instead. Logan just stood there frozen. He was completely shocked, realizing this bracelet pulsed with incredibly pure magic. One look was all it took. Logan knew this authentic 5-star artifact would put him leagues above everyone else, but King Samuel firmly insisted it was his rightful reward for clearing their long-held grievances. He urged Logan to take it before he changed his mind. The young master grabbed it with trembling hands, bowing his head respectfully. He swore to engrave this favor in his heart, but watching his disciple, Felix was sweating bullets. He thought Logan shouldn't accept such a massive treasure this easily. King Samuel just squinted at the boy, joking. Did Logan think his royal gift was too ordinary? Logan instantly snapped back to reality. He slipped the bracelet on, swearing to cherish and use it with his entire soul. Seeing that raw determination, King Samuel burst into loud, hearty laughter. He joked that this kid was way more decisive than his master. He looked at Logan with genuine warmth. He secretly hoped this gift would guide their twisted destiny toward a much brighter, glorious future. Before Logan left, King Samuel gave one final order. Respect your master, like the heavens, and bleed for this country exactly like Felix did. Logan quietly repeated His Majesty's advice, but deep down, a storm of really complicated thoughts was brewing. He honestly had no idea. Would his future choices actually save the kingdom, or was he just fighting for his own selfish survival? But one thing was certain. His iron will flared up, he would stop the Empire's expansion at all costs. Logan dropped to his knees, swearing loudly. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will definitely do it." Walking out of the Grand Palace, Felix muttered that the king seemed much softer lately. Logan gently reassured his master not to worry. Even after such a short meeting, Logan could tell the king trusted Felix with absolutely everything. He tactfully added that if the king kept a secret, maybe it was better left unknown. Felix smiled, admitting he was probably overthinking. He was still rattled that Logan took the royal artifact so quickly. Felix explained it was the Bracelet of Rebirth, a Tier 5 rapid recovery item. The healing power matched a High Priest's ultimate spell. Logan stared at his wrist, absolutely blown away by the artifact's insane potential. He finally grasped its true power. Fatal wounds could become tiny scratches in a split second. It offered the absolute maximum recovery possible. Felix breathed a sigh of relief, glad his student had some hardcore protection. Logan sincerely thanked his master for everything he had done. "Now watch closely, you and I are about to see him snap." Felix flashed a terrifying smile, loudly announcing he could torture Logan to death since the bracelet heals everything. Felix coldly ordered him to prepare for absolute hell. He released a dark, suffocating pressure that left Logan frozen in pure terror. Logan gritted his teeth. He told himself this was just hardcore training and promised to survive it, knowing this brutal struggle would bring insane results. Seconds later, Logan collapsed hard into the dirt. His face was completely bruised from being beaten half to death. Gasping for air, he felt like he had lived this nightmare before. Felix loomed behind him, coldly shouting for him to get up and continue training right now. Fast forward almost a full week later. The massive event everyone had been hyping up was finally taking place. The Duke's mansion was absolutely packed. A lavish, glowing party was in full swing right beneath the brilliant crystal chandeliers. The noble guests couldn't stop whispering. The Sword Saint was hosting this massive, insane ceremony just for his newborn daughter. Everyone was in total awe of the boundless love he showed. Logan stepped in looking incredibly sharp in a formal suit, sipping red wine. He instantly stole the spotlight. Whispers echoed everywhere about the Sword Saint's one and only disciple. A guest quickly approached. "Logan, it is an absolute honor to meet you." Logan flashed a polite smile and introduced himself. But honestly, he knew hiding in the shadows at parties was impossible now that he carried this heavy title. He scanned the massive crowd for his master. Right in the center, Felix was beaming, proudly holding his little angel next to his wife. You saw that too, right? Logan felt the same. Did Master completely forget brutally torturing me days ago? Suddenly, a loud announcement shattered the room's chatter. Bishop Matthew Crimson, the Unified Church's top representative, had officially arrived. The majestic bishop, sporting flowing white hair and a long beard, slowly entered the main hall. He loudly congratulated the Duke on welcoming another noble heir. Felix grabbed the cleric's hands with deep respect. He was incredibly honored by the bishop's personal visit. The bishop smiled warmly. Since she was the daughter of the nation's pillar, the Sword Saint, her birth was a massive deal. He couldn't just send a random substitute. Logan quietly watched from the sidelines. He knew every noble out here desperately wanted a divine blessing for their kids right at birth. Out of all 9 gods, Acna, the goddess of life, was the absolute favorite. Every parent begged for her 5th blessing, craving that fierce health and vitality for their child. Having the supreme priest himself show up made Felix absolutely beam with uncontrollable joy. Getting the bishop's personal seal of approval was the ultimate flex in the capital. The supreme priest slowly stepped onto the high podium. Down below, the tiny baby stirred, making soft, weak sounds as they prepped for the most sacred moment of the night. Bishop Matt respectfully raised the crying infant high into the air. His voice echoed, calling upon the gods online to witness this absolute peak naming ceremony. Logan squinted from afar, watching a brilliant aura slowly take shape. He silently wondered, was that actual divine power? He realized this mysterious energy was completely different from normal magic. So what is it? Trust me, you and I are about to find out. Stick with me here, because Logan finally figured it out. He knew exactly why everyone else only saw that blinding glow without feeling its true, terrifying nature. Meanwhile, the bishop just kept the ceremony going, his voice booming with absolute authority. In the name of Agna, the goddess of life, I bestow this blessing upon the newborn child of our great family. Now pay close attention. A blinding blast of blue energy suddenly erupted straight from the baby, washing over the entire room like pure magic. Every single guest in that banquet hall just froze completely. They were so absolutely stunned by this glorious sight that nobody could even speak. Then, wild cheers finally shattered the silence. Congratulations, Duke! A massive congratulations to you, my noble lord. The nobles endlessly praised them, firmly believing in that light, you and I know the real truth. Let's dive into this wild story. With an aura that bright, this kid is definitely destined for greatness. But amidst all this joyful celebration, Logan looks completely shocked. He stammers, totally in denial. No, that is impossible. Logan glances at the high priest and makes a terrifying discovery. The supreme clergyman is trembling. The old man's face is completely twisted in absolute terror, sweating buckets. A horrifying truth just clicked for him. Every single drop of the holy power he just bestowed, this tiny baby is violently reflecting it right back at him. A massive wave of mysterious energy suddenly erupts from the kid's body. The impact leaves the high priest absolutely paralyzed and pale. Sensing something is totally wrong, Felix nervously asks the sweating high priest what is happening. The old man, completely drenched, scrambles to cover it up with the most awkward, forced excuse ever. In his head, he is screaming that this kid is immune to holy power and he needs to run before he is exposed. He immediately turns and speed walks away, leaving the Duke and his wife staring in utter confusion. Watching this whole mess unfold, Logan figures it out. The child's body naturally reacts and fights back against any holy energy. Well, this complicates things. While he is deep in thought, a super sarcastic voice suddenly calls out from behind him. Long time no see, Logan Marlen. The guy smirks with a totally sinister vibe, trying to test him. Unfortunately, you look a lot healthier than I expected. Logan keeps his cool, flashing a calm smile and smoothly firing right back. It has been a while, Count Bephoros. Thank you, I am doing quite well. Logan's calm and unbothered attitude instantly makes Bephoros' blood boil. The old man growls, asking if he is still as arrogant as ever. Logan just gives a cheeky wink and says that is part of his charm. Absolute peak sarcasm right there. Suddenly, a sharp crash echoes out. Bephoros is so furious he crushes his wine glass barehanded. Shards of glass go flying everywhere, and bright red liquid drips straight onto the floor. Staring at his bleeding hand, Bephoros drops the most pathetic, fake excuse. He claims his hand just slipped and he did not break the glass out of anger at all. Now pay close attention here. He wipes the blood off with a handkerchief, leans right into Logan's ear, and drops a seriously vicious threat. He whispers that Logan is completely useless without his master's backing. Then, his bloody hand violently grabs Logan's collar, deliberately smearing deep red stains all over the fabric as a total provocation. Vaporizes smirks and points out that because of this, Logan has caught the attention of some very important figures, calling him incredibly lucky. Logan doesn't even flinch. He stares straight into the old fox's eyes and coldly replies that even as a count, he acts like a child. Deep down, Logan is just smirking to himself. Oh, he knows exactly how lucky he really is. After all, he literally regressed and traveled back in time. Vaporizes just growls, hoping Logan keeps this same cocky attitude when he meets those other VIPs. And the big name he is talking about? None other than the second prince, Roman von Grandia. He threatens that the prince wants a meeting, and if Logan refuses to join the second prince's faction, well, the only ending waiting for him is death. Totally unfazed by the threat, Logan casually replies that he would actually be very grateful for an introduction, and he even promises to seriously consider the prince's offer. Calling it an offer makes Vaporizes completely lose his mind. He screams at Logan for being an arrogant fool, daring to treat a royal command like some casual suggestion. Logan just coldly steps closer, smirks, and asks if it wasn't an offer to begin with. Or does the Count actually want him to join the opposing faction alongside his own lord? Vaporizes just grinds his teeth, clenching his fists in pure rage. Furious, he declares he will set up the meeting soon, warning Logan that any stupid tricks will cost him dearly. Logan just smiles and waves him off. You and I both know he's just stalling. Logan figures he can say whatever he wants right now, because in a few months, when the Civil War explodes, these guys won't have the time to care about him at all. Right now, his only goal is to drag things out and delay this meeting until everything descends into total chaos. Staring at the Count's retreating back, Logan finds it hilarious. The guy acts so tough, but he is literally just an errand boy delivering messages for the prince. So much ego just to be a glorified servant. But then, his eyes lock onto something else. He spots the Count walking up to a super intimidating middle-aged man with gray hair. That is Grandmaster Jordan V, Duke of the Satoman Kingdom. He is one of the 6 absolute elites, and get this, the second prince's grandfather. Logan mutters to himself that those massive high-tier nobles naturally wouldn't even spare a glance at a nobody like him. The only thing they actually care about is his lord. Suddenly, a hand heavily drops onto his shoulder, followed by a voice telling Logan he should watch where he steps. He turns around and immediately recognizes Byron, who is flashing the absolute fakest smile imaginable while overly affectionately calling him nephew. Byron is Logan's uncle on his mother's side and the heir to the Cairo family. He is acting super proud of how much Logan has grown. But Logan knows the ugly truth. This guy never saw him as actual family. The alliance between their two houses through that marriage, it was always just a calculated, cold-blooded political act. Byron shamelessly brings up their family ties, completely ignoring the fact that their two houses became bitter enemies during the fierce territory wars years ago. When Logan calls out their completely shattered bond, Byron tries to use the financial support from the last 10 years as leverage. He wants to force Logan to accept their past misunderstandings and just move on. Logan coldly fires back. If the Cairo family hadn't completely abandoned his family during their hardest times, maybe those empty words would actually mean something now. Byron assumes Logan is just acting arrogant because of a little newfound fame, but he is confident he can win him over, especially since the old mistakes were totally on his side anyway. Byron fakes a heavily delayed apology, but Logan just smirks, flat out stating that it is way too late for regrets now. Byron desperately tries to back down and play nice. He pleads, asking what Logan actually wants if a simple apology just isn't enough. Then, the old man quickly pulls out a blank check, handing it right over to Logan while tossing in his super manipulative, calculated remark, telling him to take the money and call it even. Logan stares at the slip of paper in his hand, secretly amazed. Oh wow, an actual blank check. He squints his eyes in deep suspicion, asking if this is really a genuine apology, and if he accepts this massive payout, will the old man finally shut up? Byron instantly bows his head, promising to do whatever Logan asks. He desperately begs him to look toward the future instead of holding on to the past. Logan just smirks with pure sarcasm. The Cairo family is seriously top tier at dodging responsibility. He glares down at the pathetic man begging him, realizing this sudden desperation definitely means pressure is coming from someone higher up. Logan's sharp, absolute freezing gaze shifts right toward a majestic, blonde-haired man who is watching them from a distance. And that is where we leave it. That's Duke Joan Mullis, the first prince's grandfather. This guy is no joke. He's the only mage among the 6 elites in the entire kingdom. Stick with me here. Logan knows the Vaporizes and Cairo families are just pawns in this Duke's master plan to wipe out the kingdom's richest bloodlines. But since they sit at the very top of the wealth ladder, he decides to hand them a highly specific mission. He orders Byron to look up, casually suggesting a little joint family operation. But Byron steps forward, violently shaking. The sheer terror in Logan's words completely twists the guy's face, leaving him absolutely drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, Logan bursts into a loud, genuine laugh. He proudly declares that with Byron being this incredibly generous, securing a meeting with the first prince is going to be an absolute breeze. Byron just clutches his head in pure agony. He mutters back in total defeat, realizing he just got completely robbed blind and played like a total fool. Right after that, an official loudly announces the main event, the naming ceremony for Duke Peranza's baby daughter. The entire Grand Hall bows their heads, praying for the little girl's peace and a long, healthy life. But when he flips to the page naming the person chosen for this sacred ritual, the official goes dead pale, stammering like he cannot believe his own eyes. Shaking, he reads the name out loud, leaving every single noble gasping in shock. Wait, why is some random country kid getting the honor to name her? Logan just calmly steps forward, keeping his cool while walking straight through a sea of absolutely stunned faces. Heavy whispers of pure doubt explode across the entire room. Nobody can understand why a rural frontier boy is suddenly being handed such a massive, prestigious honor today. Logan stands completely still, feeling the crushing weight of their massive expectations pressing down on his shoulders. Felix just smiles, gently placing the little angel right into his disciple's arms. Looking down at the glowing, healthy baby, Logan immediately realizes something crazy. She already feels like she received a powerful awakening blessing straight from birth. Suddenly, the tiny baby flashes him the brightest smile, catching him totally off guard. Logan gets so flustered his cheeks burn bright red. He had literally memorized a whole list of names, but looking at her, his mind goes completely blank. Standing beside the crib, Logan takes a huge deep breath and proudly declares her name is Stella so she can sparkle just like his gold. He confidently explains that in the ancient tongue, Stella means star. He chose it, hoping she grows up to be the brightest light shining in the darkest night sky. This deeply meaningful name instantly wins over the Duke and his wife. They flash wide, satisfied smiles, absolutely loving the choice, and officially locking it in without a second thought. Massive cheers and roaring applause echo through the gorgeous banquet hall, giving a royal welcome to little Lady Stella. Logan stares down at the baby resting in his arms. Deep down, he cannot shake this uneasy feeling about the strange, intense energy swirling inside her tiny body. But seeing Stella's innocent little smile, he softens, quietly convincing himself that absolutely nothing bad is going to happen to her. Now watch closely as things speed up. Rick comes sprinting in, completely hyped, waving a massive stack of letters. He yells out that crazy amounts of mail just arrived for him. Ever since that naming ceremony wrapped up, a ton of high-ranking nobles have been begging for a meeting, but Logan just casually grips his sword. He coldly orders Rick to dump them in his room so he can mass reject every single one later. Rick drops his jaw, asking why. Logan's voice drops. It is finally time to head back home, because a massive civil war is right on the horizon. He is a bit bummed about missing the third prince, but Logan knows he has to rush back to his territory and gear up for the absolute chaos ahead. At the same time, he is secretly thrilled. The latest reports from his hometown confirm everything is going perfectly to plan. Through the magic communication sphere, Wei excitedly reports that their crop yields are projecting 20 times higher than normal. That is enough food to easily last them 3 to 4 years. Hearing about this gigantic food stockpile gets Logan super hyped. He wants to go back immediately to see this massive success himself. Spotting him packing his bags, Master Felix casually walks over, asking if he is leaving. The old man softly mentions that since he is heading out so soon, he should take one last secret technique for self-defense. Logan completely freezes. He cannot fathom why his master is suddenly handing over a top-tier hidden skill right now. Felix just bursts out laughing. He finds it hilarious that a guy with Logan's insane tactical vision is acting this shocked over a little lesson. Heart-pounding, Logan asks if it is the legendary ancient technique. Felix flashes a grin, admitting he used to mock it back in the day. But now, he knows that if used with pure genius, it could totally obliterate even his own signature moves. His voice gets deadly serious. He asks Logan what matters way more than any fancy technique. Without missing a beat, Logan fires back a firm answer, the absolute basics. Felix nods proudly. He declares he is finally going to teach Logan the ultimate skill to maximize those exact fundamentals. Logan's mind races, desperately trying to figure out what maximizing basics actually looks like. You and I need to pay attention here. Felix finally drops his ultimate lifelong sword philosophy, violently restrict the enemy's movements, completely supercharge your own mobility, and ultimately become the absolute god controlling the entire battlefield. He firmly explains that the legendary shattering sword technique is the very first method built entirely on this massive concept. Logan tightly clenches his fists. He locks his focus onto every single step, moving perfectly to his master's commands, fully bracing himself for the monumental lesson about to drop. Felix loudly declares that this exact sword essence is what skyrocketed him to the rank of an elite aura master. He strictly orders Logan to keep his eyes wide open and watch closely. In a flash, Felix bursts forward with terrifying speed. He literally vanishes from Logan's sight in a split second, making the kid gasp out loud. The old man completely disappeared. Logan is absolutely mind-blown. He didn't even catch his master lifting a single foot off the dirt. Felix's footwork is so bizarrely smooth that Logan's eyes completely fail to track him. Out of absolutely nowhere, the Swordmaster materializes directly behind his back. Logan shivers violently. It hits him. He actually saw this god-tier technique during their very first training sessions back when they were just testing each other out. Felix flashes a super smug grin, asking how he liked that little magic trick. Logan stands completely frozen, totally speechless. He instantly respects how insanely impressive that footwork was, but deep down, he highly doubts just moving fast is enough to forge a true aura master. Honestly, against someone sitting at the literal sword saint level, Logan knows that catching up to that godlike speed is basically impossible. Easily reading his student's exact thoughts, Felix suddenly pivots and asks him what the true core foundation of all martial arts really is. Logan quickly answers that it is footwork and stances, but in his head, he firmly believes those basic tricks are only meant for weaklings who cannot wield aura. Felix smirks, easily catching onto Logan's totally narrow-minded logic. The old man proudly states that the only reason he crushes other aura users in this kingdom is strictly because of this specific technique, the Phantom Step. Hearing that downright creepy name, Logan gets chills. But honestly, if his badass master is flexing it this hard, then this is absolutely a top-tier skill worth mastering. Felix gives Logan a light pat on the shoulder, bringing up his previous brutal struggle against that guy Fran. He smirks, claiming that if Logan knew this move back then, Fran wouldn't have landed a single scratch. So, what do you and I think his answer is? Felix throws a challenging grin, asking if he wants to learn it. Without hesitating, Logan flares his fiery aura and screams that skipping this insanely overpowered deal would be a total waste of a life. And just like that, the brutal footwork training kicks off immediately. Felix barks orders non-stop, loudly demanding him to step way lighter. All right, stick with me, we are about to watch absolute genius at work. Logan stays hyper-focused, keeping his heels light. Watching this insane progress, Felix cannot help but be completely mind-blown by his new student's god-tier natural talent. In just a few short hours, Logan went from blindly copying to fully mastering this ridiculously complex movement technique. For decades, Felix could never find a worthy student. Meeting Logan feels like pure destiny, but a good master never shows it, so he keeps his strict face and barks out a harsh warning. Still too stiff. Move lighter, carry your body weight entirely within your aura. Dripping in sweat, Logan does not hesitate for a second. Yes, sir. Felix knows the truth. Too much praise is absolute poison for a genius. Even with Logan working himself to the bone, the master stays brutally strict to crush any hint of arrogance. Finally, he calls it. Enough. That is good. Now keep pushing yourself and carve this technique deep into your muscle memory. Logan collapses straight to his knees, totally drained but deeply satisfied. Catching that intense, thoughtful look on his student's face, Felix gets curious. What is with that serious expression? Taking a breath, Logan admits the Phantom technique is absolutely unreal. It boosts his speed by at least 2 times, but it definitely does not feel like an orthodox knight move. He hesitates. Master, why does this sword technique feel like sneaking around like a thief? Felix smiles, confirming that guess is not completely wrong. He begins recounting the old days when the king was still just the crown prince. Back then, Felix was just a standard knight assigned as a royal bodyguard. Before taking the throne, the prince faced endless enemies and ruthless, unspeakable political plots. As his bodyguard, Felix shed more blood in the shadows than any frontline warrior on the battlefield. To protect his master and wipe out the swarms of hidden enemies, this knight had to evolve. He relentlessly researched new tactics, forcing himself to move faster, stealthier, and more deadly than any elite assassin. Felix explains his logic. Fast feet make sharp hands. If you cannot sprint, do not expect to strike anyone. Only after pushing this footwork to absolute perfection did he finally hit his goal, and it was in that exact moment that his massive, overwhelming aura fully awakened. The Swordmaster gets dead serious. He warns Logan not to just learn the theory, but to spend his entire life mastering the blade alongside this footwork. Logan bows his head in deep respect. I understand. Pure, absolute admiration swells up inside him. His heart pounds. He is walking the exact same superhuman path as the kingdom's greatest knight. Suddenly, Felix drops the real reason he kept him in the capital. Now watch this curveball. The third prince wants to see you. Logan absolutely freezes, doubting his own ears. Under the dim moon, 2 masked figures in cloaks silently dash across the city rooftops. Logan puts the pieces together, so he taught me the Phantom just to sneak out at night. Felix just laughs mysteriously and tells his student to drop it. They quickly touch down in a completely deserted forest. Up ahead, a creepy rundown wooden cabin isolated in the dead of night. Logan is extremely suspicious. A noble royal prince living in this absolute dump? Felix approaches quietly. He triggers a secret mechanism, and right before their eyes, a hidden stone staircase reveals a dark, underground passageway. Logan is still scratching his head. Is it really necessary to go full ninja mode just for a simple meeting with him? But Felix lowers his voice, warning him that deadly enemy spies are constantly watching this prince. The master leads the way down into the pitch-black tunnel. He softly asks, "Have you ever heard of the third prince?" Now fully masked, Logan answers bluntly, "I heard the other princes are basically fakes, and this guy is the only real deal." That completely unfiltered answer makes his master crack up. Haha, do not go saying things like that out in broad daylight anywhere else. It might cause a riot. They stop at a heavy stone door. "I know you are ready for this reveal." Felix knocks. "Your Highness, it is Felix." Instantly, a cool, calm voice calls out from inside. "Come in." The heavy door swings open and they enter, bowing with pure respect. "It has been a while, Your Highness." The elegant blonde-haired prince smiles warmly right back at him. "It truly has been too long, Duke." His sharp eyes suddenly lock onto the red-haired kid standing next to Felix. "Ah, and is this your famous disciple?" Logan steps forward and drops into the absolute highest bow of honor. Logan McLean greets the third prince, but even while bowing, Logan's eyes are glowing with icy, calculating intensity. He is silently testing him. "Let us see if you have the aura of a king or just a pretty face." The prince looks at Logan with clear admiration, showering the young teenager with praise for already becoming a true knight. Logan plays it humble, crediting his incredible master's guidance. The royal just laughs. He calls Logan way too modest, pointing out that this kid is already operating on a completely different level. He reveals he knows all about Logan's crazy achievements, from saving his family from total ruin to expanding their power like a boss, proving he is a talent worthy of the hero title. Logan is secretly blown away. A high-ranking prince actually tracking a small suburban family that capital nobles usually treat like absolute garbage. Felix speaks up, but the prince admits that the Duke hyped Logan up so much, he simply had to investigate him personally. He even respectfully asks if digging into his private life makes Logan uncomfortable. But the young master quickly shows gratitude, and the prince confirms Logan completely shattered his high expectations. Suddenly, the vibe drops. They start discussing the kingdom's critically endangered fate. The nobles have split into two massive factions, ready to absolutely slaughter each other for total control. The prince is furious. The country is literally collapsing while those fools just bicker. He rips into the power-hungry nobles, ignoring the commoners, calling them pure poison, destroying the nation from the inside. To save the kingdom, he boldly declares he needs real power, true talents, and loyal allies to purge those corrupt parasites. Seeing Felix stepping up to intervene, the third prince just gives a self-deprecating smile. He sighs that a powerless prince cannot force a master's student to do anything. The classic pity card. So what do you and I think? Let's dive right back in. Looking Logan dead in the eyes, the third prince boldly claims this guy is a once-in-a-century genius and absolute national treasure. The prince reaches out, genuinely hoping a powerhouse like Logan will stand by his side when the time is right. Faced with this massive offer, Logan doesn't even blink. He agrees instantly, because this is exactly the kind of backing he's been desperately chasing all along. Watching the young royal's incredible aura, Logan secretly confirms what everyone has been whispering. The rumors about this guy's true kingly talent? Yeah, they are 100% accurate. Hearing his brand new ally commit, the third prince breaks into a bright, completely satisfied smile. But then Logan stares right back and casually drops a bomb. He admits he can't actually act on his highness's plans right away. And obviously, that answer leaves the young prince feeling more than a little let down. The prince bows his head, sighing in pure disappointment, thinking he just lost a major talent. But Logan instantly fires back. He tells him the chance isn't gone. In fact, the opportunity is actually huge. Why? Because the other two princes are definitely not the heroes the citizens want. Logan's brutal honesty makes Felix turn completely pale in absolute horror. The Duke quickly warns him, "Watch your mouth, kid, or I won't be able to save you." But the third prince just waves off the warning. He smiles, signaling Logan to keep spitting facts. Logan dives straight into the gritty reality, revealing that the Marl territory is currently locked in a massive, high-tension conflict with the incredibly dangerous Count Bifrost. He admits this enemy is wildly formidable and ridiculously tough. It is a threat the Marl family simply cannot handle on their own right now. The third prince nods silently. He confirms the intel that Bifrost has always been a fiercely loyal ally to the second prince for a long time. Now here is where it gets really interesting, so pay attention. Logan gives this sly little smirk. Looking right at the royal, he makes an incredibly bold promise. He swears that with just a little more time, he will absolutely crush Bifrost. And once this massive threat is wiped out, Logan promises to stand with the third prince, bringing the entire Marl family's power along. At the same time, he fully expects to receive the exact same level of support in return. Seeing his disciples' insanely bold confidence, the master thinks this fearless aura totally fits the title of the Sword Saint's student. The third prince is beyond thrilled. He eagerly announces that he will prepare a massive surprise gift for Logan when that epic moment finally arrives, telling him to look forward to it. The two of them share a solemn handshake, officially locking in a secret alliance that could literally flip the entire kingdom upside down. Right after stepping out of the secret room, Felix curiously asks if Logan has actually decided to follow his highness for real. Logan flashes a wicked grin, claiming he was just talking big because he firmly believes they will conquer Bifrost in the future. Felix scolds him for being a total snake, but Logan just laughs it off, swearing it is all because he trusts his master so much. Felix lowers his voice. He can totally sense that Logan is still hiding a much bigger, far more dangerous secret. The master sincerely advises Logan to freely share whatever is on his mind, pointing out that he might actually be able to help him even more. Suddenly, Logan completely shatters the calm atmosphere by dropping a wildly sensitive, incredibly heavy question. Master, out of the three princes, who do you think is the best fit to be king? Felix completely freezes, answering with extreme caution. That is not for me to decide, it is His Majesty's business. But Logan refuses to back down. Staring off into the distance, he casually mentions, I once heard someone say this. The first prince's destiny is to become a tyrant who ruins the royal family, while the second prince is destined to be an ignorant king who destroys the country. You and I both know how insane this is. These treasonous words shock the sword master so hard he loses his color. He roars, who has the guts to insult the royals? Logan just quietly stares at his master, thinking, it was you in my past life, obviously. He pushes further with total confidence, but I suspect your current opinion is vastly different now. Anyway, I completely believe those words. I think the third prince is far better suited than the others. What do you think? Master Felix desperately tries to stay neutral, repeating that he is not the one who decides this. But Logan locks eyes with his master, his gaze cold and razor-sharp. He firmly declares, right now, the only opinion I want to hear is yours. Faced with his disciple's relentless stubbornness, Felix lets out a soft sigh, his expression turning deeply serious as he admits the truth. My own thoughts really are not that much different from yours, but you know, the truth usually hurts. Logan gives a subtle smirk, feeling incredibly smug. That is good enough, he will take that as a silent agreement. He tells himself this is just a seed planted in his powerful master's heart, and this little seed will only truly sprout when an unexpected, massive crisis finally hits them in the future. Logan silently sends out his hopes. Until then, he desperately needs his master to watch over the third prince until he comes of age, though absolute chaos will highly likely erupt way before that. Witnessing his student's terrifying mental growth, Felix briefly adjusts his hood and sighs heavily. I always used to think you were just full of tricks, but right now, I absolutely cannot read your mind at all. Under the hazy moonlight, the two dark figures quietly leave the majestic palace. Logan silently calculates his massive gains after 2 grueling months in the capital. He successfully and accurately assessed the king's actual health condition, while establishing a rock-solid, close relationship with the third prince. At the exact same time, he extracted vital trade routes and built a massive, widespread map network. He even managed to score highly valuable promises of cooperation from some seriously powerful figures. Logan confidently declares his goals a complete success. Now, it is time to head back home and gear up for war. The rapid sound of horse hooves echoes across the green grass, signaling their return. Logan spurs his horse, leading the entire army with a heart full of pure determination. It is finally time to return to the Marl family. The knights riding behind him cannot hide their massive excitement as they loudly discuss the recent capital trip. One guy proudly shouts, I trained my swordsmanship to the absolute limit. The other knight excitedly nods in awe, feeling incredibly lucky to have actually crossed swords with elite knights from the legendary sword master's family. But then, they suddenly exchange a deeply knowing, mysterious smile when bringing up the absolute craziest event of the entire trip. But the real highlight of this journey was definitely that one specific thing, right? The ultimate specialty of this trip was the juicy gossip. Both of them nod, completely thrilled. The shocking news about the Grand Duke's heir getting engaged has rapidly become the most explosive topic of conversation, spreading all over the capital. The massive crowd is left completely stunned, constantly gossiping about how Logan managed to find a bride so incredibly fast, even sealing the deal on the very first day they met. Sitting all by himself, Logan sighs quietly as he listens to the wild rumors. He wonders why everyone is so obsessed with this when he literally does not find it special at all. So what do you and I take from this? Simple. Deep down, Logan knows his real reason for choosing Ellen had absolutely zero to do with romance. He just wanted her insane combat power. Stick with me here, because this gets wild. Logan actually just wanted to recruit Alan as his knight, but to legally take her away, he had to fake a super formal engagement. Getting that approval was not easy. Logan had to put in some serious work to convince her father. Count Robert Freud absolutely lost his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs in pure shock. What? My precious, wonderful daughter is going to become a knight, and you are taking her away tomorrow? The old man tightly grabbed his head, howling in total agony before glaring at Logan with a terrifying threat. One wrong move and he loses his head. Then came the incredibly emotional goodbye. The Count gripped his daughter's hands tightly, choking back tears as he told her to come straight back home if things ever got too hard. Alan just looked at her father with absolute determination. She knew perfectly well that she had come way too far to just turn back empty-handed now. Turning to Logan, she clearly emphasized her point one last time, so please, you absolutely have to keep your promise. Stepping out of the house she had known her entire life, Logan could not help but feel the heavy, quiet emptiness of a traveler starting a brand new journey. Standing on the green grass, Logan took one final look at the majestic castle and firmly replied, "Of course." Alan stood right beside him, gazing at the distant horizon with fierce hope in her eyes. "I hope we reach the McLean family territory soon." Logan just offered a soft smile. He wanted the exact same thing. Me too. The carriage finally started moving, taking them far away from the capital and back to the McLean territory, which was waiting for some massive changes. As soon as the carriage stopped at the castle hall, Logan marched right inside. Seeing his father and everyone waiting, he flashed a bright smile and made his loud announcement. "Father, I am home." Logan confidently introduced Alan, who was standing shyly beside him, while everyone stared at the sudden appearance of this beautiful stranger. The entire McLean family froze in absolute shock. Patrick McLean's eyes practically bulged out of his head. A woman? Despite everyone completely losing their minds, Logan stayed perfectly calm. Lady McLean stared blankly at the mysterious girl and finally asked for her identity. Without missing a beat, Logan proudly announced, "She is my fiancée, Lady Alan Freud." That bombshell news sent the servants into an absolute frenzy. His fiancée? Oh my God. Patrick McLean quickly snapped out of his shock, breaking into a huge, excited smile. He clapped his hands in praise. "A fiancé? I thought you two were just casually dating, but you went straight to an engagement. Totally worth the wait." He loudly declared that the McLean family warmly welcomed their brand new daughter-in-law. But pay close attention here, because Logan dropped another massive, critical bombshell that completely froze the entire room. And she is also the newest member of our Knight Order. Alan confidently stepped forward and firmly stated her case. "I come from the Freud family, and I will absolutely do my very best as both a knight and a daughter-in-law." Alan officially joining the Knights instantly became the hottest piece of gossip echoing through the entire castle. Patrick McLean furiously grabbed his servant's head, pointing right at Logan as he yelled out in pure, utter frustration. "Who on earth forces their future wife to go out and fight, you crazy, rebellious son?" But unlike the raging lord, the other knights just laughed it off. They figured if the kids really wanted to do it, just let them be. Ronan happily clapped his hands, trying to warmly welcome her. "Sister-in-law, welcome." Ah. His sentence instantly turned into a painful, loud scream as Lady McLean violently pinched his ear and dragged him right away, loudly scolding him. "You, shut up." Meanwhile, in a dark corner, the old blacksmith Hema sneaked closer. His face looked absolutely dead serious as he whispered a harsh warning. "Run away right now, before things get even worse. You got totally scammed." Alan froze in pure shock and panicked. "Hema, what are you talking about?" Outside at the construction site, the builders just kept hammering away, constantly gossiping about young Master Logan pulling yet another weird stunt by tossing his own fiancée right into the knights. One soldier clicked his tongue, saying that compared to Logan literally carving through a massive mountain for water, this was nothing surprising at all. He quickly told absolutely everyone to focus on working as the sun started going down. Standing among the soldiers who were staring at her with crazy curiosity, Alan maintained the perfect, unwavering posture of a true warrior. Patrick McLean grabbed his head in sheer frustration. He was super worried because there had literally never been a female knight in the entire history of the kingdom. Logan stood completely firm, arguing that talent mattered way more than gender, especially when their territory desperately needed more troops for the massive, chaotic changes coming their way. Even so, his father could not stop worrying at all. The McLean family's training regime was absolute, brutal hell, and he feared a delicate, noble lady like Alan would never survive it. Suddenly, Alan loudly and proudly declared, "I will prove it to you." Her incredibly powerful shout actually made both the Lord and Logan jump back in complete surprise. Alan secretly vowed to completely smash that annoying stereotype of a weak, fragile lady and make absolutely everyone here fully acknowledge her true strength. But I know what you are thinking. And yeah, reality hits different. The actual training was way more brutal than she imagined. After just a short time, Alan collapsed to the dirt, completely exhausted and lying motionless while the guards watched reality punch her right in the face. One guard looked at her and mocked that her epic, completely passionate declaration from earlier sounded way more like a final last will and testament before dying right on the training ground. Alan lay flat on the ground, completely drenched in sweat, cursing them in her head. These guys were absolute, complete maniacs for making knights train with such insane, impossible intensity. She seriously wondered if other normal knight orders actually had to go through this literal living hell on earth. But then, looking over, she saw the other soldiers trembling just as badly. Some were even weaker than her. Seeing that, Alan's willpower flared right back up. She absolutely could not quit. Gritting her teeth, she dug her ironclad hands right into the dirt, forcing herself to stand. Right at that moment, Logan loomed over her, coldly dropping a harsh question that pierced her soul. Regretting it already? Logan stared down at his struggling fiancée kneeling at his feet, his eyes dark and full of deep calculation. He was secretly calculating the timeline. With barely 2 months left before the war with Bifrost exploded, he absolutely had to use this precious time to build up his forces. Logan genuinely wanted Alan to fight by his side, but he also warned himself love is love, but if her training is weak, she gets benched immediately. Alan stayed completely silent for a second before suddenly letting out a fierce roar of regret for not taking her past training seriously enough. She decisively sprang to her feet, her eyes burning with pure battle intent, and reminded Logan of his exact promise that he would take her to the battlefield to forge an epic, legendary name for herself. Alan solemnly admitted that if she just stayed stuck in one place, that dream of dominating the battlefield would literally never come true. Standing there, she looked Logan dead in the eye, swearing she'd earn her rightful place in the McLean Knights. And trust me, you and I definitely want to see her prove it. Logan just gave a soft smile. Then, exactly as promised, I will prepare a true battlefield for you so you can absolutely shine. Let's dive right into this crazy training arc. Logan plucks a ripe red apple and gently drops it into Elend's hand. He tells her the sweet rewards ahead are endless, so use this as motivation to reach the absolute top. The classic carrot and stick method. Elend beams a bright smile and confidently shouts, "Understood." 1 week later, the training intensity in Marlen territory gets cranked to an absolute nightmare level. Heavy impacts echo non-stop. A knight gets blasted right off a towering cliff, screaming in pure, absolute terror. Patrick McLean approaches the edge. He picks up the heavily injured Uncle Ken and coldly declares, "Game over, kid. Go wait outside to respawn." Watching this brutal training, the other knights shiver in pure fear. They whisper among themselves. The Marlen Knights are famous for strict training, but this insane level of intensity? Completely beyond imagination. Someone nervously asks, who in their right mind invented this freakish hell routine? The exhausted reply comes back, who else but their young master Logan. Logan loudly orders the next team to step up. Meanwhile, Patrick McLean observes, noting this is clearly a brutal siege warfare drill. He figures this method also hones their defense perfectly, even if it is a bit dangerous. Logan nervously sweats just a bit. Right after, he barks out the next name. Ellen Frey, get ready. She screams a battle cry and sprints forward. She scales the sheer cliff at terrifying speed, leaving the soldiers up top completely stunned. One guy scoffs, thinking she is totally helpless while climbing. Watch closely here, this is epic. The second she reaches the top, Ellen looks like a hungry beast. Moving with insane agility, she unleashes lightning-fast strikes, wiping out the defenders instantly. She stands proudly among the fallen troops, while Logan loudly announces her total success. She cheers wildly. Heck yeah, I did it. Witnessing his future daughter-in-law going absolutely crazy. Patrick McLean is utterly baffled, wondering whose kid is this insanely talented and wild. Logan just awkwardly chuckles. Guess so. Still, the Lord admits her skills are incredible. He watches her closely, realizing she does not just survive the hellish training, but her sword skills are top tier. He is genuinely impressed. Down below, the soldiers start chaotically copying her weird combat tricks, turning the whole training ground into an absolute riot. Logan thinks he should probably rein her in a bit so she does not corrupt the others. Overall, the troops are adjusting well, and thanks to Philip, the material supply prep is running flawlessly. Logan mutters that only one thing is left, turning around. Father. Logan locks eyes with him, his gaze dead serious, and speaks up. We need to talk. Over at the castle administrative zone, the work atmosphere is chaotic but disciplined. Head Administrator Rugal is frantically coordinating tasks when a warehouse optimization report arrives. An excited worker reports, I just checked the storage and found tons of empty space. Doing this cuts costs and extends our storage time massively. The stubborn warehouse expert smiles with satisfaction. Oh, really? Haha, thanks a lot. Right after, he reminds Dway about the errors in town maintenance costs and employee payroll issues. Dway nods, confirming he understands. Philip's arrival, brought in by Logan yesterday to help with administration, brings a breath of fresh air. Foreign highly praises his exceptional working skills. He reveals that lately all the timber and weapon purchases for the territory are handled entirely by Philip. However, looking at the massive mountain of supplies and military gear piling up, Rugal suddenly turns incredibly serious. He wonders what the young master is planning, then drops a terrifyingly accurate guess. Hoarding this much wood and swords means we are going to war, not playing house. Meanwhile, in a quiet forest, Patrick McLean wonders why his son dragged him out here. I know what you're thinking, but wait. He asks, is Bifrost planning an attack? But Logan looks him dead in the eye, dropping an absolute bombshell. Not exactly. We are the ones who will start this war. Our main character never hesitates. That insane statement leaves Patrick McLean completely stunned into silence. His face twists in shock. He grinds his teeth, veins popping, trying to control his explosive rage. He growls out a demand. Give me a good reason first. Logan breathes a sigh of relief that his dad did not instantly punch him into orbit. He calmly explains that his father must have noticed Bifrost hasn't dared to attack yet, only because of his master, the sword St. Felix, being here. But Logan asks a brutal question. How long will their patience last? He states that even though Marlen is buying time to build strength, they are currently way behind Bifrost in raw power. Logan decisively warns that their enemies will never just sit around and wait for the Marlen family to become strong enough to threaten them. Logan stares with pure conviction, declaring it is now or never. The Lord realizes his son is holding on to some earth-shattering secret and demands the full truth. Logan takes a deep breath and drops the ultimate spoiler. If His Majesty dies soon, and I know exactly when, believe me, the Lord stammers in absolute horror, asking if Logan is planning to join some kind of crazy, suicidal treason plot. Logan instantly denies it, explaining he is just setting up the perfect survival route. Marlen realizes a royal death means a messy succession crisis. Logan adds, the conflict between the Crown Prince and Second Prince will explode, and the Bifrost family strongly backs the Second Prince. He points out that attacking Bifrost during a throne war means Marlen would literally be provoking a future king. It would be total suicide. Logan analyzes that to crush Bifrost without outside interference, they absolutely must strike right before the current king passes away. His grand goal isn't just revenge, it's destroying Bifrost to tilt the balance, making the third prince the main power. Trust me, you're going to want to see how this plays out. Let's dive in. Patrick McLean understands his son's plan, but still wonders why they cannot just wait until this vicious power struggle finally ends. Logan coldly warns him. If they wait, the Northern Empire will swallow the entire kingdom while it is weak from civil war. He makes it clear. If the Second Prince wins, Bifrost becomes the new king's right hand. If the Crown Prince wins, this territory gets completely taken over. No matter what, Bifrost will grow out of McLean's reach. Their chance to reclaim their ancestral lands will vanish forever. A massive blow to their deep family pride. Patrick McLean stares quietly at his son. He nods, admitting he understands the logic. But honestly, there are still way too many suspicious details here. He brings up Logan suddenly giving up his succession rights. It keeps him awake at night. Logan freezes, about to explain, but his father just smiles to reassure him. I will still trust you. Looking into Logan's tearful eyes, the Lord notes that everything his son has done lately is incredibly strange. It is almost like Logan can actually see the future. Looking out at the distant castle, he softly asks if there are things Logan cannot even tell his own father. Patrick McLean promises he will only ask one single question, and he will never push for more. He looks Logan right in the eye. Tell the truth. Is this for our family, or do you want to be king? Logan does not dodge. With a fiercely steady gaze, he firmly declares his only goal has always been their family's total prosperity. That is it. Seeing that pure sincerity, Patrick McLean breathes a massive sigh of relief. All right, I believe you. Leave the retainers to me. Logan is stunned. He anxiously asks if his father will be okay handling this entirely alone, offering to go with him. Patrick McLean bursts out laughing. You brat, why rush your old man into an early retirement? He tells Logan not to worry. Persuading the retainers is his only way to support his son right now. Soon after, the Lord summons every single family retainer to the main hall. Now pay attention, things get wild here. From his seat, he drops a massive bombshell. After the new year, we march out and crush our neighbors. This news drops like a lightning strike. The retainers are completely stunned. With their territory only just starting to recover, their absolute panic makes total sense. But Patrick McLean does not waver for a single second. He roars with absolute certainty, crushing their doubts. remembering the pain of losing their lands, their status, and all those cowardly Bifrost assassination attempts. Pure hatred ignites in their eyes, twisting their initial panic into a boiling, unstoppable will to fight. The constant threat of Bifrost keeps the retainers furious and anxious, but slowly, they finally realize exactly why this brutal war is so necessary. Unable to reveal the king's upcoming death, Patrick McLean uses raw emotion and their heavy duty to the territory to unite their hearts. No matter what, Logan knows the truth. Right now is the very moment they must take decisive action. 2 weeks fly by. Just 3 days left in the year, McLean's forces are fully ready. 152 knights, 1,000 crossbow cavalry, and over 1,500 elite infantrymen. Charge! Patrick McLean lets out a massive roar, leading his marching army. War horses neigh loudly. Pounding hooves literally shake the earth as McLean's army charges like a hurricane. Riding right beside his father, Logan nods firmly, signaling the entire force to push forward with insane momentum. While on the march, Patrick McLean eagerly presses his son about his actual hidden plan. He fully believes Logan prepared basic tactics before sparking this war. Logan calmly admits that in a direct clash with Bifrost right now, the McLean family has zero chance of winning. Because of that, he firmly declares they are not fighting them yet. I know what you are thinking, but watch this. Logan flashes a wicked smile, revealing their real war declaration went to a totally different target. At Peresta's mansion, a terrified subordinate bursts in. Shaking violently, he reports McLean's army is attacking to avenge an insult from 6 months ago, heading straight for Peresta territory. Holding grudges, Logan is unmatched. This massive bombshell leaves Lord Peresta so utterly shocked his face twists in horror. He roars in absolute rage and total confusion. He cannot understand why McLean's spear is suddenly pointing at him. Karma really just hits out of nowhere. The news of McLean suddenly starting a war with Peresta absolutely stuns Count Roger Bifrost. A kneeling subordinate carefully reports that Peresta is desperately begging for reinforcements and asking for his strict orders. Bifrost smirks, letting out a wicked laugh. He silently curses the Peresta family as complete fools. He tells himself he has been holding back out of respect for the Duke. But now, McLean's actions have accidentally handed him the absolute perfect excuse to officially step in. Bifrost confidently calculates his army is double their size. Even though the rumored repeating crossbows seem like a problem, he fully trusts in his absolutely overwhelming military numbers to crush them. He instantly summons his 2 most trusted knights, Aslan and BR, to quickly check on their battle preparations. The second they confirm everything is ready, Bifrost drops the harsh order for his entire army to immediately march out. Clenching his fists, he flashes a ruthless smile. His plan? Wait until Peresta falls and McLean gets drunk on fake victory. That is exactly when he will drag them straight from heaven down to hell. Meanwhile, at the Peresta estate, Lord Peresta is losing his absolute mind. Biting his nails in pure panic, he just keeps helplessly questioning himself. Is Bifrost seriously going to use me as a punching bag? Right then, a panicked soldier rushes in with wild news about McLean's troop movements. Trembling, Peresta demands the enemy's current location, but his subordinate's answer leaves him completely frozen in pure shock. McLean's army has completely vanished from their scout's sight, nothing left but empty grassy fields and 0 troops. It is like the enemy turned invisible, and Peresta absolutely cannot believe his ears. He screams out in shock. What? The crazy truth is instantly revealed. McLean's forces never actually marched toward Peresta. Instead, they just suddenly popped up right inside Bifrost's own territory. Trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Roger Bifrost's eyes bulge in pure terror, realizing he fell for a massive trap. Logan ignored the main base, striking straight for Tomoto. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. Hooves shake the earth as Logan locks onto his target, barking out orders. Henderson immediately shouts back, fully ready to strike. Yes, sir. Logan points straight at the distant Tomoto fortress. He explains that hitting the gut is the fastest way to drop an enemy. Make them beg for mercy. He declares that taking this place will deal a fatal blow to their enemy's military power. Lord McLean quietly asks if claiming this single fortress actually guarantees total victory. Logan gives a firm nod. At least for right now, it absolutely does. Logan reveals his bait-and-switch plan. They used the Porta War Declaration as a distraction, while Tomoto was the real prize. Lord McLean is stunned. His son lured the main Bifrost army to Porta, leaving this fortress wide open. He insists they must avoid a head-on clash with the main enemy force at all costs. Lord McLean is still super worried. No matter what happens, in less than 2 days, both sides will inevitably plunge into a massive bloody battle. Logan calms his dad down. They just need to hold the line until the king dies. He explains that during a royal funeral, every noble must attend, and a royal decree pauses all wars. Hearing him calculate the king's exact death, Lord McLean actually shivers. He is absolutely terrified by how cold and calculating his own son has become. Seeing his dad freak out, Logan just gives him a freezing glare. He confidently repeats that even a raging war will have to stop. Lord McLean sighs heavily. He admits that even Bifrost wouldn't dare defy royal authority unless they really want a treason charge. Still, his heart feels heavy relying on such a dark tactic. He pushes Logan, asking if he is totally sure about the timing, and gets a dead serious nod. Logan guarantees the king's death will be announced on New Year's Eve. That means they only have exactly 2 days left to pull this crazy plan off. Now pay attention, here is where it gets crazy. They must conquer Tomoto Fortress before then. The second Logan finishes speaking, the ambush violently kicks off. Inside the fortress walls, Jerome, the captain of the High Knights, is screaming in pure panic. Did these guys use an invisibility cheat? One blink, and they are already at the gates. Seeing his brother totally lose it, Vice Captain Jarrett quickly tries to calm him down. He says a messenger went to the main fortress. If they just hold out for one single day, backup will arrive. Jerome is still absolutely terrified. Trembling, he reports the enemy force is around 3,000 strong. He yells in despair, 200 versus 3,000? Are we supposed to fight with hopes and dreams? Jarrett remains completely unshaken. He argues that despite the numbers, their defensive advantage matters. Plus, with elite knights like Gale, Terez, and Taif, the army can definitely hold out for 24 hours. The soldiers on the walls grip their weapons tight, desperately clinging to that tiny shred of hope, but that fragile atmosphere shatters instantly. Lord McLean's roar booms like thunder, echoing across the entire chaotic battlefield. Next comes the powerful attack order, charge. Logan leads the cavalry, rushing forward like a wild tornado. Panic strikes the Bifrost guards as they scramble to ready their bows, but Logan is one step ahead. He loudly commands his crossbow cavalry to lock into position and get ready. With a shout to fire, countless rapid crossbows unleash absolute hell. A glowing shower of arrows, burning with golden aura, rains down on the fortress at terrifying speed. Jerome stands on the wall, his face twisting in horror. They are way too fast. Yet, despite the insane speed, he realizes those arrows cannot pierce the fortress's thick walls. A smug grin creeps onto his face. Jerome boldly orders his troops. Counterattack immediately, shoot them down. Instantly, arrows pour down from the high walls, slamming into the dirt right at the hooves of the McLean army. Watching from a distance, Logan stays totally chill. Just as planned, even elite longbows or crossbows cannot breach that wall. Seeing this, Night Kai nervously asks if they should halt fire to save their precious arrows. Logan flashes a wicked smile. He claims this relentless barrage is necessary to keep the enemy stressed out. He gives a cheeky thumbs up, joking that Hammer will supply enough arrows. Meanwhile, the poor blacksmith is probably screaming for a vacation. Then, Logan's face turns dead serious. He turns to the elder, speaking firmly. Now, I leave this to you, clan. Clan sighs softly, shocked he is actually fighting at his ancient age. Time for the grandpas of destruction. He waves at his disciples. All right, kids, move. Up on the wall, the Bifrost soldiers are getting confused. The McLean army just stands back, firing arrows. Jerome grinds his teeth, wondering what scheme they are cooking up. Did you feel that? We both know what comes next. Heavy thuds shake the area. Jerome panics, feeling the earthquake beneath his feet. A massive stone fist suddenly erupts from the ground, smashing everything in its path. The Bifrost Knights scream in pure, absolute terror. It is a terrifying golem. They are totally stunned. The enemy does not just have cavalry, they brought ridiculously powerful mages too. The giant golem's glowing red eyes radiate a suffocating pressure. It charges up for a devastating strike. Flashback to yesterday. Clan quietly wonders if Logan actually plans to use golems in this war. Logan firmly claims they will be the perfect meat shields. They can block enemy arrows and easily smash right through their defensive formations. Seeing the elder hesitate, he excitedly jokes about having infinite mana, so the old man should just go crazy. The elder sighs, admitting he cannot use golems like that. Surprised, Logan asks if they are running low on resources. But Clan shakes his head. He firmly states that the mage's actual lives are what is truly at risk. Logan is shocked. Our lives are at risk? Clan seriously explains a hidden danger. If a golem takes too much heavy damage, that wild magical energy creates a severe backlash, hitting the controlling mage directly in the body. Even though they are trying to fix it, Clan admits it remains an insanely dangerous flaw. Staring at the research papers, Logan's massive dream of an invincible golem army instantly goes up in smoke. He is so utterly crushed, he practically tears up, seeing the young master totally dazed from the heavy disappointment. Clan calls his name, snapping him back to reality, then suddenly suggests a better alternative. Clan channels his magic, making nearby boulders float and assemble into massive, heavy stone arms. Huge stone fists form in the dust. Trust me, You and I must see this next fight. Let's jump right into the madness. Two giant golems appear out of nowhere, slamming massive fists into the ground and shaking the entire mountain forest. Then, the golems and mages suddenly vanish underground. The rapid crossbow fire completely stops, leaving an eerie silence. Up on the wall, Jerome stands confused, wondering what the invading army is plotting. He suspects they are actually digging a tunnel straight under the wall for a sneak attack from inside. Seeing his older brother losing his grip, Jarek steps in to calm him down. Look up at the sky. They started digging this morning, and it's already sunset. Jarek insists that at this pace, Bifrost's main army will definitely arrive for backup before those golems even breach the fortress walls. Jerome trembles, desperately hoping that just holding out will save the city. But suddenly, a massive explosion of sound rips through the air, shaking the entire space and almost dropping Jerome. What the hell is that? The ground shakes wildly. The violent tremor makes Jerome's eyes widen. The wall. He grits his teeth, enduring the intense shaking tearing through the floor. In full panic mode, Jerome screams his brother's name in pure shock. It is over. Our wall is about to be rubble. But Jarek keeps a cool head. He firmly states that this solid fortress collapsing is completely impossible. But Jerome has entirely lost control. He furiously snaps back. How can you even say that? Do you not see the damn wall shaking right now? Still, Jarek firmly reminds his brother not to be reckless here. Fear morphs right into rage. Jerome screams in absolute despair. If it falls, we are all going to end up dead. He frantically demands his brother to think about why the enemy troops have not launched a full attack yet. Jerome is certain they are secretly plotting some brutal strategy. Gritting his teeth, he helplessly punches the heavy stone wall. Damn it all. Jerome quickly decides to send an elite squad to secretly assassinate the mages controlling those underground golems. He even plans to lead this risky raid himself. Jarek immediately blocks his brother. He reminds him that as the acting commander, Jerome absolutely cannot abandon his post. He firmly volunteers to handle this himself, asking only for a few nights. Sunset bleeds across the ancient forest. Jarek leads the squad into the dark, noting the fading light. Even with time running out, he makes his choice. It is what it is. East and south are thick woods, so detouring south is the safest bet. One wrong move means certain death. The map shows this hidden path leads straight to the golem mages. Now pay attention here, because leaving the forest, Jarek announces they have arrived, but waiting right in front of him is the enemy squad. Jarek spots 5 normal soldiers, but one guy stands out completely. His eyes widen, seeing Patrick McLean standing tall, wrapped in a blazing red aura. That guy is definitely a top-tier knight. Not many fighters exist on Marlen's power level. Gripping his sword, Jarek calculates that taking him down flips the advantage. A panicked soldier tries to stop him. You are not actually going to attack? This is obviously a setup. Jarek coldly fires back. Trap or not, I literally do not care. He stays laser-focused on defeating them and returning to the east wall. Seeing his master act this reckless, the subordinate correctly guesses he is just terrified for his brother. Honestly, ever since the invaders attacked, Commander Jerome has been in total panic mode, making Jarek constantly worry about him. Deep down, Jarek knows their bond is special. Rising from poor commoners to actual knights is insanely rare in this kingdom. Through non-stop grinding, they earn the honor of guarding the family's second fortress. But because of their low status, Jerome lives in constant dread of losing everything they built. That heavy insecurity caused endless mistakes, making his brother's fragile mental state completely shatter at the smallest hint of danger. Jerome's reputation with the other knights kept sinking, and no matter how much Jarek tried to carry him, there were limits. For Jarek, this battle is his brother's absolute last chance. He promises to win at any cost to protect his brother's dying honor. Alarm shouts erupt as enemy forces suddenly ambush them from behind. Seeing them quickly retreat into the tunnel, Jarek feels nervous despite having the clear numbers advantage. You and I both saw this coming, right? Their calculated retreat makes him realize he just walked blindly into a massive, deadly trap. Gritting his teeth and gripping his blade to stay calm, Jarek barks the order. Keep chasing. Suddenly, an arrow rips through the air straight at him. Jarek realizes they lured him into this pitch-black tunnel just to launch sneaky sniper attacks. His fierce red aura explodes outward. He grits his teeth. You think these little toothpicks can scratch me? Keep dreaming, losers. More arrows slam into his heavy armor, bouncing off completely harmlessly. Jarek gets totally cocky, pushing his frontline troops to charge even deeper. He smirks with total confidence, planning to deflect every strike and close the gap. But suddenly, an agonized horse scream echoes through the dark. Jarek's warhorse takes a direct hit and collapses, violently throwing the commander down. He watches in pure shock as his loyal soldiers scream and drop like flies. He grits his teeth, channeling all his aura to defend, and barks out fierce orders. Damn it! Leave the knights who cannot block these arrows. Aura users, keep moving forward. Jarek leads the few surviving elites on foot, rushing deeper into the grim tunnel. He quickly calculates that his regular soldiers can handle the enemy grunts in a straight fight. His main target is closing the gap to slaughter the defenseless mages. He tells himself they still have a solid chance to win, but instantly, a colossal earth wall shoots up, totally blocking the path ahead, before he can even react. Stick with me, because this gets brutal. Jarek realizes the exit behind them is sealed off. The solid ground turns into a sinking swamp, completely trapping the knights in place. Jarek yells out in pure panic. What kind of crazy mud is this? We are sinking so fast. Let's jump right into this absolute bloodbath. From high above, Logan and Patrick McLean appear on horseback, looking down at the pathetic enemies trapped in the pit, coldly declaring, "We've shot down your horses and completely cut off your escape routes. Now, we can finally have some fun together." Facing this absolutely overwhelming aura, Jarek can only grind his teeth in pure rage, totally helpless to do a single thing. Realizing his ambush is a total failure, Jarek desperately orders his soldiers to break the swamp magic. They need to save their forces and retreat to the fortress wall as fast as humanly possible. But suddenly, a massive earth-shattering boom echoes from the ground above. The sheer force of it leaves him completely stunned and frozen in absolute shock. Up on the fortress wall, Jerome is screaming like a madman, ordering an immediate attack as McLean's massive army charges forward like an unstoppable flood. War cries completely shake the battlefield. Logan and his father are leading this full-scale siege from the absolute front, both looking ridiculously confident. Watching his precious Tomoto fortress on the absolute brink of total destruction, Jerome grinds his teeth in agony, literally spiraling into pure madness. Meanwhile, we flash back to see exactly how Logan and Clan plotted this insanely bold battle strategy together. Clan suggests, "How about I send these stone golems down to completely wreck their foundation?" Logan nods, agreeing it could work, but he's pretty worried about how long that would take. To avoid arrow fire, we have to start from way out. No matter how physically strong those golems are, it'll still take them way too long to dig all the way to the fortress foundation. Deep in thought, Logan drops a better plan. Here's what we do. We lure the enemy deep into the underground tunnels to completely scatter their main forces. Clan is highly skeptical, asking if they would really fall for something that simple. Logan just smirks with total confidence. He knows straight up that just using the tunnels won't be enough. That's exactly why you, Clan, are going to shake the earth. Clan is absolutely stunned by the young lord's crazy idea. He panics, explaining that while earth magic can do it, making a massive area of effect earthquake is ridiculously hard. Logan calmly reassures him, "Don't worry. The underground is already totally unstable. We just need one single heavy strike to trigger pure panic, and when they scatter to investigate, we strike. Now pay close attention here." The earth violently shatters open, and that massive, totally indestructible fortress wall instantly starts cracking apart. McLean's massive army roars in unison, charging straight ahead like an absolute hurricane. Up on the crumbling wall, Jerome is completely terrified. Is this just an earthquake, or the literal apocalypse? Jerome suddenly realizes the horrifying truth. After doing nothing for so long, the enemy intentionally waited for the exact moment Jarek left to launch this all-out invasion. He bitterly admits that they must have been plotting this for ages. He knew it. Yet amidst his sheer panic, Jerome suddenly remembers his younger brother's words. He always said Jerome was way too quick to lose his cool. Grinding his teeth in pure frustration, he just lets out a pathetic groan of absolute, soul-crushing despair. Jerome furiously roars at his men to fire their arrows, screaming like a maniac at the guards on the wall. "Don't let them near!" A massive storm of arrows rains down, but McLean's forces move like the wind, effortlessly dodging every single shot as they rush the walls. Leading the very front of this epic charge are the elite knights, their killing intent burning absolutely out of control. Flashing back to those brutal days of hellish training, Elin channels pure aura into her legs and violently launches herself straight off her horse. She shoots up into the air at absolutely terrifying speeds. She aims straight for the top of the giant wall, leaving every single enemy completely speechless. Elin confidently reminds herself after surviving months of scaling those nightmarish, jagged cliffs during Logan's absolutely brutal training, the height of this basic fortress wall is literally nothing to her now. She pulls off an incredible jump, completely bypassing all their defenses to land right in the dead center of the enemy squad. The Bifrost soldiers are wide-eyed in absolute terror. They seriously can't believe the person who just pulled off this insane raid is a woman. Determined to make a massive impact in her very first siege battle, she tightly grips her sword. A brilliant red aura violently erupts around the blade as she swings. That unlucky Bifrost soldier only has time to curse in sheer panic before her razor-sharp blade completely slices him down. But right behind her, another Bifrost soldier silently creeps up. He violently swings his sword, aiming for an instant fatal strike. "I know you're holding your breath right now." She senses the deadly ambush, but her entire body completely freezes in pure shock, unable to dodge. Death is literally inches away, but suddenly, a brutal blade pierces straight through the enemy's chest from behind. He violently coughs up blood and instantly drops dead. Ronian just arrived at the perfect second to save his sister-in-law. He furiously roars at her. "If you just stand there like a statue, you're gonna die." Ronian's scream acts like a bucket of ice water, completely waking Elin up in the middle of this bloody battlefield. She genuinely asks herself in shock, was she actually scared? She realizes that only after taking her first life does the brutal reality of war finally hit her. To get her focus back, Ellen violently clenches her fist and literally punches herself right in the face. Her brother-in-law is left totally speechless. She awkwardly lowers her head and says, "Just forget you saw me freeze up back there, because right now, it's slaughter time." Elin gives a soft smile, making sure to genuinely thank Logan's younger brother. Ronian looks at his sister-in-law with total understanding. He smirks and says, "I heard you wanted to make a big name for yourself out here." Deep down, Ronian's fighting spirit is absolutely boiling over too. Same here. I'm going to prove my worth, and I will become so much stronger. He quickly glances at Victor standing silently nearby. He makes a fierce mental vow he absolutely refuses to lose to a guy who is leveling up that ridiculously fast. Ellen and Ronian stand completely back to back, their eyes absolutely burning with pure bloodlust. Roaring at the remaining enemies to bring it on, they unleash a flurry of godlike sword strikes. Together, they mercilessly wipe out the entire defensive line holding the Tomoto fortress wall. Watching all this from a distance, Logan is totally mind-blown by how insanely reckless these two are acting. They are going way overboard, but he still marvels at his younger brother's ridiculous power level jump. Seriously, since when did Ronian hit the mid-tier knight stage? But that proud feeling instantly turns to panic as Logan spots a massive threat heading right for them. Sure, they're fighting well, but are they seriously trying to get completely swarmed? Refusing to just sit back and watch his brother and fiancé get cornered by the mob, he moves like an absolute ghost. He bypasses every single defensive line and crashes down dead center on the fortress wall, leaving the Bifrost guards completely paralyzed with fear. The absolute second his boots hit the stone, Logan violently swings his sword. A massive, blazing golden fire tornado completely wipes out every enemy around him in a single blink. Screams of pure agony echo out as the enemy is brutally crushed by the young lord's overwhelming power. Logan coldly slaughters anyone blocking his path, mentally calculating his next move. He just needs to keep their attention divided. Right at that exact moment, Patrick McLean drops in with intense killing intent. He roars so loudly the entire fortress actually shakes. The Bifrost Knights freeze as the Lord's absolute dominance echoes across the bloody battlefield. I am Patrick McLean. He channels all his raging, blood-red aura directly into his heavy blade. He unleashes a thunderous, devastating slash while shouting an absolute challenge to everyone. Dodge this if you can. The enemy furiously blocks Patrick's blade, sending blinding sparks everywhere as he screams. Trust me, you'll want to see how this clash ends. Trust me. You and I are about to witness one wild battle. Lord McLean, I will chop your head off. Despite that fierce threat, Patrick stays completely calm. He just smirks. Ah, so you're the leader. Well then, sleep tight, kid. Jerome narrows his calculating eyes. This guy is so arrogant. He actually assumes that even though Patrick is a lord, their power levels are exactly the same. Just another high-tier knight. He pours all his remaining strength into the next strike, desperately trying to reassure himself in his own mind. I can do this. I can absolutely do this. I have to. But in response to that desperate effort, Patrick suddenly unleashes an earth-shattering ultimate move. A massive pillar of crimson light crashes down from above with an absolutely suffocating pressure. Jerome barely manages to gasp out, I did it, in pure despair before being completely swallowed by that heaven-shaking energy blast. He instantly collapses onto the cold ground. Down at the base of the castle walls, the explosion's blinding light leaves the Bifrost soldiers utterly terrified. A trembling soldier calls out to Commander Jarek, what the hell was that light? Jarek stares in absolute shock at the scene, freezing in pure horror at what he just witnessed. He gazes at the fallen Jerome in disbelief. A painful cry escapes his lips. Jerome, how did this happen? Right in the middle of their despair, the remaining Bifrost troops suddenly cheer, convinced that reinforcements have finally arrived. Even with lethal injuries, Jerome frantically screams, demanding his command back. He violently urges his soldiers to fight to the bitter end so their comrades wouldn't die in vain. But then, a totally ice-cold voice echoes down from above. There are no reinforcements. Logan suddenly appears, surrounded by a blinding aura that completely dominates the entire battlefield. Seeing Logan, Jerome completely loses his mind to hatred. He screams out, you red-haired punk! I will slaughter all of you. Logan just coldly swings his sword, bringing down a lightning strike that swallows Jerome in roaring flames. Watch closely, this is where it gets brutal. Jerome stares at his fatal wound, stammering out, "Since when did you?" Logan glares at the defeated enemy with glowing red eyes. "The only one dying here is you." The rapid thundering of horse hooves signals the arrival of allied troops just as the brutal battle finally calms down. "Lord Logan!" A loud voice rings out as Logan turns his head. "Sir Cleon." The Elder Mage and Knight Hike have arrived at the scene right on time. Seeing their young master totally safe and sound, they both let out a massive sigh of relief. "I am so glad you are safe." Logan gives a confident little smile in return. "It is all thanks to you, Hike." However, Hike still looks clearly worried as he reports the situation. "But 2 enemy knights broke through our mud wall and escaped." Logan casually brushes it off, confidently declaring that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Every single enemy knight here has been cleanly wiped out, officially marking the moment the McLean family takes full control of Toldau Castle. The family's white flag, marked with a purple leaf, flutters proudly at the very top of the fortress walls. Witnessing this lightning-fast victory, Hake cannot help but be totally amazed. "Thanks to you two, we actually won this battle without breaking much of a sweat." Clan gives a modest little chuckle. "I just dug a few holes and threw a few punches, nothing special." Suddenly, Logan steps up and pats his shoulder, making Clan jump in absolute shock. Lord Logan, why are you patting my shoulder?" With calculating eyes hidden deep in the shadows, Logan lowers his voice. "Because I have one more favor to ask of you." Clan turns totally pale, his breathing getting heavy with a really bad premonition. Then Logan decisively drops his next crazy demand. "Please create a massive moat surrounding this entire castle before the enemy army arrives." The young master's overly excited smile leaves the poor elder freezing right there in total, utter disbelief. That very night, seismic magic shakes the fortress space all over again. Raging torrents of water furiously pour into the incredibly deep trenches that were just carved out. It forms a totally impenetrable defense system, wrapping right around the whole castle. The next morning, Logan excitedly claps and cheers, seeing Clan flat on the ground from pure exhaustion. Elder Clan is incredible, truly the world's #1 human excavator. He does not hold back praising the Elder's insane power. As expected, earth magic is just on a completely different level compared to anything else. Clan can only weakly gasp back in total exhaustion. "You praise me too much." Seeing this pitiful sight, Clan practically cries as he realizes his entire magical school has basically been turned into a local construction crew. Logan stands tall on the fortress wall, inspecting the newly built moat that is at least 5 meters deep and super wide. He calculates it in his head. If a guy wearing heavy armor falls down there, even a top-tier knight would have a brutal time climbing out. To turn this place into an absolute death trap, Logan orders his soldiers. Pour a ton of oil all over it. Make it so slippery that even a light touch sends them sliding. The troops loudly shout their compliance. I know what you're thinking. Is it enough? All defense preparations are finally complete. Logan looks up at the sky. He knows it's almost noon, and the main Bifrost army is definitely about to arrive. Over on the horizon, thick dust clouds aggressively rise up as a massive army marches heavily toward the fortress. Logan just smirks with a totally wicked expression. Right on time. He loudly shouts a massive warning to his men. The enemy is here. All forces, prepare for battle. The thundering sound of horse hooves literally shakes the ground as the Bifrost Legion closes in on the walls. Logan, Lord McLean, and their loyal knights stand proud on the high fortress wall. Their eyes are ice cold as they carefully watch the approaching enemy. Down below, the silver-ranked knight Count Bifrost is leading the army with a totally overwhelming aura. In the middle of this suffocating tension, Logan silently reminds himself of one shocking truth. The king will die at exactly midnight. Logan sets his iron resolve they just need to survive this one night. Seeing the McLean family flag flying proudly over the conquered castle leaves Count Bifrost so utterly stunned that his face literally twists in rage. He violently roars out in absolute explosive fury. "You little brat! Who the hell gave you permission to change my house's nameplate?" Bifrost frantically asks about Jerome and Jarek's situation, but gets a painfully cold answer. "Looks like the enemy already took them down." He scoffs. "Ha! That's why they dug a moat. Those useless fools could not even defend a simple castle." Count Bifrost growls in pure disgust when he notices the water trench surrounding his fortress. He immediately barks out Aslan's name to get a grip on the actual battlefield situation. The Bifrost army commander, Aslan, instantly steps up to report, totally relying on the fresh intel gathered from their surviving, fleeing soldiers. According to the report, the McLean Legion currently has less than 150 knights and under 2,500 soldiers. Bifrost interrogates further, learning that Lord McLean is a high-tier knight backed by around 10 earth mages. Bifrost smirks, his eyes calculating and totally wicked, assuming that his opponent has actually prepared some kind of secret weapon for this exact clash. When asked to predict the outcome of this massive battle, Aslan flashes a ridiculously confident smile and loudly declares it. An overwhelming victory for us, my lord. Talk about smelling a massive face slap coming. Meanwhile, standing tall on the towering fortress wall, Logan and Lord McLean are silently observing the enemy's incredibly massive military force. Logan worriedly reports that the enemy knights number over 300, and their foot soldiers easily exceed 5,000. He heavily emphasizes the presence of Roger Bifrost and those dangerous mages from the Wind Tower. He specifically warns his dad about Bifrost, confirmed as a 4-circle mage, but rumored to actually be at 5 circles. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You won't want to miss what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Logan is staring down the enemy's absolute biggest threats. We are talking about Aslan, the Speed Knight, and his bitter old rival Prince, the Moonlight Knight. With such an insane gap in power between the two sides, Logan cannot help but feel seriously anxious about this upcoming life-or-death battle. Suddenly, a massive, magically amplified voice echoes through the entire fortress, completely catching Logan off guard. The Bifrost commander roars out absolute insults, calling McLean's forces total trash who do not know their proper place for daring to step foot into his precious territory. Facing this blatant provocation head-on, Logan does not hesitate for a second. He immediately orders his entire army to prepare to fire. The enemy leader's face twists with pure hatred as he screams out a vicious threat. He vows to personally wipe out their entire bloodline. Right after that, the earth-shattering order drops all troops, attack now. Thousands of Bifrost cavalry troops instantly charge forward like an absolute hurricane. Their crazy stampede literally shakes the ground as they rush the fortress walls. They are not using shields. Are they planning to block our arrows with their faces or what? We will find out soon enough. Logan mutters this under his breath while watching the enemy's bizarre and completely reckless formation. The order to fire drops immediately. Massive repeating ballistas unleash absolute hell all at once, raining down a brutal storm of heavy arrows right onto the charging Bifrost cavalry. But instead of falling dead, the enemy troops suddenly glow with a weird, bright blue aura. The McLean Knights are left completely stunned by this sight. Kai and Logan widen their eyes in absolute horror. Those massive arrows, packing thousands of pounds of sheer force, are just bouncing off easily. Meanwhile, the charging enemy knights are just grinning back at them with pure, smug arrogance. Now watch closely, this is where the tide completely turns. Behind the enemy lines, Wind Tower mages are frantically pumping out mana, creating a massive, unbreakable shield over their entire army. The Bifrost commander just smirks. He secretly mocks them, thinking those tiny ballistas are only good for shooting birds. Against the Wind Tower, they are completely useless. Logan grinds his teeth, realizing the magic shield completely nerfed his arrows. Using them against Aura Knights now is a total waste of time. He quickly shifts tactics, ordering his men to focus fire on the regular foot soldiers instead. If you cannot beat the big guys, change targets. Realizing their situation is hanging by a thread, Logan roars out a loud command, ordering all his knights into their close combat defensive positions. He is absolutely determined to smash the enemy forces before they can scale the walls. He knows perfectly well that real wars are always decided by powerful aura masters. Seeing the giant ballistas become completely useless, Logan decisively draws his sword. Since the big toys are not working anymore, it is time to switch to manual slaughter, guys. The Bifrost Knights rush forward like madmen. Their eyes are glowing with pure killer intent, literally making the entire battlefield shake. Standing firm on the top of the wall, Logan grips his sword tightly with a cold, challenging glare. Let the enemy come closer so we can see their angle of attack. Suddenly, an enemy warhorse leaps wildly into the air, kicking off a bloody, brutal melee right on the ramparts. Right in the middle of this chaotic battlefield, Aslan, the guy known as the Speed Knight, is sprinting forward at absolutely terrifying speeds. He grinds his teeth, flashing back to those bitter insults from his past. The capital nobles used to relentlessly mock his tiny stature and his monkey-like face without mercy. He still hears their nasty laughter. How can a dwarf like you be a knight? Can you even lift a sword? Those words echo like an open wound in his mind that never really healed. With his awkwardly long arms and strange looks, Aslan was treated as a total walking joke everywhere he went. But right now, everything has completely changed for him. He refused to let those arrogant fools crush him anymore, training like an absolute madman to eventually become a high-level knight. Aslan's eyes burn with pure cruelty as he violently roars in his own mind. Now all of you are my prey. Aslan sprints wildly straight up the vertical fortress wall, completely ignoring the slick mud and thick oil trap that the McLean forces had set up. He confidently declares that these bizarre little tricks cannot stop his momentum at all. But the second he vaults over the edge, Aslan immediately faces a brand new humiliating insult. Elin looks down at him from above and innocently blurts out, A literal monkey. You and I both felt that critical hit. That simple comment strikes his deepest insecurity, shocking Aslan so badly he completely loses focus and slips right on the oil. Seeing their brilliant commander face plant, the Bifrost soldiers scream out in pure panic. Wait, a high-ranking knight actually fell off the wall? Feeling absolute peak humiliation, Aslan screams and curses at his own troops, angrily calling them a bunch of useless idiots. While Aslan is still struggling down below, another incredibly overwhelming presence suddenly appears right on top of the fortress wall. It is none other than Patrick McLean himself. He boldly draws his sword, his eyes blazing with intense killer instinct. Facing Prince, the guy who nearly killed his son, Patrick McLean snarls with a seriously threatening tone. I heard my son has a score to settle with you. Boom. A brutal bloodbath between the two highest-ranking knights from both sides officially erupts right on top of Toto Fortress. Massive cheers echo across the entire battlefield as the McLean flag waves proudly through the smoke and fire. This chaotic brawl is getting absolutely vicious. Soldiers from both sides smash into each other with deafening battle cries. Surrounded by enemies, Ellen grinds her teeth defensively, but she still gets blasted away by a heavy strike. She lets out a painful grunt when a highly sarcastic voice suddenly rings out. I am honestly impressed you did not faint from that hit. The guy talking? It is the knight with the monkey face. He flashes a creepy smirk, casually asking if all the women in the McLean territory are as brave as she is. Elin secretly panics, realizing this absolute creep is focusing all his attention right on her. Or worse, he just wants to play a sick game of cat and mouse. When she stays quiet, he throws out another taunt. What is wrong? Are you mad a monkey beat you? Ellen bites her lip in pure frustration, totally regretting her own big mouth. That little insult she threw earlier is exactly why this annoying psycho will not leave her alone. However, Ellen quickly regains her composure. She tells herself this might actually be a hidden blessing. Her current goal is simple. She has to stall the enemy's top-tier knights right here for as long as possible to help her allies. Ellen grips her sword tight, fully prepared to face the deadly danger. Meanwhile, the bizarre knight across from her flashes a sick smile, declaring he is going to play with her just a little bit longer. At another corner of the wall, the deafening sound of metal clashing rings out endlessly. A Bifrost knight gets blasted violently through the air, letting out a truly agonizing groan. The guards are left completely speechless, watching Logan casually fight 3 elite enemy knights all by himself without even flinching. Even jumping him 3-on-1, they are still completely losing. They literally cannot believe their eyes. Everyone heard rumors that McLean's son was an outstanding fighter, but seeing him easily overwhelm 3 guys at once without taking a single scratch, that is just on a whole other level of crazy. Logan stands tall in the middle of the encirclement. His glowing sword is fully ready to crush anyone blocking his path. The silver-haired Bifrost knight grinds his teeth in disbelief, refusing to accept this kid severely injured his master. Logan just smirks. So what do you and I take from this? Less talking, more fighting. Logan mocks them, asking why they are running their mouths when they should be using their swords. All right, you and I are diving straight into the chaos. His pride completely shattered, the knight roars in rage. He swears to teach this arrogant punk a lesson and attacks. Logan just calmly raises his blade. He closes his eyes for a second, focusing all his divine aura right into the steel. In a split second, their weapons clash, triggering a massive shockwave of energy. The Bifrost Knight freezes in absolute terror. He suddenly realizes his opponent just slipped right behind him like an invisible ghost. The other knights are physically shaking now. They cannot believe Logan just boosted his speed using pure raw strength, completely vanishing without a single visible footstep. Staring them down with ice in his eyes, Logan loudly declares he can read every single cowardly thought in their heads. He flashes a mocking smirk, asking if their legs are frozen stiff from fear. The silver-haired knight desperately tries to calm his squad down. He warns them that Logan is an incredibly dangerous threat. The veteran cautiously circles around, determined not to fall for Logan's cheap provocations ever again. He needs a safe opening. Meanwhile, Logan secretly admits these old guys are tough. They are definitely not easy targets to chew through. He noticed something during that last strike. The silver-haired knight cleverly shielded his vitals, taking only minor cuts from the impact. Logan narrows his eyes, his mind calculating his next move. Knowing this fight is about to hit maximum intensity, Logan shoots a quick glance over at his father. He is currently locked in combat with the Moonlight Knight, but taking on the Moonlight Knight is a completely different story. Logan warns himself that he has been held up here way too long. It is getting risky. He simply cannot afford to waste another second. Deciding to end this, Logan dashes forward. The gray-haired knight screams in panic. He is coming. Gritting his teeth, he desperately takes a stance. You think I will fall for that twice? But suddenly, Logan pulls off a lightning-fast spin, completely shattering his opponent's sense of direction. The man only has time to gasp out loud before Logan delivers a brutal instant knockout blow. Seeing his comrade drop, the mustached knight screams in total panic. Logan just keeps gliding like an absolute phantom, his blade crashing violently against his enemies. The mustached guy yells out, trying to intervene, but Logan is entirely focused on delivering the final strike. Now watch this next part closely. A massive explosion of golden aura erupts from Logan's sword, instantly wiping out everything on the city wall. This earth-shattering power blows the enemies away and shakes the entire fortress. The terrified mustached knight only has time for one last desperate scream before being swallowed whole by the destruction. The blue-haired knight, one of their absolute elites, crazily charges in for an attack. But Logan coldly answers with one razor-sharp, incredibly precise slash that makes the enemy collapse. Standing tall, Logan glares down at his defeated foe with eyes like solid ice. Lying there, dying, the knight questions everything. Is the monster standing before him even human? Those bizarre, impossibly complex movements were just too unreal to believe. Across the battlefield, another Bifrost soldier points a trembling finger at Logan. He gasps out in absolute horror. "You are just like a ghost." But before he can even finish, a blade pierces right through him from behind. Amidst the sea of corpses, Ronian comes running and panting. "Brother, are you doing okay?" Seeing his little brother completely safe, Logan softly calls his name to reassure him. Ronian excitedly boasts about his rescue mission. Seeing Logan fight 3 elites, he rushed over, confidently claiming he stabbed the guy's heart just in time. But suddenly, Victor appears from behind and coldly cuts him off. "Are you blind? I was the one who actually finished him off. You just stabbed a corpse." A fiery argument explodes between the two teen geniuses right mid-battle. Ronian stubbornly insists his thrust was faster. Meanwhile, Victor keeps a sullen face, arguing that his decapitating strike was the real finishing blow here. Furious, Ronian scolds Victor for being totally unreasonable and not acting like a knight at all. But the blue-haired kid just smirks defiantly, claiming he is way stronger. Both of them immediately turn to look at Logan with hopeful eyes. They practically beg him to play judge and decide who gets the first kill credit. Watching these two kids aggressively compete, Logan just gives a deeply satisfied smile. Then he painfully bonks both of them on the head, making them yelp out loud. He gives a stern warning. "Judge, what? Be careful. On the battlefield, you kids need to act way more serious. Understand your mistake?" Both softly mumble an apology. Logan inwardly sighs. Thanks to their little chaotic distraction, he actually bought some time to survey the whole battlefield. He decisively gives the order to move out right now. Then he dashes forward through the echoing cheers of his soldiers fiercely fighting on the walls. "Let's pause for a second. You and I need to see this." Ellen is barely standing, exhausted, stabbing her sword down just to keep her balance while panting heavily. The monkey-faced knight Aslan slowly creeps closer, flashing a sickeningly smug smile. Haha. Being brave enough to stay quiet is something most knights cannot even pull off. Squinting at his prey, he drops a cruel taunt. He loves stubborn girls like her. It makes breaking them way more fun. Elin grits her teeth in bitter frustration. Her armored hands are trembling so much she cannot grip her weapon. Damn it, her strength is gone. The sword is slipping. She bitterly accepts the harsh reality. She was way too arrogant thinking she could survive a one-on-one against a veteran elite knight like him. It hits her hard. If that creep wanted her dead from the start, she would be a corpse by now. Suddenly, Aslan accelerates like a terrifying blur, that perverted smile plastered on his face. He lands a devastating blow, making Ellen gasp out in pain. Aslan absolutely loves watching her face contort in pure agony. "You look absolutely terrified." Violently grabbing Ellen by the throat, he leans in and disgustingly whispers in her ear. "Just relax and enjoy this. I will take good care of you." About to die and still talking big. Elin furiously growls through her teeth, calling him a bastard, before spitting right into his face. Even while being choked breathless, she flashes a crazy, defiant smile. She snarls, "You are way too full of yourself. I would rather end my own life than let you humiliate me." Her eyes burn with absolute resolve as she stares down her enemy. "You bastard!" Aslan's fury suddenly erupts, his face twisting into humiliated rage. He glares and roars, "Bitch, you think you even have a choice?" Tightening his grip, he cruelly threatens her. "I will give you a free tour of the 18 levels of hell. You and I leave it right here." Ellen is in agonizing pain, unable to breathe, letting out only choked moans. "All right, stick with me, you're about to see one epic showdown." Aslan is busy enjoying his prey's suffering, but that sick smile instantly freezes. A terrifying killer intent suddenly crashes into him from behind, forcing him to look back in absolute horror. Stepping right through the flames, Logan suddenly appears looking like an absolute god of war. The sword in his hand, blazing with a blinding golden aura. Logan's blade stops just inches from Aslan's eyes at an unbelievable speed. The guy is so paralyzed by shock, he can't even twitch, let alone react. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion of internal energy erupts on the spot. The massive impact completely tears up the ground and blows away everything in its path. Standing in the middle of the thick dust and raging fire, Logan coldly declares, "You absolute bastard. Your opponent is me." He quickly hurries over, catching his wounded fiancée, and anxiously asks her, "Can you still stand up?" Fighting through the pain, Ellen weakly whispers back that she's fine. Seeing she is completely exhausted, Logan gently tells her to just rest and wait for the guards to bring a medic. Ellen gives a weak nod and agrees. All right. Watching from a distance, Aslan just smirks, taking in this whole emotional scene with total amusement. He mocks their cheesy romance, but declares it ends right here. The monkey-faced knight lets out a threatening roar. He warns Logan to watch his back, bragging that he won't be taken down nearly as easily as Alan was. Logan narrows his eyes, focusing hard. He instantly realizes this new guy is seriously powerful. Shockingly, his own hands start shaking from the suffocating pressure. He tells himself this enemy is on a completely different level compared to the regular knights he has fought before. The two of them clash head-on. The battle explodes at a terrifying speed, leaving nothing but brilliant orange streaks of light weaving across the fortress walls. The Bifrost soldiers standing by can only watch in absolute stunned silence. They cannot believe their own eyes, watching a high-speed clash that goes way beyond normal human vision. One soldier is totally dumbfounded. He wonders how on earth that young Master McLean could possibly be strong enough to match speeds with a famous, top-tier knight like Sir Aslan. Right in the middle of this bloody fight, Aslan suddenly flashes a deeply sinister smile. Now pay attention, here is where it gets interesting. The guy casually praises Logan's speed, mocking him and asking where he bought such high-tier gear to run that fast. Logan secretly admits to himself that their own lord actually gifted him this priceless artifact completely by mistake. Without hesitating, Logan channels pure energy into his legs and moves like a hurricane, making the ground violently shake beneath him. He closes the distance in a flash, using godlike speed. Logan quickly evaluates his opponent. This monkey-faced knight's actual strength is incredibly high, honestly not lagging too far behind his own. After just one direct clash, Logan already has a pretty good read on the guy's fighting style. He knows perfectly well that it's only thanks to the massive power boost from his holy artifact boots that he can even maintain this insane agility. Seeing Logan silently observing, Aslan smugly runs his mouth, teasing that the kid must be racking his brain trying to find a way to beat him. He laughs at these noble kids who overthink everything, even when the enemy is right in front of them. He arrogantly claims they will all die simply because they can never keep up with his god-tier speed. And you are going to die exactly the same way. Aslan roars like a maniac, instantly turning into a blazing red streak of light as he launches his assault. A storm of deadly slashes rains down like an absolute hurricane. Every single strike creates burning lines of fire slicing right through the pitch-black night. Logan grits his teeth and blocks. The harsh sound of clashing metal echoes across the entire fortress. He is forced to put everything on the line just to survive the terrifying speed of this high-ranking knight. Aslan's cocky eyes instantly flip from smug confidence to pure shock when he feels his opponent's incredibly brutal pushback. A massive collision erupts between them, forcing a painful grunt out of the knight as the sheer impact violently throws him backward through the air. Logan stands his ground in the fading dust. He might be panting heavily, but his eyes are glowing with absolute unbreakable resolve. He grips his sword tight. His towering presence completely overwhelms the stumbling enemy in front of him. Logan grits his teeth, channeling his power. The burning killer intent in his eyes leaves Aslan absolutely paralyzed with fear. The knight curses to himself, realizing the warnings were entirely true. Logan is clearly using some incredibly bizarre and unpredictable secret technique that defies all logic. A blinding golden slash crashes down with soul-crushing power. It forces a totally panicked Aslan to use absolutely everything he has just to block it. And the nightmare isn't over yet. Logan's speed keeps ramping up to ridiculous levels, completely dominating the battlefield and making Aslan grind his teeth in pure frustration. He realizes Logan definitely learned his secret moves beforehand from the Moonlight Knight. All of his best surprise attacks are completely useless right now. Horrified, Aslan sees he is being suffocated by the relentless pressure and backed into a corner, causing him to scream out in furious resentment. "You and I both know a proud guy like Aslan can't handle this," he screams, trying to corner me for the advantage. He absolutely refuses to accept being humiliated by some nobody kid from the rural borderlands. He yells out that he is an elite from the capital, so how could he lose to a country bumpkin? But Logan, his eyes blazing with pure determination, doesn't give him a single second to fight back. A massive sword strike carrying a giant wave of red internal energy crashes down from above, looking like it wants to crush the entire world. The violent impact sets off an earth-shattering explosion, leaving a massive deep crater smashed right into the solid fortress floor. Logan clicks his tongue in sheer annoyance, suddenly realizing his ultimate finishing blow just barely missed the target by a hair. Looking over at Aslan, visibly shivering in the distance, Logan is genuinely shocked. He seriously wonders to himself if this monkey-faced knight actually just got insanely lucky to somehow dodge such a devastating, world-ending attack. Aslan kicks himself. If he hadn't talked so much trash earlier, his hands wouldn't be shaking this badly now. He grits his teeth, realizing his own hot temper is dragging him down. The whole siege on Tomoto Fortress, combined with the stubborn resistance of the McLean army, has made this elite knight completely lose his usual cool. Logan coldly watches him. He quickly realizes his opponent's attacks have lost their edge. Seeing the guy's mental state shaking, Logan decides to exploit it and end this fight right now. Out of nowhere, Logan explodes with speed. Aslan is completely dumbfounded by this bizarre footwork. He screams in absolute frustration, yelling, "What kind of cheap trick are you pulling now?" He swings his sword like a madman, but Logan flashes right into his face with lightning speed, making Aslan's eyes go wide in pure, unadulterated terror. Aslan's face turns pale white as he realizes things have gone horribly wrong. He is totally stunned seeing Logan charge straight at him, completely reckless, not even trying to dodge his attack. Aslan grits his teeth, cursing in sheer desperation. "You psycho, do you want mutual destruction or something?" Answering that panic, Logan keeps his cold, piercing glare and softly asks, "What's wrong? Getting scared?" That question hits like a bucket of ice water, making Aslan roar like a cornered beast. "You think I will go down that easily, but honestly, it's just a hopeless, desperate final struggle." Logan unleashes a lightning-fast thrust, pushing right through his defense to finish off the Speed Knight in midair. But Aslan just stands there, totally unharmed, mocking Logan by saying, "You missed the mark, kid. But trust me, this is where everything completely flips." Aslan thinks he won, gloating that the young master is just a rookie. He proudly declares this tragic failure is the ultimate price for McLean's arrogance. But while he is running his mouth, blood drips down from Logan's fresh wound, and it starts completely soaking right into his legendary artifact bracelet. Let's dive into this wild battle. Aslan slowly turns around just as Ellen sprints over, screaming Logan's name in pure panic. That monkey-faced knight just smirks, ready to send both of them to the afterlife together. Ellen completely freezes in terror. Seeing that blade still buried deep inside Logan's stomach, she screams internally, absolutely shattered by this horrific, bloody nightmare. But then, the totally impossible happens right before her eyes. That metallic bracelet on Logan's wrist suddenly explodes with a blinding, brilliant blue light. Aslan stands there completely stunned. He realizes in pure shock that nobody except a high-ranking priest could ever generate such pure, overwhelming healing magic. A terrible dread washes over him. His face drains of color as he recognizes the aura of a divine artifact. Gritting his teeth in fury, Aslan roars to destroy that bracelet right now, before it activates fully. He charges in like a maniac, but Elin intercepts him fast, screaming for him to back off. She throws her entire body weight to block his brutal sword strike. She is absolutely determined to keep him away from Logan this time. Even though she's only using one arm to defend and losing ground, Elin fiercely grits her teeth and endures it. Aslan is actually struggling too, his own fresh wounds acting up and blocking his full-strength instant karma for hurting her. But the brute just roars, using his raw power to violently blast Ellen away. Watch closely, because right as he goes for the killing blow, an earth-shattering energy suddenly erupts from Logan's exact spot. A massive pillar of light pierces the dark sky, crushing everything with suffocating pressure. Aslan can only shriek in absolute terror against this completely unstoppable force. Right through the dust and blinding glow, Logan calmly yanks the massive blade out of his own gut like he feels zero pain. That fatal wound, completely gone thanks to the artifact's insane healing power. Logan tosses the bloody sword aside, standing tall with a blazing golden aura. Logan glares at his enemy with ice-cold eyes and boldly declares, "Let's kick off round 2 now that I've upgraded." Looking down at the enemy's dropped blade, Logan flashes a cocky smirk. "Grab your weapon, we are far from done." He casually snatches up his opponent's own sword. Aslan's face instantly twists in absolute horror and rage, violently cursing, "You bastard, you took my blade." Gripping the epic weapon, Logan feels raw mana surging through the hilt, instantly exposing the hidden secret behind his opponent's insane speed. Pumping power inside, the sword's magic directly supercharges the user's nervous system. It creates this wild sensation where the entire world moves in slow motion while you stay fast. Logan smirks, totally pumped. So the guy was literally speed hacking. Well, this toy belongs to him now. The enemy watches his precious treasure get stolen. Aslan's eyes bulge out in pure panic. Giving him zero time to react, Logan unleashes terrifying speed, launching forward like a literal lightning bolt. "That sword is mine!" Aslan screams in total despair. Logan just stares coldly at the loser, sarcastically wondering if trash like him honestly thought he was worthy enough to master such epic power anyway. Steals his gear and still trash talks him. A blinding golden light explodes. Logan drops a devastating slash packed with destructive force, slamming the enemy in an earth-shattering blast. Aslan coughs up blood, screaming in agony as his body shatters. You know what I'm thinking, right? Logan realizes this is the absolute perfect chance to permanently erase one of Bifrost's strongest, most dangerous heavy hitters. Watching Aslan violently choke on his own blood while desperately trying to stand, Logan flares up his blazing inner energy again. He is dead set on ending this guy right here. He swings the epic blade down for a brutal finishing strike on his dying enemy. Aslan's eyes roll back in pure horror, but right at the last possible second, panicked Bifrost soldiers swarm in to save him. "Lord Aslan!" they scream. Logan freezes, totally caught off guard by the backup. He forcefully pulls his sword back just to deflect the incoming spears. Logan is absolutely furious, cursing up a storm in his head. So incredibly frustrating, watching a heavily wounded Aslan get dragged away to safety. Standing tall on the fortress wall, Logan quietly watches the cavalry frantically retreat. Ellen rushes up beside him, totally confused. "You aren't going after them?" He grinds his teeth in deep frustration. Damn it. He tightly grips his newly stolen blade. Suddenly, Logan thrusts Aslan's weapon high into the sky, booming so the entire army hears him. "I, Logan, have crushed the Speed Knight." The Bifrost troops freeze in sheer panic. They start pointing wildly at his glowing weapon. Wait, is that Lord Aslan's sword? The brutal truth throws the enemy ranks into total chaos. They simply cannot believe their genius commander got destroyed that fast. He actually beat Aslan? Where is our lord? Is he even alive right now? Witnessing this pathetic disaster, Roger Bifrost violently grinds his teeth in pure rage. "So humiliating," he mutters, completely disgraced. A high mage steps up, asking, "Should we join the fight?" But Roger shoots him down instantly. "No need. Attacking him now will just stall our forces. Plus, that little stunt he just pulled already destroyed our morale." Just then, a scout runs up panting. He quickly reports that the fallen knight is miraculously going to survive this. But since they didn't pack enough high-tier healing potions for this raid, Aslan is out of the war completely. Hearing this nightmare, Roger smirks coldly. Ha, how ridiculous. He glares at the enemy fortress with dead eyes, bitterly admitting those rats actually prepped surprisingly well for this massive siege. But the longer this drags on, they will eventually crumble. Let's see how long they survive. He forcefully commands a full retreat. That's an order. Everyone fall back now. The massive Frost army instantly drops their fierce siege, scrambling away from the walls in absolute panic. The McClellan guards just stare blankly at the retreating enemy, totally mind-blown. Then they start cheering wildly. They're running. Did we actually just win? Standing right in the rubble, Moon Knight Pren flashes a cocky smirk at Lord McClellan. He sheathes his sword with serious attitude. You got lucky. A few more hits, and you were done. Lord Macklin stays quiet, completely exhausted. And trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's jump right back in. Before turning away, Bran leaves them with a sharp psychological blow. He mocks the elite troops of the McLean family, calling them totally underwhelming. Seeing his father's silhouette, Logan desperately rushes over, screaming out for him. Lord McLean immediately spins around, his face completely pale with worry for his boy. He asks if Logan is hurt. Seeing his father's pure relief, Logan softly replies he is fine, but deep down, a heavy guilt violently tears at the Lord's heart. He lowers his head, ashamed. He admits he was simply too weak to take out that old man, feeling totally embarrassed in front of his own son. Logan quietly watches him. It hits him hard the enemy elites are just insanely strong. So terrifyingly strong that his father was barely scraping by, just lucky enough to fight one of their commanders to a total standstill. Seeing his father totally exhausted, Logan gently tells him to sit back and rest. He promises to carry the team for the rest of the fight. Lord McLean lightly places a hand on his son's shoulder, telling him he should get some rest too. Father and son slump down right on the fortress wall, leaning back against the freezing stones to recover whatever energy they have left. Off in the distance, Alan and Victor are also catching their breath. Meanwhile, Ronian is still hustling, frantically checking on the condition of the other soldiers. As Tomoto Fortress finally quiets down, Logan and his father just sit together in silence. They keep a close eye on any movements from the enemy camp. Logan really hopes the night passes peacefully, but that dead silence shatters fast. Up on the wall, a guard squints through his telescope, his heart dropping when he spots flickering torches aggressively marching from the far distance. Right above those flames, an eagle flag flutters proudly in the wind. The guard instantly realizes who this approaching army belongs to, totally panic-stricken as he stammers out the warning. A desperate scream echoes out. It is Peretta. Baron Paredes' heavy cavalry forces are thundering straight into the bloody battlefield. Up on the wall, Logan and Lord McLean tense up, glaring at this fresh enemy threat. Over on the other side, a Bifrost Knight asks if Parita is actually here to provide backup. Now pay close attention to this guy. Parita just smirks coldly, claiming he is only here to help out the weakened Southwest forces a little bit. But deep down, he's cooking up a highly toxic scheme. Once Bifrost's main army completely crushes the McLean forces, it becomes his absolute golden ticket to steal this entire castle for himself. Lord McLean glares down at the approaching horde. He compares them to scavengers, just desperately waiting to pick at the scraps. He solemnly tells Logan that it seems they have zero choices left for this battle, but Logan just calmly replies, telling his father not to worry. Amidst the dust, a mysterious figure in a black cloak quietly emerges from behind, setting up a massive turning point for the war. Meanwhile, inside the city houses, the air is suffocatingly thick with anxiety and raw fear. A little kid nervously clings to their mother, shaking as they ask how long they have to hide. The mother gently comforts him, whispering to wait just a bit longer because the danger is far from over. Choking back tears, the father suggests they all pray. He desperately hopes that the New Year's sunrise will bring true peace and finally put an end to this brutal, devastating war. But reality is never as gentle as a prayer. Standing firm on the walls, the McLean archers instantly receive their orders to fire. The repeating crossbows unleash absolute hell. A brutal rain of arrows drops onto the charging formation, making the enemy troops collapse amidst agonizing screams of pure pain. Night Kai notices they are only taking down Parita's men, but Logan coldly orders them to keep firing. Do not stop no matter what happens. Seeing his subordinates get completely shredded, the Moonlight Knight snarls with utter disgust at these annoying bugs. He aggressively pushes his entire army to try harder and violently shatter the enemy's ironclad defensive line. You and I know he means business. Bran loudly barks at the knights to never drop their guard until they finally step foot on that wall. Right after that, Bran pulls off an insane leap from his horse. He launches high into the air, aiming straight for the fortress peak. The moment he lands, he drops into a combat stance through the dust. His icy eyes lock intensely onto Lord McLean, who is waiting right across from him. Bran growls with lethal confidence, declaring that this time, he is ending this annoying mess forever. A blinding yellow energy explosion violently erupts right after. It blows away absolutely everything in its path and violently shakes the sturdy walls of Tomoto Fortress to their core. Standing in the thick smoke, Bran is actually caught off guard by his opponent's insanely fast reaction time. He squints at the blade glowing with massive aura in Lord McLean's grip and secretly praises it. Is that a real masterpiece or a knockoff? Because it looks absolutely fire. Lord McLean stands tall, completely unbothered. A deep red aura wraps around his body as he loudly introduces the treasure in his hands. It is called Velocitus. In reality, this is the exact legendary sword Logan snatched from the Speed Knight, and he secretly handed it over to his father beforehand. Logan figured it did not fit his style anyway, so his dad could definitely squeeze way more power out of it. Accepting his son's filial gift, Lord McLean issues a firm order. Go, Logan! He fully understands that he might be falling slightly behind his peer knights, but with this divine sword from his son, he is absolutely strong enough to hold down this zone. Logan gives a quick nod, then instantly spins around and dashes off to another part of the battlefield. The Moonlight Knight grinds his teeth, furious seeing his comrade's blade in enemy hands. He roars with explosive anger, demanding to know how they dare steal from his fallen teammate. Without another word, he hurls himself off the wall to dive straight into the bloodbath. Amid sky-shattering aura explosions, Logan moves with godlike speed. He promises himself to fully trust his dad to perfectly handle this one-on-one showdown. Logan then speeds right through the heavy dust, rushing to quickly back up the other threatened zones across the fortress walls. At that exact moment, Victor is going absolutely berserk, slaughtering enemy lines with razor-sharp sword strikes. The blue-haired kid moves gracefully, effortlessly dropping Bifrost soldiers trying to climb the ramparts. Spotting him, Victor quickly shouts out that Sir Logan looks totally absorbed in the fight. Logan spins around and urgently checks if Victor can still fight. Victor proudly announces he just wiped out another squad single-handedly. Logan flashes a very satisfied smile and pumps him up. He says he loves hearing that, urging him to crush as many climbers as possible. Then, Logan's face suddenly turns dead serious as he entrusts Victor with a highly secretive plan. Here's what stays with me. He says if the plan fails, just let them climb up and then make them pay dearly. Down below, the massive Bifrost army is still heavily marching through the dark night. Seeing his own troops scaling the walls so effortlessly now, Count Bifrost feels that something is seriously off. He mutters that the McLean troops seem to be intentionally holding back their defense, but his men just laugh it off, convinced the enemy is simply out of gas. All right, stick with me here. Befaros narrows his eyes, sensing a dark plot hiding behind his enemy's dead silence. Up on the walls, Logan and Victor are still fighting hard, but the young lord suddenly notices something weird. The enemies below have completely vanished. He stares down, eyes sharpening as massive tremors rumble from deep underground. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, swallowing the entire Tomoto fortress. Logan roars a massive order. Scatter everyone, the time bomb is about to blow. His shout leaves Ronian, Alan, Kai, and even Lord McClellan completely stunned. Why abandon the fort now? Down below, Count Befaros freezes up. He stammers, unable to believe his own eyes. Retreat? What? The ground starts violently shaking worse than before, sending the war horses into an absolute panic. Deep underground, Clan and his mages pour all their mana out, creating glowing cracks that tear right through the earth. Sweating bullets, Clan grits his teeth, cursing Logan for forcing this brutal tactic. But Logan firmly pushes the army to fall back, ordering his knights to shield the soldiers and get them down at all costs. The Bifrost soldiers just stare in pure confusion. They have zero clue what is happening, wondering if the McClellan troops are just jumping out of fear. Flaming magical cracks start spreading wild across the fortress foundation, signaling that a totally catastrophic collapse is about to happen right here. Now watch closely, because this is where everything flips. From the deep magic quakes, Tomoto Fortress's massive stone slabs crack and brutally collapse. The Bifrost guards scream in absolute despair as the solid walls and ceilings crash right down on them. One soldier gasps, "Impossible," but the heavy rubble instantly buries him alive. The entire Tomoto Fortress violently shakes like a legendary, world-ending earthquake. Screams echo across the battlefield. Thousands of Bifrost soldiers and knights are violently thrown into the air, only to get crushed under thousands of tons of falling stone. Watching from afar, Count Befaros is completely shocked, his face literally twisting in horror. Stammering in disbelief at his strongest fortress turning to dust, he screams out in pure, raging fury. "These rats dare do this!" Through the thick dust of the ruined walls, Logan desperately rushes over, shouting loudly. Elder Clan has collapsed on his knees, gasping for breath and coughing violently. He had burned every single drop of his remaining mana into that massive, destructive attack. Clay whispers his report. "As ordered, my disciples and I use all our power to destroy Tomoto's walls. Seriously, this demolition job drains way too much mana." Seeing all the mage disciples collapsing from pure exhaustion, Logan feels genuinely grateful. "You all worked hard." He quietly calculates the damage. A massive chunk of the enemy army is definitely buried, but with their insane physical stats, the Bifrost leaders are absolutely walking away from this untouched. Logan looks at Clan and gently reassures him. Flashing a deeply confident smile, he stares at the massive ruins, whispering to himself that everything is almost finally over. Across the battlefield, Count Befaros sits proudly on his horse. He looks at the completely ruined fortress and just bursts into hysterical laughter. He thinks the McClellan army is completely stupid for destroying their own last line of defense. They must have a death wish. Instantly, Befaros channels his massive 5-ring mana into his hand. A giant blue energy sphere forms, radiating a suffocating pressure for the final killing blow. Logan acts fast. "Clan, pull your mage disciples back now." Standing in the burning battlefield, Lord McClellan looks extremely worried. He checks with his son one last time. "You absolutely sure about this?" "No, turning back now." Logan stares forward, eyes fierce and steady. "Do not worry, father." Count Bifrost furiously gathers pure mana into his palm. His face is twisted in sheer rage, but he suddenly freezes at a very strange shift. You feel that tension? A terrifying sight suddenly makes Befaros freeze in total shock. From the distant capital watchtowers, brilliant red beams suddenly explode, shooting straight up into the blue sky. Panicking citizens stare up at the heavens, entirely dyed in this terrible omen. Befaros stares wide-eyed, reflecting the blazing red light in absolute terror. He instantly recognizes the kingdom's ultimate emergency signal. Logan thinks to himself, "I remember this perfectly." In the distant memories of his past life, he saw this exact same scene while wearing his veteran silver armor. Across every watchtower in the entire country, a very special, high-level alarm system has just been triggered. The red lights warning of doom shoot into the sky all at once. Facing this brutal reality, Count Befaros grits his teeth, his pale face twisting. His entire invasion plan is completely ruined right now. You know exactly what this blazing light means, do you not? Count Bifrost glares, sweating heavily in pure frustration. He screams in his mind. The perfect chance to crush the McClellan family is right here, and the king's death cannot ruin it. Ignoring everything, Bifrost forces all his blazing blue mana into his hand, screaming like a madman to fight. He roars, asking if the Count really plans to openly defy royal orders. Logan grits his teeth, shocked that Bifrost would act this insane. Suddenly, someone rushes through the ruins holding a glowing red message sphere. To all citizens of this land, I declare the king has passed away. This shocking news literally freezes the entire battlefield. Every weapon drops to the ground in respect for the kingdom's shared grief. Bifrost grinds his teeth in bitter hatred, realizing he has absolutely no way out. Logan and his father watch quietly, relieved their stalling plan actually worked. Bifrost smirks bitterly, coldly muttering, "Very well." Glaring at Logan with eyes burning with pure hatred, he whispers a warning. "Do not think this is over." With zero options left, Bifrost silently turns his back, leading his massive army away in absolute frustration. Watching the enemy vanish, Logan exhales deeply. "We actually won." Lord Marlen finally breathes easy. Logan nods, but inside he is still shaking, knowing they almost lost everything. Suddenly, remembering something, he turns and asks Clayan how he brought the message sphere right on time. Hugging the red sphere, Clay smiles, explaining he prepped it at camp. "And that is it. Trust me, you guys must see what happens next. Stick with me here, because the battle might be over, but the real story is just beginning." Logan smiles, promises a reward, and quietly walks off to check on his surviving people. Stepping through the ruins, Logan spots Ellen standing in absolute silence. He calls out, making her jump and spin around. Seeing her young lord looking so incredibly worried, she softly calls his name. Logan's heart aches just talking about it. During her very first real combat, facing down some of the absolute strongest enemies out there, she almost lost her life. But her eyes remain completely unshaken. She boldly declares that she is a true knight, and sooner or later, she had to face this brutal trial anyway. Logan just smiles and admits the truth. Back in the day, he was a total coward, hands shaking like crazy while holding a sword. Ellen thinks that is absolutely ridiculous, but he swears it happened. He remembers his past self, trembling while gripping a blood-soaked shortsword, making Ellen laugh out loud with pure delight. But then, Logan's face instantly shifts to dead serious. He looks her dead in the eye and warmly asks her to officially join his team. They share a deeply solemn handshake, forging an unbreakable bond between two genuine comrades. The very next day, right at dawn, Lord McLean gives a strict order. The surviving soldiers must spread the news of their massive victory to calm the terrified citizens. Standing high up on the fortress wall, his voice drops heavy, declaring that the absolute main priority right now is cleaning up the brutal aftermath of this bloody war. Down below in the rubble, the mage disciples are endlessly groaning, forced to do heavy manual labor just like common dock workers. Completely exhausted, Rick whines to his master that if things keep going like this, he will drop dead from overwork. Master Clay stays perfectly calm, encouraging his students not to lose hope just yet. He starts channeling his mana, creating these brilliantly glowing streams of light to properly guide his disciples. Seeing the kids cheering with pure excitement as they master this brand new energy, Clay smiles in deep satisfaction. He realizes this brutal hard labor is exactly what is making them stronger. Meanwhile, over in the majestic capital of Grandia, the atmosphere turns incredibly solemn. A high-ranking official loudly reports that the McLean father and son have finally arrived to surrender their lives. A blonde-haired man flashes a deeply mysterious smirk, perfectly ready to welcome the McLeans. But it is actually Lewis who warmly greets Logan and his father the second they step foot inside the capital city. Leading the way, Louis politely asks if the two of them are exhausted, considering they traveled straight here without taking a single break. Unable to hide his anxiety, Logan immediately asks about his master Felix and his health. Louis sighs heavily, revealing that Felix is in a massive state of shock. Nobody ever expected the king to pass away this suddenly. According to Louis, the king simply collapsed right in the middle of handling state affairs. The royal medics confirmed the official cause of death, a fatal brain hemorrhage brought on by extreme overwork. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. Logan freezes in pure shock, realizing the king's cause of death perfectly matches his past life memories, mostly due to his old age and fading health. Stepping inside the room, Logan's heart completely shatters at the sight of his master. It has only been a few months, but Felix has aged terribly, his face looking totally haggard and drained. Catching Logan staring blankly at him, Felix forces a weak smile, asking if he really looks that awful. Logan panics, quickly waving his hands and denying it. Standing right nearby, Louis cannot hold back anymore. He reveals that their master has been working nonstop this entire time, desperately trying to uncover the real, hidden truth behind the king's sudden death. Felix sharply snaps, stopping Louis from saying another word. He then blames himself, admitting he got way too emotional and completely drifted off topic. The Swordmaster sincerely apologizes for not welcoming Logan and his father with a brighter face. The endless chaotic events that have been striking the capital over the last week have been an absolute living nightmare. When Logan anxiously asks about the current situation, Felix's face instantly twists up in pure, unadulterated rage. Gritting his teeth, he swears this entire mess was caused by those absolute bastards, Joan and Jordan. Hearing this, Logan instantly recognizes those two heavily influential names. Joan Douglas commands the first prince's faction, while Jordan Vantermame leads the second prince's side. Felix grabs his head in utter despair, terrified the entire kingdom will be ripped in half if this continues. Instead of trying to make peace and stabilize things after the funeral, those two vicious viscounts are just throwing fuel on the fire, fighting like crazy for absolute power. Lord McLean furiously shouts out loud, completely disgusted by the sheer shamelessness of those scumbags. Meanwhile, Logan quietly and deeply studies his master. He realizes that as the third prince's royal guard, Felix is totally cornered, forced to constantly reject scheming demands from both factions. If this deadly political game keeps going, the third prince is guaranteed to be in massive danger. You and I can see exactly where this is heading. Felix grits his teeth in worry while Logan quietly watches, his mind flashing back to his past life when Felix desperately rushed to hide the third prince. Logan knows that was a wildly dangerous move back then. Stepping up, he firmly gives his master some bold advice: just activate bamboo diplomacy and play the middle. Logan mentally calculates the odds. The one thing those greedy nobles are truly terrified of is permanently losing out on the legendary Sword Saint's services. But staying totally neutral also means Felix becomes a massive shared target for everyone. Shocked, Lord McLean stops his son, saying, "Wait a minute, Logan. I thought you came to beg the Sword Saint for help against Bifrost." Logan turns around, staring right at his father with an incredibly fierce look in his eyes. He firmly declares, "Father, our family's problems are things we absolutely must handle ourselves." That single sentence deeply touches Felix's heavy heart. The legendary master slightly bows his head, openly admitting his own faults, and gives his absolute sincerest thanks to his loyal disciple. Deep down, Felix thinks to himself that if he can fulfill his royal duty just by using words, nothing could be better. He realizes this timeline's neutral position is way smarter than the brutal struggles he faced in the past life. "Logan, right now I honestly cannot do a single thing to help your family. But listen closely. If things completely spiral out of control, come find me immediately." That right there is a literal get-out-of-jail-free card from the master himself. Logan softly smiles, joking that he doesn't actually have any favors to ask right now anyway. But if real disaster actually strikes, he fully expects his master's complete and total support. Logan confidently strides away, quietly thinking to himself that securing this perfectly neutral Sword Saint is the absolute ultimate backup plan for all the insane, high-stakes situations coming in their future. Just as he steps right up to the guest room door, Rick frantically peeks out. He warns him that the situation inside is getting incredibly tense. An absolutely explosive shouting match is breaking out between the most ridiculously powerful figures in the entire kingdom. Marquis Kai, a massive half-giant from the second prince's faction, is roaring out curses, calling his rival a skinny horseface. The skinny guy fires back with brutal sarcasm, mocking whether the Sword Saint would even bother looking at their garbage, trash-tier faction anymore. Kai grinds his teeth in boiling fury. His raw killing intent explodes outward, making the entire room feel incredibly suffocating. Suddenly, Felix steps right out from the shadows. He coldly demands to know if they came all the way here just to make things worse. The Swordmaster's overwhelming presence instantly shuts every single noble up. "Trust me, you're going to love this ending." Felix walks past them with pure disgust. He brutally calls them out for ignoring their real duties to play politics, yet acting ridiculously humble right to his face. "All right, stick with me here." Felix announces loud and clear he didn't come for them, but to welcome the Marlen family as his true VIPs. Another noble quickly backpedals, claiming he didn't mean to make things awkward. Felix just turns and asks Logan if he wants to handle these two himself. Logan steps right up, confidently introducing himself. "I am Logan McLean." The two grand nobles stare back, calculating their next move. They already know about the Sword Saint's famous disciple. Logan feels slightly suspicious of their weird reaction, but suddenly freezes when he notices Patrick McLean standing right behind him. Logan immediately senses something is off. "We came here to talk to your father," one of the grand nobles sneers arrogantly. But Patrick McLean keeps an absolutely stone-cold expression. He firmly declares, "Right now, my son handles all family business on my behalf." Feeling the crushing aura of this frontier lord, the noble frowns. He secretly realizes this man is an absolute beast, but he instantly drops the act, flashing a fake smile. Chatting with young talent is always an honor. Logan just smirks, cutting straight to the chase. "Then why exactly did you two show up at our doorstep?" Marquis Luther Kai speaks up loud and clear. He claims neighboring territories shouldn't be fighting. Then he drops a massive offer. "Pledge loyalty to Prince Romain, and we won't just handle Bifrost, we will guarantee you massive rewards." Logan listens quietly, but inside, the pressure is building fast. He realizes with absolute shock that they are openly threatening him right now. If they wanted to, they could easily crush his territory. The other noble chimes in, insisting that siding with the second prince and forcing a truce with Bifrost is a massive win. Logan shuts it down. No thanks, man. Now pay attention. This is where it gets crazy. A terrifying pressure explodes as Duke Felix grabs Logan's shoulder. The Sword Saint roars, "What are you doing?" Logan is completely stunned seeing his master step in to grill the nobles. So you drop your manners to play faction politics out in the open? The second prince's cronies turn pale with pure terror. They desperately make excuses, claiming they just wanted to discuss the Marlen family's future without disturbing his peace. Felix glares at them with eyes like absolute ice, and that has nothing to do with me? Watching them cower, Felix gives a bone-chilling reply. Good. Keep it that way. The Sword Saint turns his back, making a massive announcement to every guest present. From this moment on, I am done with all faction wars. Don't even try to sway me, because it is not going to happen. The majestic figures of Felix and Butler Lys slowly walk away, leaving the shocked nobles completely powerless. But before leaving, the goatee noble flashes a wicked, venomous smile. Think carefully, little brother. Make sure you don't choose the wrong side. Marquis Luther Kai quietly walks off too, leaving a heavy warning about Marlen daring to attack Bifrost after the state funeral. Standing in the dead silent hall, Logan just grabs his head, completely exhausted by the crushing pressure from these elite factions. Felix walks back over, asking why Logan didn't just reject them immediately. Logan replies seriously that if push comes to shove, he might actually have to play their game. He boldly declares he will complete his duty, no matter the path. Seeing his disciples' unbreakable resolve, Felix silently decides not to force his own burdens onto his favorite student. Outside, heavy rain hammers the capital city. The state funeral is finally about to begin. Inside the massive, imposing palace, the king's coffin rests right in the center of the hall, surrounded by elite knights standing in dead silence. A heavy, crushing sorrow fills the air as the massive shrine doors slowly creak open. Bishop Matthew Crimson leads the entire ceremony with a truly heartbroken expression. Every single noble wears pitch black, quietly sending their late king to his final rest. The third prince stands front and center, his face showing the devastating pain of losing his family. Right behind him, Count Bifrost and the other grand nobles are all lined up. You and I both know what's really happening here. Instead of mourning, Logan sees these nobles secretly scheming, using the funeral to divide factions and grab power. He mutters to himself, 40 years on the throne. Standing beside him, Patrick McLean whispers a grim reminder. In just 1 week, everything is going to change. Logan scans the room, wondering who strategically trapped him in this exact seat. Right on cue, Count Bifrost leans in with fake sympathy for the dead king. He smirks, hinting that Marlen hasn't heard the news, and suggests they might end up fighting on the exact same side soon. Facing this blatant provocation, Logan just gives him a dark, mysterious smirk. Across the room, the grand nobles are silently watching this entire exchange with dark, calculating eyes. Up front, Bishop Matthew Crimson loudly delivers the final rites over the royal coffin. With his final words, day one of the state funeral ends as a massive storm swallows the entire capital. Logan heads back to his room, totally drained. He never expected an early morning event to drag out until sunset. He and his father were absolutely swarmed by power-hungry courtiers. Representatives for Duke Douglas and Duke Fighter would not leave him alone, desperate to get a private meeting with the young lord. This non-stop VIP treatment left Logan completely burned out by the very end. Finally, exhaling after ditching the annoying crowd, Logan admits that rejecting fake invitations all day is its own kind of mental torture. Standing by the window, Patrick McLean looks at his son dead in the eye. He seriously asks if Logan truly plans to ignore the massive power these factions offer. Seeing his father's deep anxiety, Logan slowly turns to face him. Patrick McLean gives a heavy nod. He is terrified that the way things are going, their family is walking right into a total death trap. He explains that no matter which side they pick, they need political backup to stop an all-out invasion from the Bifrost forces, an attack that could happen at any second. Logan just smiles, reminding his dad they already have the ultimate backup, the Sword Saint. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Still, he was completely confident about one thing. His family would probably resolve everything perfectly on their own before ever needing to beg outside forces for help. Time flew by, and the 5th day of the funeral finally arrived. Stepping out of the palace looking completely exhausted, Logan rubbed his neck and muttered to himself, "Stick with me here, because this endless funeral is about to get wild." Spotting a shady guy with a goatee and totally sinister eyes, Logan fiercely cursed him out in his head. That absolute bat-faced bastard. Just as he predicted, Count Roger Bifrost was already making his move. Logan let out a cold smirk. He finally realized why the envoys from the other factions hadn't been bothering him lately. They were being blocked. He secretly mocked the Count. Bifrost was wasting his time running his mouth everywhere, desperately trying to completely isolate the McLean family. But to Logan, that didn't matter at all. He had already made up his mind. He was never going to join any of these rotten factions in this brutal war for the throne. Hello there, almost son-in-law. When are you finally taking my daughter away so I can be free of her? Count Robert Freud's greeting echoed loudly as he confidently approached Logan. He smiled faintly and bowed. Ah, long time no see, father-in-law. Seeing Logan standing completely alone, Count Freud curiously asked if his father hadn't come along with him. Logan explained his dad had headed back to rest and recover his energy. Suddenly, his future father-in-law leaned in close. He eagerly asked if the two had finally set a wedding date yet, making Logan break into a nervous sweat. Forcing an awkward smile, he explained their territory was facing massive issues right now. Announcing the official marriage between their families at this exact moment was actually a strategic move to suppress Bifrost's rapid expansion. However, Logan quietly thought to himself, if he kept using major events as an excuse, Eileen would definitely nag him to death. He felt super lucky. It seemed like she had actually put in a good word for him with her dad. Count Freud's next question about whether this was Logan's first time left him totally stunned. He nervously asked back if the Count was referring to marriage or something else entirely. Instantly, the Count unleashed a terrifying aura. He growled that if it wasn't his first time, he wouldn't have let him off the hook. Logan could only force a laugh and agree. Sighing softly, Count Freud explained what he actually meant. He was talking about the Noble Assembly. The Supreme Council of Nobles was kicking off, and it was going to be absolutely massive. Now pay close attention here, because this is where everything shifts. Before them stood a majestic building packed with nobles rushing to the kingdom's biggest event. Whispers and gossip echoed absolutely everywhere. The royal family even allowed lowly barons and lower-ranked nobles to attend this. That detail alone proved just how violently chaotic things had become following the king's sudden, unexpected death. In the crowded chaos, a middle-aged noble got shoved aside and collapsed to the ground with a painful groan. Logan quickly stepped up to apologize. I am truly sorry about that. But the guy completely lost his temper. He screamed, demanding to know if Logan was blind, but in stark contrast to that pure aggression, Logan just kept a calm, polite smile on his face. He sincerely apologized one more time and proactively reached out his hand to help the angry noble get back on his feet. The rude noble smacked Logan's hand away, flat out refusing the help. He muttered curses about his terrible luck for bumping into him. Little did he know, bumping into the main character is a massive death flag. Logan watched him leave in disgust, secretly judging his terrible manners. But Lord McLean immediately stepped in, reminding him not to waste his time caring about trash like that. Logan quietly observed the tense, heavy atmosphere around them. He quickly realized a crucial detail. This massive assembly was being held 2 whole weeks earlier than it had in his previous life. He knew exactly why. Because of Master Felix's firm declaration of absolute neutrality, the rival factions were no longer held back. They were finally exposing their true greed, acting way more violently aggressive than ever before. Let's pause for a second. Looking at this majestic palace, Logan shivered as he remembered his past life. Back then, this supreme noble assembly ended in an absolutely terrifying, bloody disaster. It all started when a specific baron from the First Prince's faction got dragged into a debate. It quickly escalated, getting insanely tense and completely spiraling out of control. That fool had the nerve to hurl a direct insult right at Jordan Vantum. Instantly, the entire Grand Hall exploded with suffocating, murderous killing intent. That single tiny spark triggered an uncontrollable, wildly chaotic brawl among all the lower-ranked nobles. Eventually, it even dragged the absolute strongest superhuman powerhouses into a brutal direct confrontation. History would later formally remember this catastrophic event as the mouth that destroyed a nation. It was the starting point for a bloody civil war that dragged on for years. And that loudmouth baron who caused it, he suffered heavy backlash and intense hatred from future generations. For decades, back at the podium, a noble screamed at the top of his lungs, "If it's not Prince Romain, then who else is truly worthy of being the king?" Instantly, the opposing faction furiously roared back. They called it complete garbage, especially since the first prince was still alive, healthy, and perfectly capable. A fiercely intense argument over age and royal dignity completely exploded. One noble openly mocked calling someone a superior when they were barely a few months older. Deafening shouts echoed through the grand hall. The poor judge just helplessly gripped his gavel, watching the wild chaos spiral totally out of his control. With that heavy, suffocating tension blanketing the hall, Logan realized a terrifying truth. Absolutely anyone in this room could become the spark that ignites this massive conflict. He remembered how his past life went. After the massive assembly brawl, there was usually a quiet prep period of 1 to 2 months before the real civil war actually erupted. But for Logan right now, that was way too long. because during that prep time, Bifrost could easily gather his forces and utterly crush the McLean family into dust. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with burning determination. He told himself this civil war absolutely needed to start way sooner. Logan completely refused to give his enemies a single second to prepare a counterattack. Just then, Count Larry Claret confidently stepped up to the podium. He loudly argued that the oldest son succession rule was abolished ages ago, boldly declaring that raw, actual capability was the only thing that proved illegitimate king. The old man cited solutions for the massive trade issues with the Empire, screaming with absolute wild excitement, "Prince Romain! His wisdom makes him the only rightful king." That bold declaration made Prince Romain look incredibly smug, basking in the passionate support of his followers. However, another furious noble immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, pointing at Count Larry Claret, "Stop talking absolute nonsense." Larry Claret jumped up, firing back fiercely. He swore no one cared about national affairs more than Prince Romain, but mid-shout, he suddenly froze. Dark blood dripped heavily down his chin, leaving the entire crowd utterly stunned. Completely shocked, Claret reached up to touch the blood. He stammered, confused, "Wait, why is so much syrup suddenly pouring out of me?" The massive crowd instantly burst into a panic, anxiously wondering what the hell was happening. Larry Claret grabbed his head in pure agony. He stumbled around dazed before completely collapsing and rolling right down the steps into the middle of the hall. Total chaos erupted at the terrifying sight. Panic screams echoed everywhere. Count Get frantically yelled for a priest to hurry through the totally hysterical, pushing crowd. Logan just stood there, faking extreme concern while internally mocking him. "Finish your death scene, old man. Trust me, you and I are gonna love what happens next. All right, come along with me." Looking at the ring on his hand, Logan smiled at the perfect results of the lingering herb's poison. If this normal plant gets infused with internal energy and dried down for 3 entire days, its effects become insanely powerful. It basically turns into a deadly toxin that instantly bursts the blood vessels inside the brain. The truth about this poison wouldn't be discovered for another 15 years. That is when the Grandia Liberation Front uses it to assassinate a high-ranking official within the Empire. A few days ago, Logan had Philip grab this exact herb. He secretly hid a tiny needle inside his ring to inject Count Claret right before the council meeting began. Now, this poison is totally harmless against strong knights or powerful mages, but against a completely normal, weak noble like that old man, it works like an absolute charm. This was the Grandia Liberation Front's 9th assassination target, going by the codename Parasite. In this life, Logan was absolutely determined to end this scumbag's life before he could ever sell out their entire country. Now, standing right in front of the Count's lifeless body and everyone's terrified, twisted faces, Logan quietly watched the remaining nobles grind their teeth in pure, helpless fury. He coldly waited to see how they would react. Count Claret dropping dead right in the middle of the main hall was like throwing a lit match into dry hay. That already heavy, tense atmosphere, it officially exploded into total madness. The second prince roared in absolute fury, pointing his finger straight at his older brother. He screamed, asking how he dared to poison his loyal subordinate. The first prince just stared back with pure shock and disgust. Sitting right across from him, he snapped back, asking why he would even waste his time doing that. Maybe the old fool just dropped dead on his own. Those words just poured gas on the fire, sending the entire room into total chaos. It was terrible acting, honestly. Anyone with eyes could see exactly who they were trying to blame here. A man with a mustache stepped up next, his face full of defiance. He threw out completely wild accusations, clearly just trying to stir up even more trouble. Smirking, he mocked the other side, asking if the word traitor struck a little too close to home. The old lord standing right next to him widened his eyes in absolute, stunned disbelief at the insult. Unable to hold back anymore, the bearded lord roared out loud, telling him to shut his mouth and remember where they were standing. Loud whispers echoed through the grand hall as the entire situation rapidly spiraled out of control. Now pay attention, this is where it escalates. Watching from afar, Logan quickly realized these two infamous rival northern families were finally clashing head-on. He noticed they had a similar dynamic to the McLean and Bifrost families. Since both faction leaders were incredibly powerful knights and mages, violent, massive waves of pure energy started exploding out, completely wrapping around their bodies. Blinding auras of deep blue and fiery red erupted with insane force, completely swallowing up the surrounding space. Chloe boldly declared that they should just settle this, right here, right now. Roxina didn't even flinch, clenching her fists and roaring back. This was exactly the kind of pure madness they both wanted to see. The panicked judge kept slamming his gavel down over and over, screaming at both of them to calm down. Starting a full-blown war inside the Sacred Council Hall was just absolute insanity. The poor judge was physically shaking in terror, He could only watch as those blazing red and deep blue auras violently clashed and twisted together right in the middle of the hall. Both factions had completely lost their minds. They let out this suffocating killing intent, fully ready to start a massive bloodbath right inside the Empire's most sacred location. What on earth was happening here? The judge stammered in absolute, total panic. Just as things were about to completely cross the line, Duke Felix let out a thunderous roar that cut straight through the chaos. Everyone instantly froze. He stepped forward with heavy authority, standing right in the center, and firmly demanded that everyone take a second to calm down. We must investigate this carefully and find the real truth fairly. Felix loudly made it clear that this definitely wasn't a situation they could just solve with pure anger and personal feelings. Watching all this unfold from a distance, Logan thought his master's timing was absolutely perfect, but deep down, he coldly knew that things weren't going to be resolved that easily this time. Totally ignoring the warning, the second prince screamed out in rage. He claimed the situation was already super obvious, so they didn't need any fake justice or useless truths right now. Surprisingly though, the first prince completely changed his tune. He smiled wickedly, agreeing with the duke. He accused his brother of throwing away a useless pawn just to stage this entire dramatic play. He kept mocking those pathetic, dirty tricks, directly challenging his opponent to accept the investigation if he was truly that confident about being innocent. Facing the absolute stubbornness of both sides, Felix patiently kept pushing, demanding they just calm down and listen to him. But in that suffocating, intensely heavy air, loud, confident footsteps suddenly started echoing across the freezing stone floor once again. Jordan stared coldly right into Felix's eyes. His voice dropped into a dark warning, telling the old man it was finally time to retire. Doan immediately backed him up with another heavy threat. He made it perfectly clear that not even a legendary sword saint could fight off both of their massive, terrifying factions at the exact same time. Stepping in closer with a razor-sharp glare, Jordan asked a simple question. Did Felix actually understand just how insanely dangerous his next move was going to be? I know what you're thinking, peace at last. Think again. Watching this breathless standoff, Logan stood there in pure shock. He realized with sheer horror that the situation was entirely beyond anyone's control now. There were only 3 truly powerful dukes left in this entire kingdom. And right here, right now, all 3 of them were locked in a literal life-or-death standoff. Doan coldly announced that this entire meeting was completely pointless now, and Felix definitely knew it too. Jordan smirked in agreement. Honestly, stepping outside and settling all this bad blood with pure, raw violence sounded like a pretty great idea to them. Surrounded by the crazy, mocking laughter of the watching nobles, the 2 princes just kept screaming at each other. Neither side was willing to back down even a single inch. Finally, both of them made the ultimate decision. They were going to seize the king's throne with their own absolute power. They didn't care about the nation's safety at all. They were fully ready to ignite a massive civil war just for the crown. The order to prepare for all-out battle was instantly approved by all the greedy nobles. Meanwhile, just outside the hall, heavy carriages started rolling out of the capital. The entire atmosphere felt incredibly dark and oppressive. Cut to a secret room. Marquis Luther Kai narrowed his eyes, staring straight ahead, his voice incredibly deep. So, you're asking for time to wipe out McLean? Count Roger Bifrost nervously bowed and agreed. He basically begged his boss for just 10 days to settle a blood debt with the McLean family. Luther Kai quietly tapped his fingers on the table. He looked deep in thought over this wild request, especially since full-blown war could erupt any second now. The Marquis coldly noted that the famous blazing sword title must only apply to his fighting skills, because in reality, Bifrost was an incredibly cold, calculating snake. Bifrost was sweating bullets right now. He knew one wrong word would end his life, so he desperately pleaded again for just 10 extra days to completely destroy the McLeans. But Luther Kai instantly shot that idea down. He made it crystal clear the smartest move right now was dragging the McLean family onto their side, whatever it takes. That's where we leave it, trust me. You'll want to see what happens next. Marquis Luther Kai stated McLean's entire military power would definitely join them soon. Count Bifrost just stood there, sweating bullets. All right, stick with me here. The old man coldly explains he showed up personally because someone dared to spread rumors that Macklin is untouchable. Choking under that insane pressure, Bifrost drops straight to his knees. He begs for mercy. Admitting pure greed completely blinded him into making those reckless moves. Lurka orders Bifrost to put his greed aside. He makes a heavy promise once they win this massive civil war, he will personally wipe out Macklin and hand the territory right back to him. A classic boss making empty promises to a loyal dog. Leaving a heavy warning, the old man then orders Bifrost to immediately gather his most elite forces. Lurka's eyes go dark, staring toward a much grander future. Meanwhile, the entire kingdom is practically suffocating under the heavy tension of an all-out war about to explode. A few days later, at Tomoto Castle, a high-stakes magic transmission happens between Logan, his father, and the second prince's faction. Through the glowing magic sphere, the official loudly declares they will respect the Marlen family's decision to stay strictly neutral. But he instantly drops a massive threat. If Marlen dares to break this promise or provokes anyone, they will be ruthlessly crushed before dealing with anything else. Facing Duke Vantamir's iron will, Lord Marlen gives a slight nod, firmly stating he will carve this heavy warning into his mind. The magic sphere shuts off right after that arrogant goodbye. Logan smirks, mocking the Vantamir Duke's absolute arrogance for not even offering a decent greeting. Even so, he secretly breathes a massive sigh of relief. The family just dodged a major headache and no longer relies on Master Felix's protection. Logan quickly calculates that if that deadly threat is actually real. Now pay attention, because this is where everything flips. Bifrost will be forced to pour all his forces into the capital instead of attacking Marlen. The trap worked perfectly. Logan tells his father this crisis is actually their golden chance to make their next move. Logan smiles with absolute confidence. He figures the whole family finally gets a little breathing room. Exactly, so let's focus on what we can do right now. The civil war triggered by Larry Clark's death escalated into massive military clashes in just a single week. At first, both factions actually considered assassinating the opposing prince, but then an incredibly unexpected event blew up. The fully mobilized armies from both sides accidentally crashed straight into each other. That initial northern clash dragged all the way to royal territory, forming a massive front line. Scattered battles are erupting across the entire kingdom. The clear signs of an endlessly dragging war are already showing. With things escalating like this, the leaders on both sides are burning through every last ounce of their power. Naturally, Bifrost has no choice but to march toward the central front. Logan reassures his father that they wouldn't be crazy enough to ignore the Duke's direct warning, not unless they've completely lost their minds. Suddenly, Logan slams his hand on the table. Eyes burning with pure determination, he boldly declares, "Their house is empty. Let's steal their territory." Father, you and I both heard that right. That insane proposal and his heavy aura leaves Lord Marlen and the vassals absolutely paralyzed with shock. Wei violently slams the table, panicking as he reminds the young master about the deadly warning they just got from the second prince. The others nervously ask if he's really ignoring everything. Staring down their terrified faces, Logan casually admits it. Exactly. The two vassals stumble, totally horrified. The old vassal warns that even if Bifrost is too busy to fight back, this move will definitely be seen as a direct challenge to the second prince. He stresses that to make an example for other neutral forces, the second prince's faction will eagerly slaughter anyone daring to block their path. Just like the tragic fate of that noble family that collapsed earlier. They desperately beg Logan to carefully protect the family's neutral status. But Logan coldly cuts them off. He explains the Marlen family's war actually started way before this civil war even broke out, so it's strictly a noble blood feud, not politics. Logan is absolutely confident that both the second prince and the Duke will understand. The vassals are totally stunned, wondering if their young master planned this all along, using Tomoto Fortress to launch this insane master plan. The old man quietly rejects that thought, assuming Logan couldn't possibly predict the future. Logan just gives a dark, mysterious chuckle, amplifying the tension. However, he also drops a warning that the Vantamir faction will eventually force their family to pay for all the damages caused. Lord Marlen lowers his voice, asking if his son really thought this through. Logan admits he hasn't, but flashes a calculating smile, swearing he won't leave any loose ends. Logan's true goal is swallowing Bifrost's entire territory. He wants to make Marlen so incredibly powerful that both warring factions will be forced to beg for their help. Logan quickly orders John Wei and the vassals out so he can finally speak privately with his father. The second the doors close, Lord Marlen steps close, demanding to know if his son is seriously attacking the enemy's stronghold. He looks Logan dead in the eye and points out a massive flaw. Logan is assuming the civil war will last long enough for them to conquer Bifrost safely. Lord Marlen stares at his son. This is a civil war, not a TV show. It won't just drag on forever for you to farm. That sudden reality check leaves Logan completely frozen. Deep down, he starts digging through his past life memories, where civil wars usually dragged on for years. But the 3-year Grandia civil war from his past life was actually a massive anomaly. Logan realizes he completely overlooked that crucial detail. Lord Marlen lets out a heavy sigh. He firmly states he won't dig into Logan's secrets anymore. He fully trusts his son is doing everything for this family. However, he strictly reminds Logan to fix these fatal flaws in his grand plan to avoid any unnecessary disasters down the road. Logan slowly nods. He remembers now. Lord Marlen looks away, declaring their true goal. So what do you and I take from this? They aren't just taking Bifrost, they're reclaiming their ancient ancestral lands. Meanwhile, over at Bifrost Castle, that peaceful, quiet atmosphere gets instantly shattered to pieces. A guard squints through his telescope, totally stunned, muttering, "What is that?" All right, stick with me. Here you are about to see one epic payback. His face twists in pure horror as alarms absolutely shatter the silence. A massive cavalry charges like a hurricane, heading straight for the city gates. The Bifrost guards scream in absolute panic. The Marlen forces are here and they are invading. Their commander tries to calm the chaos, desperately ordering his men to hold their ground. He screams at his subordinates to send a message to Farida for backup. They have to defend this fort at all costs until reinforcements finally arrive. Down at the gates, Logan and his father sit proudly on their horses. No surrender here. Patrick McLean draws his blade, declaring they won't waste time, they are taking them down right now. Logan fiercely agrees. Up on the wall, a purple-haired knight shouts down at them. I have heard a lot about you. Logan McLean, I will avenge the fall of Tomoto. I am Renter, a high knight of Bifrost. I challenge you to a one-on-one duel as a true knight. If you are really a knight, answer my challenge with honor. Logan just stares at this screaming guy, wondering if he is a knight or a theater actor. Mid-sentence, bam. Logan launches a lightning-fast punch right to his face, knocking Renter out cold in the blink of an eye. Logan looks down at the unconscious loser and casually asks his men, how is he? They check him and reply, game over. Get this guy a doctor immediately. Logan honestly questions their enemy's strength. Bifrost must be absolutely desperate to make a loudmouth like him their defense commander. Logan turns to his dad with a confident look. Father, it is finally over. Staring at the massive territory, Patrick McLean chokes up. This is our ancestral land. They stole it from us 200 years ago. Watching birds fly over the lush green plains, he marvels at how they managed to take it all back so easily. Logan just smiles at his father. He knows perfectly well that getting to this day was not easy at all. Standing on the grand castle wall, Patrick McLean and Logan quietly look down at their reclaimed territory. Down in the courtyard, the entire Marlen army stands in perfect, hyped-up formation. Familiar faces like Rick, Ronian, and Victor are totally beaming with pride after this glorious victory. Patrick McLean nods, looking at his son with a deep, proud voice. All right, my son is the absolute best. You were right. Stepping forward, he loudly praises the entire army. Everyone worked so hard, and the Marlen family has finally taken back their ancestral home. You can feel the shift here. His voice echoes, stressing that this massive win was built entirely on everyone's hard work and sacrifice, and the loyalty of his closest allies. The celebrating crowd suddenly goes completely quiet as the Lord's tone grows heavy. A moment of silence for our fallen brothers. With eyes full of gratitude, Patrick McLean swears he will never forget the knights who gave everything to win back this land. He reads the names of the fallen heroes: Caleb, Nil, Eaton, Curtis, Renner, Andreas, Pierre. Pure silence fills the air as everyone bows their heads. Ellen stands quietly in the ranks. Her face shows deep sorrow for the war's brutal cost. The Lord promises to carve their names into his heart forever. Looking out at the sunset over their vast new territory, he states they now must plan the Marlen family's future, preparing for much bigger moves ahead. Logan looks at his father and gets a firm, trusting nod in return. He steps to the edge, declaring to the troops below, "You probably guessed it already. The era of chaos is here. The world is a mess, and we are rising to the top." Logan throws his glowing sword high into the sky. "I want all of you to become our wings." Thousands of soldiers roar back, "Long live." Bathed in the sword's blinding light, Logan proudly shouts out for the glory of the Marlen family. Now, pay attention, because the villains are losing it. Over at the Second Prince's camp, Count Roger Bifrost screams at the bad news. What? He leaves for a few days and loses his entire territory. He furiously screams, asking what the hell Renter was doing. His men bitterly report that the battle ended way too fast before Farida's army could even march. Bifrost grinds his teeth in totally helpless rage. What? That idiot Renter. Unable to hold back his anger, Bifrost barks an order. "We are going back right now. I will tear them to pieces." But a cold voice suddenly cuts him off. "I do not permit that. It is Marquis Luther Kai." Even as Bifrost rants about those bastards attacking his city, Marquis Luther Kai keeps a totally calm but completely terrifying expression. He points out that the central frontline forces are evenly matched right now, so there is absolutely no way Bifrost's troops are leaving. Marquis Luther Kai narrows his eyes, coldly asking if Bifrost values his own little plot of land more than their faction's grand plan. Bifrost panics and stammers, "Boss, it is not my fault that Logan Brat is too arrogant." He swears to personally rip them apart right after the Second Prince's mission is complete. Marquis Luther Kai keeps his dark look, quietly walking away before suddenly dropping a brand new strategy. He is sending a message inviting the Marlen family to join their side. Bifrost is stunned, completely missing the Marquis' evil smile. Marquis Luther Kai explains he will drag Marlen into this war as pure cannon fodder. He is fully convinced they will have zero choice but to obey his orders. Hearing those exact calculations, Logan bursts into loud laughter. He shoots back, asking if the Marquis is openly threatening his family right now. You and I know Logan doesn't play games. He stares down his enemy, boldly declaring that the Marlen family will just support the first prince. That savage reply through the magic orb makes Marquis Luther Kai so furious he literally crushes a metal cup in his hand. Are you crazy? Stick with me here. Marquis Luther Kai was in absolute disbelief. A frontier kid like Logan actually daring to threaten a powerhouse Marquis to his face? He growled, his voice dripping with pure menace. You and I both know that is a death wish. The old man made it crystal clear, rejecting the offer and throwing warnings meant Logan was practically declaring open war on Prince Roman. Now watch this closely. A deadly, dark blue aura violently erupted straight from the Marquis, completely crushing the air right out of the room. Count by, you and I are about to witness an epic mind game. Frost shakes in pure terror from the overwhelming pressure. Logan knows he is making a wildly dangerous move, purposely pushing limits just to test his opponent's patience. Logan smoothly explains that the bitter feud between Marlen and Bifrost goes way back. He insists his actions aren't disrespecting the Marquis or the prince. Hearing this excuse, Marquis Luther Kai coldly drops a highly calculated ultimatum. Then prove it. Lead your troops straight to the front lines and earn some actual merit. Do that, and the prince and I will spare you from our absolute wrath. Logan flashes a mysterious smirk and drops a genuinely shocking reply. Too bad. I am totally booked right now. Gotta hang up. Bye-bye. Boom. A massive explosion of aura shakes the entire camp. Marquis Luther Kai stands furiously in his own wreckage, while Bifrost panics, begging him to calm down. Logan loudly declares he is keeping absolute neutrality, just like Master Felix wanted, but swears his loyalty to the royal family remains completely unchanged. That contradictory nonsense drives Marquis Luther Kai absolutely insane. He screams, calling Logan an arrogant fool. Suddenly, a frantic soldier bursts in with an urgent report. The enemy forces have arrived. Stop arguing. Marquis Luther Kai's face turns ghost white with sheer terror as he hears the desperate frontline update. Through the glowing magic sphere, Logan casually mocks him. Oh my, looks like you are busy. Please go handle your business. Now watch closely, things get crazy here. The Marquis is totally stunned, unable to believe this border kid's pure disrespect during such a crisis. Furious, Marquis Luther Kai snatches the sphere and snarls a dark threat. Even if I take heavy losses, killing you right now would definitely boost morale. Logan doesn't even flinch. He narrows his eyes, daring to ask if the Marquis can truly afford those losses, while the frontline war is incredibly intense. Logan smoothly adds that someone as brilliant as Marquis Luther Kai wouldn't let petty anger blind him from the big picture. The Marquis furiously grinds his teeth, cursing Logan as a loudmouth fool and promising he will regret this very soon. The second the call ends, Marquis Luther Kai coldly orders his men to stalk Logan's every move. Staring at the Marquis's back, Bifrost flashes a deeply malicious, wicked smirk. He smugly convinces himself that the stupid Marlen family is basically committing suicide. To him, Logan's massive ego is actually playing right into his hands. Bifrost bursts into a villainous laugh. He completely mocks Logan's dream of taking Bifrost, thrilled to finally get some incredibly good news. Just as he ends the call with the Vanter faction, an exhausted Logan realizes Duke Johann Douglas is personally contacting him. He forces a polite smile for this dangerous new rival. I just finished surviving one guest, dead tired, and now I have to deal with you? Duke Johann squints at Logan through the magic sphere. His voice drops low, asking if crushing Bifrost means the Marlen family is officially joining his political faction. Logan just gives a calm smile. He firmly shoots that down, claiming it was purely about settling his family's incredibly ancient blood feud. Faced with the great noble's direct offer, Logan bluntly rejects it, stating Marlen isn't ready to back anyone yet. Inwardly, he knows this upcoming mess will be a massive headache. Johann strokes his beard thoughtfully. He warns that with Jordan's completely ruthless nature, Marlen might get swallowed whole later, and he's super curious how Logan plans to survive. Logan keeps his face an absolute mask of calm. He claims he just heard the news and really tried his best to ease tensions. Seeing Johann's heavy suspicion, Logan smoothly explains that Marlen simply lacks the resources to do anything besides keeping a perfectly strict neutral stance. Still, he throws in some easy flattery, promising to support the Duke's faction in spirit, while hoping the rest of Bifrost's army gets absolutely wiped off the map, just supporting with pure faith. That brutally honest answer makes Johann laugh out loud, but he leaves a chilling warning: if Logan tries any tricky betrayals, he won't sit quietly. Logan tightly clenches his fists. You and I can feel the pressure crushing him from all sides, but he exhales softly, thrilled that Marlen's strict neutrality is finally officially recognized. Meanwhile, over in the Peretta territory, Lord Paredes' face physically twists in pure shock upon hearing the heavily guarded Bifrost fortress was actually captured. He falls into an absolute panic, screaming because he hasn't even mobilized his backup forces yet. His nervous lackey tries to calm him down, insisting Mac Lane's insanely reckless move will force Count Bifrost to strike back with some devastating, severe punishment. But those pathetic hopes instantly vanish into thin air. A knight calls through the magic sphere, coldly announcing zero retaliation is coming because Mac Lane's neutral status was officially approved. Lord Paredes spirals into total, complete panic mode. His guy tries comforting him, saying if they just stay out of it, Mac Lane won't touch them. But Paredes is shaking with paranoia. Can we really trust that at all? Right on cue, a frantic soldier bursts in with an urgent message from Mac Lane. Paredes shrieks in horror. Holding the paper, he begs for a summary. Logan's demands are completely, brutally merciless. First up, they must surrender food and supplies worth 100,000 gold every single month. Next, tenant taxes must drop to 30%, and Mac Lane will conduct strict monthly internal inspections. Most importantly, Mac Lane gets total freedom to recruit soldiers whenever needed. The letter ends with an epic flex. The king is far away. I rule this border. If Paredes wants to live, he better drop to his knees right now. Both cowardly nobles stand completely frozen. Meanwhile, at the main Bifrost castle, the mighty Mac Lane flag flies proudly in the wind. Inside the hall, Dway reports Paredes officially begged to become vassals. Taking a smooth sip of wine, Logan coldly declares, "Perfect. Now we slowly choke them out, draining every last drop of their military power." Even though his father feels slightly disappointed they could not touch Percival or Roman, Logan confidently insists they have secured way more than enough. He smiles in pure satisfaction. All immediate threats? Gone. Time to celebrate, and trust me, you are going to want to see his next massive move. All right, stick with me here. We are diving straight into an epic victory. Knights and vassals are cheering their lungs out. Logan raises his glass and shouts, "Work is over. Let's party, boys." Drinks are on me tonight. A massive festival vibe completely takes over the entire castle as everyone finally gets to taste their glorious, hard-earned victory together. The victory banquet is absolutely wild right now, with wine glasses constantly overflowing for the VIPs. Seeing the whole squad finally gathered, Patrick McLean leans over and quietly reminds his son, Logan, that it is time. Isn't it about time we kick this off? Logan gives a firm, confident nod. Yeah, let's do this. He immediately projects his voice across the massive hall. Sir Heiko, please step forward. Meanwhile, Lady McLean is already struggling to hold up her husband, who's getting totally drunk. Heiko steps up, loudly swearing his absolute loyalty. Looking at his most faithful warrior, Logan drops the very first reward. Here is 1 million gold and a massive land deed. Go build a mansion. This news hits like a literal thunderbolt. Heiko is so shocked he completely freezes up. Now watch closely, because some of the nobles are actually panicking. Amidst the crazy cheering, they start whispering. Are they really this incredibly rich? Or is Logan emptying the treasury and driving the family straight into bankruptcy by throwing cash around like water? The crowd mutters, assuming Logan is just pouring endless drinks to hide an empty vault. Logan clicks his tongue. He secretly wishes the Bifrost army had not looted the artifact vault. Things would be way better. Next up, he calls out the elder. Sir Clayan. Clayan gasps, totally stunned. Logan proudly announces that the Golem Tower gets top credit for successfully defending Tomoto Castle. As payback for their epic effort, Logan grants the Golem Tower permanent ownership and 0 taxes for their land in Mantown. Logan raises his glass for the ultimate finisher, plus a 10 million gold bonus. Clayan drops to his knees, bawling his eyes out over the young master's insane generosity. He stammers out endless thanks. Logan is now the Golem Tower's biggest savior. Logan smiles, telling everyone to just relax and enjoy the party. More special rewards will soon be handed out to those who truly earn them. Logan secretly gloats. He is literally playing the generous lord using cash confiscated straight from their enemies. Seeing Eileen cheering like crazy, he wonders aloud if she's really that broke. The Freud family is super rich, after all. Eileen instantly fires back. She insists the real value here is different. This is the very first paycheck she has ever earned with her own blood and sweat on the battlefield. She happily explains that kingdom women rarely get the chance to earn this kind of massive payout. It honestly feels like a huge piece of her dream just came true. Suddenly, Ronian sprints over. The kid urgently reminds his big brother to properly reward the old blacksmith, Hema. Got a new sword and instantly forgot your own brother. Logan glances at Hema, who is standing with arms crossed, full of expectations. He secretly laughs at his little brother's sudden attitude change. Logan nods, confidently stating he has already prepared the absolute most perfect, custom-made gift for the old blacksmith. Hema looks a bit stunned by the young master's bold promise, Suddenly, a mysterious carriage rolls right into the castle courtyard. Guards shout for them to get out. The wooden doors creak open, and a filthy figure with an iron hook for a hand quietly steps down into the dirt. I know exactly what you are thinking, and Hema completely agrees. He stares at the newcomer, cursing Logan for being a pervert who brought back some pitiful slave. But as the figure steps closer, revealing that short stature and trademark red beard, it is a dwarf. Hema freezes, realizing this is the special gift Logan worked so hard to get him. Tema looks around the bustling town with heavy suspicion. He thinks to himself, "So, we are working here this time?" The other dwarves murmur anxiously, seeing way too many damn humans around. One clicks his tongue, calling this new master weird for sending luxury carriages just to transport dwarves like them. The bitter whispers continue. It reminds them of the past, being treated like literal livestock tossed into noble carts. Another quickly warns them to watch their mouths. Then a taller dwarf turns to mock Tema directly. "Lost your arm and your pride too, huh, Tema?" Tema walks in silence. He curses these idiots for not realizing that clinging to fake pride only makes their hellish lives worse. He tells himself that throwing away his pride the day he lost his forging arm was the only reason a crippled dwarf like him survived this long. The dwarf group quietly enters the gates under the strict watch of the McLean guards. Tema's footsteps feel incredibly heavy. He seriously debates if he should just die right here and end this miserable existence once and for all. Depressed from endless unemployment, he hears a human blacksmith frantically shouting inside, "Hey, go tell Sir Hema his kin are finally here." Tema and the dwarves are absolutely stunned. They cannot believe that respectful tone. Tema stammers, "Hey, human, did you just say Sir Hema?" The blacksmith beams with pride. "Oh, you know, Sir Hema, he is literally the greatest craftsman in our entire territory. His creations completely changed this land. We expect great things from you too." This firm statement leaves Tema utterly speechless and questioning reality. No way. A human territory where dwarves are genuinely respected? Just how legendary is this dwarf anyway? Suddenly, Hema steps out, muscles totally bulging after hours of intense labor. He speaks up loudly. "My kin are finally here. Glad to see you all looking healthy." Seeing that familiar silhouette, Tema's heart practically explodes in his chest. It is him, the legendary blacksmith of their own race. Hema flashes a purely evil, wicked grin. "Welcome to the Overtime Club, boys. Get ready to work through the night." Ignoring their shocked faces, Hema barks orders. "Get inside now. We have a massive pile of orders to finish." Tema is still paralyzed, barely able to whisper, "Is this really Sir Hema?" A few days later, Logan drops by the forge with a massive smile. "Hema, did you like my little gift?" Hema laughs happily. "Of course, master. Crossbow production has completely skyrocketed." Logan nods, casually asking where the new dwarves are. "And that is where we leave it, trust me. You will definitely want to see what happens next." Hema points at the bustling workshop, proudly claiming the workers are behaving perfectly now. They are spinning like tops just to keep up with the massive orders. "You and I are about to see something wild." Under Hema's orders, Tema and his tribe are hammering away, turning this forge into an absolute maximum capacity powerhouse. Logan introduces a brand new production system. Now, every single person is only in charge of crafting one specific part. He knows this method is incredibly effective for mass production, but honestly, he is still worried that the legendary pride of the dwarven race will make it hard for them to accept this broken-down assembly line style. Right on cue, the dwarven blacksmiths erupt in protest, making just a single part instead of a whole weapon. Where exactly did the pride of a true craftsman go? But the moment Logan drops the massive daily quota on them, absolute dead silence, pure horror. They have to craft that many crossbows every single day. It is genuinely terrifying. Amidst the panicked crowd, Tema, the guy with the iron hook arm, suddenly gets smart. He claims he is perfectly suited for a supervisor role to manage the troublemakers. Hema immediately shuts Tema down with a completely murderous glare. "Want to take credit, or do you want a beating? Just say the word." Trembling in fear, Tema quickly defends himself, swearing he is just a tiny gear in this massive workshop. Watching this unfold, Logan cannot help but be impressed. Classic Hema. The old man handles everything with absolutely ruthless efficiency. Hema laughs out loud, claiming he is just copying his master's style. Even though the dwarves are secretly cursing them as literal demons, Hema still lays down a very heavy promise. "If you work your fingers to the bone for 20 years, I will grant you freedom." That is the exact promise Logan had given to every single one of them. Staring down at his iron hook arm, Tema silently makes a vow. He is absolutely not going to let this chance at freedom slip through his fingers ever again. Getting back to business, Hema genuinely questions why their territory needs such an absolutely absurd number of crossbows. The current stockpile is already enough to arm 10,000 men, with plenty to spare. Logan simply replies, "Spare? Not a chance." He is gathering an army to dominate the world. Hema is absolutely stunned. The old man wonders if the young master is taking his preparations for the next 10 years way too seriously. Logan bursts out laughing at the old blacksmith's misunderstanding. No, it is nothing like that. I am actually forming a militia of about 10,000 people, and recruitment has already begun. This news sends a literal chill down Hema's spine. He suddenly realizes Logan is secretly plotting for an entirely different, far more brutal war. Now pay attention here, because this changes everything. Logan sees Hema's worry, but he knows this civil war is just getting started. Nobody else realizes this conflict will drag on for 3 agonizing years, with a massive foreign invasion waiting right at the finish line. What starts as a battle for elite soldiers will soon devolve into a messy, chaotic war of mercenaries. And eventually, it will just become a brutal slaughter of desperate farmers, forced to pick up weapons merely to survive. Deep down in his heart, he knows clearly that the upcoming horror will be exactly like hell descending upon the earth. His family is completely forced to prepare for that devastating moment at all costs. However, Hema, the old blacksmith, is visibly terrified about this plan. He seriously wonders if it is actually a good idea to hand out lethal weapons to that many ordinary civilians. Logan calmly insists that as long as you feed and clothe them well, they stay totally loyal. They would not even fear absolute destruction. Suddenly, a smirk appears as he remembers something crucial about explosives. Throwing an arm around Hema with a highly calculating look, Logan demands that he and Clan secretly develop a brand new weapon. The old blacksmith immediately gets a very bad feeling about this. Over at the Magic Tower, Clan is utterly shocked. Logan is pitching a new kind of explosive, one that detonates on a delay after a specific amount of time. But it doesn't stop there. Logan also demands it triggers through a specific amount of physical force. Even just squeezing it tightly in the palm of a hand should be enough to activate it. Logan keeps listing absolutely bizarre features. It has to vibrate slightly as a warning before detonating so the user remembers to throw it. And best of all, it needs to change colors with a 5-second countdown. He emphasizes the blast must match the raw destructive power of a Tier 2 explosion spell. But the entire production cost must absolutely be capped at around 50 gold coins. Seeing Logan's incredibly radiant face as he casually asks if they can do it, Clayton just sweats bullets. He desperately asks right back if this monstrous invention actually exists anywhere in the world. Faced with his impossible demands, Logan firmly states that he has actually used it before. This leaves the poor mage completely paralyzed in shock. Hema roars in absolute disbelief, demanding to know where Logan got his hands on something like that, especially since they just barely discussed the required materials. The veteran blacksmith strongly emphasizes that chemical compounds can react in completely different ways depending on their exact mixing ratios, so absolute success is nowhere near a guarantee. Clayton cannot hide his intense skepticism either. A weapon hitting as hard as a Tier 2 spell, but costing only a tenth of a Tier 1 scroll? Insane. If this thing is real, it would literally make the entire industry explode overnight. He wonders aloud, if Logan used it before, why not just go straight to the original creator? While both of their eyes stay completely glued to the beautiful magical sphere glowing brightly on the red cushion, Clayton hesitantly offers a highly practical suggestion. If you have actually used it before, wouldn't finding the original maker be way faster? Classic case of an employee wanting a shortcut, but the boss says absolutely not. Logan lets out a heavy sigh, openly admitting he does not have a close relationship with any mage. I know what you're thinking. Deep down, Logan is silently cursing the brutal truth he has absolutely no clue how to craft this weapon himself. What he desperately wants to recreate is called Liberation. It is an explosive with such terrifying destructive power that it once acted as the absolute worst nightmare of the Empire during Grandia's fierce war for independence. Unfortunately, the secret to making it was held by only a very small handful of people, and Logan was definitely not one of them. Suddenly, a crucial clue flashes in his mind. The original creator of Liberation was an earth mage who took his inspiration straight from the ancient weapons of the dwarves. He looks Clayton and Hema dead in the eye, boldly declaring that they are the only 2 men who can pull this off. Don't let me down. Clayton, utterly bewildered, concedes. At first, he thought the young master was just caught in a crazy daydream. But Logan's insanely vivid, detailed description of how the weapon operates actually makes the mage question his own knowledge. Logan falls deep into thought. He realizes his memories of Liberation are terrifyingly crystal clear. It almost feels completely unnatural to remember it this vividly. But then a bitter realization hits him. Maybe the memory is burned so deeply into his brain because, in his past life, this exact weapon was the thing that killed him. Shaking off these dark, wandering thoughts, Logan firmly commands them. All right, let me explain it one more time, so listen carefully. Clayton and Hema are just sweating profusely, totally unable to believe their young master still refuses to drop this completely insane idea. Meanwhile, a massive slam at a rundown tavern shatters the silence. That's our cue. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me, we are diving straight into absolute chaos. A man screams in agony. What happened to this country? The Civil War just ripped through the South, bringing nothing but fire and destruction. Minor nobles cry out in pure despair. Dragged right into the brutal faction wars of the powerful, they are literally risking their lives and losing their lands. No, he is right. A blonde youth agrees in a low voice, totally ignoring his friends desperately trying to shut him up. He bitterly realizes the truth. Just because of some forced, distant ties to major families, provincial nobles like them are getting completely wiped off the map. Damien Nadan's face twists in pure agony. He holds his head, crying over his ruined family. He could not even grab the family tree while fleeing. Classic case of getting dragged into drama where you are not even the main character. Right in his darkest moment, a cloaked figure appears from nowhere. Are you Damien Nadan? Damien jumps up in absolute shock, frantically asking who the hell this stranger is. The guy claims he is from the Info Guild, handing him a mysterious letter from an anonymous client. Damien takes it, hands completely shaking. He freezes, seeing a blazing flame crest on the wax seal. Meanwhile, Rick panics, looking at a massive mountain of papers. He stammers, "Young master, what is all this? Are you throwing a party or something? Letters?" Logan keeps writing, replying with zero hesitation. "Party. I am sending out resumes to save talent." Rick looks confused. "Are you trying to recruit them?" Logan glares back. "How did you know?" The servant laughs it off. He has watched the young master for years and guessed it, but he seriously doubts this ruined territory can attract any famous knights. Logan explains right now, they're just minor heirs or completely ordinary soldiers. Left alone, they will just become wandering mercenaries. Rick worries, are they really so desperate for troops they need this kind of trash? Watch closely here, because this changes everything. Logan smirks. Rough diamonds need polishing. In reality, he is secretly using his past life cheat knowledge to stay one step ahead. Logan calculates perfectly. Most of these guys will awaken insane inner power later, but there is one crucial guy he is desperately hoping accepts his invite. The letter directly targets Damien Nadan, introducing Logan as the eldest son of the Marlen family. He smoothly mentions a Drunken Moon poem Damien once left at the academy, just to show ultimate respect for his hidden talent. Logan sincerely offers a new home at the Marlen estate. Holding this mysterious letter right after his family crumbled, Damien reads every single word in absolute shock. His face twists with total disbelief and heavy doubt. He mutters in a daze, "What is this nonsense?" 2 months pass. Marlen town suddenly explodes with crowds of people pouring in. The guards are completely stunned, wondering where the hell all these guys came from. A soldier explains they all claim the young master sent them letters. He quickly checks a glowing seal on a guest's hand and points. Seal confirmed. Head to the lobby for job placement. Right in that crowd, Damien Nadan. He walks quietly, lost in thought, remembering that crazy letter. After verifying the official Marlen crest, the guard glares at Damien with serious suspicion, secretly mocking why a total vagabond got a royal invite, but he still firmly gives the order. "Right, follow me." Observing the rich territory, Damien wonders if the Marlen family is basically expanding by scooping up war refugees. Seeing the bustling market, with merchants practically screaming about imperial fabrics for sale. Now, you and I are probably wondering the exact same thing. Why invite him? The clean, peaceful town makes Damien anxious. Did they send this to the wrong guy? The second he steps inside, Logan appears with a huge, bright smile. "Welcome, new employee. Legs tired from the trip? Let me give you a massage." Damien nervously shakes his hand. "Nice to meet you." Logan excitedly pulls him into a seat. Damien panics internally. Did this lord seriously invite the wrong person? Logan pours a cup of hot tea, slides it over, and gently breaks the ice. "Warm your stomach, then we can talk about selling your soul to me." Damien awkwardly sips it, trying to wash down the sheer panic. He sneaks a peek at the guy, wondering if they have met before. Seriously, hair and eyes that blazing red are basically impossible to forget. Damien cannot stop wondering, why is a mega powerful young master looking so incredibly thrilled to see a total loser like him? Logan quietly observes him. It is honestly hilarious seeing the future absolute genius of the Liberation Front looking so wildly flustered right now. He knows Damien is a master-tier codebreaker and an unparalleled genius at managing raw information. For over 20 years in his past life, this man flawlessly protected the Liberation Front's identities. But above all his insane skills, Logan desperately wants his rare, unbreakable integrity. Even after losing his entire family in the brutal Civil War, Damien fiercely fought for decades just for the future of the country. Logan knows if he wins him over, he will have a powerhouse right-hand man he can absolutely trust with his life. Logan drops a highly tempting offer. "How about starting your career here as the chief administrative assistant? What do you say? Prove your worth, and maybe one day you will run this entire city." Damien is so shocked he nearly drops his teacup. He stammers, "Why do all this for a nobody?" Logan smiles. "You don't want it?" Damien instantly panics, terrified of losing this golden chance. Logan calmly explains that Damien's poetry actually moved him. Good poetry means you completely understand context and know exactly how to express it perfectly. Those are absolutely vital skills for handling administration. Damien just stares deeply into his teacup. In his head, Relastad, Relation, Relation of Lees, Zaish, and Relevanistation, purely vital skills for handling administration, unfiltered nonsense. So what do we take from this? Classic imposter syndrome. Logan realizes he overstepped and decides silence is golden. Let's dive right back into the story. Deep down, Logan is absolutely dead set on recruiting this guy. He firmly believes that even though the Marlen family is just a small house right now, once they rise to absolute power, Damien will be their ultimate trump card, an absolute genius of an information manager. But for now, he decides to temporarily assign Damien the role of administrative manager. Meanwhile, Damien is awkwardly rubbing his chin. He's secretly regretting his life choices, thinking he really should have shaved before meeting the young lord. Fast forward 1 week. The vibe at the Lord's Manor is buzzing with pure excitement. Dway is smiling from ear to ear, endlessly praising the new guy's incredible skills. He swears Damien and Philip are doing the work of 10 men combined. The admin manager can't help but ask, where exactly did Logan dig up such insane talent? Logan looks a bit shocked himself. He secretly wonders if this desk job actually suits Damien that perfectly, but he just smiles, ordering them to help the new guy settle in. Dway confidently agrees, swearing to treat these rare talents like absolute gold. But suddenly, his expression turns dead serious as he brings up a whole different, massive problem. Dway reports that thanks to the Civil War, a massive wave of refugees is flooding their territory. The town's population is going to hit its absolute limit way earlier than planned. Logan falls silent, calculating this wild new situation. Dway keeps going, sounding panicked about the budget. Thanks to the ongoing war, lumber prices have already skyrocketed off the charts. He is terrified that once the town is built, the family's budget will be completely dry until this year's harvest finally rolls around. Suddenly, Philip speaks up, completely shattering the tense mood. Why would they be broke? He casually points out they have plenty of goods to sell. Both Logan and Dway look at him, totally stunned, asking what he means. Sell what exactly? Philip doesn't even blink, answering simply food. Now pay close attention, because this is where it gets interesting. Dway literally screams in shock, unable to believe they have extra food to sell. Philip just smiles. He explains that to prepare for the massive war against Bifrost, Logan actively hoarded all their extra food instead of selling it off like they normally would. Philip breaks it down. Their war ended incredibly fast. And with the Civil War now exploding, food prices are about to shoot straight through the roof. Selling just half of their massive food stockpile will easily cover all their wild expenses. The extra cash? They can pump that straight into building brand new farms. Logan goes quiet, doing the math. He knows that long-term, to train thousands of elite crossbow cavalry, having their own farms is absolutely mandatory. Right now, his family relies entirely on imports, but to keep an army running, they have to become totally self-sufficient. Logan nods, clearly impressed. That is a brilliant idea. Philip beams, ecstatic that his plan got the green light. Logan doesn't waste a second, putting Philip completely in charge of the food sale. He orders him to squeeze out as much profit as humanly possible, then use that exact money to buy up all the lumber. Turning straight to Dway, Logan drops his next order. Start preparing to build the second town right now. Dway answers loudly, yes boss, I am off to build the new city district. But then he freezes. There's one more crucial thing he needs to report. Dway pulls out a letter, explaining it was meant for Logan but got sent to their office by mistake. Logan takes it with a quick thanks. One look at the wax seal, and he instantly knows it is from the Information Guild. Philip and Dway bow out, leaving their lord to his business. Logan silently rips open the envelope. His eyes instantly go completely sharp as he reads the first line regarding his request to find someone. The Information Guild is officially reporting back. They finally track down someone matching Logan's exact description. He flashes back to his very first day holding the heavy sword from his master. He had ordered them to hunt down rogue heroes who fought during the brutal Imperial War. It took a ridiculously long time, but they finally found a guy named Chen Crow. Logan notices the name isn't exactly the crown he asked for, but there is a massive chance it is the exact same person. That name alone makes Logan sweat. Out of all the people out there, his luck just had to land on the single most troublesome guy on the entire board. We are talking about an absolute genius artifact designer. The man who successfully mass-produced low-tier artifacts and eventually rose up to become one of the top 10 mega merchants in the entire empire. He covers his entire body in artifacts he crafts with his own hands, And unlike a typical fragile mage, this guy actually fights head-on, right on the brutal front lines. Crow is the exact same mage who single-handedly slaughtered Grandia's forces, the absolute legend known as the Iron-Faced Mage. Because of the cheap, deadly artifacts he supplied to the Empire, Grandia's defense fell almost twice as fast as it should have. Standing as an enemy, this guy is an insanely dangerous, top-tier nightmare. Logan crushes the letter, a cold, brutal decision flashing in his mind. You and I know what this means. If he can't recruit him, the man has to die. Cut to the Empire's border outposts, where things are weirdly peaceful. A mysterious man wrapped up in a heavy, dark cloak silently makes his way straight toward the city gates. The heavily armed guards are on high alert. One soldier barks an order to stop right there. He squints at the sketchy stranger and asks if he is some kind of merchant. Logan just gives a slight nod, claiming he just traveled all the way from Grandia. Hearing that cursed name, the guard lets out a deeply sympathetic sigh. He says he heard things are pretty chaotic over there, guessing the journey was pure hell. Logan doesn't say a word. He just smoothly slides a shiny gold coin right into the guard's hand, the unspoken rule of border control. Money talks, right? Pocketing the gold, the guard cracks a warm smile and quickly reassures him. Ah yes, no need to worry about a single thing anymore. The guard happily stashes the cash and loudly declares that their glorious empire is perfectly peaceful. Logan just walks in silence straight through the massive gates, heading toward the blazing sun. He slowly pulls back his hood, revealing his fiery red hair and piercing blue eyes. He quietly mutters to himself, it really has been a long time since he stood in the Empire. Striding down the dirt path, Logan's brain is working in overdrive, analyzing the intel. According to the Information Guild, his target isn't hiding in some giant city, but way out here on the edge. He genuinely wonders why a future absolute powerhouse would choose to hide out in such a remote dump. But hey, fewer people around means his sneaky little plan has way better odds of working. Logan narrows his eyes, fully calculating his next move. If this guy is trying this hard to lay low, he definitely has some crazy hidden agenda. He's even using magic to disguise himself and change his eye color. Glancing at his own reflection, Logan admits his bright red hair and blue eyes are basically a walking neon sign here. Next thing we know, Logan is totally lost deep in the woods, scratching his head. Why is his map pointing straight into a bush? Suddenly, a harsh shout shatters the silence. Stop right there. A sketchy gang of ragged bandits comes rushing up, completely out of breath from chasing him. The boss gasps for air, sarcastically mocking Logan for walking way too fast and exhausting them. He insults Logan's red hair, calling him a brat. Drawing a flashy blade, he threatens him to drop the bag or bleed out. Stick with me, guys, because these bandits have zero clue who they're messing with. Stick with me here. Even facing down bloodthirsty blades and deadly threats, Logan stays freakishly calm. His cold eyes pierce right through these pathetic highway bandits. Instead of robbing him, the trembling thugs are forced to escort Logan straight to the city gates. The leader bows low and reports, "We have arrived, sir." He asks in pure terror, "Boss, can we please leave now? We are terrified." Logan casually waves his hand. "Sure, thanks for the directions." The bandits sprint away like they just struck gold, scrambling off as Logan quietly steps inside. Walking through the gates, Logan is instantly blown away by the bustling, vibrant city. Merchants are shouting everywhere. This leather is imported from J-Felheim, absolutely top quality. In the distance, a servant respectfully asks his master for orders from inside a carriage. "Sir, I think we should rest here for a bit," he says, getting a quick nod in return. A paperboy's voice rings out loud and clear. "Newspapers here." It mixes right in with the noble ladies gossiping about their elegant dresses or travelers complaining that the local tavern drinks are totally overrated compared to the rumors. Logan quietly blends into the massive crowd, scanning his surroundings to track down any trace of his main target. Strolling through the busy streets of this border town, he is secretly surprised. It is just as clean and lively as the massive cities back in the Royal Kingdom. He quietly pulls out a worn-out map to double-check, pinpointing the location of the guy he is hunting, someone known for living in total isolation even within the city walls. Following the map's exact directions, Logan finally stops right in front of a massive, unusually gloomy building. Squinting at the ancient architecture, he mutters, "This has to be it." But standing before the giant front doors, Logan suddenly freezes, looking surprisingly hesitant. He anxiously wonders if that absolute bastard has already turned into a superhuman powerhouse by this point in time. Thinking about the target's famously terrible personality, Logan completely understands the stakes. If this recruitment mission actually fails, a brutal life-or-death battle is absolutely unavoidable right here. Now watch closely, because a really dark thought just crosses his mind. Logan seriously considers whether he should just execute this guy right now, while he is still a weak, slow-casting mage, but he immediately slaps himself hard in the face to snap out of it. He forces himself to push aside all his grudges from his past life because recruiting this genius is his top priority. Taking a deep breath, Logan bashes on the door with heavy force, shouting out loud, "Hello? Anyone home? I have got a fateful delivery for you." The loud banging completely shatters the dead silence of the building. A second later, the door slowly creaks open, and a totally annoyed voice echoes from the darkness inside. "What do you want? Who the hell is it?" A man with a thick, messy beard and completely unkempt hair steps out. He starts grumbling, complaining that he specifically told the city lord to keep this area quiet. He glares at Logan with deep suspicion, having never seen this kid before in his life. Logan is stunned. It is definitely Chen Crow. The man bluntly confirms his identity and demands to know what Logan wants. Observing the magic aura radiating from the guy's body, Logan quietly confirms his theory. Right now, this guy is only at level 5. Trying to stay polite, Logan explains he traveled a long way just to get here, hoping the great mage could spare some time to talk. But Chen Crow just looks at him with pure disgust. The old man curses Logan out, calling him a street rat, and coldly screams at him to get lost. It is literally the most brutal rejection in history. Logan just stands there frozen as the door slams shut in his face. The sheer disrespect instantly brings back those extreme, violent thoughts. Holding his head, he mutters, "Maybe I should just kill him," but then quickly calms himself down again. He knows the truth. If he can actually recruit this crazy guy, he will become a terrifyingly powerful ally, far surpassing anyone else in the world. Trying to hold back his rage, Logan punches the door hard, screaming at Chen Crow to at least listen for a second. Suddenly, a bright blue electric current shoots out from the door, heavily shocking Logan as he screams in pain. Ugh! He is absolutely shocked, literally. He realizes this guy is using lightning magic with a terrifying voltage, easily enough to kill a normal person in a split second. Gritting his teeth, Logan glares furiously at the sparking energy. This bastard. I tried doing this the nice way. Logan mutters coldly, before unleashing a thunderous kick that completely obliterates the heavy wooden door. He marches straight inside like an absolute boss, loudly declaring that if the door will not open, he will just make some new ventilation. But I know you saw that too, right? Logan suddenly freezes when he spots those bright blue orbs spinning around his opponent. Staring at the magic spheres, he instantly recognizes them as the ultimate weapon. They have perfect offense and defense, automatically repelling enemies and giving Crow absolute protection. Logan quietly analyzes the deadly situation. In the future, this exact spell has unmatched firepower used in horrific civilian massacres. But right now, since he is only at level 5, Logan bets the old man definitely has not reached that terrifying level of mastery quite yet. Logan casually strolls forward, dropping a sarcastic remark. "Isn't this a little too rude for a guest who traveled so far?" Mage Chen Crow completely loses it, roaring in anger. What kind of guest? What kind of guest violently smashes a door down like that? Logan just shrugs it off like it is absolutely nothing. "Well, you didn't want visitors, so you really left me with 0 choices here." With that, he dramatically tosses a heavy coin pouch right onto the floor. "Here, this will cover all the door repairs. When you have got money, breaking things is totally justified. Right, guys?" Seeing the pouch burst open to reveal glowing, shiny gold coins, Chen Crow's hostile attitude instantly pulls a complete 180. Sweating bullets in pure shock, the old man awkwardly clears his throat. "I suppose I can spare a little time to talk." The two quietly move into the living room, where Chen Crow immediately cuts straight to the chase. "So exactly why did you seek me out?" Logan mentally notes that this arrogant bastard still has 0 clue how to respect others, but flashes a bright smile anyway. "I have heard the many rumors about you, great mage, so I came here to officially recruit you." Hearing the word rumors, Chen Crow suddenly flinches in pure panic. Logan smirks internally as he watches the mage start to freak out. He tells himself this old guy is definitely hiding some sort of massive, earth-shattering secret. Seeing the extreme anxiety on the mage's face as he shrinks back into his chair, Logan subtly smirks. His prey is stepping right into the trap. Logan stares directly at the floating magic orbs and states confidently, "I have heard you are an absolute master of crafting. Looking at those amazing defensive things floating right behind you, that is incredibly obvious." Chen Crow trembles in shock, demanding, "Who the hell snitched and told you I was hiding here?" Logan smiles, smoothly explaining he was searching for a skilled mage and got tipped off by the Information Guild. However, when the mage aggressively questions the identity of this Information Guild with a cold, highly suspicious glare, Logan just replies coldly that he cannot possibly share sensitive details like that. "I only came straight here after hearing all about your incredible, well-known reputation. Though, it sounds like you have committed quite a few crimes, huh?" Chen Crow absolutely panics. He starts screaming out nonsense excuses. "I live a very clean life, I swear." "So, what do you and I think? Does anyone actually believe this guy?" Let's dive into the tension. Logan quietly watches the guy's sneaky expression. He figures the grudge from his past life is just too massive. But to him, the old man's promises sound exactly like the words of someone who has lived a filthy life. Logan's eyes turn ice cold. He makes a hard choice. Even if this guy has crazy skills, if his personality is trash, I need to finish him right here, right now. I can't risk waiting for him to stab me in the back. Logan checks the magic orbs spinning around the mage, sizing them up. Up close, these death orbs look way weaker than in his past life. Tier 3 at best. Since I'm already going to kill him, this won't be hard at all. Let's test the waters. Making his final call, Logan casually takes a seat, crosses his hands with pure confidence, and suddenly drops a game-changing question. Mr. Mage, do you happen to know the name Crown? The second that name drops, Chen Crow looks absolutely shell-shocked. His face twists up, sweating bullets as he violently shakes and mutters. Seeing his massive reaction, Logan coldly confirms it, knowing that name is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The room's atmosphere instantly suffocates as a terrifying, blood-red aura explodes from Crow. The death orbs start spinning like crazy. They give off a gloomy glow, trailing blood-like energy as if they want to swallow everything in sight. Chen Crow's face completely sinks into the shadows. Only his brutal, glowing eyes remain visible. He stops hiding his true nature. Letting out a furious roar, he charges straight at Logan, hands swiping like actual demonic claws. An earth-shattering blast erupts, shaking the whole building and sending stone dust flying everywhere. Standing in the rubble, Crow looks up in shock. His glowing red magic orbs are still hovering, ready to devour everything. With a face twisted in pure hatred, he frantically launches a wild attack. But Logan is lightning fast, slipping through every gap. The young master's insane reflexes leave Crow wide-eyed in absolute horror. You dodged that? He grits his teeth, trying to act arrogant again. Pure luck, but this is the end. Ah yes, the classic trash talk of a sore loser. Crow roars a challenge. Watch closely here. Does Logan honestly think he can take on these eerie fireballs head-on? Facing this suffocating pressure, Logan stays totally chill. He draws his sword, channeling blazing gold energy over the blade, creating a massive, overwhelming aura of absolute authority. Seeing his opponent's final stand, Crow just smirks. He mutters a pathetic insult, then drops a totally devastating strike from above, causing an earth-shaking shockwave. Roaring flames completely swallow the room. Crow flashes a brutal, confident smile. I will acknowledge your effort in battle, but that smile instantly freezes over. Pure, absolute terror takes over his face when he spots an unbelievable change happening right in front of him. He barely manages a confused gasp before a massive pillar of golden light explodes head-on. It completely blows away his defense, sending the magic orbs flying while he watches, totally helpless. The magic orbs are completely shattered, smashed to bits by Logan's insanely terrifying, godlike power. Crow collapses to the floor. He stares at his precious shattered treasure with absolute shock, screaming in pure agony. My secret treasure. Logan steps up ice cold. Crushing a fragment under his boot, he glares with sharp eyes. Why so panicked? Feeling guilty about your past life crimes? He calls out his name, Mr. Crown. That name hits like a dagger, making the mage violently shake. He stammers in pure terror. How do you know that name? I erased every single trace. Logan thinks to himself. Before becoming superhuman, Crow's past was basically an absolute mystery to the rest of the world. He roars in absolute despair. Who the hell are you? Seeing his twisted face, Logan realizes the guy looks exactly like a criminal desperately running from his own sins. You feel that tension? Logan pushes harder. Want me to expose your entire past? Where exactly do you think I came from? Crow grits his teeth in pure rage, sweating bullets as he realizes he is completely backed into a corner. He screams like a maniac, telling him to shut up. Then he channels his last bit of magic into a red orb. Eyes bloodshot, he yells out, "Don't get cocky." A mind-blowing magic explosion erupts. It completely torches everything around them in blazing flames, creating a massive pillar of fire reaching the sky. It swallows the room, blowing everything away. But right in the raging fire and thick smoke, Logan is just standing there, slightly scorched, but totally fine. Logan looks around the burning rubble, totally confused, and just lets out a quiet hum. Staring at a massive hole that just opened in the floor, Logan is stunned. Did that guy escape underground? Gritting his teeth, he realizes this sly fox definitely had another secret item to pull off a last-second getaway. Without hesitating, Logan jumps straight down the hole. He lands in a massive room packed with books and insanely tall wooden shelves. Logan carefully checks his surroundings. Shocked, he realizes this looks exactly like a secret lab. Ancient books and documents are piled like mountains. While searching for clues, a sudden threatening feeling makes him shiver. This bastard really clings like a leech. Up above, Crow suddenly appears in a gloomy red magic aura. He floats in mid-air like a ghost, stalking its prey from behind the bookshelves. With a face twisted in pure madness, Crow screams a brutal order to die. Channeling all his magic into his palm, he unleashes a massive burst of purple lightning, striking down with earth-shattering power. It destroys everything in its path, creating blinding magic explosions that blast shredded books and broken furniture all over the room. Logan is stunned by the guy's terrifying casting speed. He questions it to himself. Wait, is this old man hacking his cooldown timer or something? Even while struggling to block this crazy energy surrounding him, Logan sharply notices something. The actual level of magic power this guy is showing off? Honestly, it's nothing that special. He grits his teeth, tightly gripping his sword. He channels all his blazing internal energy into the blade, getting ready for a brutal, finishing counterattack. Crow is completely shocked by the suffocating killing intent radiating from Logan. What on earth is this pressure? You're gonna want to see this finish. Crow watches in pure terror as his magic fades before Logan's godlike power, energy blazing on the blade. Let us dive right into the absolute madness. A blinding explosion of internal energy erupts out of nowhere, leaving Chen Crow staring in pure terror. How is this guy even doing this? Giving his enemy zero time to breathe, Logan dashes forward like a total ghost. He closes the gap in a literal blink. A devastating strike smashes down, forcing a painful choke right out of Chen Crow. The old man stumbles and crashes hard against the floor, groaning in absolute helplessness against this overwhelming power. Logan just stands there, cold, unbothered. He stares at his defeated enemy and flatly states that he brought this entirely upon himself. Gritting his teeth, Chen Crow groans before suddenly exploding in pure, unadulterated rage. He channels every single drop of his remaining crimson mana into his palms. He screams like a complete madman, ready to fight to the death. In a frantic frenzy, he unleashes his final attack. A massive, blazing red magic vortex erupts, swallowing the entire space in its destructive path. But Logan, he casually walks right through the smoke and flames. Too slow, he remarks with zero emotion. A brilliant golden sword tears through all resistance. It is an earth-shattering finishing blow that violently shakes the entire underground lab. Taking the attack head-on, Chen Crow screams in absolute agony. Logan coldly watches his broken enemy lying right there amidst the ruins. But wait, he suddenly feels massive, violent tremors coming from right above. Chunks of falling rock make it instantly clear this secret underground hideout is completely collapsing to the ground, and fast. Logan sweeps his gaze across Crown's laboratory. In the future, this exact place will be famous across the entire continent as the birthplace of top-tier artifacts. Even though time is running out, he still wants a closer look. He needs to see if there is actually anything of real value hidden down here. Now watch closely, because this part changes everything. With the ceiling actively caving in, he realizes he has no choice but to do one lightning-fast sweep before running away. Suddenly, he spots a crucial stack of research documents and gasps in absolute shock. He is totally stunned. He realizes this is the exact method Crown used in his past life. A genius way to mass-produce low-grade artifacts using common everyday metals, skipping the ultra-rare stuff like midran entirely. Logan cracks a highly satisfied smile. He realizes he just found the exact blueprint this insane mage used to infuse raw magic into perfectly ordinary metal. Without hesitation, he grabs even more of those precious books. Grab it all now, sort it out later, he tells himself. He keeps scanning the room for anything else worth taking. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something interesting, a pair of gloves and a necklace just sitting right there on a desk. They do not radiate any crazy aura, and he guesses they are probably only tier 3 items. Still, he takes them all. Better to hoard everything than accidentally leave top-tier loot behind. Clicking his tongue, Logan figures the quality might not be legendary, but he is grabbing absolutely whatever he can. But the second his fingers touch the gloves, he freezes in absolute awe. He realizes this treasure is automatically absorbing his mana right out of his body. Logan lets out a stunned gasp. Impossible! A brilliant wave of glowing energy instantly starts wrapping around his entire arm. Dumbfounded, Logan clearly feels his raw strength, his durability, and his sheer attack power spiking to a completely new level. He is completely floored. It has the exact same properties as the wind god boots he already owns. Logan bursts into a loud, hearty laugh. Jackpot! Could the exact same person have forged both of these treasures? The craftsmanship here is way beyond anything Crown could ever dream of making right now. Massive tremors scream that this place is coming down, forcing him to pack up and sprint out immediately. Crow might be dead, but he was never worth recruiting anyway, Logan thinks. Clinging tightly to his stack of priceless documents, he makes a clean break for his home territory. Hugging the precious loot to his chest, he desperately hopes his bag upstairs has not been buried under all that falling rubble. With this insane amount of new knowledge, his Marlen territory is definitely going to level up big time. Everything is finally going to fall perfectly into place. Let us pause for a second, because back at his territory, the talent recruitment drive is absolutely wild right now. Standing before Logan are three heavily armored guys looking way too confident for their own good. When asked if they actually want to join the Marlen Knights, one of them boldly steps up. We heard the pay is great and the perks are amazing, so give us a security job. Tapping the tip of his sword against the ground, a direct challenge is thrown down. All right, I get it. Draw your swords and come at me then. Instantly, Marlen's monster trio, Alan, Ronian, and the young kid Victor steps up together. A totally suffocating, bloodthirsty aura immediately floods the entire space around them. The ice-cold glares and the crushing pressure of real knights make these three self-proclaimed geniuses instantly turn pale. Their faces twist in sheer terror as they start sweating absolute buckets. Completely frozen by an overwhelming pressure that literally stops the air, they just stand there. Shocked beyond belief, all they can manage is a clueless, confused gasp. Huh? Meanwhile, out in the Lord's Manor lobby, the administrator looks super flustered. He nervously announces that the young master, Logan, is currently out of the estate. This news instantly triggers a furious reaction from three entirely different knights who just walked in. One of them furiously roars out loud, "Where is the host?" Making honored guests wait around like this is just totally unacceptable. Sweating bullets, the poor administrator sighs internally. These guys came begging for a job, yet they have the nerve to act this incredibly arrogant and completely disrespectful. He has been working so hard just to host them properly. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, Knight Commander Heiko steps into the room. The administrator rushes over like he just struck gold. "Ah, Sir Heiko, perfect timing." He quickly explains that these knights claim to be from the front lines. They want to meet the young master to negotiate terms for joining the forces. Heiko quietly observes them, guessing their story. They probably lost their lord in that brutal civil war and are just desperately wandering around looking for a new home. Hearing this guy is the commander of the Marlen Knights, their tune instantly changes. They immediately switch to eager, completely fake bootlicking mode. "Oh, I totally knew you had a true commander's aura." Trying to flex his strength, the leader boldly introduces himself. "I am Dian of Geffield, my legendary alias, the Speed God." Not wanting to be outdone, his two buddies loudly shout out their own overly dramatic titles. They proudly call themselves the Iron Sword of Chaos and the Mighty Jacob. Standing right beside them, the poor administrator is just totally dumbfounded by all these insanely flashy, self-proclaimed knight titles. Heiko flashes a faint smile, acting super impressed. He jokes that he does not even have a single cool nickname to compare with theirs. His polite, completely fake praises make these three arrogant knights puff out their chests with total pride. They laugh out loud, putting on an act of fake humility, claiming those are just silly nicknames from their backwater village. But of course, they still keep bragging about how they supposedly made all their enemies tremble in fear. The lively, braggy mood instantly crashes the exact second Heiko totally drops his nice guy act. He decisively cuts off their nostalgic boasting with one absolutely freezing cold sentence. "That is enough talking from you. Let me say something now." Heiko icily silences all the noise in the room. "So what do you and I take away from this? Do not brag unless you can back it up." He loudly declares that young Master Logan always rewards true skill fairly. Heiko glares daggers right at the trio, telling them if they want top-tier treatment, they better prove they actually deserve it. "All right, let's dive into this." He ordered them to stop bragging and pick up their swords. The two girls challenged him, "Can you actually handle a real fight?" The three experts exchanged glances, smirking with pure arrogance. Dripping with ego, they confidently declared they definitely could. But reality hit them like a truck, leaving everyone completely speechless. Dian was flat on the ground, drooling, eyes glazed over. He dazedly wondered why he was eating dirt. In a daze, he remembered Heiko mentioning a simple sparring match between the rookies and some kids. Dian thought he would just go easy on the young master to score some bonus points. He remembered his own cocky smile when grabbing the wooden sword. But that smirk instantly vanished when he met those freezing, glowing red eyes. An absolutely suffocating pressure made Dian violently tremble face to face. Ronan stood tall, coldly glaring down at the pathetic man on the ground. "You gave up after just a few simple strikes?" Dian was absolutely terrified, unable to believe the young master's insane power. Ronan pressed harder, asking if he was holding back. Sweating profusely, Dian stuttered a denial. "Of course not, young master." The older guards watching from the sidelines burst into loud, amused laughter. They mocked him, saying going easy on the young master was literally impossible. One added that the young master was actually sparing them. Dian froze, wondering why these guys were hyping their boss up so much. He figured they were just looking down on him for appearing so incredibly weak, but a sudden explosion of murderous aura from Ronan froze everything. The kid bowed his head, grinding his teeth. "I am still too weak. Watch closely here." His eyes glowed with pure ruthlessness. He swore staying weak meant becoming a heavy burden to his older brother. The terrifying pressure from the young master pushed Diane into total panic. He screamed in pure fear, begging to quit. Even seasoned guards got heavy goosebumps. A guard urged Diane to quickly grab his sword and continue the fight, leaving the poor guy stuttering in absolute terror. Ronan stood proudly with his wooden sword. He radiated a suffocating pressure that made these so-called experts completely shiver in total horror. Ronan's eyes glowed with pure bloodlust in the dark. He coldly ordered them to attack. The bystanders screamed in sheer panic, bracing themselves as the young master charged straight at them. Agonizing groans echoed across the entire training ground as yet another guard was instantly beaten down to the dirt. The two girls watched quietly, noting Dawn at least had pretty fast footwork. As Alan and Victor approached, the girls smiled gently. "That is the lightning blade, Lady Alan." Alan curiously asked about the other two guys. The commander replied that they were not half bad, even if their attitudes were a little bit arrogant. Victor looked at the scattered bodies and nodded. Real or wooden swords aside, these guys can definitely take a heavy beating. The girls nodded in satisfaction, confirming these new recruits met the standards. They felt super smug, knowing that handing rookies to this trio was a perfectly right decision. A sudden aura explosion erupted alongside a horrifying scream. Another poor guard got blasted straight into the wall, leaving absolutely everyone completely stunned. Alan watched Ronan demolish the rookies, thinking the young master seemed super stressed lately. Ronan just gritted his teeth, feeling his progress was way too slow. Victor figured the kid was just sensitive. The girls watched. He reminded everyone Logan left 10 days ago. Alan and Victor had zero clue where the young lord went, but Alan firmly believed Logan would return soon after pulling off something completely world-shaking. Let's pause for a second. Alan was totally right. Inside the office, Clayan stared at a huge mountain of documents. Trip or library robbery. Logan cleared his throat. "These are research papers I found inside some mage's laboratory. I brought them all back just in case we ever need them." Clay eyed the massive stack with deep suspicion. He asked if Logan wanted him to check them, strictly warning him not to bring stolen top-secret Magic Tower documents. Logan frantically waved his hands, claiming they belonged to some dead troublemaker, though deep down, he knew he hunted the guy first. Clayan sighed in relief. Well, then it shouldn't be a huge problem. Logan decisively handed the stack over. Clay hugged the heavy pile and confidently declared he would handle it. Seeing Logan staring with a scheming face, the mage froze in doubt. "Giving me more work? Your face looks incredibly suspicious right now." Sweating profusely, Logan awkwardly stammered. He frantically urged Clayan to check the documents right away, but the elder suddenly exploded in absolute rage. He roared in total frustration. Logan was the exact reason he was drowning in bomb development work right now. "And now more papers," Clay snapped, demanding the young lord leave him alone. He was completely swamped. Logan's sweat dropped, thinking this was Clay's first huge meltdown since the Lightning Tower incident. Swallowing hard, Logan desperately tried convincing the elder to just scan the pile for anything useful. He pleaded for just a quick look. This made Clayan super annoyed, but also slightly curious. Was this really important enough to drop everything else? Finally, he grabbed the papers and agreed to take a quick peek, making Logan's face light up with joy. Clay muttered that skimming would take hours, telling Logan to go rest in the guest area. But he completely spoke way too soon. After flipping just a few pages, the elder completely froze, eyes widening in pure shock. Logan noticed Clay's sudden shift and hurriedly asked what was wrong. Clayan stood paralyzed, muttering "What the hell is this?" in disbelief. He strictly demanded Logan answer him honestly. He aggressively asked one more time to make absolutely sure these documents did not come from any other magic tower. Logan firmly swore Crow belonged to 0 magic towers. Seeing the elder's insane reaction, Logan nervously asked if he actually found something useful in there. "That's where we leave it." Clayan roared that useful doesn't even begin to cover its massive value. "All right, stick with me, here we are jumping right into a massive breakthrough." He reveals his research on permanently infusing magic into ordinary metals. The foundation is complete, even with a few tiny flaws. Logan smirks. Everything is falling perfectly into place. Clayan is absolutely stunned, realizing that if this project gets finished, it will completely turn the academic world and their current reality upside down. But wait, it does not stop there. Clayan drops another massive bombshell. Thanks to these very documents, he successfully crafted the exact explosive the young lord had been asking for. Hearing this unexpected good news, Logan gets so emotional he literally tears up, shouting out in pure, unadulterated excitement. Oh man, finally, something to blow up. Meanwhile, in a dark hidden corner, a subordinate wearing a bandana impatiently asks his boss, "So when do we make our move?" The mysterious white-haired man just smirks and replies, "Tonight, right at the north side of town." The subordinate is completely caught off guard by this rush. That soon? But the white-haired boss remains incredibly confident. Taking a slow sip of his wine, he insists there is absolutely zero reason to hesitate. He firmly believes only a top-tier lord has the power to actually stop their master plan. Still totally sweating it, the subordinate begs him to verify the situation just a little bit more carefully. He brings up those insane rumors about the young master of the Marl family taking down the legendary twin blades of Bifrost. The white-haired boss just laughs in pure disgust. To him, Logan is just a 21-year-old kid. He thinks believing in that kind of garbage nonsense is a total joke. But the subordinate immediately claps back, stressing the facts. Boss, seriously, calm down. A 21-year-old who crushes the Bifrost family is absolutely no joke. He goes on to describe Logan's terrifying combat style. The crazy part? His power level literally just keeps skyrocketing right in the middle of a brutal, blood-soaked battle. Hearing that, the white-haired villain just scoffs coldly. He mocks the idea, saying that sounds exactly like some generic main character in a cheap hero novel. Now, pay close attention here, because everything changes. The boss's eyes turn ice-cold and calculating. He boldly declares that if those crazy rumors are actually true, he wants to personally test Logan's real strength himself. Later that exact night, a full moon hangs high in the sky, casting a freezing, pale light over the completely silent McLean estate, swallowed up by the heavy darkness. Inside his office, Logan is still grinding away at a literal mountain of paperwork. Staring deeply at the endless reports, he clicks his tongue. The territory is massive, and the work just never ends. Right at that moment, Rick walks in looking insanely excited. He instantly drops the news about a brand new market opening up right near the Fallen Warrior Memorial. Seeing Logan acting completely indifferent, Rick pushes even harder. He enthusiastically advertises that they are importing tons of interesting products and there is so much to see. The loyal servant boldly announces his plan to drop by there during his upcoming vacation. Logan just raises an eyebrow and asks sarcastically, "I thought you were just going to sleep through your entire break." Rick gives this incredibly smug little smirk. He confesses he could not sleep even if he wanted to, because his beautiful girlfriend Layla would be completely heartbroken if he ignored her. Just picturing that sweet date makes Rick grin like an absolute idiot, bursting with joy. Logan looks at that goofy face and replies with pure ice. "Yeah, go have fun. Just do not come crawling back here with a swollen face when she gets mad at you." His master's cold response instantly deflates Rick. Seeing Logan staying totally silent, Rick gets all pouty, turning his back to storm out. "Whatever, I was not expecting anything anyway." Logan finally cracks a smile. "I am kidding, just a joke." He tosses Rick some cash, telling him to buy Layla a nice dress and treat themselves to some delicious food. Completely touched by his lord's generosity, Rick bursts into ugly tears. He suddenly lunges forward, pulling Logan into a massive bear hug while screaming, "I love you." Logan pushes him away. "Gross, get off me, man." Right before leaving, Rick makes sure to remind Logan that he really needs to take a break and go on a date with Lady Eileen too. Logan stays quiet for a second, then suddenly jokes about taking the money back for his own date. Rick panics, shouts a quick thank you, and bolts. The ultimate financial threat technique to chase someone away. Logan cannot help but let out a heavy sigh. He wonders how everyone can be so incredibly carefree at a crucial time like this. While Rick is off entirely drowning in romantic bliss with his girlfriend, Logan feels the crushing weight of a massive pile of important tasks he still has not resolved. The image of Lady Eileen's incredibly bright smile suddenly flashes in his mind, making his eyes grow deeper and more serious than ever before. Snapping back to the harsh reality of a desk completely overflowing with paperwork, Logan smacks his cheeks hard to refocus. "You and I both want romance here, right? But honestly, now is not the time. When you want love, but the deadlines scream no." He reminds himself that after the brutal battle with Bifrost, Lady Eileen seemed to realize something important. Now, she is pouring her soul into practicing swordplay every single day. But the Civil War situation is spiraling in a really bad direction. According to the absolute latest intel reports, the power balance between the two factions is tipping dangerously fast, way quicker than he originally calculated. Logan goes dead silent, carefully analyzing every single line in the report. Even though he desperately wants to end this civil war fast to save the kingdom from total collapse, the harsh reality hits hard. His faction is simply not fully ready yet. However, there is one major bright spot. Thanks to the newly formed guard units and heavily recruited outside knights, the Marl family's current military strength has massively surpassed what they had during the Tomino campaign. This power is enough to fight completely head-to-head with a border marquis, but Logan knows the bitter truth. It absolutely stops right there. Logan's eyes burn with a heavy mix of wild ambition and deep anxiety. He needs more time to farm gear, but the enemy is already marching to his front door. He knows he has to crush this situation immediately, right before everything completely spirals out of his control. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, a mysterious dark shadow is silently stalking the estate from a towering roof. Sensing this incredibly weird presence, Logan narrows his eyes on high alert. Without hesitation, his hand grips his sword hilt tightly, slowly pulling the terrifying blade right out of its sheath. Logan violently flinches. His whole body freezes as a freezing, bone-chilling, killing intent completely swallows the room. He mutters under his breath, "This smell." He moves without a single second of hesitation. Logan decisively reaches out, snatching the sword off his desk and rapidly sliding on his protective combat gloves. He squints into the shadows, totally on guard, asking himself, "We got an intruder?" Logan inches closer to the massive window, where the dim moonlight casts shadows onto the silent floor. He quietly scans the pitch-black darkness, his razor-sharp eyes absolutely refusing to miss even the tiniest outside movement. The air instantly turns thick and heavy. Logan spins around, completely ready to face whatever lethal danger is silently creeping up on him from the deep shadows. Suddenly, Logan's eyes go wide in pure shock. A terrifyingly powerful attack violently shatters the glass window, rocketing straight toward the exact spot where he is standing. A massive, blinding explosion of raw energy detonates instantly, blowing away everything in sight and making the entire office shake violently. Logan is absolutely staggered by this unknown attacker's horrific sword power. And trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. He realizes this enemy wields a terrifyingly powerful aura. This is no ordinary fighter. All right, stick with me, we are jumping straight into the madness. Right through the dust, a silver-haired masked assassin suddenly lunges forward, unleashing a massive slash packed with a devastating blood-red aura. Logan throws all his strength into raising his blade to block, but the crushing, 1,000-pound pressure from the impact forces him to grit his teeth in absolute, pure shock. The silver-haired attacker groans in agonizing pain as he gets violently blasted backward. He is completely stunned, absolutely refusing to believe that his incredibly powerful sword strike was just repelled that easily. Logan instantly goes on the offensive. He corners his enemy with fiercely heavy sword strikes, leaving the assassin struggling desperately just to defend himself. Logan silently mocks the clumsy fool in front of him. Launching a sneak attack but lowering your guard? That is just pathetic and completely ridiculous. Spotting a clean opening, he decisively swings his blade. He intends to finish this guy off before the old man can even regain his balance. But suddenly, a fresh wave of terrifying killing intent crashes over him. Logan flinches in shock. There is another one. Yep, a second masked figure suddenly jumps into the fray, triggering a massive energy explosion to rescue his partner. The newcomer sharply scolds the silver-haired guy for underestimating their target. The disgraced assassin can only click his tongue, deeply annoyed and completely humiliated by the rescue. Logan quietly observes the two dark figures standing right in front of him. Judging by their intense auras, he realizes both of them are genuine top-tier experts. He gives a slight smirk, throwing out a fiercely mocking insult. Teaming up in masks to bully someone? Seriously? Do you guys have absolutely zero self-respect? Standing right in the middle of the burning ruins, Logan completely tightens his grip on his sword. His eyes flare with pure killing intent, fully ready to fight both assassins. Mess with our boss and you get sent straight to the afterlife, kid. The cold-blooded assassin declares this as they both close the distance. Giving Logan zero time to think, one of them violently roars out, "Just accept your death." His mind instantly starts racing with questions. Who exactly is this mysterious boss that these two goons were just talking about? Logan quickly pushes off the ground and jumps backward to escape their trap. The sharp reflexes leave both intruders completely caught off guard. Gritting his teeth in intense focus, Logan realizes he is fighting enemies with genuinely terrifying speed and technique. Instantly, he channels his power and detonates a massive, blindingly golden aura. It forms a giant pillar of fire, violently burning everything around him to push them back. One of the assassins lets out a sharp gasp as he barely dodges the deadly flames. Meanwhile, the other guy desperately braces himself, using his blade to block the violently swirling, scorching heat. Logan visibly clicks his tongue in deep annoyance, seeing his epic attack get neutralized so incredibly easily. The assassin continues to throw out mocking insults. He claims Logan's technique is just a really clumsy imitation of aura control, something that only true, top-tier masters can actually use properly. The silver-haired assassin smirks with absolute, unwavering confidence. Facing this suffocating pressure, Logan rapidly analyzes the situation. Someone with enough power to mobilize two high-ranking knights at once, and someone who hates him deeply enough to order his assassination? There is definitely only one single person in the world who fits that exact description. Logan grits his teeth, his hand tightly gripping the sword hilt as the name Jordan Van Term flashes brightly in his mind. Then, pure dread hits him. These intruders are definitely not acting alone. Now watch closely, because the stakes just skyrocketed. If their allies are currently attacking the entire mansion estate, and another high-level knight is there, the whole situation is going to be an absolute bloodbath. And exactly as he predicted, His father is also being targeted by assassins. Lady McLean completely freezes in absolute terror. Shaking violently, she covers her face and desperately screams out her husband's name. Honey! Right behind him, a brutally vicious sword strike has already pierced completely through Lord Patrick McLean's body before he can even react. Patrick McLean painfully braces himself to endure the massive wound. With bloodshot eyes burning with absolute blazing fury, he lets out a deeply hateful roar, aiming his rage straight at the mastermind behind this. You dirty cowards. If you have the guts, step out here and fight me one-on-one. The battle inside the mansion instantly turns into total chaos as the intruders push their assault. Back to the fight. An assassin dashes forward with incredibly terrifying speed. Logan is completely shocked to see the enemy's aura blades suddenly extend to a really unnatural length. Logan's eyes widen in pure horror as the razor-sharp blade grazes right past his face, nearly taking his life by a single inch. Then, a massive, violently red energy explosion suddenly erupts, blasting Logan forcefully away. Logan forces himself up, his face completely drenched in sweat. He quietly admits that this bastard's actual sword technique is genuinely textbook perfect, but the ability to freely change the reach of that aura blade is insanely annoying. Taking hits while busy strategizing is tough, and while he is deeply focused on analyzing the enemy's crazy moves, the assassin is already crouched down low, perfectly primed for another devastatingly brutal attack. Logan anxiously glances around to track down the other guy, but suddenly, an entirely new wave of sharp killing intent crashes down, making him flinch hard in absolute shock. Another blazing red flash darts forward at absolute wind-tearing speed. Logan takes a heavy, critical hit directly to his shoulder. The intruder flickers in and out of sight, emerging straight from the shadows like a terrifying ghost stalking right behind him. We all know how insanely annoying stealth enemies are, right? The guy instantly melts back into the dark like he never existed, using some incredibly freakish cloaking technique. Gripping his bleeding arm, Logan deduces this guy is a terrifying elite underworld assassin. It strongly reminds him of the Empire's legendary phantom forces he heard about in his past life. Gritting his teeth, Logan reminds himself this is no time to lose focus, because he is facing a lethal threat that could literally end his life right now. He decisively spins around, putting all his massive strength into blocking the masked killer's 1,000-pound slash, sending blinding sparks flying everywhere. Logan silently admits that since he is currently only a high-level swordsman, fighting off two genuinely terrifying elite killers at the exact same time is an incredibly brutal challenge. Yet, even as his breathing slowly becomes heavier and more ragged, he feels a strange, overwhelming confidence that he absolutely will not fail in this deadly battle. Logan squares off against the two masked assassins inside the suffocatingly tight space of the office. The silver-haired killer violently grits his teeth in pure rage. Why the hell will you not just die already? Seeing the massive disadvantage, Logan tells himself to hold on. He immediately activates the absolute maximum power of his divine boots. Instantly, he glides forward like an untouchable phantom. Blinding streaks of light from the enemy's rapid sword strikes sweep through the air, but they only end up hitting Logan's fading afterimages. Despite being on the defensive, Logan stays perfectly calm. Bring out all your cheap toys and magic charms, he can absolutely handle all of it. He notices his body slowly losing stamina after these endless, intense clashes. But at the same time, he realizes his enemies are insanely pushing their power way beyond their natural limits, completely ignoring the catastrophic physical consequences. He deduces they are just as desperate to end this. A wildly massive energy explosion suddenly erupts, violently swallowing the entire room in a blindingly intense flash of bright light. Logan desperately braces himself, blocking an absolutely relentless, storm-like barrage of attacks from the two frantic intruders. The incredibly heavy impacts echo endlessly, making him inwardly panic for just a second. So where do we leave it? Trust me, you will want to see this. Just one clean hit will kill him instantly. His legs keep moving frantically to dodge, but the pressure is absolutely overwhelming. Stick with me here, we're dropping right into a brutal fight. Every single slash brings absolutely overwhelming power. Logan grits his teeth, realizing his body can't handle these direct hits much longer. The sharp-eyed assassin gives him absolutely zero time to breathe. He swings a massive, terrifying blade of energy and lets out a deafening roar. Under absolutely crushing pressure, Logan desperately grips his hilt with both hands just to block the devastating strike. Metal grinds against metal in pure, heavy tension. But even in this deadly, impossible situation, a fierce, challenging smile suddenly spreads right across Logan's face. He clearly has absolutely no intention of giving up just yet. Giving him no chance to counter, the enemy delivers a lightning-fast kick to his ribs. Logan goes flying back in pure agony. Logan staggers backward, the deep wound on his leg starting to bleed heavily. The assassin steps silently from the dark shadows, coldly declaring that Logan's pathetic struggle must end right here. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Logan is absolutely dripping with sweat as he watches his terrifying enemy slowly close the distance. The silver-haired killer smirks in pure, mocking disgust. He simply cannot believe a so-called genius like Logan could ever actually defeat the legendary Bifrost twin swords. Deep down, he cruelly remembers crushing countless arrogant kids who got drunk on their own fake hype. To this veteran, Logan is just another overconfident brat waiting to be completely squashed. He coldly declares his verdict. You held out decently, but you're exactly like the rest of them. The louder you bark, the faster you die. But right as he goes for the kill, Logan's eyes suddenly flare with terrifying killing intent, leaving the assassin completely stunned and gasping in horror. Logan suddenly realizes the enemy's blade speed is accelerating way beyond all his initial calculations and understanding. A terrifying, heavy sword technique strikes deep into his subconscious mind, aiming perfectly to completely shatter his entire will to fight. Watch closely now. Logan sees this majestic, devastating attack crashing down an absolute force of pure destruction that's nearly impossible to block. Boom! A massive golden energy explosion erupts. The assassin grits his teeth against the suffocating pressure. Completely stunned, he suddenly remembers the wild rumors Logan is the type of monster who only gets stronger the more he fights. Logan tightly grips his wildly glowing blade. Pure magic power from his treasured artifact gloves starts surging violently, completely wrapping its energy around his entire arm. His fierce gaze turns incredibly deep and totally unwavering. The legendary sword in his hand suddenly erupts with a blinding golden aura. Ancient glowing runes appear, radiating an absolute earth-shattering power that instantly swallows up the entire surrounding battlefield space. The very next day, harsh winds howl fiercely through the shattered windows of the McLean mansion. The aftermath investigation of this bloody raid reveals the truth. 13 intruders breached the walls in total, and every single one of them was completely wiped out. When Logan quietly asks about their exact casualties, the atmosphere inside the meeting room turns incredibly heavy and grim. The McLean family tragically lost 5 brave soldiers in the battle, with 12 others left severely wounded. Father. Logan gasps in pure shock. His mind races to his dad lying motionless on a hospital bed. Lord Marlen took massive damage, risking his own life to shield his wife from the enemy's cruel blades. Still, the knight standing nearby admits the hard truth: surviving a boss squad like that with only these losses is insanely lucky. Logan gives a slow nod. Yeah, you're absolutely right, but his furious eyes cannot hide his unstoppable rage. He silently picks up an intruder's mask, studying it closely, and clearly realizes these guys were top-tier assassins and master swordsmen. They are truly an incredibly unpredictable and massive threat. The weirdest part? Not a single one of these corpses has a recognizable face or a clear identity. Everyone in the room falls into dead silence. They just can't figure out who or what massive powerhouse could be ruthless enough to pull this off. I know what you're thinking, and Logan agrees. Smashing his hand on the table, he stands up and declares, Honestly, I believe Jordan Van Termen is behind this. This shocking claim twists Dwayne's face in absolute horror. He violently panics and screams, Calm down, young master. Clashing with the Duke means a death sentence for all of us. Trembling with fear, Dwayne desperately warns him that acting recklessly right now will force the McLean family to face the Second Prince's entirely massive and terrifying faction. Logan lowers his head in silence, hiding his dark expression beneath his bangs. Then, he looks up at Dwayne and coldly asks, Why would you ever assume I plan to start a war with the Duke's family? He firmly states that he's still rational enough to know the brutal truth. If they touch the Duke's family right now, the McLean family would definitely be completely wiped out. The enemy would quickly crush their entire family before ever feeling slightly threatened. Logan breaks it down. Joan Douglas is the only real winner if a war breaks out, so their forces must endure this. Logan clenches his fists until they violently shake. He roars in absolute frustration. Even if their honor is dragged through the mud, even if their lord or soldiers fall, they just have to take it. Smashing the table, Logan bitterly screams out the harsh reality. Why? Because they are weak. Because they have zero power. Isn't that just pathetic? Heiko and Dwayne stand completely frozen in the office, their eyes heavy with bitter grief over their recent tragic losses. Logan grinds his teeth, fists clenched so tight he's physically shaking. Am I the only one absolutely furious about this? Huh. He looks up at Captain Heiko, whose face is still covered in bandages from the battle, and quietly asks about the Night Order's training progress. Heiko boldly declares, Just give the nod and we'll flatten them all. Logan sighs softly, his sharp gaze finally softening. Good. Even so, thanks to everyone here, I actually feel some hope. The brilliant morning sunlight beautifully pierces right through the shattered window, perfectly illuminating the young master's absolute ironclad will. Logan proudly declares, I truly hope that one day, we will definitely pay back this exact humiliation in full. I hope we'll finally have the raw power to do it. Suddenly, Logan does something completely unexpected that leaves everyone utterly shocked. He bows a full 90 degrees right in front of his own subordinates. Dwayne and Heiko are absolutely stunned, refusing to believe a noble young master would lower himself like this. Keeping his deeply respectful bow, Logan speaks in a low, desperate voice. Just hold on a little longer. Then we'll all go crash the Van Termen estate together. Logan raises his head, his eyes burning with absolute conviction as he drops the final word. All of McLean's glory will belong to you all, too. Witnessing their young master's royal aura and incredibly pure sincerity, Damien and all the retainers are deeply moved. Their fierce eyes instantly flare up with absolute, unwavering loyalty to him. Everyone instantly roars in perfect unison, their loud voices completely shaking the entire mansion. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, outside, the McLean town looks completely peaceful and magnificent under the blue sky. After that failed midnight assassination, Logan and his loyal vassals double down on their absolute resolve to develop their territory. The daily work grind becomes totally insane as the young master fiercely forces himself and his entire crew to work non-stop. Staring at towering mountains of paperwork, the terrified staff can only panic. Are they seriously pulling a crazy all-nighter? Is he turning us all into deadline hunters? Philip sighs in pure exhaustion, realizing it's overtime again. That's where we leave it, guys. Trust me. This upcoming revenge arc is going to be epic. All right, stick with me here. The training ground completely turned into an absolute living hell. Logan pushed everyone relentlessly. He yelled to push past their limits and take one more step instead of giving up. The exhausted knights screamed at the sky. They begged for mercy, their legs literally turning to absolute jelly. That crazy, boiling energy quickly infected every single person living inside McLean territory. The unusually brutal night training made the refugees nervous. They wondered about the Lord almost dying last night and if an all-out war was coming. But one man shut that down fast, asking where else would accept refugees like them. They knew hesitation was useless. Losing their home a second time was absolutely not an option. Seeing the territory actively recruiting for the local militia, the daily volunteer numbers spiked massively. Van's surprise attack accidentally became the exact push the Macklin militia needed to grow huge. 3 whole months passed just like that. Logan felt relieved the Duke's faction stayed quiet, at least for now. It had been half a year since the Civil War started, and the biggest factions were finally clashing head-on. Logan and his father casually patrolled the busy streets together. Lord McLean guessed the enemy could not send assassins anymore, and Logan totally agreed. People immediately stared at the father and son duo. Every single look was filled with pure respect. The war was shifting hard, with the second prince losing massive ground on the center front. They were getting shoved right to the western edge of Van Term. Logan watched some kids playing, quietly calculating his next big move. The border between Van Term and the royal territory shifted fast after they lost a major strategic castle there. Now, pay attention. This is where it gets interesting. Bifrost, a core territory of the second prince, completely fell, cutting their main supply line. Desperate for power, they started bleeding, the other nobles dry for supplies. Resentment skyrocketed, pushing their whole inner circle toward total collapse. That is what happens when your leader only orders people around. Logan smirked to himself. He knew this would make his enemies fall apart even faster, lining up perfectly with his master plan. Lord McLean took in the bustling town and sighed. He admitted as a knight he should not say it, but this civil war made their house insanely rich. Logan just nodded and reminded him to let the enemies destroy each other while they count money. The two strolled casually through town on horseback. Patrolling guards bowed deep, greeting their lords with absolute respect as they passed by. By scooping up knights from ruined families, McLean's knight count hit 170. That completely blew away their numbers before the Tomoto Castle campaign. Adding the crossbow cavalry and fully trained regular units, their standing army passed 3,500. Toss and 5 captured Bifrost castles, the Sinvan and Teslin lands, plus fresh local militia. The family's military power had grown into an absolute monster of a force. Their total numbers were sitting at nearly 10,000 strong. Lord McLean proudly cheered on his elite troops, telling them everyone did great. He suggested they officially greet the soldiers, leaving the young recruits completely starstruck as they scrambled to salute. Then, Logan quietly gathered energy in his hand. Boom! A devastatingly bright golden aura exploded out of nowhere, forming a massive pillar of light with suffocating pressure. It was hard proof that his personal strength had completely reached an insane new height. Being able to shape aura into both weapons and solid armor is the ultimate sign of the highest tier knights in existence. Lord McLean laughed loud and proud. The son had totally surpassed the father, giving their military an insane advantage. Logan gave a modest smile, saying he still had not mastered it yet. Deep down, he knew he was missing the 4th form of the Flaming/Divine Sword manual. But seeing his plans moving way faster than expected, Logan stared right at his dad. He declared it was finally time to use it. I know you see where this is going. What did he mean? His dad gasped in shock. Logan smirked hard and proudly declared he would end the civil war. Meanwhile, deep in the woods where goblins lurked, the monsters froze, hearing some very weird footsteps. A tiny little stone golem just casually walked up, holding a glowing blue magic sphere. The goblins lost their minds and instantly swarmed the tiny creature. They shrieked and mocked the little guy, but that arrogance faded fast. Total instant karma. An earth-shattering blast erupted from the golem, completely vaporizing the monsters and violently shaking the mountains in blinding light. The catastrophic explosion literally flattened a huge chunk of the forest into a flaming crater. Logan nodded, super hyped about his terrifying new toy. He told Sir Clay to drop the activation time down to 0.5 seconds. The mage quickly scribbled down notes for the next prototype. The old blacksmith lugged an empty barrel over. He reported they had completely burned through all their prototypes and suggested heading back home early. Logan wanted to test more, but Hamma complained and told the young master to stop burning money after blowing up the mountain. Logan flashed a super calculating smile. Wiping an entire goblin village off the map in 1 hour, that was insane progress for his next plan. But suddenly, a massive earthquake violently rattled the ground. Logan and Sir Clay instantly turned pale. A deafening, beastly roar echoed through the air, forcing Hema to cover his bleeding ears. The horrified blacksmith realized the sound came from the forest center. Realizing this insane threat was completely out of control, Logan screamed at everyone to run for their lives before they all died. The three sprinted like crazy to safety, completely out of breath and terrified. Sweating bullets, Logan demanded to know what just made that absolute nightmare noise. Sir Clay grimly guessed the bombs just woke up an apex predator sleeping under the earth. And trust me, you and I are not ready for what comes next. Let's dive right back into the madness. The southern mountains, once known as a deadly demon land, are now a secret weapons testing site for the McLean family. And Logan, he's looking absolutely thrilled. He steps up and praises them. You guys did an incredible job. We had barely any data, but this prototype, it completely blew past my expectations. But deep down, he's actually in shock. The quality here is literally better than anything he saw in his past life. It's all thanks to the research I brought, he thinks, but Sir Clayan really brought it to life. Sir Clayan mutters to himself, overflowing with pride over his masterpiece. Meanwhile, Logan is secretly gloating. Without his exclusive blueprint, there is zero chance their enemies could ever replicate this. To keep things completely bulletproof, Logan immediately lays down the law. The manufacturing process must stay under maximum security. Hema and Clayan confidently guarantee that only the two of them know the entire process, without the exact material ratios and precise mana tuning formulas. Even if someone saw it made right in front of their eyes, it's impossible to copy. Beyond satisfied, Logan loudly declares his reward. Excellent work. To show my thanks, I'm boosting the Magic Tower's funding by an extra 30%. That massive number leaves Hema the blacksmith absolutely stunned, stammering like he can't even believe his own ears. Riding that wave of excitement, Hema secretly pulls a brand new item from his coat and reveals that, during his free time, he built an incredibly overpowered new toy. The old blacksmith proudly introduces their brand new treasure. They're calling it the artifact-grade repeating crossbow. Logan stares in pure shock at the intricate weapon glowing with raw magic in Hema's hands. His eyes go wide as he gasps out, "A repeating crossbow? The artifact version? Now watch closely. This is where it gets insane." Logan aims the weapon right at a massive stone golem standing in the forest. He pulls the trigger, and the arrow tears through the air at terrifying speed. The second it hits the target, boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupts, completely blowing away the giant stone entity. In the blink of an eye, nothing is left but thick smoke and fire. Witnessing this absolutely terrifying power, Logan cheers in pure excitement. This is peak. Is this the Divine Turtle Crossbow version 4.0? Hema nervously asks about the poor golem's condition, but Sir Clayan calmly reassures him that it was just a worthless dirt doll anyway. Meanwhile, Logan is completely mind-blown. He realizes that every single shot hits with the destructive force of high-tier magic, and the actual firing range seems to have literally doubled. There's a catch, though. The crossbow fires 2 arrows at once, but after just 5 total uses, the weapon completely breaks down. Remaking it is incredibly tedious. It takes both the blacksmith and the mage an entire day just to finish one, and the production and recycling costs are sky-high. Logan quietly runs the numbers in his head. At this slow speed, the family can only produce 365 divine crossbows a year. Still, this overwhelming firepower simply cannot be ignored. He decides to prioritize equipping their top commanders with this devastating weapon first. Looking at the two creators, Logan gives a firm order. For the next 2 months, they need to push themselves and craft as many as humanly possible. Logan smirks, a deeply calculating look in his eyes. He confidently states that soon enough, the family is going to desperately need every single one of those weapons. Over at Tomoto Castle in the McLean territory, a major public notice is suddenly posted on the wall, instantly drawing a massive, buzzing crowd of gossiping locals. Meanwhile, over at Sinvan Castle, the citizens are also swarming around a brand new bulletin board, looking completely full of curiosity. One man squints his eyes at the board and asks, "What does it say?" The guy with the pitchfork quickly explains that the second town is finally finished, and anyone can move there right now. However, some people are definitely hesitating. They're wondering why they should pack up and leave when their lives here are already so peaceful. Even hearing the news about getting brand new houses and free farmland doesn't tempt them. The longtime locals just aren't interested at all. Ever since the new lord took over, life here in Sinvan has become so much easier and incredibly prosperous for everyone. They simply refuse to abandon the land and homes they've been attached to for so many years. But in complete contrast to the hesitant locals, the Civil War refugees see this news as a literal lifeline. One man, with fire burning in his eyes, suddenly shouts out at the top of his lungs. He volunteers immediately, swearing he'll endure any hardship to make it work. For people who lost everything to the flames of war, a free house and a fresh plot of land is an absolute godsend they cannot ignore. The refugee crowd is completely fired up, urgently pushing each other to pack their bags and head straight for the second town. Back in his office, Logan quietly slides a piece across his massive tactical map. Let's pause for a second. This strategy is genius. He points to the dead center between Sinvan and Tomodo, casually asking Dwayne, "Did we build here for aesthetics or to trap someone?" Dwayne ponders this, guessing it's because the two castles are simply too far apart. Logan smirks, confirming that's exactly the core reason. He taps the map, pointing out that walking between Tomodo and Sinvan takes 3 whole days. If any invaders manage to slip through that massive, empty blind spot, defending the family's territory would instantly become an absolute nightmare to deal with. Dwayne starts sweating. "Wait," he asks nervously. "Are you saying someone might actually invade?" Logan calmly drops the truth. That is exactly why every single citizen moving into this new town is strictly required to train alongside the local guard forces. Dwayne accepts this, but he's still totally baffled about who would even try to attack them. This new town sitting on the Bifrost Plains is basically acting as a giant shield to perfectly protect the old McLean Plains. Logan flashes a wildly confident smile, declaring this will be an absolutely flawless defense line. Dwayne is practically bathing in cold sweat now, screaming in pure, utter panic. Who on earth is invading us? And why? Ah, the endless struggles of a tired wage worker. But all of his terrified questions are going to get answered very soon once the summer season officially begins. Standing before the family's vassals, Logan boldly announces a world-shaking decision. We are joining the Civil War. That bombshell drops, and Patrick McLean, along with every single subordinate, is so shocked their faces literally contort in horror. Dwayne frantically tries to stop him, begging to know if the young master is actually being serious right now. He desperately demands a reason for such a massively reckless move. Staring hard at the map, Logan openly admits that their territory is booming right now. Their prosperity is guaranteed exactly because they've stayed out of the bloodshed. However, his eyes turn razor sharp. He states clearly if their only goal was just protecting this specific land, then staying neutral would be the right play. But that is absolutely not what he wants at all. Clenching his fist with absolute iron resolve, Logan fiercely declares the brutal truth to the room. If they keep staying neutral, no matter which royal side ultimately wins the war, the McLean family is guaranteed to fall into utter ruin. Dwayne forces a totally awkward smile, desperately trying to lighten the heavy mood. He argues that the First Prince's faction holds absolute dominance, and their family hasn't done anything to offend them. Suddenly smash, a deafening slam on the table makes everyone jump out of their skin in sheer terror. Patrick McLean roars for silence. He shoots up from his chair, glaring intensely at his son with crushing authority. His voice drops low as he demands, "Make it make sense, son, or don't blame me for enforcing martial law." Logan doesn't flinch. After the war, once the First Prince's faction completely swallows up the Second Prince's side, do you really think they'll just stop? Logan hits them with reality and gives the brutal answer himself. No, they won't stop. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you can't miss what happens next. Alright, let's jump straight into this one. Logan remembers his past life when the First Prince's faction won the war, but he definitely wasn't satisfied with that outcome. He knows bringing up the past won't work right now. He needs a much more practical reason, something his father and the vassals can directly feel. Logan points out that the First Prince's faction includes 2 families that House Marlen knows very well. First is the Cairo in-laws, who once fought alongside them but coldly cut off all support the second the family faced real trouble. The other is the Wolf family, who rudely and unilaterally canceled their old engagement. Both are huge financial backers for the First Prince. Logan looks straight at his father and asks, "If the war ends, do you really think they'll leave us alone after gaining power?" That final, heavy blow wakes absolutely everyone up. This bold statement leaves Patrick McLean and the vassals totally stunned at an unexpected dark future. Logan thinks their current view of House Marlen is just a guess unless asked directly. But that's not nearly as important as the old grudges still burning. So shouldn't we side with the first prince right now? Logan smirks, seeing everyone following his exact train of thought. He decisively answers, no. Logan loudly announces a truly shocking decision. We will join the second prince's faction. This crazy news strikes like lightning, making all the vassals' faces distort in pure shock. They completely panic, screaming out in absolute confusion. What are you even saying? You mean side with Bifrost? Nobody can believe their own ears, because anyone can clearly see they are about to lose this war. Logan stays perfectly calm. He raises his hand to signal everyone to quiet down and gently explains. Help the strong and they look down on you. Save the dying and they treat you like a god. Logan emphasizes that choosing the losing side brings way bigger benefits. Patrick McLean and his wife silently watch their son with deep, calculating, and thoughtful eyes. Now pay close attention here. One anxious vassal asks if Logan really has a plan, or if the family is just boarding a sinking ship. Logan thoughtfully admits the grim reality. Yes, the ship is missing sails and the hull is about to crack open. This honest admission causes the vassals to panic even more. They completely fail to understand why the young master is diving headfirst into clear danger. But Logan's eyes suddenly shine with absolute determination. He roars, "Don't worry, I have a brand new engine. I'll take on the whole enemy fleet." Logan's insanely overwhelming aura makes absolutely everyone in the room hold their breath in sheer awe. They are totally stunned, wondering what gives him such terrifying confidence. The knight sweats buckets, trembling as he asks if Logan is seriously making that bold claim. Replying to their massive doubts, Logan smirks arrogantly and loudly asks back, "Has anything ever gone wrong when I take action?" He stands proudly with his arms crossed, showing off a radiant face that leaves all the confused vassals completely speechless. Even though their hearts are full of anxiety, faced with the young master's absolute confidence, they can only swallow the truth, despite having thousands of lingering questions. W panics and heavily grabs Logan's arm, completely unable to understand why the young master would ever make such a wildly contradictory decision today. He frantically reminds him, "But young Duke, you said Valter caused that attack. You called them the culprits, and now we are playing good brothers?" Logan stays ice cold, dropping a deeply mysterious reassurance. "You and I both saw that coming, right? Don't worry." Logan's eyes shine with pure calculation. "I'll make them pay at the exact right time." Right after that, a magic communication line is successfully established from the other side of the orb. A high noble with an incredibly gloomy face asks in a deep voice, "So now you actually want to join forces with us? Are you entirely crazy?" Logan stays perfectly calm and replies, "Ah, well, I guess it does sound exactly like that. Then we have absolutely no reason not to join the first prince's faction right now." This insanely sharp U-turn totally shocks the opponent. That heavily defiant statement makes the High Noble's face physically distort in pure, unfiltered horror as he processes those words. "Are you really planning to reject us like this, sir?" That highly threatening question loudly rings out from the very other side of the glowing magic communication orb. The Duke from the Second Prince's faction is so completely furious, he aggressively grinds his teeth. He madly slams his fist on the table, instantly cracking the solid wood while his trembling retainers watch in absolute horror. He loudly roars in absolute, unmatched fury. "How dare you? Are you seriously messing with me right now? You little bastard." The intense magic pressure from his body fiercely explodes in all directions, making the whole room literally shake with every single panting breath of this powerful noble who has completely lost control. While directly facing that thunderous, explosive wrath, Logan still manages to maintain an incredibly chilling calmness. This happens even though all he is getting back right now are some genuinely terrible, hateful insults. He secretly judges that the opponent's sheer level of anxiety proves something huge. It perfectly shows that the Second Prince's current war situation is truly falling into an incredibly desperate state. Logan smoothly lowers his voice, playing the reasonable guy to soothe the tension. "I absolutely wouldn't dare be so insolent even in my wildest dreams, sir." Logan suddenly drops another highly sarcastic remark that makes the opponent freeze, especially right after receiving this truly terrifying gift. Seeing Logan's deeply meaningful and confident smile, the absolutely stunned Duke is left completely speechless. He stammers back in pure, unfiltered confusion. "Gift? What kind of gift?" He firmly claims he has absolutely zero clue what Logan is heavily hinting at. He knows perfectly well that Logan didn't just contact him to casually make peace in the absolute middle of this burning, chaotic war situation. With incredibly razor-sharp, cold eyes, the High Duke directly asks him, "What exactly do you want?" Logan just smirks. He clearly and loudly lays out the massive demands that he personally considers incredibly reasonable in exchange for House Marlen's extremely loyal service. Logan decisively declares, "If we win this, I want the Bifrost territory officially recognized as ours. Plus, I also want exactly half of the Marquis territory located near Marlen and the ancestral county that we completely lost a long time ago. Basically, buy one, get three completely free." The Duke of the Second Prince's faction is absolutely stunned. He instantly asked back in heavy doubt, "What did you just say? Are you totally serious?" Logan easily keeps his very calm, confident smile. He breaks it down, saying that with all the massive risks House Marlen bears by entering the war right now, this is definitely not an unreasonable demand. Openly answering that absolute, insane confidence, the High Duke simply bursts out laughing with heavy sarcasm. He entirely coldly declares that these totally insane demands aren't even remotely worth wasting his time negotiating over. However, looking straight into Logan's deeply unwavering eyes, the mighty Duke suddenly changes his entire attitude completely. He slowly forms a highly calculating smile and loudly declares, "If you're so tough, drag yourself over here and talk. I'll personally sign it so you can see clearly." Logan cheers very excitedly. "Really? That's exactly what I wanted." The young master's insane decisiveness completely shocks the noble Duke. Logan closes the conversation with a highly challenging appointment. "Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. All right, strap in, because you and I are jumping right back into the madness. I will visit you soon." Over at Frost Castle, the tension is suffocating. War cries shake the sky as the McLean army finally marches. Logan urgently inspects the military supply progress, getting a rock-solid report from his soldiers. Every single ration and weapon is perfectly prepped for a grueling march lasting 2 to 3 full weeks. Patrick McLean sits tall on his horse, his voice heavy with deep concern. He bluntly asks his son why they are demanding so much territory, admitting it feels completely shameless to claim that much. Logan just flashes a dark, mysterious smirk. He states firmly that in this desperate situation, the Second Prince's faction is absolutely starving for manpower, even if they just use them as disposable cannon fodder. Turning to his father, Logan casually reminds him, "You only agreed to this whole operation after witnessing the raw, terrifying power of liberation with your own eyes, right?" He proudly declares that this weapon is an absolutely devastating tool of pure destruction. Patrick McLean stays silent, staring out at their marching legions with heavy, lingering thoughts. He fully admits that even the most hardened veterans recognize this new weapon has enough sheer power to completely flip the tide of this war. Yet, a deep, heavy anxiety still haunts the older lord's tired face. He wonders if their family actually has the strength to protect such a massive, world-breaking secret. But his biggest fear right now? He still does not know his own son's true hidden intentions. He lowers his voice. "Are you really planning to put the Second Prince on the throne?" Suddenly, dark memories of the Grand Nobi Assembly flash back, fiercely haunting Patrick McLean's mind. That was the terrifying incident that literally ignited this massive civil war. The exact moment they all witnessed, the sudden, bloody death of Larry Clare. Now pay close attention here, because this is wild. While everyone else was paralyzed in pure terror, McLean caught a chilling sight. Logan was just standing there, smiling a dark, twisted smile. The Lord absolutely could not comprehend the true, sinister meaning hidden behind his son's smirk. But his deepest instincts warned him that marching into this war was just the next calculated phase, directly following that world-shaking assassination. Logan stares back at his father, calmly replying that in these chaotic, war-torn times, extreme difficulties and dangers are always going to surround them. He proudly declares a brutal, undeniable truth. Whoever drops money and fresh territory into our hands is our loyal brother. With his eyes burning with fierce, unstoppable ambition, Logan aggressively stresses that the only thing that matters right now is securing the absolute maximum benefits for the McLean family. The number one priority is grabbing those land deeds. Seeing his son's cold, unshakable determination, Patrick McLean can only watch in total silence, his face heavy with deep thought. He lets out a soft sigh, telling himself he must just be getting old to worry about such pointless things. Pushing all his crushing doubts aside, the Lord silently prays. He desperately hopes that at the end of this brutal, thorny path, true glorious victory is waiting for him and his son. Facing the intense expectations of his entire army, Patrick McLean barks the epic order. "Open the gates!" The massive iron doors slowly groan open, welcoming the McLean forces into a massive war that will rewrite the kingdom's entire fate. If heavy darkness blocks our path, I pray the heavens shine a light on my son's future. Inside the marching ranks, everyone from the fierce victor to the wise elder clan shows absolute, raw determination. Patrick McLean simply watches his son's back ride forward, fueled by fierce, unbreakable faith. Draped in brilliant, blinding silver armor, Logan stares dead ahead, his piercing gaze completely unshaken and resolute. Flashing a wildly confident, fearless smirk, he lets out a booming, savage battle cry that instantly shatters the tense silence. "Charge!" That battle cry carries the absolute, desperate prayer of a father, fully supporting the bloody path Logan has chosen to walk. Far in the distance, the majestic twin towers of a Lund castle emerge through the endless, jagged mountain ranges. Up on the towering stone walls, elite guards maintain an incredibly strict, nervous watch. One guard suddenly squints, peering intensely through his brass telescope to track movement on the horizon. Right in his lens, the fiercely proud, burning flame banner of the McLean family snaps aggressively in the wind. You and I both know panic when we see it. The guard screams out, "We're dead, boss. That fire symbol is actually coming to burn our castle." He sprints away in total terror. Heavy armored footsteps echo sharply against the cold stone. A middle-aged commander draped in pitch-black armor steps up, flashing a mocking, arrogant sneer. Ha! So that fool actually dared to show his face. The commander narrows his eyes, demanding their exact numbers. His panicked subordinate reports that McLean's forces do not just have cavalry, they also brought the legendary, rapid-fire repeating crossbow unit from all the terrifying rumors. Based on current visual estimates, their total combined infantry forces are easily pushing past 4,000 men. They even spotted elite mages riding comfortably in the marching armored carriages. Despite hearing those insane numbers, the Alun Castle commander just maintains an incredibly arrogant, dismissive attitude. He firmly believes the enemy is just a disorganized, chaotic mob trying to flex fake power. He coldly declares, "They had zero time to recover after we crushed them. It's just a bunch of weak bodies padding their numbers." Staring down at the approaching McLean Legion, the commander suddenly gets hit with a heavy, unexplainable sense of pure dread. He mutters quietly, "Actually, I'm not so sure anymore, Roger." Totally ignoring his hesitation, Lucian, a crafty, sly-looking guy, acts extremely smug. He openly notes that the enemy formation is actually insanely organized, and their shiny gear is clearly top-tier, expensive stuff. He even throws out a brutal insult. "Are your eyes completely broken? That army is elite, and you call them a mob?" His pride deeply shattered, the commander roars back in blind, raging fury. But Lucian stays perfectly calm, continuing to ruthlessly twist the knife right into the commander's deeply flawed judgment of the situation. "Wait, aren't you the one who completely overestimated those weak fools with entirely unclear, shady intentions? You trust them way too easily." Even though he is furious, the commander is forced to ask for his opinion. "So what do you see?" Lucian points out that if the McLean forces are completely serious, their sheer fighting power is going to be incredibly overwhelming. Flashing a toxic, sinister grin, he drops a heavy hint. More importantly, they completely insulted a powerful count. The commander violently grinds his teeth, forced to swallow his subordinate's massive ego. Deep down, he viciously curses Lucian Thalos as a totally useless piece of trash, always blocking his path while contributing absolutely zero value. He angrily thinks to himself, if this annoying punk wasn't the powerful Duke Vanter's precious nephew, he would have violently kicked this neutral-playing coward to the curb a long time ago. Just having Lucian standing right there acts like a massive thorn in his side, pushing the commander's stress to the absolute breaking point. Finally, after a tense moment of weighing his options, the commander snaps his ultimate order. "Fine, report to the prince. We will let them inside." The panicked guard loudly barks his quick acknowledgement. "Yes, sir." The commander's eyes suddenly turn incredibly sharp and bitterly cold. He quietly scans the open battlefield, mentally locking in for an absolutely brutal bloodbath that is about to explode. "Cool your temper, boss. Isn't it awesome to just let them catch all the bullets for us?" He coldly reveals his twisted scheme using the McLean family as a disposable pawn to weaken the first prince, creating the perfect gap to flip the entire board. Lucian's heavy hand violently grips Roger's shoulder, a silent, terrifying threat. Dripping with nervous sweat, the intimidated commander has absolutely no choice but to bite his tongue and obey. Roger furiously grinds his teeth, ordering the guards to immediately throw open the gates. He hates welcoming Logan's army inside, burning with absolute rage, but he is completely powerless to stop it. And that's where we leave it. Logan steps inside, totally stunned by their strict military formation. Thousands of soldiers pack the field, creating a seriously suffocating pressure. Right in the middle, massive knights carrying giant warhammers stand as still as towering stone statues. Let's dive right into this madness. A giant knight with a thick beard grips a massive iron mace, glaring at Logan with pure defiance. He mocks them, calling this one hell of a grand welcome for the newest guests. Suddenly, servants carry in a ridiculously lavish armchair. Sitting right on it is a blonde-haired guy looking absolutely full of himself. That is the second prince. He loudly brings up how the McLean family previously rejected his personal invitation. With an arrogant sneer, he demands to know why Logan brought troops here now, and if he actually thinks he'll be welcomed. Watching this ridiculous show-off, Logan and his father just freeze. They're secretly wondering what the hell this idiot is thinking. Honestly, Logan admits he doesn't know much about the second prince, but one thing is for sure. Compared to the butcher first prince, The guy who destroyed the country in his past life, the second prince, is viewed even worse. Kneeling there, Logan instantly sees the guy's garbage personality through his arrogant gestures. Second, Prince Romain casually picks his ear, tossing out a totally contemptuous insult. So now they want to join the winning side? Two-faced bastards. Do they even know their own place? They're so weak, yet they love acting like they are dangerous. Logan thinks the only saving grace is that these leaders aren't entirely shameless. The prince mutters that given the situation, even a mere baron could grasp the problem. Seeing his master losing patience, Count Roger Bifrost quickly steps up, asking for permission to speak next. Roger clears his throat and approaches Patrick McLean. He speaks loudly. Ahem. First, welcome. Patrick McLean keeps his totally calm demeanor. He does the formal handshake, replying politely. Yes, the honor is mine, sir. Roger smirks mockingly. The father is obedient, but the son's face is begging for a punch. Patrick McLean smiles faintly, insisting that his son is actually a very polite person. Roger narrows his eyes, coldly firing back that he doesn't see that at all. Right then, Logan quietly steps up behind him. He smirks with a provocative smile and greets him loudly. Watch closely now. Hey, old man, lost half your Bifrost territory, but still kicking. Huh. Logan's sudden appearance and arrogant attitude shock Count Bifrost so badly, his face totally contorts. The old man just grits his teeth, letting out a furious, hateful snort. Logan sneers mockingly. How ridiculous. Isn't this a great situation? That Southern alliance you always wanted, Count, has finally been created. The taunt makes Bifrost shake with absolute rage. His armored hand clenches furiously. His face twists, eyes bulging like he wants to eat the young master alive right there. He growls with killer intent. You have the guts to speak right now? Logan keeps his calm smile, but inside, he's calculating. I only meant to tease him, but this reaction is priceless. If I push him just a little more, the Count might attack me here, and I can kill him, claiming self-defense. Logan's hand already rests on his sword hilt, fully ready for the absolute worst-case scenario. Seeing the tension spike, Leon quickly steps in. Please restrain yourself, sir. Logan clicks his tongue, annoyed as prey, ignored the bait. What a total shame. The old man forces his rage down, exhales hard, and glares. I'll be watching you from now on. He turns and walks off with Leon, eyes still locked on Logan with pure hate. Now, Elan Castle and its surrounding area form a twin fortress, once owned by Duke Fantôme. Their name comes from thousands of years ago, based on two moons that totally vanished during the mythical era. Unfortunately, this ancestral legacy is now just ruins. The twin castles have officially become a bloody battlefield for both sides. This isn't your average fight over territory anymore. It's a brutal, all-out war to claim the supreme throne. Sitting quietly at the strategy table, Logan figures that no matter the method, the ultimate goal is defeating the enemy prince to end this war. But the harsh truth? Neither of these royal heirs is the type to sacrifice their personal gain just to stop the bloodshed. Logan sets his glass down, haunted by past life memories. If things continue, war will tear this entire kingdom apart. He realizes these empty strategy meetings are totally hopeless. His eyes turn razor-sharp and ruthless as he mutters, just kill who needs to die and end the war. A fast, brutal philosophy. Right then, the commander points at the map and barks an order. The McLean forces will attack the enemy from behind. Logan listens quietly, though inside he's plotting his own moves. Suddenly, a weird feeling hits him, making him snap his head up. You and I both know what that means. A knight is staring right at him with an expression so bizarre, Logan can't read him at all. He really wonders if it's pure hostility or just simple curiosity. Logan narrows his eyes, digging through his memories to see what happened to this guy in his past life. Seeing Logan silent, the second prince's commander loses patience. He growls, asking if he plans to refuse orders. The guy even drops Patrick McLean's name just to pile on the pressure. He threatens to interrogate whoever gave Logan full authority. Facing this aggression, Logan just gives a sly smile and quickly steps up to calm the commander. The old man details the battle plan, demanding the McLean forces play defense while also launching a surprise rear attack. He claims since both sides know each other too well, the McLean family is a fresh variable. They are the only ones who can break this stalemate. But honestly, it's a total death trap. Logan narrows his eyes. Deep down, he coldly realizes this old bastard is literally sending his army straight into a slaughter. On a massive battlefield with 50,000 troops, making 5,000 McLean soldiers defend alone is pure suicide. And trust me, you know that old fox Bifrost is grinning ear to ear over this insane proposal. Stick with me here, you and I are about to witness a massacre, and that smug smile behind him proves it. Logan knows this bizarre proposal is a trap meant to completely wipe out his family's forces, but instead of fighting back or protesting, he just confidently declares, "We will obey." That wild answer leaves the commander completely stunned. He stammers, literally unable to believe his own ears. Even Lord Macklin and the loyal vassals standing nearby are left in absolute shock, totally paralyzed by their young lord's incredibly reckless decision right in front of the enemy. Surrounded by the endless, shocked whispers of the nobles, Logan just stands there, keeping a perfectly calm and collected expression. He decisively drops one new demand. He asks for full permission to personally plan the exact details of this upcoming march. Seeing Logan's strange, unwavering confidence, the commander narrows his eyes, calculating his next move. Finally, he just nods in agreement. Meanwhile, over in a dark corner of the war room, the Second Prince's faction is secretly revealing their truly brutal and ruthless ambitions. They openly admit that if Macklin actually refused, they were totally ready to split his army apart and exploit them. More importantly, they desperately wanted a legal excuse to confiscate all the infamous repeating crossbows his family currently owns and uses. With allies like these, who even needs enemies? If they refused even that, we would just force them straight to the front lines. He narrows his highly suspicious eyes, silently telling himself that Logan is definitely hiding some kind of trick. Taking a slow sip of wine, Lucien calmly tells Roger not to overthink things. He clearly breaks it down. If someone accepts a literal suicide mission without fighting back or hesitating, there are only two real possibilities. They are either insanely reckless or just completely incurable. Roger still looks absolutely skeptical about this. He honestly cannot believe a tiny border family can pull off what even his most elite knights struggle with. In response, Lucien just flashes a truly sinister, evil smile. He thinks if Roger led the charge, the enemy would fight to the death. But with Macklin, the whole situation might play out completely differently. Lucien firmly and confidently declares, "It is simple. Really, if he isn't a complete idiot, he will bring us results." Clenching his fist, he coldly adds that if Logan actually is a stupid kid, he will just die quickly at the enemy's hands anyway. With a brutally cruel smile, Lucien concludes his thought. Either way, they lose absolutely nothing here. Now, pay attention here, this is where the board flips. Over at the rival camp, news of Macklin joining the Second Prince leaves the First Prince's Duke absolutely stunned. He literally cannot understand why Jordan would make such a completely crazy decision. Duke Douglas just smirks in response. He figures Macklin's sudden arrival will only add a few more useless corpses to the battlefield, nothing more. Congratulations on drawing the death card. He turns to the man standing next to him, letting out a totally sarcastic, mocking laugh. Isn't that a bit too cold? Chiron, wasn't your child engaged to them in the past? Facing this mocking jab about the old broken engagement, Kiran Cairo just maintains an incredibly cold, utterly profoundly dark expression. He narrows his eyes, his voice totally ruthless. Don't bring up the past. If we meet on the battlefield now, I won't hold back. The city gates swing wide open. Logan shouts the order to advance, leading his heavy cavalry as they thunder out. For the longest time, both factions only focused on assassinations instead of all-out war, making it seem like the entire conflict had completely stalled out. But the brutal meat grinder of war is officially back in motion, all thanks to the Second Prince's faction seriously struggling. Observing from a distance this close, Logan is actually secretly amazed this is a truly massive, unbelievable army. Even after months of fighting, the Vandermeer faction still has nearly 1,000 knights and 50,000 elite troops. The enemy forces are absolutely no joke either. Commanded by the terrifying ice mage Duke Douglas, they boast an army armed with hundreds of insanely powerful, highly destructive mages. Logan quietly realizes he is about to face these truly terrifying foes head-on, all while the Second Prince's massive army deliberately keeps a safe distance from his Macklin family. He deeply worries that if one tiny mistake happens, everyone will absolutely die here. Lord Macklin just clicks his tongue and admits the truth. That is life, son. If you do not get stabbed in the back, it is not politics. Logan sees right through the entire situation. This is clearly just a precaution. The Second Prince's faction literally never trusted them at all, so they took action first to seize total control. Logan's eyes instantly harden with sheer, undeniable resolve. He secretly vows to completely slaughter every single target as fast as humanly possible, just to end this incredibly pointless war. You see what he's doing here, right? This is step one for his massive ambition. Meanwhile, the Second Prince's stuck-up nobles look totally relaxed. Some are even yawning loudly in sheer, utter disrespect as they casually watch the Macklin army finally start moving out. War horns violently echo across the open plains, signaling the official start of the massive assault. A commander roars, "Advance," urging thousands of cavalry to charge forward like a violent storm. The massive, blinding dust clouds completely shake the very earth right beneath their hooves. Completely unfazed, Lord Macklin loudly bellows his own order. "We charge too." He fearlessly leads the Macklin forces, their fiery red banner pushing straight into the absolutely brutal battlefield. Witnessing that exact crazy scene, Lucien really cannot help but ask Duke Jordan Vandermeer why the Macklin family is acting so fiercely aggressive. especially after being totally humiliated and handed a garbage suicide mission during that meeting. Duke Jordan coldly watches Logan's retreating back and mutters, "Let's see just how long they keep up this act before turning around." Across the battlefield, the First Prince's faction finally spots the tiny McClan army boldly charging at them from afar. The enemy commander just smirks in pure disgust, genuinely thinking those Macklin lunatics have completely lost their minds. The First Prince's soldiers laugh like it's a massive joke. The arrogant commander scoffs, assuming they must think war is just some fun little game. Receiving a direct request from Count Taranahit to intercept Macklin, he just dismisses it, instantly ordering Kirin Cairo to handle it instead. Remembering Kirin's bold claim earlier, the commander smirks, wanting to give him the perfect chance to show off his real strength. The heavy shield bearing the Wolf family crest brilliantly glows, signaling a fateful, intensely long-awaited showdown. Kirin Cairo proudly leads his cavalry, the Wolf banner flying high. He quietly thinks back to his recent conversation with Duke Douglas. When the Duke asked if he would actually regret this decision, Kirin strongly believed that by securing this powerful alliance, his enemies would have absolutely zero choice but to fully surrender and join their side. Tightly gripping his heavy crossbow, Kirin's absolutely cold eyes lock dead ahead as his loyal scouts urgently report the Macklin banner has just been spotted only 800 meters away. Logan and Lord Macklin are leading the thunderous charge, their battle spirit piercing the sky. So what do you and I make of this? A tragic reunion, or Kirin's biggest mistake? Because Kirin actually thinks Logan's worst luck is having to face him today. Let's dive into an absolute bloodbath. Kirin screams the order to advance, confident his new weapons will wipe them out. Thousands of cavalry furiously charge forward on his command. He smugly orders his men to hold their ground, waiting until the enemy enters perfect firing range. His grand plan? Use the exact weapons Logan invented to completely destroy him. Kirin smirks, offering a fake apology to Patrick for the upcoming slaughter. But he is dead wrong. Taking down our main character isn't going to be that easy, because Logan just upgraded those crossbows with raw magic. A brilliant blue magic arrow tears through the air at terrifying speed, flying straight into the charging enemy formation. A direct hit, the earth violently shakes, forcing the sprinting warhorses to rear up in absolute panic. More magic arrows slam into the dirt right in front of Cairo's cavalry. An enemy knight grits his teeth, sweating bullets. How are they getting hit from so far away? Suddenly, massive pillars of fire erupt, completely swallowing the prince's vanguard in blinding light. The raw explosive force violently launches men and horses into the air through thick smoke and flying debris. Screams of pure agony echo across the battlefield. The panicked soldiers finally realize they are trapped by explosives and deadly magic. The elite cavalry formation instantly collapses into chaos, their desperate cries for help drown in the massive shockwaves. Watching this complete massacre ruin his perfect plan, Kirin Cairo's face twists in pure shock. He just stands there frozen, wondering what the hell is happening. Gritting his teeth, Kirin screams in absolute disbelief. What kind of trick is this? Far away, Marlen observes the beautiful chaos through a telescope. Logan smiles, totally satisfied seeing the enemy vanguard crumble. He immediately gives the signal to the senior mage, Lord Clayan. Now watch this move. Catching the signal, Clayan orders the squad. Time to turn on the magic blasters, boys. The mages shout in unison, firing up their blazing magic. Clayan turns to the kid with heterochromia eyes, asking nervously, "Are you sure about this?" With magical energy wildly surging around her body, Victoria firmly declares, "I am fine, master. I can do this all by myself." Victoria narrows her eyes coldly, her red and blue eyes glowing across the brutal battlefield. Deep down, Logan clicks his tongue. He always knew his secret weapon technology would leak out eventually. But the biggest shock? Finding out the Cairo family were the ones who stole it, instead of Bifrost like he originally predicted. A flash of memory hits him a mysterious woman named Norina. That fateful meeting was exactly where this whole mess started. Shaking off those wandering thoughts, Logan loudly barks out his next command to the entire army. All archers and crossbowmen move to the front line. He knows they must act fast and seize the advantage before the enemy recovers and fires those stolen rapid-fire crossbows back at them. Logan roars with absolute authority, "Crush them now. Do not let them catch their breath." Boom! An earth-shattering explosion tears through the enemy ranks, blowing away all resistance in thick smoke. Massive golems violently stomp onto the battlefield with overwhelming power. They are not just living shields. These beasts are mobile ammo dumps, carrying baskets full of liber bombs glowing with intense magic. Giant stone hands grab the bright blue bombs, completely ready to rain absolute destruction on the enemy's heads. Coordinating from the back, Lord Clayan orders, "We have enough ammo, throw them at will." Victoria and the mages shout back in agreement. The blue-haired girl channels all her magic into her clasped hands, whispering, "I mastered the magic circles. I can do this." Victoria narrows her eyes, totally focused. She knows she absolutely cannot back down here. She has to go all out to prove her true strength today. Whoever bullied my brother is getting wiped out, Victoria screams with burning resolve. Channeling maximum magic, she aggressively commands them to throw. You and I know this is going to hurt. The giant stone golems hurl the bombs. Cairo's soldiers stare in sheer terror. What now? The second those bombs hit the dirt, massive, earth-shattering explosions instantly swallow the entire cavalry line in a sea of fire. Horrific screams echo as soldiers are blasted away and burned alive in the rubble. Watching this brutal, unexpected slaughter, Kieran Cairo's face physically distorts in shock. He roars in absolute frustration. A panicked subordinate reports, "Sir, that is powerful magic." He still clings to his numbers advantage, thinking his thousands of troops can overwhelm them. No matter how strong the enemy mages are, they cannot beat an army. Kieran grinds his teeth and orders a full charge. Knights, advance. Spurring his horse, he leads the cavalry straight into the meat grinder. We are taking this to melee. He figures once they enter close combat, McLean's forces will be completely unable to use those ridiculous magic spells anymore. But the one-eyed knight, Kai, is already waiting on the front line. He smirks and orders, "Coming closer to make my shots easier? I will happily oblige." The moment he yells fire, thousands of rapid-fire crossbows unleash absolute hell. A thick, deadly rain of arrows pours right down on Cairo's furious charging army. The battle explodes as a ruthless rain of arrows violently pierces right through enemy shields and armor. The one-eyed knight knows normal arrows will not easily pierce elite knights. So, the best strategy? Knock them right off their horses to completely neutralize their heavy momentum. He signals Victor, immediately getting a firm, decisive nod from the teen with heterochromia eyes. Victor fiercely orders the crossbow cavalry to split and flank both sides. He commands them to maintain distance and focus all firepower directly on the breaking formations. The relentless arrows shatter the enemy formation. A knight hits the dirt, bitterly realizing that if he hadn't lost his horse, these arrows would never have reached him so easily. But regret means absolutely nothing on this brutal, unforgiving battlefield. That's where we leave this massacre. The unyielding arrow rain turns dismounted knights into helpless targets, leaving them to die screaming in the mud. All right, stick with me. Victor leads the charge, his eyes glowing with absolute power. He is perfectly executing the infantry command Logan trusted him with. Right before this moment, Logan had a serious talk with Lord Clinton and the generals. He fully admitted that this is not how a true knight acts. But honestly, to win this absolute bloodbath, he has no choice but to use the most ruthless tactics available. With everyone in complete agreement on this, Logan and the Elder watch the battlefield slowly turning red with smoke and fire. Victor stares right at Logan, completely serious, and begs him, "Just promise me you will protect my little sister at all costs." The kid even throws out a deadly threat, his eyes flashing red. "If anything happens to her out there, I cannot guarantee what I will do to you." Logan actually chuckles at the kid's wild arrogance and over-the-top worry. He delivers a light, friendly punch to Victor's head, just setting him straight. "Quit barking. Kid, you are nowhere near strong enough to fight me yet, but you be careful too, for her sake." That genuine reminder makes Victor freeze. He quietly replies, "I understand." Victor is secretly super grateful. Thanks to Logan, he and his little sister can actually look out for each other now. They can finally dream of a much brighter future together. Victor kicks his horse, leading the cavalry forward. To him, keeping his sister and his respected lord safe is way more important than his own life. With his eyes burning with fighting spirit, Victor roars out, "I am heading to the rear to wipe out every single enemy soldier." Logan watches closely. He confirms that Victor and the crossbow cavalry are moving to the backline, perfectly following the battle plan. Seeing everything going exactly as planned, our main character shouts out his command. "Great job, let us move out, boys." The knights roar in perfect unison, charging into the bloody clash with insane momentum. Meanwhile, Parita's soldiers are literally shaking in their boots from pure terror. They are completely panicking, questioning why they even have to participate in such a brutal meat grinder, desperately rushing each other to move faster and survive. Parita's troops frantically whip their horses through the thick battlefield dust. A one-eyed knight silently watches the entire chaotic situation unfold with an incredibly dark expression. An armored arm decisively shoots up into the air, signaling a strict ceasefire order. The sudden, eerie silence from the crossbow volleys leaves the enemy commander completely stunned. He is literally sweating bullets right now, feeling an absolutely terrible sense of dread. The guy standing right in the middle of all those dead bodies is Nick Marcel. He is the Wolf family's knight commander, famously known as the Swordbreaker. Now pay attention here. Why is everything so suspiciously quiet? Before Nick Marcel can even figure it out, his eyes widen in pure horror. Because there is Logan, charging straight at him like a human missile tearing through the wind. Witnessing this reckless attack, Nick Marcel grits his teeth, mocking him in his head. A frontal assault? Really? You are just some country bumpkins, barely higher than a standard earl. He swiftly draws out his heavy sword, pouring all his blazing internal energy right into the blade, firmly declaring a brutal truth. In the end, knights and mages are the ones who decide the battle. Big words before getting destroyed. Nick Marcel gathers all his deadly killing intent. He tells himself that no matter what crazy weapons the enemy brought, as long as he crushes their knight, he can take back the momentum. With his face completely twisted in pure rage, the old man roars, "Just die!" He unleashes a massive, glowing red sword aura slash, but Logan instantly sees right through his trick. Did he purposefully break his sword to channel raw power into the shattered pieces? Without even flinching, Logan jumps straight off his horse, charging at Nick Marcel with terrifying, inhuman speed. He flashes a super cocky smirk, dropping a brutal insult. Still not as strong as a crossbow. Boom! A massive fiery collision erupts. Logan funnels all his blazing fire energy into the strike, creating an absolute earth-shattering explosion. Nick Marcel frantically blocks it. His face contorts in absolute terror against the young lord's completely overwhelming power. Logan tightens his grip, bringing down a lightning-fast strike from above. Nick Marcel grinds his teeth and barely stops the blade, sighing in relief. Thank God, I blocked it. But that relief does not last a second. The golden aura spinning from Logan's sword violently tears right through all of his defenses. A deafening blast rings out. Nick takes a massive hit, only managing a pathetic groan. Logan glides forward like an absolute ghost, his eyes glowing as cold as solid ice. He ruthlessly executes the final, lethal slash. Nick Marcel completely collapses, lying dead on the ground while the entire army stares in absolute, stunned silence. Logan stands tall and proud, announcing loudly, "The enemy general is dead. Let us go collect that bounty, boys." This shocking news totally crushes the first prince's morale. Kirin Cairo is so horrified, his face literally twists in panic. He stammers, completely unable to accept the nightmare happening right in front of him. Logan's voice echoes everywhere. "I, Logan Malm, have captured the enemy commander. You and I both know that is game over." Kirin grinds his teeth. How is this even possible? After just one insanely short, brutal clash, the First Prince's faction has suffered massive, catastrophic losses, honestly worse than half a year of civil war combined. Realizing this situation is totally hopeless, Kirin Cairo screams a completely desperate order. "Fall back! Retreat!" The old man frantically whips his horse to escape, dragging his panicked, scattered remnants along just to save his own pathetic life. The Wolf family's proud flag droops pathetically. It drifts away into the thick smoke and dust of an incredibly humiliating, cowardly retreat. Kirin grinds his teeth in bitter hatred. He tells himself he will not let his troops bleed for nothing, just to slow down the enemy's advance any further. In pure frustration, he glares at his weapon and angrily tosses the repeating crossbow right onto the dirt. Kirin just screams, "Damn it." He feels completely powerless as he watches the fortress slowly fading away into the distance behind him. Seeing the enemy run away, Logan barks out a loud order to his troops. "Do not chase them. Regroup and hold the line." He flashes a super satisfied smirk, watching them run the exact second their front line completely collapsed. Logan confidently thinks to himself, now that we have successfully captured their top knight commander, absolutely no one left in this war can stop the Marlen family's unstoppable advance. He is also pretty impressed, knowing his own father flawlessly took down a few more of the enemy's high-level knights during the chaos. Knight Heiko walks over to quickly report the overall casualties. Out of all our knights, 5 are heavily injured, 2 died in battle. And as for the infantry, only about 100 soldiers took any damage. "We won big time, young master. Too fast, too dangerous." Heiko laughs brightly, super hyped about the massive victory their army just pulled off. Logan gives a small smile, but quickly goes back to looking serious. He reminds himself to stay calm. No celebrating too early when you were up against a super experienced veteran duke. Logan's sharp gaze shifts toward the distant Alon castle. "So what do you and I take from this?" Duke Jordan definitely saw the Marlen family's true power today. Logan stares ahead, absolute stone-cold focus. The real war begins now. "All right, stick with me here. You're about to see a masterpiece of military manipulation." Logan is dead set on showing off his true power to make them respect the McLean family. On the other side, Duke Jordan Vanter Mimi quietly watches the battlefield with cold, calculating eyes. He thinks this little clash is amusing, but treats them like mere bugs. Jordan smugly tells himself that men in his high position just need to sit back safely, watch who fakes their loyalty, and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Spurring his horse forward, Jordan confirms the dark truth. This whole chaotic skirmish was entirely planned just to purge them out. His subordinates are completely blown away hearing his assessment of the McLean army. Based on this brutal showing, they are at least on Marquis Kai's level. Seeing the foot soldiers panicking over the battlefield, Jordan just gives a proud smirk. He firmly believes the kingdom's ultimate power is practically resting in his hands now. The guards just exchange nervous glances. They awkwardly nod along, completely intimidated by their master's absolute confidence. Jordan chuckles darkly. He fully admits that if the McLean family actually betrayed him right now, he'd be in massive trouble and completely paralyzed. Riding ahead, Jordan mutters the list of Logan's insanely arrogant demands, recognizing the Bifrost territory occupation, splitting half of Marquis Kalia's land, and even having the nerve to demand an earldom title. Despite the disrespect, he firmly orders his men to overlook McLean's arrogance for now. But he secretly swears, let those fools dance for now. Payback comes later. He loudly commands the whole army to stand by. The McLean forces will ambush the enemy's rear soon. But then, an unexpected twist sends shockwaves through the ranks. Urgent reports claim the UN's forces are suddenly pulling back for no reason. Logan silently rides forward. Across the field, the Second Prince's commanders look absolutely horrified, their faces twisting as they witness the McLean army's bizarre maneuver. Now watch closely, because this is where the battlefield flips upside down. Logan's massive army abruptly changes their marching direction entirely. What kind of weird tactic is this? Why run away? The McLean lord anxiously rides up to his son. Logan, are you really going through with this? How are we going to explain this back home? Logan just answers calmly. The enemy never expected them to actually strike their rear. He knows the dark truth. The elites just want his family to cause chaos, then slowly die out on this brutal battlefield. Logan bluntly states that instead of charging into a meaningless slaughter, they are doing something way better. He hands his father a paper, leaving him totally stunned. What? What exactly are you planning? Logan flashes a truly wicked smirk. He loudly declares they are going to start looting all the empty houses. Fast forward exactly 1 week. At the first prince's lavish mansion, the tension in the air is suffocating. A trembling subordinate reports in pure panic that they haven't heard a single word from the McLean family since that day. Sipping wine, the first prince asks, stunned, did they evaporate? Did ghosts snatch them up? Suddenly, frantic footsteps shatter the quiet palace hallway. A terrified soldier bursts into the room, screaming, fire! The houses are burning, Your Highness. This total chaos pisses off the blonde duke, who aggressively barks at the soldier to show respect. But the second he hears the whispered report in his ear, the duke's face goes dead pale, eyes bulging in absolute terror. Sensing something is horribly wrong, the first prince stops drinking and demands to know what's happening. The duke is shaking, sweating literal buckets. He stammers out the devastating news about Turin Castle. But the nightmare doesn't stop there. He confirms Anston and Fyron are also swimming in seas of fire. The first prince's entire strategic supply depot, completely reduced to ashes, nothing left. This massive bombshell makes the first prince drop his golden goblet. You and I both know what that means, right? Their entire war machine just collapsed. Red wine spills everywhere. Miles away in the fiery night, that impenetrable fortress is nothing but blazing rubble. Logan sits tall on his horse, silently admiring his masterpiece. He smirks at the intel documents, thinking everything is going flawlessly. Back at the naming ceremony, Logan smoothly played Cairo to get priceless secrets about major grain routes. He knew the assignment: wipe out Cairo's food supply, and the First Prince's faction would be completely paralyzed without any logistics. In just 1 short week, 3 heavy-hitting castles were ambushed and totally wiped off the map. Logan smirks, mocking their ridiculously weak security. He quietly rolls up his map and gives the final order. The fires are set. Let's go home and celebrate, boys. Led by their brilliant young master, the McLean army quickly vanishes from the scene, leaving the burning wreckage behind. Logan stares back toward the distant capital. His eyes glow with raw cruelty as a wicked smile forms. He whispers sarcastically, thanks for the meal, uncle. Back at Alun Castle, a massive welcome ceremony is thrown the second Logan returns. Word on the street is the prince personally ordered this insanely lavish reception. Since they are still in wartime, everyone is rocking full armor, and fruit juice completely takes the place of any alcohol. All the heavy hitters of the faction are here. It proves they finally respect the McLean family as a top-tier power, equal to border counts. But Count Bifrost is suspiciously missing. The official excuse? Oh, he was just feeling a little tired and went to bed early. Despite the chill vibe, Logan walks right up to the high-ranking leader to apologize about breaking our promise to attack the rear. I sincerely apologize, right here, right now. A fake apology just for show? Totally. But instead of getting mad, the guy just waves his hands and laughs. No. Honestly, that was a situation you couldn't control. Plus, didn't you end up bringing home another massive military victory instead? Staring deep into the man's eyes, Logan thinks to himself, the more I look at you, the less your nickname makes sense. Does left-wing sword fit a cold-blooded snake? Keeping his doubts hidden, Logan stays super polite and thanks him for understanding. The man laughs out loud, claiming understanding is obvious. Because to him, real winners deserve massive rewards, and trust me, you're going to want to see what Logan demands next. All right, stick with me here. We are jumping straight into the tension. Logan smirks and cuts right to the chase. Enough talk. Let's lock in this deal right now. The Duke stays silent for a second. His eyes darken, but then he suddenly lets out a loud, booming laugh. He agrees to think about it favorably, and if so, acknowledging the Bifrost territory, half of the Kalia domain, and even a count title. Logan keeps that calm smile on his face, pushing just a bit more to get a hard confirmation from him. He asks if he can take that as a yes. Instantly, the Duke's face hardens into something genuinely dangerous. He growls, asking why Logan is pushing when he already said he would think about it. Then the old man lets out a mocking laugh. He immediately drops the act, getting dead serious and stating clearly that this is not a decision he can make alone. Suddenly, Logan feels it. A blood-red aura, dripping with pure killing intent, starts swirling and suffocating the entire room. Logan panics internally. What kind of insane aura is this? The Duke stares Logan down with eyes that totally crush his spirit. He drops his voice, warning the kid that youthful bravery is fine, but he really must consider his elder's position. Logan is sweating bullets now. His entire body tenses up under the suffocating pressure crushing down on his shoulders. He realizes in shock that the old man is using his aura to suppress him. It is a deliberate psychological attack meant to completely break his willpower. Logan shudders, realizing just how terrifyingly flawless the Duke's aura suppression really is. It is so smooth that targets do not even realize they are being threatened until it is too late. Suddenly, the Duke pulls his aura back. He flashes a small smile, offering a completely fake apology for going a bit too far. Logan bows his head to accept the apology. He quietly reassures himself that, at the very least, he still managed to get exactly what he wanted out of this. Now, pay close attention here. This is where the Duke shows his true colors. He squints at Logan and pivots straight to the weapons, demanding to take over the good stuff. He casually claims that if they get their hands on those weapons, the Second Prince's faction will easily crush everyone and win this war. Logan is absolutely stunned by the sheer nerve of this guy. He silently mocks the old man for trying to score a free victory, riding on his family's hard work. Logan plays it smart and politely declines the offer. He uses the excuse that his family currently has 0 spare weapons left in stock, making it incredibly hard to meet that demand. Hearing this, the Duke lets out a cold, deeply meaningful scoff. Looking incredibly stressed, Logan keeps bowing and apologizing, while internally cursing out this absolute nightmare of a situation. Realizing he won't get anything else, the Duke lightly pats Logan on the shoulder. He tells the kid to go get some rest since he kept him far too long. Logan quietly turns around and walks away. He desperately tries to maintain a calm expression while feeling the Duke's piercing gaze on his back. The Duke just watches Logan walk off. Then, in a low, heavy voice, he reminds him about the massive battle that is about to kick off. Logan grits his teeth in pure anger. He realizes he was seconds away from becoming the Duke's personal puppet. He shudders at the tactics of these so-called heroes, secretly worrying about how he will survive if they actually run out of stock. Just as he is about to leave, someone else suddenly speaks up. They ask if Logan could provide at least one prototype or a blueprint for the weapons instead. Logan immediately recognizes the man standing in front of him. It is Len, Count Talos. He quickly realizes that the core members of the Second Prince's faction are just taking turns pressuring him. Logan smoothly explains that while the weapon blueprints are not too complicated, the manufacturing process takes a massive amount of time. He fears it really wouldn't help their current war situation at all. But Len just flashes a highly calculated, scheming smile. He insists that if they pool all their resources, they can definitely get it done fast. Seeing that shady smile, Logan fakes a warm expression right back. He says that if the Count puts it like that, he simply cannot refuse. It is the smile of a guy about to deliver an epic scam. Len looks completely surprised by the easy agreement, but deep down, Logan already has a sneaky plan cooked up. He is only going to hand over weak crossbow models, just like the ones the Unverse family used. And the liberation weapon? Totally fake. The two men shake hands warmly. Logan tells him that they are all fighting for the same cause now anyway. Internally, he's gloating. He knows for a fact the enemy won't have the time to properly test the weapon quality. You and I knew this peace wouldn't last. Days later, the army loudly marches out of the fortress, preparing for a brand new clash. Seeing the sheer arrogance of the Second Prince's faction, Logan grits his teeth. He silently curses those fools, absolutely determined to crush them right here and now. He seriously wonders what the enemy is thinking, putting those specific guys on the vanguard. Suddenly, a massive shout rings out. The Cairo Knight Order is charging. Leading the pack is Captain Alan, a mid-tier knight whipping his horse into an absolute frenzy. Alan screams in pure, raging fury. He yells for them to die as he swings his sword, diving straight into the bloody melee. But the exact second they clash, a deadly, brilliant blue aura violently explodes. Alan barely manages a confused, terrified gasp before an absolutely earth-shattering blizzard rips right through the lines. It instantly freezes absolutely everything in its destructive, freezing path. The gigantic ice magic completely swallows the entire battlefield whole. It creates a horrific scene that nobody could have ever predicted. Logan and the Lord are totally frozen in shock. Their faces twist in absolute horror at the sheer destructive power raining down on them. Over on the other side, the enemy soldiers can only scream in total despair. They are forced to watch their comrades turn to solid ice right in front of them. Agonizing groans echo everywhere as the bone-chilling cold invades their bodies. One trembling soldier cries out in disbelief. He says it is freezing, like fighting a war in the middle of the Arctic. He realizes in pure terror that the source of this total disaster is an activated magic scroll. In just the blink of an eye, the worst happens. Both men and horses are turned into eternal ice statues. They completely shatter and crumble under the terrifying pressure of this high-tier magic attack. Watching this nightmare, Logan and his father realize in shock that the enemy has deployed a devastating magic weapon on the field. Frozen solid, the stiff corpses simply shatter into pieces under the crushing pressure of the razor-sharp ice blocks. Logan is completely stunned. He realizes this is the freezing magic scroll, one of the ultimate weapons that took down the second prince in his past life. He secretly deduces that the person who crafted this scroll has to be the Sixth Circle mage, Doane Douglas. This is an insanely rare magical item that only a tiny handful of people in the entire world can actually create. The crafting materials alone are unbelievably expensive. With just that single, devastating explosion, 3 elite knight orders from the Viscount families were completely wiped right off the face of the earth. Looking at the terrified reactions of the enemy troops, Logan realizes something. It seems this is the very first time this magic has been used in the Civil War. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. Heavy, booming footsteps ring out, forcing Logan and his father to jolt into high alert. The soldiers scream in absolute terror as a frightening night closes in on them. Through the thick dust, a warrior with a suffocating aura appears. It is the knight, Lurkakai, and trust me, you are not ready for what happens next. Get out of the way unless you want to die. That cold shout echoes, making the terrified soldiers instantly scatter. Stick with me here, because you and I are about to witness something insane. A suffocating pressure fills the air as the storm sword steps forward, his face dead set, gripping his hilt tight for the danger ahead. The clash explodes instantly. With his blazing red aura surging wildly just like real fire, Lurkai charges forward like a furious beast. He roars in absolute rage, screaming that the traitors will be crushed today. Lurkai swings his massive hammer, bringing down a devastating 1,000-pound strike right on top of his opponent. When Kalia doesn't even flinch, calling his enemy a freakish giant, he channels absolutely everything into his storm sword to block the hit. Boom! The earth-shattering impact literally makes the entire ground shake violently beneath them. The soldiers on the sidelines can only stare in pure horror at the completely inhuman strength of these two absolute powerhouses. Brilliant blue and blazing red auras violently clash and weave together across the brutal battlefield. Seeing this god-level, earth-shaking showdown unfold, he quickly shouts an order, telling all the weaker soldiers to back the hell up immediately, because this suffocating killing intent could literally shatter their minds in a split second. Sweating bullets, Logan quietly admits that even with his razor-sharp senses, it is still incredibly hard to keep track of their terrifying, lightning-fast movements. He realizes this is a true peak battle between a knight maximizing pure, raw physical power and an absolute master of elemental manipulation. Watching these legendary fighters clash, Logan can only stare in quiet, stunned awe. He jokes to himself that it's like watching a pro player tutorial mid-battle. Suddenly, Lord Marlen roars, snapping him back to reality. Logan jolts awake and quickly answers back. "Oh, right, I understand." He instantly turns and gives Victor the order. Catching the signal, Victor fiercely rallies the troops. Yes, all crossbow cavalry advance. The pounding hooves shake the earth as the cavalry launches a lightning-fast charge, aiming straight for the enemy's defensive lines. On the other side, Commander Count Romo sneers in pure disgust. He figures if they just block those arrows, the Marlen forces are nothing but average, pathetic grunts. He loudly orders his entire army to raise their shields, confidently claiming they are totally ready for the enemy's weapons. But Victor is way ahead of him, quickly leading his crossbow cavalry around the back to find an opening. Now watch closely, because this is where the tables completely turn. Seeing this surprise flank, Romo's face instantly drops. He starts sweating bullets, finally realizing the battle is shifting in a totally unexpected direction. Huh? Romo gasps in pure shock. He literally cannot believe his eyes as Victor's cavalry unit completely blows past his front lines in a flash. Talk about some absolute god-level speed right there. He frantically screams out loud, ordering every single one of his knights to instantly chase down Marlen's archers at all costs. But right at that second, a glowing rain of magic arrows suddenly pours down from the sky with devastating power. These magical arrows crash down like streaks of absolute death, slamming right into the enemy formation. Romo grits his teeth, desperately channeling all of his blazing red aura into his shield in total helplessness. He realizes his calculations were totally wrong. He just cannot understand how the Marlen forces could unleash such a devastating, destructive attack even after zooming right past them. The towering one-eyed knight shouts the order to fire. Instantly, the arrows tear through the wind, gunning down the enemy knights amidst their horrific, agonizing screams. Seeing this bloodbath, Count Romo is left completely stunned, realizing his soldiers are getting wiped out by totally normal arrows. Kicking himself for being so incredibly stupid and careless, he desperately screams at his men to pull up their magic shields to protect their bodies, just like in training. The next brutal volley of crossbow bolts rains down ruthlessly, making Romo's magic shield shake violently under the intense pressure. He grits his teeth to endure it, secretly terrified by the unpredictable, insane power of these arrows. Earth-shattering explosions constantly erupt across the battlefield, blasting enemy soldiers away into a raging sea of fire. Romo stands completely frozen, staring at the total devastation right behind him. He can't even tell if it's gunpowder or actual magic destroying his army anymore. Then, Lord Cleon shows up with a massive army of golems, absolutely terrifying the remaining enemy troops. The enemy has combat mages. Romo roars in total, helpless despair. Damn it, what do we do now? Seizing the perfect moment, Logan decisively orders his entire army to charge and finish off the explosion survivors. Marlen's cavalry suddenly loops around for a vicious rear ambush, completely shattering the enemy's formation. You and I both know it's over for him, right? Romo watches his army get utterly crushed by just a few magic explosions, completely unable to process reality. With dead eyes, he stares at the Marlen knights, terrified of whatever sick plan they have left. Standing far away, Logan and his father quietly watch everything unfold with incredibly deep, calculating eyes. Massive waves of freezing ice sweep across the entire battlefield, instantly freezing everything they touch into razor-sharp blocks of ice. Right in the middle of this total chaos, the knights desperately struggle to steer their warhorses away from the brutal magic that's swallowing their comrades alive behind them. One Marlen knight violently shivers from the sudden, extreme temperature drop, groaning out loud in pure, freezing misery. Damn this cold. He instantly snaps his panicked eyes toward his young master and screams, "Young master," but honestly, Logan isn't doing much better. Gritting his teeth, Logan curses while shivering uncontrollably. Ugh, it's freezing. Staring down at his sword, which is now completely encased in a thick layer of ice, he realizes that Ice Mage is seriously holding a grudge. Even after trying to channel his aura to melt it, the ice doesn't even budge an inch, leaving him completely stunned. This is some VIP tier ice. Basic aura won't scratch it. Logan realizes the enemy crazily detonated a ton of rare magic scrolls, unleashing this dangerous magic just to annihilate their legion. He quietly admits that's some true knight-level power. But suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoes out, instantly grabbing Logan's attention. The exact spot where he channeled his aura starts cracking, forming tiny fissures across the rock-solid surface. Logan stares in pure shock as the cracks rapidly spread, letting out a gasp. Fast forward to after the brutal battle. Night falls over their makeshift camp around a blazing bonfire. The Marlen soldiers are laughing their heads off, with one guy loudly mocking the enemy. Haha! Did the first prince's absolute cowards really run away like that? The Marlen family's crushing victory has the second prince's soldiers cheering non-stop with endless praise. They admit everything really turned around the second Logan and his legion showed up. The soldiers gossip in awe about how the Marin Barony's young punks could easily slash right through Douglas's high-level magic. They're also totally convinced that with these back-to-back insane victories, Logan is definitely getting a massive reward from Duke Vanter Mame. They smugly agree that the Bifrost faction is totally doomed this time, but completely opposite to his men's joy, Duke Jordan Vanter Mame grits his teeth, clenching his fists in pure, bitter frustration. He glares away with hateful eyes, swearing this civil war absolutely cannot end like this. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see the fallout. Let's step away from the battlefield. You and I are heading to the forge, where it's operating under absolutely suffocating pressure right now. Tima is completely burned out. He drops his hammer, whining that he's about to drop dead from this nonstop grind. But Hema? The old blacksmith isn't having it. He absolutely explodes, screaming at Tema to pick up the pace and swing instead of sitting around crying about it. Shaking like a leaf, Tima begs for just a tiny break. Hema instantly shuts that down. Keep swinging that hammer, he warns, because the real nightmare is on his way right now. Tema shudders in pure terror. He mutters under his breath that their supervisor is a literal monster, breathing down their necks every single day. Honestly, This guy is way harsher and somehow even worse than his older brother ever was. Now watch closely. Talk behind the boss's back? Big mistake. Right on cue, Ronian silently appears directly behind them, making the dwarven blacksmiths jump out of their skin. The red-haired young master gives a soft apology for startling them, calmly explaining that he's only here to lend a hand. Ronian gently asks the dwarven smiths to hang in there just a little bit longer. He knows it's a brutal grind, but every single victory reported from the front lines, it all depends entirely on the exact weapons they are forging right now. Right on time, massive crates glowing with raw magic energy are hauled in, alongside a fresh pile of cash for the new delivery. Hema and Tama start nodding like crazy. You and I know they're lying through their teeth, but they force an awkward smile, swearing that working is their absolute passion.